Good morning. It's day number 2 here at the Blast Slam Studios in Malta. We have so many best of ones kicking off here. I'm going to be your host, Natty, for the morning. And joining me is the immensely verbose Quinn Callahan.
What a warm welcome. Hello.
It wasn't supposed to be. It was actually supposed to be really derogatory.
What a cold, bitter, derogatory, hateful spy. I could feel the vitriol in your words.
Yeah, there it is.
Venom.
It really only took 2 sentences, didn't it, to just throw in an extra
I mean,
word
you were baiting me, you
I
know.
was a little
You threw
bit.
out the line and I'm like, all right, I'll take that.
Yeah. T and Kezu will be joining the desk later on today. There'll be a swap halfway through, just as there was yesterday for those of you who were watching. And maybe some of you guys weren't watching, which means you missed all of the best of one action. There was 22 of them across 2 streams. So let's look back and see what really stood out above the rest.
He finds them all. Oh, he gets hexed immediately! What a grab from Celery! Your Ember Spirit's just dead, but a huge wall into an Ice Path Macro Pyre onto 3 heroes.
A double lasso could be pretty nice though, Jikroy and Reconics. It was such a good fight from them in this opening game. But they will ultimately fall. He wants the rampage. He's gonna go for the watermelon.
Trying to hit that Stampede, 2-man stop, and Yotaro's in trouble. Half HP, trying to bail him out with an Ice Path. A little bit of focus fire damage onto Mickey, but he has to run away. See, re-up the Magnetize, re-up with the Yules, kick him back into the team, and Yotaro will be hunted down.
Tai Lung's been caught out. Forced up away, Arena comes far too late. Tai Lung's already dead. No buyback on your sniper. Which one of the cores is gonna step up? It's RCY with a huge vortex to end the game.
A good old save coming in from the Ringmaster. Shield Rune keeps him alive, and he's just gonna stand his ground. Here comes the Brewmaster as he just blinks aggressively, takes down Yotaro. There's collapse in space. Fade singing his songs to try and keep his team in this, but a huge avalanche onto 4. Ice Path, the Macro Fire onto 3. Toss on in, avalanche, another Ice Path. It's a full team wipe.
Collapse, he's in again! And this time it ain't a 5-man, but it's a 4-man, and it's a pretty good 4-man as well as he takes out Reddy's here, Yotaro with the damage. They'll get the lasso onto Rue. He won't manage to do so. Had to time that's back, but now got the juice. He's left vulnerable.
A high ground ward is what they're going to be pushing into here. The plasma. Oh my god! A lot of minus armor being put on and off of this Razor. The Razor with his ultimate is going to work here. Tai Lung jumps in and just dies like that. Game teleport onto the Creed's throne is exposed. Free for the taking, perhaps, as Heroic just go all in for it with Iron Storms activated. The Prince Guard is blocking a lot of damage, though. It's blocking a lot of damage. They are not able to finish off this throne at all. Go for the Shadow Demon. That's a quick kill. Now it's second one. Ame, though, is just beating on the engine. They gotta stop Ame. They gotta stop this Alchemist. The Alchemist just hitting it. It's done. Xtreme have made the comeback.
Yeah, there really was so much to try and fit into our highlights of yesterday, but you got a quick brief look at that, and you can have a look at our standings as well as, I don't know, maybe if you haven't tuned into Dota for, let's say, 8 years, you would expect this result. Would you say 8-10? 8-10? I don't know, right?
It's about right.
I think 8's about right. OG 4-0 up there. You got a couple of teams tied as well. Na'Vi, Xtreme, so depending on how you want to put them into the standings, you could say technically.
Na'Vi, you haven't watched Dota for 13 years.
I'm just saying, bro, you got OG and Na'Vi and Xtreme Gaming at the top of like a group standings there. Then you go into Tundra, you got GamerLegion. That one's not really reminiscent too much. But then you go down, Falcons, again, not too reminiscent, but Liquid and MOUZ kind of being in that middle of the pack. I feel like
That is older Dota.
Right?
That's like roughly 10 years ago.
where it's like, oh, after day 1 of groups, that's
Yeah.
where you'd like they're middle pack and
they're
then
hanging on and then they
Right.
fall out.
Oh, I was gonna go the other way. They kind of like pull a rabbit out of a hat.
I mean the Miracle Liquid, yeah, but there was the Liquid before that or whatever. That was like IX Mike and stuff. That's like TI whatever the heck 2.
No one remembers that far back. Relax.
What do you mean? The Bulba is on his feet.
Relax. You've been definitely on the reminiscent, the nostalgia train a little bit. We're going to talk about what is happening right now, and it's sprinkled with a little bit of nostalgia, right? OG topping the standings there for themselves, 4-0, and I want to tell everyone, because I've seen some comments floating around where they're like, oh, is OG really back? Like, it's an SEA team, bit of a question mark. Like, is this just luck? Let me tell you, luck is when opportunity meets preparation, okay? And this team is prepared. We didn't know it because they didn't play any qualifiers, so we came in with no information at all. But they're definitely prepared because they beat the likes of Liquid, Yandex, who just previously won the online tournament, MOUZ, who won a LAN in the last couple of months, and GamerLegion, who ended up taking a couple of wins for themselves, one notably off Falcons.
Yeah, OG's the real deal. They're incredibly legit, and I think
Clip
they're
it.
also really they're back. They're absolutely back. They're a legit team. They are an incredibly good team, and I think they're also impressive because it's not just one person standing out and carrying the rest. I think they are very cohesive. I saw some screenshot on Twitter of Adam posting their like whiteboard of their schedule for the day, and it was like very regimented. It was like we go gym at this time, or they're eating together, and they're spending a lot of time together outside the game. And I think that's a really good sign, not just necessarily the regimen, but also that they're intertwined as a team. They're spending a lot of time with each other, and they're committed to the bit. They were clearly practicing in the off time. They weren't slacking or taking it as vacation. They were working
Which is not
hard.
what anyone was insinuating, by the way.
No, of course not. But I think it's good to see that they were really grinding during that off time, and they come back even stronger than they looked before, right? Last Blast Slam, they were upper middle, and this time, starting off day one, bam, first. That's something. I'm impressed.
That's true. I do remember it as well, where the way that they had their exit interviews, it was this weird, like we could see the drive and the passion from like each player that was giving it. But they were consistently top 6, and it still felt like this will never be good enough for us. Like it was almost as if we were having an exit interview with them, that they went out in the bottom of groups. Like that is how determined this team really was. You come in, you have a magnificent day number 1. Of course, it is still yet to see will it continue for a day number 2 for themselves. But I truly think the way that they were playing yesterday, it isn't just this, oh, you got lucky with opponents and you kind of eked out some wins. They were really good wins no matter what. And some other games that really stood out for us, one most notably towards the end of what we saw there with our replays of yesterday, was Xtreme Gaming up against Heroic. Did you get to watch this one at all, Quinn?
I saw up until like 40-something minutes, and then all
like
Xtreme
most people,
got
and then you
wiped.
closed, and
Yeah,
then you
I closed the
the
tab.
tab.
I went to bed, and then I woke up, and somehow XG won. This Heroic team, they're not all there yet. I think they've looked better than they did in the qualifiers of this tournament so far, but the fact they threw this game to me is crazy, and I think Tai Lung in particular looked really shaky in this game. He had a couple of really bad feeds where he overextended for no reason, and I think that shows that he's a very young player, that he's very talented. There's moments, the way he pressures his hero, the way he pushes up, not like walking forwards instead of walking backwards. I've been impressed with him, but I also think he's not all that in a bag of chips yet. Like Malrine, I think, when he was coming into the scene, was like, he was stomping everyone. You could tell this guy was there. He was clutch. I think Tai Lung is not quite at that level yet.
Who would you most liken him to? Because he's a new player, and of course, I don't want to ever say, oh, this player is like a replica of another player, but sometimes you need similarities to paint a picture, right? So who would you say currently in the mid lane era is he similar to?
I mean, I think him and Niku have similarities. In some ways, I think I'd say he's a better Niku.
Oh, okay.
Like I think,
like a deeper hero pool, or just the way he plays?
I think he's a better laner.
Okay.
And I think his early game is more consistent. But I think both of them have these mid-game inconsistencies, and that's an inconsistent graph.
Well, I mean, it's consistently going up right until the end. I do want to point out it was a 26.5k gold lead towards Heroic. At 53 minutes, Xtreme Gaming had their Ancient exposed, so no tier 4 towers at all for themselves. And at 56 minutes and 40 seconds, XG win the game. So in the span of 3.5 minutes, it goes from having no tier 4s for Xtreme Gaming to them winning against Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, so much of that comes down to practice. Like, there's structures you follow for a late game. Like, Falcons is a great example. They just squeeze you into your base. They farm like 16 quadrillion K gold lead until like they have 14 tier 4 items, and then they go throwing you, like in a way that's very simple and easy. And I think you need to follow a structure like that, because things can get messy. You can get a little stressed. People start buybacking in a really bad way because they're panicking. Oh, we need to fight right now! And then you lose the fight, and then suddenly you get thrown.
Suddenly, you're just losing it. That's it.
I've been there.
When?
At Bali Major, we lost that 2.5-hour game to Quest or something, where we had mega creeps, and we had mega creeps for like an hour.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, we had mega creeps for over an hour, I think, and we lost.
Oh,
and after that, we
my
watched the replay, and we're like, okay, here's the structure. We do this every game, no matter what, and it served us well for the rest of our time.
Dude, man, one thing I always quote from you is like, late game is a different it's a different style of Dota. Like, it's just a completely different game in general. And we had a couple of long games yesterday. I think the biggest one actually started off our B stream. It was Tundra up against Reconics. I am going to say that name right today. I feel really bad that I said it so wrong yesterday. But theirs was, it was a 72-minute game. And this one, hopefully we also get the graph later, but this one was just so interesting on a plethora of reasons. It was a similar story, Tundra really just taking a lead. Of course, Reconics trying their best to stay in it, but the pure Slark, giveth and taketh is my ultimate takeaway from what played out to be a 72-minute game.
Yeah, he clearly likes this hero, and he owns some games, and there were other games where he was not owning on. I think a lot of this game comes down to experience. You're playing against some TI winners, you're playing against veteran, seasoned players. When it goes the distance, you have to just feel like the upstarts, the new team is just not going to be favored because you're playing against people who have more repetitions in these stressful situations. And I think also playing against even just 33, I think it's going to make them a little tense, a little stressed because he is this legendary status player, and I think that can make you play worse.
Yeah, this was also Megas versus Megas, so I think when you get to that point as well, sometimes you're pushing the envelope a little too hard to be the first team that gets Mega Creeps. Like when you're both down to essentially, let's say, one lane of racks or even just one racks, you're kind of willing to be like, I'll throw my life away if we get Megas. But then if everyone on your team is all in for that, then you're just making a silly high ground push. And that I do think is what was the ultimate undoing, because at 70 minutes, there was an amazing, amazing fight from the side of Reconics where they actually ended up getting a 10K gold lead. And that was the first time at 70 minutes since the 13-minute mark that they were on the advantage there. And then it was just, yeah, I think trying a little too hard to be like, this is our only window, our only chance, instead of doing what you're saying, the disciplined, just squeeze out the map, just corner them to their base, elongate it for another 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think there's a pretty big misconception, I think, with some of these weaker teams of we're trying to do everything right now. We need to win right now. We're going to kill them all. And generally, late game doesn't work like that. You kill one or two dudes, they buy back, okay, we're chilling. And you over time, over 10 minutes, you slowly kill one or two dudes, they buy back, they freak out, and you're inching your way towards that win because you just, versus buybacks, you just can't win all at once. It's just not realistic.
I do think I have like a misunderstanding of buybacks to some degree, because I always think whoever uses buybacks first, you're more likely to lose the game. And I would say by a large margin.
Yeah.
Like you're 80% more likely to lose the game if you buy back first. So it's almost a game of chicken of buybacks.
Yeah, you don't want to. It's very, very bad. I think people also buy back too fast in fights, especially in these late game stressful fights. There's some big team fight going down and you die and you insta buy back without even thinking, and then the enemy resets.
Yeah.
I think the really great late game players, your Toros, Collapses, these guys, they will wait.
You should have just said Team Spirit.
Well, those two guys I think stand head and shoulders above the rest, even on all teams. But I think they're in particular amazing at that because they wait until just the right moment. You cross some invisible line you don't even know is there. They've set a tripwire, and as soon as you pass it, bam, 100-0'd, you're dead, and they go throwing you. And it's I think teams should learn from that. Watch the GOATs.
Well, look, if you do want to watch Spirit, they are playing this morning. However, it's not going to be on this stream. They're playing over on B stream up against Yandex, so they're starting their day off pretty good. But I'd say ours is rivaling for just as good because we have Tundra up against MOUZ, but there's 11 best of ones on both sides. So I know there's a lot of information to take in here, which means that Quinn has to do the tough work for all of us watching and pick the one standout best of one for today.
Okay, I actually think, so I put Liquid in my game yesterday, and I think I'm going to
do it again today.
I'm going to do it again. I think
Against
it's Falcons. That's right.
I read your
right.
mind. I knew exactly what you were going to say. So predictable.
Because this
Classic
is
Dota
it's
players.
a series that matters a lot, but it's two shaky teams. I think Falcons have not looked great this tournament so far, and Liquid has not looked great for a while now. And so I think seeing those two teams and who's getting it together on day two, right? Who's finally righting the ship? We're heading in a normal, reasonable direction. We're fixing our problems because I think we need to see that from both of these teams.
They are both on 2-2 as well, and I know that we'll dive more into it later on when they do get around to playing, but it's different levels of teams that they've either won or lost against, which kind of feeds into what you're saying as well. But that one's a little bit later today. You guys are just going to have to stay on this channel right now because it's a rolling schedule. It's just going to come quick and fast with all of these best of ones here. And so let's start it off nice and strong. Tundra up against MOUZ. We got to see 3 best of ones from Tundra yesterday, and same with MOUZ. So they had their 3 best of 1 days. Most other teams had their 4 best of ones.
Yeah, I think these are both very, very strong teams, but I think Tundra has an edge on them due to the way the bans work. I think this Tundra team is incredibly good at figuring out what you want and banning what you want. They ban heroes that no one else really does. They had a game early this tournament where they had a last phase offlane Phoenix ban because they felt like it was the perfect pick for the situation. I think they're great at pulling that out of their pocket. And I think this MOUZ team, they're actually in a bit of an unfortunate situation in that Razor is really broken right now. And you want when you have the specialist on the hero, you want it to be slightly less broken so that you actually can get it. But Razor's is first phase ban for every team. So Crystallis, the fact that he's the GOAT of Razor, he doesn't actually get to take advantage of that because everyone's banning it every game. And so it's kind of sad when the heroes end up too good in that certain situation because now, well, you don't get to play it. No one gets to play it, but I'm better than you at that hero, and that feels really bad.
Yeah, that would feel, you know, a little icky there. And I know yesterday we were talking about GOAT Leshrac players, okay, and you said that you're willing to put a couple of other players on like an A+ level, but the only one that sits on S tier level for you is the mid one Leshrac.
Yeah.
And I want to back it up here because yesterday they played up against Spirit. They beat them in 15 minutes, and do you know what mid one was playing?
I do.
He was playing Leshrac.
That's right.
So, and that's also one of those ones where Lesh isn't necessarily thought about for a lot of teams to either pick or to ban, but that is going to be one of those things that I think Tundra is going to be looking at quite closely for themselves. And then, you know, yeah, they like to play through mid one a lot on the side of MOUZ. How is that going to come to fruition with bans? Is Crystallis going to have, you know, a semblance of a hero pool when things that he specializes in is taken out, like you've already said?
Yeah, the Razor, the Shadow Fiend, those are both first phase bans, right? They're not getting into the pool. Crystallis has been playing those heroes a lot. He's very strong on those heroes. And I think the mid bans, how early these heroes are banned is really interesting. I think we could see a first phase Lesh ban and a first phase Invoker ban.
Oh, really?
From opposite sides.
Okay, yeah, actually, no, I can see that. The Invoker one, definitely.
Yeah, like
I was banning it away from Tundra.
Because I think part of what makes this current meta really cool is there was this period at Last Blast with these Naga Sirens and Timber Saws, and you had to ban the same heroes every game. It was kind of snore. And I think right now, there's a little more flexibility, and I think the ban order has been changed in a good direction. So I think teams can be a little more creative and a little more fancy with their bans, and I like that a lot.
Okay, we'll see just how fancy these teams are going to get with their bans and maybe even their picks as we have our first best of one for day number 2. It's Tundra and MOUZ. As the draft is getting underway and both teams are still in the early phases of banning, I want to bring up a couple of stats, mostly around just 3 specific heroes, because yesterday they were our hot topic. Largo, a lot of first phase bans yesterday in the earlier parts of the days, then got let through, has a 2-6 win rate.
Really?
Right
It's
now.
that bad?
It is that. Yep. So I think, you know, you were always talking about it. Sometimes metas change overnight, right? Not drastically, but something like this Largo might not be sitting in that first phase ban for a lot of teams anymore. We might actually see it ease up. The other one that's pretty interesting is Beastmaster. It got picked up 4 times yesterday, lost all 4 of them. So 0-4 for himself. Another big hero that has kind of always dangled one foot inside the meta, and now it's just lingering, not really there for a reason.
Yeah, I agree on both fronts. I think Largo, people read those stats, right? People look at day 1, they look at Dota buff, and they see, okay, or Liquipedia, and they see, okay, this hero had a really bad win rate. Maybe lean back a little bit. I think both these heroes will definitely be the case. The Beastmaster, I don't even really understand why he was being picked so much. I think the hero was a bit on the mediocre end. And I'm surprised that Shadow Fiend goes through. Now, the heroes they're banning are very obnoxious heroes, but Pure had an amazing game on it yesterday. He did some crazy magic into right-click build. It was bizarre. I've never seen it before in an official. But he was cooking, and I think he's also just a great Shadow Fiend player in general. In periods where he was like playing mid in pubs and stuff, he has a great mid Shadow Fiend too. So I'm surprised they give this compared to Tree or something. Tree is a strong hero, or Bat's a strong hero, but is it the same as a Shadow Fiend? I don't know.
I do think it's one of those things that an SF can be quite susceptible earlier on, depending on what you draft, whereas a Tree as a support will always have impact with his invisibility, with that shard change of his, and of course his big ult being able to just lock down everyone and either give you evade or give your time team to collapse in. So I kind of agree with the Tree over giving an SF.
That's fair. And I think Shadow Fiend is a hero that, while it is very powerful because it's a strong laner and there's a lot of 5s right now that pair well with it, it is a hero that can be countered. And there are a lot of carry matchups that are good against it. There's stuff that we've seen OG pick a couple times, like the Darkseer, that is very good against Shadow Fiend as more time passes. But they respond with a Leshrac, which is not, like, it's fine against Shadow Fiend, but it's nothing crazy. Like, Lesh won't really interact with Shadow Fiend that much because SF is carry and Lesh is mid. and it's not like Lesh is super good at ganking Shadow Fiend. It's simply just mid one is the GOAT Lesh.
Yeah, that's all it
So we're
is,
just
right?
gonna pick it.
So those things are like, okay, we're probably gonna have to blind pick our mid no matter what into Tundra. Like, they like to keep their BZM hero until the very last pick. So you either leave mid one's pick until the very last for MOUZ, but you still might not come away with a hero that actually wins that mid matchup. So pick something you like, something comfort, something that you won in 15 minutes on yesterday.
Yeah, 15-minute win is actually crazy, especially against Spirit, a team that drags games out. They really make you work for that win.
Dude, that ego is going to be through the roof on your Leshrac right now. Mid one is like, no, I'm untouchable on Lesh.
He was 0 deaths too.
That's what I mean. He was
untouchable.
so good on that Lesh.
Yeah, no, he's awesome, and I think he's also the first person I saw sort of pioneering this Greaves first on Leshrac, which is sort of what everyone goes now when they do play that hero. He was the first one I saw picking it up, so we'll see what they choose to accompany that. Shadow Demon is just a great hero, and it's the classic support duo from, I don't know, 14 years ago or whatever, but the heroes pair very well as mid and support as well, because you place the Disseminate on him so he does extra damage, and you stack for him, which is super nice. Not to mention that you have Disruption into stun, so if those heroes are walking around in the jungle, they have very good kill threat, and Lesh generally wants someone to help them add that kill threat in those sort of early to mid-game skirmishes.
What does Shadow Demon kind of lack as a support, right? Because normally you want your second support to make up for whatever the first one lacks, but what exactly does SD need to back him up?
I think the hero oftentimes wants a frontliner or someone that is a bit more beefy. He's very much, like in the early game, there's heroes that transition in what they do. Shadow Demon is sort of one of them. In the early game, he's kind of a ganker, a setup hero. And once the early game passes, you can't start with Disruption anymore. You become very much a backline hero that needs to play behind people. And so I think he's looking, a lot from his offlaner to have some beefy dude who can go in, especially against the tiny. If SD moves out of position, you're instantly getting tossed back, you're just going splat. And so there's a lot of onus on his offlaner to be, there's that stupid invoker. Why didn't they ban it? Doggone it. Yeah, to enable his Shadow Demon and his Leshrac to be able to pick and choose their fights versus what is a lot of damage from Tundra's lineup.
Yeah. I mean, then the bans in hindsight are really good from Tundra, right? The Tusk, like you said, someone who's fine to initiate jump in, maybe protect that SD or any other core, and then Pugner as well, which doesn't really fit the same archetype, but is very much a safe hero.
Yeah, I think it would somewhat, in some ways, be similar to the Shadow Demon. If, like, they could have picked it instead, and that it's a hero that enables Leshrac in the early game in different ways.
Yeah.
You make him much tankier, you give him, all this HP that allows him to run in. You can decrep against the Shadow Fiend right clicks. There's some nice dynamics there, and it's also a hero Celery is very comfortable on. Tundra with 2 bans targeted specifically towards Celery. These are not general meta bans. These are Celery bans.
And this is what you're saying Tundra do so well, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to banning and draft.
Yeah, they have a very clear reason for this. They definitely feel that, okay, we think these 2 heroes stand above the rest. We're going to ban these, and your next option is not good enough. I think they're particularly good at figuring that out. And so we'll see what MOUZ responds with. Maybe they have that great third option, and maybe they don't.
Should we talk about the rock in the room right now? The tiny pick?
Yeah, this is an interesting one.
Is it a core? Is it a support? Because I'm pretty sure we've seen it in multiple roles right now for Blast Slam.
We have, but I think it's most likely to be for this game. Somewhat surprising they pick it like this. It's a hero some teams have prioritized pretty heavily. It's dropped off a little bit in terms of priority. It does pair well with Shadow Fiend. I think that's one of the big reasons they picked it. When you've got a Shadow Fiend, you've got an Evoker, you really want a melee 4. If you've got a range 4 on top of that, then the way your skirmishes play out can be very awkward. So it does make sense that they would want some starter, some stun, to help their Shadow Fiend right-click. He needs setup so he can actually dish out his damage. So the synergy makes sense there, even though it's maybe a little unusual.
And look, Lago is going to be coming out. I read off those stats before, but I'm just going to refresh everyone's mind. 2 and 6 is currently what he's sitting at with his win rate, but he's had a lot of bans towards himself. So when it comes to bans, he's at a 50% ban rate across our 22 best of 1. So 11 of them he's being banned up, 8 of them he's been picked, and he's only won 2 of them.
Interesting. I think there's a sort of a cool identity clash in this game. If you look at MOUZ's heroes, it's not a lot of team fight. It's a lot of skirmish and a lot of sort of tank ability. They've got saves, they've got heals, they've got auras and Lesh will buy the Greaves. They've got, the strumming of the guitar. They got all this stuff. And Tundra is sort of, we're some damage bros and we got a stunny guy. It's like team fight and it's dishing out the damage. And so there's a clash of tankiness versus damage, teams choosing different pathways sort of in the draft. And will Tundra actually have enough to cut through this Enchantress, this Largo, or will, you know, MOUZ... The issue is, if you go for a tanky draft and the enemy can cut through that, you can have a lot of problems because you've put all your eggs into surviving, and now you can't, so you got no eggs.
Yeah, and then you do have to factor in at what point are some of your heroes scaling. And I know Lesh does do some good damage early on, but their last pick, I think, is really going to have to make up for a lot of that. And Centaur is now what is going to come out for the side of Tundra. So they're also, you know, maybe just go for an Aura Bro in the side of Centaur.
Yep. Makes a lot of sense. And, you know, we talked about the Tiny Four. One of his big weaknesses is he's kind of a crap laner. So now you've got Centaur who's great at surviving. We saw that in... Which series was it yesterday? There was a Centaur... Anyway, there was somebody...
There were two. We did the Gamerlegion one against Falcons.
Ah, that's right.
And
yeah.
he got the Helm Dome. Fade got the Helm Dome, and he was able to, like, stack 3 creep waves for himself. And whilst he didn't... Like, he pretty much came out neutral in lane against the press of Jakiro Abba, and then just got to farm up a Storm, and it was so good.
Yeah, I think that's the ideal for Tundra this game, and I think the rationale behind it is you just want some dude who can survive. Tiny's not going to offer much. You're not trying to win this lane. You're just trying to get by. You're trying to chill, farm, and Tiny will look to gank and pressure other places. So Centaur pick makes a lot of sense. It helps his Tiny a lot. There's a lot of good synergy there in terms of the early game. I do think it's interesting, MOUZ giving Crystallis last pick. He's not typically a last pick player. He's generally a first pick player, or at latest a second phase player. I think he has oftentimes a slightly smaller hero pool, and so when you give him last pick to smaller hero pool players, you can sometimes miss out on these fancy, cute, specific game options you would get from someone like a Yatoro or someone who's, you know, more accustomed to having that later pick. So I'm curious what they're actually going to go for here.
I will say that when I look at the bans, there's only really like 2 heroes that were targeted towards, like, you know, that were taking out of his hero pool up until this last phase where it's a Husker and a Monkey King, which is literally what I was going to say, and then Tundra banned it.
Yeah, they know what they're doing, and they've also played with Crystallis, so they know, I think, his hero pool especially well. Leaves the question of what will Crystallis go for? I'm not entirely sure.
Well, look, he has time to think because Tundra still have to pick their hero first of all, and MOUZ think it's going to be another support on the cards, which makes sense. I don't really see an Invoker, a Centaur, or an SF fitting into a support role. So we're probably looking for a Whitemon hero. They've taken out the Jakiro, the Clockwork. Morana was played yesterday by him. He went the leaps and bounds facet. That one looked fantastic. That was that 70-minute game though, so he had a little bit of time to get the Morana online.
Yeah, Morana is not great with Shadow Fiend in lane. Generally, Shadow Fiend wants someone a little beefier, someone, you know, some setup, right? So we can dish out those raises. So you've got a good lane combo. The tree is banned. The Clockwork is banned. Even Jakiro has slows. Tusk is banned, right? A lot of these typical heroes you would go for with the Shadow Fiend are banned out.
He's got what he's played recently: Dazzled, Shaman. Not sure if it's bringing anything to the forefront for you.
Shaman's just kind of crap against Largo, I think, because he just cancels your shackles with the whatever
dispel,
the W is called.
Lick.
No, not.
Oh no, the stun, the frog stun.
Yeah, the frog stomping. Yeah, but they do for the Morana.
That's super cool. Whoever said that.
It's
so cringe.
It's a good shout. It's a good shout.
So cringe.
I think one aspect of Morana that is really good is it's a very good Moonlight Shadow game. When you're playing against lineups that lack catch, that spell can be really powerful. Yeah, okay, it's gonna be the bear. It's a, you know, classic response to Centaur. Pretty powerful lane in the Ench Ursa, so I think it's gonna mostly be wave dragging up here. And MOUZ, I think this Ursa rounds up their lineup pretty well. They wanted a hero that could initiate, could start fights, because they don't really have much fight starting outside of that. But they've got great skirmish, and I think they have great potential to run this game over very quickly if they get the ball rolling. And so I think I like their identity. I like this draft and this style. And I think a lot comes down to execution. Is MOUZ on the ball? Can they play these lanes well? These lanes well? Can they make good early rotations? And if so, then I think this could be another really fast game where MOUZ snowballs and looks awesome.
Ursa, a surprising number of bans yesterday. 8 bans. And I know we had 22 best of ones, right? So it's like, when you put it in perspective to that, maybe it's not that many, but I'm surprised that it had 8 games where it was banned, and it wasn't just last phase that we would have seen a ban, it was early phase too. So what is Ursa giving, not just in this lineup, but also just as a hero in this patch right now?
I think it's just a scary hero for a lot of heroes to go up against. If you lose your lane to this hero, you can lose your lane insanely badly, and it's not just you lose a little bit, it's you get totally stomped, and then suddenly you lose Tormentor, you lose Roche. He kind of gets the objectives for free, which is one of this hero's big strong suits. So I think it's definitely a hero that has its place, but he will get kited quite hard in this game if it does go longer, right? You're playing against Stampede and the Workhorse eventually. You've got a lot of kiting from Tiny and Invoker. You've got Moonlight Shadow. Like there's a Pike on SF. There's a lot of tools to kite in this game if Tundra does get online. And so I think MOUZ is very much committed to the bit in some ways in terms of tempo, tanking up, and playing that faster paced game. And you can argue that's a bit of a worry against Tundra, a team that's great at stalling out, at getting farm. It's practically impossible to stop 33 from getting gold. So there's questions there about can they actually execute. But if they can, I like the theming of the draft. I think it's cool.
Look, it's both sides, right? It's not like Tundra are this normal Blast Slam unstoppable team. They did have a loss for themselves yesterday, so there are ways to be exposed on the side of Tundra. Maybe MOUZ have the answer, but either way, taking up and trying to get a fast game is what they need to succeed in this best of one.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is MOUZ versus Tundra here with myself, Odie Pixel and Fogged. Fogged, good morning to you. We've got the two lineups here. Really looking forward to see these two teams go head to head. We saw a bit of Tundra ourselves yesterday on the stream in the morning. They were a bit shaky in that one game yesterday. Coming in here, first game of the day, day 2. Looking at their lineup, do you think they're going to be a bit more solid, or are you concerned for them against MOUZ?
MOUZ has pretty much some of their strongest heroes, I would say, and I really like what Quinn was talking about tempo. I think that's just I feel like for MOUZ, that's just the name of the game almost every single time for them, right? I feel like they love to play these quick games, try to set the pace, and there's definitely some greed, you could say, on the side of Tundra. There's an Exort Invoker, they have this dual melee off lane that has to pull lanes, so MOUZ could definitely put some pressure on in this game. I'm going to preface everything with a lot of the game, I will say, is I'm going to watch Boom, see how he does on the Largo, because I think, you know, some of these players are showing some weaknesses on the Largos. Not to say if he loses, it's his fault or anything, but I just want to see how these players are doing, because I didn't get a single Largo game yesterday. And this moment that we left, Largo got picked every single game or something, so.
Yeah, I mean, because it was getting banned a lot in the morning. I mean, I guess the question is with Largo, obviously we saw a lot of bans. Then it did start to get through in a few games, as what Nat said, it ended up being, what, 2 and 6 on the win-loss by the end of the day. Do you think we are going to get to see it more? Because maybe at the start on that day 1, it's still with this hero like, oh, we need to ban it. Then it starts getting through, and then it's like, okay, well, maybe it's not as OP as we consider. We can deal with it. We can play against it. You know, well, how much focus are we going to have on this hero in the drafts?
Yeah, I mean, I think that stats definitely matter. You know, teams always look at these percentages, etc. If a hero starts doing that bad, you definitely want to start to look to prioritize other things, ban maybe something different. So, yeah, I think we're going to get to see more of it. So, I don't know if we're going to be happy about that or sad about that, but I'm happy about it. He's fun to watch, even if he loses.
No, so let's see what he does. So in terms of the lanes, of course, we've got Boom and Yamich on this Largo SD duo against the safe lane SF from Pure, backed up by the White Mom Mirana. Of course, coming through as that last pick, do you sort of see why they would want to get the Mirana in the draft as that last pick? Is it just comfort for White Mom because it's one of his most played?
I think it's just a super strong hero at the moment inside mostly in the 5 position, but I think you can flex it in some games. The variety that you can do with the facet is really nice now. People are actually experimenting more with the leap and bound, but it's just the trading of Starstorm. In a lot of games, I'm seeing these Miranas get 2, 3 Starstorms off in team fights, and it's a lot of damage. So besides that, of course, Moonlight Shadow is just a really good spell. So I think that's the other thing that's just always going to put this hero in favor, and mech is cheap. So really good natural builds for the hero right now. So interesting thing I did want to point out is looking at some facets that I didn't expect, at least. 33 went Counter-Strike. Usually don't see that one.
No, true. We get the strength, the movement speed one.
Yeah.
But okay.
Bit interesting.
So
I usually
yeah,
don't see people take it because you usually end up like you kind of kill yourself. You hurt yourself quite a lot with this facet, I feel.
True, because yeah, the increased damage you're also taking on the cast. We'll
Yeah,
see.
I've tried
we'll see
this
if that
one
extra
quite a
bit
bit.
like allows him to burst through what some of the enemies when he's kind of turning on them, getting the double edges out, or indeed if it's going to sort of end up in his own demise and ends up sort of causing himself more issues.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I'm looking at is, like, Tundra, once they get to a point, they have some pretty absurd damage, right? Like, their heroes are all going to just naturally have a big burst nuke from pretty much everybody. But they have to get to that point, because I do think MOUZ has a very good pace-setting draft. I like that I see mid one. He's gone for Chronoptic Nourishment this game, too. He didn't end up going for the Misanthropy, and I think the reason is probably because of setting tempo as well. Not just about, you know, killing heroes, but this one he can push towers. Top.
No, seeing some good damage being traded by Whitemon, and he's playing super aggressive, leaping in, getting that root, getting that starfall down onto the two of them, keeping them both pretty low and ensuring that they had the space to get that first Lotus here on the safe lane for Tundra.
Really like this. This is a very strong, potent, aggressive safe lane here from Tundra. SF, I think overall we're seeing it's an insanely strong hero, but then yeah, with the pairing of the Mirana, it's safe.
Yeah. And because you can go for with this, obviously, as mentioned, with the faster, what you're setting up with this freak, that little bit of extra setup might just mean that extra, you know, second raise is able to connect from Pure.
Exactly. Yeah, you can do some fun things with the lick here. Oh, Sunstrike tries to
nice
go for
attempt.
it.
I'd say you're not quite on the mark. Boom, ending up going the other way. We'll manage to TP back to safety.
And that lane's going to be a disaster, though. And we already talked about how Largo's struggled, right? If he's going to have no lane, we'll see what the recovery outlet's going to be. He does have a Shadow Demon who will get some stacks going, right? And maybe there's some slight difficulties because there's an Invoker on one side to contest the stacks, but we'll have to see because it's definitely going to be a slow start for that Largo. Although the other two lanes are doing fantastic.
See around the river. BZM trying for a bit of setup, but mid one already well on his way. Yeah, because I guess the question, so with Largo obviously as the off-lane hero, how important is sort of the outcome of the lane when you're playing this hero in the core position on the off-lane? Like, if you do lose the lane, is it like, uh-oh, game over? Or it's like, it will be okay, there's ways to recover, still have impact from behind if you have a slow farm start?
I think there's still ways back. I think it's very dependent on the other core heroes that you have to play with, and you can maybe even pivot your build, which I wouldn't say you always want to do, but let's say you do have an atrocious game where you're this offlaner and you're forced to play more of like a semi-support. You can maybe get a point or two in Crow because you have a Lash, right? If you didn't have Lash, I would not be saying this at all, but the fact that he has the Lash, maybe you can do some type of different pivots. We'll have to see. I do think that he can definitely get some stuff to catch back.
For sure. Because, yeah, so far, both offlaners having sort of a similar... A bit of a slower start. 33, pretty much the same CS right now as Boom's finding on the other side of the map as the Largo. So both of them having a bit of a slow beginning, but we'll see which one of those that ends up kind of costing more for in the long run. Mid CS so far, mid one, very slightly, 27 and 6 here against the 23 and 4 of BZM. And looking at both carries, having a pretty much exactly it's a similar time. 29 and 11 up on Pure on the safe lane SF, and then on the other side of the map, 28 and 11 on Chrysalis. So all in all, especially with no first blood occurring, it's a pretty balanced start. Let's see what they can get around the mid. I'll try with the setup here with the disruption. BZM should be pretty dead. Nothing can be done surely to save him. Will turn throughout a cold snap, but cannot stop the three of them taking him down. As they group up, you know, they want to get that first blood. It's 5 minutes in. It's not an early first blood, but it's one that they see the opportunity to go for. And around the 6-minute rune, they can set up for getting that power rune secured here for mid one.
I'm surprised that Ari's not there, I gotta be honest with you. He was looking for some type of play top, maybe blocking camps. I didn't see exactly, and placing a ward. But this is the way MOUZ plays. They like to enable mid one. They like to double rotate. This is a Celery classic. The double support rotation at 6 minutes, take the tower. I feel like this could have been maybe a little bit more prepared for. Ari just perhaps not as prepared as possible.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much, you've just ticked off 3 boxes, right? Yeah, first blood inclusion with the mid getting involved, taking down the enemy mid, getting the tower, getting the power rune. I mean, all happening in 6 minutes, pretty ideal. Save time up on the top lane. Pure and Whitemon will manage to get the setup and get in with the raises to burst through Boom. But yeah, this sort of opening up from the mid lane that MOUZ has just been able to get away with. We'll see where it goes from here, because they could really start to get the ball rolling. We'll see how Tundra can try and slow them down.
Yep. We'll have to see. Let's see the movements they end up coming out to.
Look at this wraparound.
Eyes on mid one always when this flash games. He's a beast at rotating.
He's coming in with this Arcane rune. They're going to get the setup here onto Pure. And try and turn it with the burst. Pure's going to go for the Requiem. Will get it off. Doesn't matter. Pure's already dead. Now Ari and Whitemon, they'll look towards Yamage, but with Ari's spells already both on cooldown, Looks like Whitemon will be able to have it here with the leap forward with the root. So they'll still get Yamich in return, but again, that's Pure being taken out. Some lovely little plays there. Celery with the Wild Wing Ripper just sort of dragging Pure back over towards the rest of MOUZ so they could take him out. And they keep that tier 1 tower safe.
That was a really smart sequence of 2 minutes or so, right? They've rotated double supports mid. They prepare, as you mentioned, take tower, kill, ruin, pressure, in a sneaky type of maneuver too because of the angle. So that was very, very interesting play there, as we've seen MOUZ do a lot in these early games. And I gotta say, maybe should have been a little more prepared, right? Celery, I've seen Celery do this for years now, especially when he's playing as Enchantress. That 6-minute mark. So let's see how they do adjust on the side of Tundra with the now Ursa even getting involved. We see Chrysalis has treads. He's looking even pressure since the SF is a bit vulnerable, of course, in the early game.
All right. Gonna go for the setup here. Combo into the arrow and the Sunstrike. It's not enough burst, and I'll tell you what, it's not even close to enough burst.
Not even.
They get Celery out there. He's going to be back up to full HP with the heal. I mean, those sort of attempts, they've got to feel a little bit rough, right? It's one of those sort of stories that I feel like we're going to see so many times in, and we have seen so many times in any game where there's an Enchantress, right? It's so easy to throw a lot on this hero and not quite kill him. They're going to try again, potentially, here with the Stampede, the Avalanche. This time, they will get the kill. But definitely not one that they're getting for free. They're having to use quite a lot just to kill this Celery Ench.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of heroes skirt away at times, but I think in this game also, Tundra has put themselves in that position, what Quinn was talking about, where it might just be overwhelming damage in some situations. There's definitely a lot of sustain on the side of MOUZ, but with a Sunstrike, which we're seeing PZM even prioritize the extra points in Exort, not the double Forge Spirit. He put that 5th point in Exort. The burst damage is high. Avatar, Starstorm plus Sunstrike. Most heroes will die, even with the heal.
Yeah. Absolutely. He's going to get that amped up, of course, with this Kaya into the Meteor Hammer rush that he's going for on the Invoker.
I'm seeing this more, honestly. I've been seeing this quite a bit more just
I like it,
of these pubs. It's a BZM thing, I will say, probably, but...
I think anytime you're playing some sort of spellcaster, just full-out magic damage, finding an excuse to get the Kaya nice and early,
100%.
It's always a great thing. So you're like, hey,
I mean, if you're going
Cataclysm
Cataclysm later... later, Cataclysm is just going to be, especially if he gets Whispers, right? You get Whispers, you get Kaya. If you get Kata, it's insane. So we'll see if he does get it. Ari? Spotted.
He's in a fair bit of trouble. Boom's coming in from the other side, so there's nowhere for Ari to run. Maybe he can deny himself the Ancients. Not going to happen. Celery gets the last bit of damage in. That's Ari dead. And MOUZ are in position to start cleaning up these stacks.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see what he's going to do. And yeah, Weapons did actually remind me. So we can even talk about old stuff, right? Like we used to see the Meteor Hammer on the Quas Wex Invokers, right? Like tops in it. But this, what's interesting to point this one out, it's an Exort, right? So it is a really cool... You're not really going to be casting your Meteor Hammer too often, probably.
Yeah, I guess just for the tower push, right?
And just tower push to get a moment, but yeah.
I mean, I guess obviously he does have pretty good stuns around him. You know, he's going to help the speed of his farm, of course, as well here with the hammer. But yeah, finding the opportunity to use it actually in combat might be difficult. And I mean, say when you don't have that natural setup yourself with the
standing still
build.
as an invoker definitely doesn't ever feel very good either. Maybe
Dude, that's my kind of invoke. Dude, that's the easy mode invoker. You're just pressing Meteor Hammer and Sunstrike. And you know, so far that's kind of what he's doing. It's working out though. Sunstrike this time gets the kill.
It gives you a lot of what you want. Besides that spell amp, we do have to really have to talk about. It's the mana regen, right? You mana regen amp, you get a lot of int. So if he is just sitting in the jungle and they're making moves with Avatos plus a Starstorm, he will probably always have the mana to keep stacking.
Damn.
Nice little tornado stack. I saw that.
I was going to say, little cute tornado stack there from BZM. Very nice.
But yeah, there's definitely going to be mana, right? He'll be able to have that mana available. Because sometimes Exort Invoker has mana issues early.
Pressure coming in from mid-1 and Chrysalis as they'll look towards the bottom tier 1 tower. I've used the Moonlight Shadow here on Tundra, maybe to sort of scare away MOUZ the threat of any sort of setup. Chrysalis, he's not too scared at all, continues to punch in on the tower. How's the progress looking on the Battle Fury? Not too bad, just a few hundred gold away from that extra broadsword and then into the Quelling Blade. So he'll have that sooner than later.
I'm pretty surprised. Even though it's like 33's not playing versus a stun lane, it was just like an Enchantress and a Ursa, and they left the lane, right, to pressure mid. Still how much he's gotten. He's level 8, 4k net worth. He's on his way toward that bearing. The build that we've been seeing more and more people doing this off-lane, just bearing into auras. Interesting. He's gotten quite a fair bit. So he's just a little bit ahead of that Largo, who's been getting a lot of rotations to kind of help him. And the Centaur's actually ahead, so...
Up top, Mid1 and Yamich, we're seeing if they can maybe catch someone farming the Ancients with this smoke.
Got the mech, so they do want to continue
wraparound.
trying to set that tempo with this Lash.
If they can get on top of Pure, they could try and just all in on him underneath this tier 1 tower with the backup of Celery and Boom. Whoop. They're going to spot him out in the trees. Not quite able to get the full setup, though. Turn now towards Ari. Now, Tundra, what do they want to do about this? Do they want to bring in any backup? Already Ari's gone. Gets popped. Pure trying to get off the Requiem, but the disruption comes into place. The Stampede will be there, but the stun connects, and Pure, he cannot run from this. He's dead. I mean, it just seems to be some just sort of slight lack of preparation from Tundra, right? We saw the early mid play from MOUZ. Tundra didn't really manage to do anything about that. Now these sort of top plays around a tier 1, sort of an area of the map that I feel a lot of the times is pretty easy to defend. They're not able to do anything to keep their carry safe. Tundra, they're faltering.
I think it's. I think the mid one with the Avalanche, with the Tiny, they can do. I think this top one's a little harder to contest because the greed that we were talking about with the Evoker. Now they're making the rotation with 3 heroes.
Okay.
Mid one is low.
Yeah. He's very low. See, good setup there from BZM with the Tornado into the combo. The mid one is gone. So whilst the earlier move to dive the tier 1 worked out pretty well, they overstay their welcome a little bit here, MOUZ. Boom, on the run, but the ice wall's down. Yeah, BZM, you know, he's had enough. He's ready to start getting involved, making these moves, joining the team, and ensuring that he's ready to use his powers as the Invoker to shut MOUZ down.
That was a beautiful Tornado combo. Looking for another.
They might just get it. They've got the toss. Yeah, Pure. He's in on a Yamage. Sunstrike's coming in. BZM picks up another. My goodness, here he goes. He's ready to go. He's like, you take my tower 6 minutes and you kill me with these, 500 heroes that you bring mid. But beyond that, I'm going to kill you.
Oh my.
He's ready to go.
And I would say MOUZ is a lineup which wants to be setting tempo. I don't think they really want to make these type of mistakes too much, at least in this early game, versus this Invoker. He's two components toward Aghanims now. Very early on in this game with a Meteor Hammer.
Uh-oh. I got the Stampede for the setup here on the mid. TPs are coming in. Toss into the Requiem. That's going to blow mid1 up. And they'll even throw... Okay, it wasn't a BM pause because it was MOUZ pause. I was ready for a BM pause. No BM pause here today. Headset. Sorted out.
I mean, the team fight combination that we now saw like back to back too, even with the Stampede this time around. Now we're seeing, right, the skirmishing from MOUZ, they want to be setting tempo, but they definitely have to be careful if this Invoker has the mana to start turning up, which he's level 11. He's extremely high level. Can actually start showing up and setting up with these Tornado combos for his Tiny to get closer.
I mean, fighting into this Invoker is going to be very hard, right, until they have some sort of key items on the cores that's going to allow them to really get in on top of him.
Tends to be like Ags Largo, and then that's for most lineups when you play Largo, right? It's around that Ags timing, but I think that actually kind of slows down what MOUZ wanted to do with this, where they wanted to really set this tempo. They kind of have, right? This 15 minutes, they've taken all 3 towers, but that fight, lingering top, has pretty much stopped any of that advantage that they could have kind of gained. They still have the other towers, though, except for that top one. But Tundra likes to hit creeps.
And they're doing a pretty good job of that. Top net worth right now is Pure on the SF. Even though he had those 2 kind of early deaths, outside of that, it's been, the farm, of course, in the lane was perfect still from him, and still obviously finding good involvement in these fights, thanks to the control of his teammates around him, which is obviously only going to continue. There's going to be a lot of ways that Tundra can ensure that Pure kind of has the freedom to step up in these fights, get the Requiem off, before he has anything like a BKB, it doesn't matter. If Tundra just have that much stun and control. Diving in for him here. Swipe stacking up. He's speedy, though.
He's actually fast enough.
And indeed, he's able to run away from this one. So 33 gets out of there. The attempts of Yamich and Crystallis and Celery will not succeed.
They still know he's staying around here low, because the way that Tundra's playing is just kind of a little avoidant right now. But the SF comes, cleans up the wave. And Pure is doing the same build that he did yesterday. So pretty interesting, this kind of semi-hybrid type of build with the Yashakaya, but then pivots to physical. But pretty cool.
I like it. I think kind of just, making sure that you still get that sort of Kaya Yasha build in, even though you are going to right-click. It just ensures you're always going to have mana to farm right with the raisins and such. We'll get a bit of a rude awakening here, though, as he walks up to the high ground. Crystallis and Yamich catching him by surprise. He was not expecting them to still be around here. Walked straight into them. They were set up and ready for that one there on MOUZ.
Mid one. got the SD behind him. I like how Yamich is playing. Honestly, I've been a big fan of watching Yamich for quite some time, but him on this team has really found his mold. Always is in the right place at the right time, it feels, and when he's playing his saving heroes especially, this SD and his Tusk are insane.
Yeah,
I miss
and the saves are going to be so crucial this game, just because of how much kind of go and lockdown and damage Tundra have to throw down on targets. See the dive come in. This time they're going to be able to finish him off. Can't run away this time round. Now with the numbers, MOUZ grouping up again, trying to pressure the tier 2. The fortification will come out from Tundra. And BZM is in the neighborhood, not quite having the Ags, but he's super close. The 250 gold off the Aghanim, 17 minutes in. It's going to be a very fast Ags timing. BZM ready to start the defense. That's the setup, while Wing Ripper will tank the arrow that was coming in for Celery. So Celery able to save himself with that little bit of micro.
That was a cool pressure play though from MOUZ. So I was saying like they wanted to maybe wait for the Largo timing, but instead of doing that, they actually just pressure elsewhere while Boom catches up and gets that Aghanim's finish. So a pretty clever kind of pressure play from MOUZ that they want to be doing, right? Because they want to continue to set that tempo. That was really smart the way they did that. Killing the SF, lingering for the Centaur, they knew he was going to stay.
Going for these sort of 5-man objectives with these timings is going to feel pretty good, right? They step into the pit, they're ready to try and enable Crystallis getting the Roshan.
Cataclysm's coming.
Yeah,
Ags is on its way.
The timing is, that Ags timing could not be better here for him, but I don't know if they're going to be able to interrupt in time. It's going down quickly. Somebody's got to get in there soon. They're not able to stop it. It's already gone. Roshan taken, Aegis picked up, and they'll go straight away aggressively over towards Zari. The Tornado will come in to hold back Crystallis momentarily. They've got the Stampede in on a nice 3-man Who's-Stomp from 33. Jump 4 from Whitemon. They still have to be careful, Tundra, fighting into this 5-man and MOUZ. Crystallis and will tear apart, but they get their ultimate off with the Requiem. They blow up the Aegis to once. Can they take him out a second time? Crystallis, he's still got the Enrage at the ready. Starts to stack up the swipes onto 33. Dust out as well onto the Centaur. So 33 on the front lines. He is in a bit of trouble. He's got a Who's-Stomp. Won't be able to get it off in time, though. Crystallis jumps in, finishes him off. But Pure stacking up the raises. Yamich comes in with a defensive disruption onto Crystallis. Pure jumps back in, though. Is able to finish off the job, taking Crystallis down. Tundra standing strong and ready to try and chase on for more. Look at the toss forward. Avalanche as well onto Boom, but Boom's pretty beefy, of course, pumping out those heals. BZM, though, tries to disrupt him with the Tornado into the Meteor Hammer combo. Have they got enough damage, though, to take down this Frog? Boom, still standing strong. He's ready to chase BZM down, just running him out of the fight. He'll get the Frog Stomp into the catch. You look, he's just chasing him down, strumming his guitar. BZM, he's not bought the earplugs. He's dead. Boom, runs him down, takes him out. I mean, that's some classic Largo gaming for you there.
That was Largo.
Boom was having a great time. I'm sure he had a smile on his face the whole sort of ending of that fight whilst he was chasing BZM down.
Oh my goodness, this long fight. You can see Tundra's patience of waiting to go and poke and prod and wait for these Requiem plays, but the long fights with the Frog really start to add up. A bit of an overcommitment, a toss. He threw his SF in also. Bit of a questionable one from Ari. As Boom, the timing has been hit. That Aghanim's, we're gonna see the power.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's so silly. Once he gets to this timing.
That's the tier 2 going in the mid. Oh, Ari.
Right?
2-man Avalanche and the toss back on a mid one. That's a good toss back. Mid one though. Heals, are they enough to keep him alive? No. The Sunstrike comes in, BZM's able to take him down, and now Tundra's ready to chase down another. So, another one sort of those situations where, you know, MOUZ, they get an objective, but they don't quite get it cleanly, right? You know, they don't get it quick enough to back off. They end up losing 2 heroes. And indeed, Tundra, they're on their way over. I mean,
Pure,
Crystallis,
he's got the stacks, right? He's got the last in presence, so they want to keep building him up probably.
Yeah, Crystallis got to get out of here.
Yeah, they can't get the He got it. Ooh.
That was a little bit close. And
got him. He got him.
Okay. All right, BZM. All right, BZM. He's here. He's ready to play. He's had his breakfast. These Sunstrike, these moves. You can't run from this Invoker.
Point said it, right? Why'd they get it? Why isn't it why is it not banned?
I think that's what BZM said. He's also said that. He's like, why did they not ban this?
Holy crap, dude. 8, 2, and 3. He's landed majority of them, and he's doing the build. I love this build. This you just go for the Ags into the Gleipnir, your AoE, and your when you hit 20, these meteors, I swear, people just die and they don't even notice when they're getting hit by these meteors. It happens even in high-level pubs.
Yes, that extra AoE feels phenomenal as well. Still my biggest sadness with Dota 2 when they moved that D's Nuts Blood Bright or whatever it was to the tier 5 and you can't get it early anymore. I love the AoE. I wanted every game, Gleipnir into picking that Tier 3 or whatever it was back in the day. Why did they move it to 60 minutes? Stupid decision. Valve, please fix. We need the AoE.
The second we saw that item added, everyone knew this was going to be the most broken Tier 4 neutral ever. Just the AoE on everything.
The AoE on it, it's just amazing. Everyone needs more AoE. So why did they have to take it away from us and put it 60 minutes? Disappointing. Anyway, back into the action. Smoke up from MOUZ.
Regen bot.
Let's see where they go with
As
this.
you said, they have pretty big timings. Yamich has a Blink Dagger 2 to reach for the saves. Boom has this Aghanims. They've got, what, level 3 Croak now, mid 1 Atos. Bit tankier.
Oh. I mean, if they find BZM, obviously, that's the huge catch. If you can take BZM out of the fights and stop him from pressing all these spells, pressing all these cataclysms, that's going to be the dream way to start a team fight. But obviously, as it is, BZM, he's not one to get caught out. Always in a very smart spot, far away from any sort of danger.
Pure probably wants his BKB before this next fight, too. He's pretty close to it. Versus that Lesh, it would be incredibly useful. I love the song. I've been playing this hero so much, and just I know exactly what he's doing every time.
Looks like they're not going to get anything with the smoke.
Ooh, top.
He's going to lose his courier, so that'll be the Dragon Lance postponed a little bit.
33 is at 300 HP.
He's nearly dead. What? He's got a stampede. I mean, BZM will not be saved, so that's well, that's a dead Invoker, and the 33 nearly losing a battle there to the neutral creeps.
You know what it was, too? It's the Rabble Rouser. It's the Enchantress. We forgot about it for a bit. 56% damage. Dude, he was getting his ass beat by those
Get destroyed! That's sort of
actually getting destroyed. Okay, and they found BZM, the prime target in the front line. BZM has to be pretty careful with his positioning, since his only real bailout, I guess, this game. Sure, he's got some toss back, but it's really just a stampede for now.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing. I don't even know if he was stampeding for BZM. I think he was stampeding to get away from those neutrals. And then BZM was like, oh, I died, but I appreciate you stampeding for me, bro. And 33 is like, oh, yes, I did do that for you.
I sometimes forget about
those neutrals were about to kill him.
Like, it's really important to point this out, this ability, because that's what, like, a lot of people forget about this, and you really do see people you just start dying to neutrals when you're not able to, like, pressure on the map, and you just start farming neutrals as being behind. It can be pretty terrifying. Mid one. Shield rune, full Gleipnir.
Let's have a look. Tundra. Do they want to go on an Enchantress? Yes, they do. There's the
tower.
Toss back into the Cataclysm. Kill the Enchantress. And they will. And now the turn towards Chrysalis. Chrysalis, he's got the backup though, ready to walk it off. A rare miss there from BZM. Doesn't catch anyone with the Tornado setup this time. MOUZ are able to split.
Ooh. If he hits Yamich there, they might even full commit, because Shadow Demon's one of the prime targets you want to go for in these fights. There's still Moonlight Shadowed, but they're not going to be able to look for anything else there, so just an Enchantress kill.
Boom very close to the BKB. So, I mean, then it's going to be kind of hard, right, to kill him in these fights. If he's popped the BKB, he starts pumping out his music, getting those heals going. You know, who wants to really spend time right-clicking the Largo? You don't, right? You know, I feel like Pure's going to have other priorities in these team fights. Like, Largo's going to live, and if Largo's living, then his teammates are probably living as well.
Yeah, it all depends if he gets caught by a stun, though, right? If he gets hit by an initial stun, he could just get
BKB,
right?
Yeah,
so
they have to catch him.
We'll have to keep tabs of that. And keep tabs of where Yamich is, because Yamich can bail people out of the, you know, whoever gets ideally initially have a toss or something, Yamich could potentially save them. 3-3. Mid one has found him.
Yeah, so he's got the setup here. Gleipnir. Disruption as well. And 33. He's pretty tanky, but he's not tanky enough to withstand a bear cannon on top of him. Chrysalis comes in with the swipes, the bashes. No chance of running away. 33 is gone.
That was just a natural situation. He just ran into him. He's like, oh, hello there. He's farming small camp. Hi.
Oh, well, close game on the numbers. 13 to 16.
It is.
Less than a 1K gold difference right now. What would you say? You know, is this MOUZ achieving as much as they would have hoped for at this point of the game? Or is this Tundra getting the game to be in a point where they're like, well, BZM's having a great farm. Pure's having great farm. These two, we're going to be able to take it late, farm the map out, take the game in the fashion that Tundra like to do so.
I think MOUZ would maybe want to have a little bit more, but I think that I think all things considered, not bad, right? I think sure they want to get a little bit more ahead here rather than let the game slow down to the point for Tundra. But this Ursa is very farmed, so and Ursas can win games by themselves in a way, so we shall see which one it is the case, especially since that core-to-core matchup versus the SF. It's the BZM Invoker that just always can make the difference. You can never really count it out in any way.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Getting both of the lanes shoved out quite nicely. BZM bringing in the mid. Pure and Whitemon starting to bring in the bottom lane up to the tier 2s, whilst MOUZ, they're all in on this pressure on the one lane up on the top side. See if they should be able to get away with this tower. They will. So MOUZ able to, again, just continue to group up to look for these objectives. But it's not without giving the space for Tundra to still sort of match, how much sort of pressure they're finding on their own half.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's 2 T2s that are probably going to go down to that 1 T2 pressure of the side of MOUZ with 5 heroes. So Tundra's doing what they do, right? Very split up, continuing to get that farm, waiting for specific timings to see if that, those timings do end up working, because yesterday they stalled for a while when they had a pretty good advantage kind of game, and then they ended up losing. There's like 20 to 30 minutes of them not really doing a whole lot, so let's see if MOUZ's constant movements will keep them in a more comfortable position at least.
Does this sort of matter? You okay with this? Yeah, he's going for this Shadow Blade. Obviously, he already has a Mirana with a Moonlight Shadow on the team. Is it still just because, Pure just always wants to play around having the Silver Edge, or is it a little bit of a deficit because you do already have that, sort of invis threat on the map, and MOUZ are likely to be dealing with it?
Perhaps a bit, but mobility can be king sometimes too, right? And I don't know, Silver Edge in some games it can just be broken even if you're not breaking anyone.
They got the setup on Zari. They try and use the Stampede to get him out of there, but they've got decent enough control now, especially with that Gleipnir thrown on top of the mix, to ensure that Stampede is not sort of a guaranteed save. I mean, in a lot of situations I feel we have seen this game, but the Stampede hasn't necessarily been enough to save those against when MOUZ gets the jump on you.
I mean, MOUZ is really knowing the cat and mouse game that's going on, because how often Tundra plays it. Gleipnir.
That was a nice attempt from mid one. Yeah, I knew that BZM was going to be around trying to TP out of here, but didn't quite predict exactly where it would be in the fog. So BZM will evade them again.
So, I mean, I'm waiting. I guess they want some Yule Scepters, maybe. I see Mirana. Okay, they changed these. So they want the Blink on 33, and they want the Yules, I guess, on Mirana, but they're going to at least try to look at this Rosh, but it's already dead. Arrow. Almost snipes it.
Yeah, Tundra. Yeah, definitely got to be careful about how they go running into a 5-man fight around that area, as last time round, Largo did have the last laugh. Boom.
They want a combo. That's why they're going for multi-blinks, right? Centaur now has Blink, SF has Blink. They want to delete a hero at the start of these fights.
Here we go. There's the jump. It's a good 3-man avalanche into the Cataclysm. Blows up Celery and Midborn. Beautiful. And Yamish at the end of that as well. I mean, that's what you're looking for, right? You get in 3-man avalanche, instant Cataclysm. The combo, tried and tested. It's going to work out most of the time. Whew. BZM. He's trying to poke around with Boom on the high ground. 33 seeing if he get the jump. Has to be a little careful playing up towards the base. See what they can do with these 3 kills they've picked up.
That was picture perfect. You literally couldn't ask for a better stun there coming out from the Tiny, just knowing the positioning of them there. Fair bit of control, and now their teammates, at least like Hunter, I guess push these lanes in. Tundra just wants to maximize, get that extra farm. From a 3K lead for MOUZ to a 2K for Tundra. MOUZ maybe feeling a bit shaken up, as we were saying. Probably wanted to be a little more ahead. Sure, they got the Rosh. Let's see what they can do with this Aegis, if they can mount a fight together. Because Tundra's just, they're splitting them up. Half damage top.
Oh, there we go. Pure will take that. And
Need to get a solo kill.
Well, that's the thing, right? When you get these sort of runes on the SF, it can be a little bit of a bait. Because you're very tempted to go for that kind of crazy YOLO play. Pure, he will back out, though, as soon as he senses that they are aware that he's around. But you got to be careful. Something about SFs and Shadow Blades and getting a double damage rune, most of the time it can not work out in your favor. But Pure,
I gotta
he's
say, I'm
sensible.
really intrigued with the way that he's done the build, though. I know he did it yesterday, but I think it's actually a really cool way to make SF look very strong, at least in early game, because you are a good team fight spellcaster. Sometimes if your team needs it, Whitemon.
Oh, Whitemon.
Bye-bye.
Rest in peace there. Well, he'll, you know, he's happy for the efforts. At least Ari will be happy for Whitemon.
Yeah, he's like,
Zari
here you go,
gets the
Ari. You
shard.
got the worst shard for support in the game.
Radiant are scanning.
That's true. I guess Whitemon was kind of hoping for his own one there. So he's kind of like, I died for this. Maybe not too happy.
How's the Lotuses looking too? So I actually should have been pointing this out earlier. I'm sorry. I'm still a little sleepy. How many have they gotten? I don't think they had too many, but I always like to point this out as well, I'll wait till 35 usually, but these Lotuses late game with Mirana can be pretty ridiculous, the heal burst.
Oh, smoke time from MOUZ. I'm assuming that there might have been someone down here with how far out the wave got pushed, but of course, as we can see, Tundra, they don't have anyone around here.
BZM is at one of the peak timings. He's got the Gleipnir, he's got the Ags, he's got the Xtreme, and he's got the 20 talent, so...
With the combo, they're going to try and burst through, and they'll do so easily. Chrysalis, he's ready to fight back, though. Jumps in on the walls, Pure, the Stampede's there. 33 comes in with a Who's Stop on the wall damage. The Fear coming in for the Requiem, pushing them back. Boom, did get the BKB off. He's trying to heal them up here with the music, but Yamich is taken apart by BZM. And now turn towards Chrysalis. They have the Tornado control. Chrysalis surrounded. That's the Aegis gone. See, Boom. He's going to try and run down Ari and Whitemon. My goodness, the damage flying in here with the impetus from Celery will destroy Whitemon. But overall, Tundra, they are taking the fight one by one. I think that Pure, he's trying to go against Celery. Celery nearly able to out-heal the damage. Doesn't have quite enough heal, though, to get away with that, though. So Pure will still end up killing him. A good aggressive moves from Tundra. They just don't stop. BZM, he's got the catch on the Frog. They'll get the Who Stomp. Hammer down. Boom, he's dead as well. Tundra able to piece together a team wipe across the map there with those fast moves. Again, just saw the jump, the opening stuns that Tundra have, proven to be a bit too much for MOUZ. They have that just overwhelming amount of damage on Tundra's lineup, especially now at this point of how they're all scaling. It's very difficult, almost impossible for MOUZ to live through that jump.
There's too much kite control damage. Honestly, you ban the Invoker. Honestly, BZM's doing a lot. Sure, his damage didn't reflect from it there, but the control was ridiculous. Pure got to do all of his right clicks, and now Pure actually has a right clicking item. He actually has the Daedalus, and he already did highest damage in that last fight. BZM?
Yamich trying for the setup. It's a Stampede is ready for him.
Oof, yeah. It feels like Tundra's hit all that timings now. It's pretty much like right after the blink on the Centaur. Sure, he's got all these other small items, but now they have really easy ways to get these setups. And yeah, we just saw in that last fight, at least last two in particular, how hard the team fights really do look. Mid one is now struggling quite a bit. I love watching BZM on this. I mean, I say ban the Invoker for the teams that are playing against him, but don't ban it because I want to keep watching this. Because it really is a treat.
Always a treat. Yeah, I just hope he finds the courage to bring back his Earthshaker. Where, you know, is that just hero? Is that hero just dead, like super dead? Did we have any games there yesterday? Probably not, right?
I mean, we had a Naga Siren Core, and there was a
I guess
Primal
anything can
instead
happen.
of a Shaker, right? So
True.
I mean, there's still a possibility maybe if all the other heroes do get banned and you're playing versus some illusions thing or something, but definitely feels weaker, quite a significant amount weaker. Fights now at this point for MOUZ are difficult. It's like I'm looking at, I'm like wondering how they really start fights also, right? They don't really have an initiation tool. Their initiation would be the Ursa jumping in and trying to do things. Tundra has 1,000 ways to start fights now. Avatos, Blink, Requiem, Tornado combos, etc. So ease of execution way up.
Oh, Celery. Very dead.
Farewell. Another one?
Pure. Oh, look at Pure. He's looking for a solo play down bottom on Boom. Here he goes. Ooh. Okay, now Boom's not going to fall for it. Anyway, back to the rest of the action. They've got the control here around Yamich. Yamich is dead, but yeah, Pure. He was waiting to see if Boom stepped out that little too far from the base. Boom did not, though. Clears the wave safely.
So now is something I really, really like about the hybrid build that he gets, right? Because now that he has Shadow Rays applied to attack damage with the Ashikaya, it's insane, but...
Gonna try and go for Ari, but Ari's got a lot of backup. 33's in with the two-man Who Stomp. Arrow connects in as well on towards Boom. Kristers tries to jump forward, but the Requiem comes into play. Mid1 pops the BKB, but he's so low. The crit comes in from Pure. Mid1's dead. Boom pops the BKB again. Doesn't matter. These 1200 damage crits fly through from Pure. Pure gets the triple kill. I think indeed MOUZ might have just missed their timing despite the best efforts they gave it in the early game. It is looking to be that sort of age-old situation against Tundra where you've come in hot early, you've tried to do as much as you could to stop them, but you just couldn't. The game's falling into this point now. It's coming up to a 20k net worth lead for Tundra. You know, Tundra, they're in their element at this point. They don't tend to lose these games now.
No, another toss back. Farewell. Yeah, they hit their time. I truly just waited for these timings, big ones. I mean, they were hitting quite a bit of them before anyway, just with like some Sunstrike casual kills all over the place. But yeah, once they get these multiple blinks off, and I mean, BZM feels confident.
Yep. Yeah, they're ready to close this one up, Tundra. As MOUZ, yeah, good effort in the early game, just wasn't enough. They couldn't slow them down. Tundra getting the style on them here in these final moments. Get some extra kills in the fountain. Why not? They're going to look towards Celery. He'll be able to force himself away, but the tier 4s are gone. Ancients exposed. They don't have the buybacks to push them back here. Ooh, Celery.
Force staff.
33
forced him in.
33. And now with the toss back as well, Ari finding the setup onto Yamich as well. Mid1, he's going to jump forward, but Pure's got the BKB at the ready. He's just ready to rack up more kills. Another triple kill for him. This game is over. GG is called as Tundra able to do it in the classic Tundra style this game around an Invoker that we might not get to see again, at least for a few games, because it's going to be back up on the top of teams' radars, right, Fog?
Yeah, absolutely. We saw at the SF also, the last, he actually hit 10 stacks of Last in Presence right there. He boosted it up. Also, SF looks like an insane hero, probably things that people are probably also going to continue moving up that meter. Yeah, great game from Tundra. MOUZ maybe need a bit more tempo.
Absolutely, not able to do it here today against Tundra. Tundra, they take this game against MOUZ.
I do think Owen is maybe giving some players a little bit more benefit of the doubt than they deserve by saying, we're not going to see this Invoker for a while. Teams never learn, Quinn. I don't get it. We saw it yesterday, and BZM had a good performance. And I'm telling you now, one of the key reasons Tundra even kept a foot in this game is because of BZM, despite the fact that like he even got ganked in mid.
I would rather play against 5 Treant Protectors and the enemy has 9 heroes than against 1 BZM Invoker. You cannot give this man this hero. He is the best player on it by far. It's just a different beast. It's some nonsense. He keeps sunstriking you with no setup. You lose half your HP. There's some moment where mid1 is just farming a wave and he sunstrikes him just to piss him off. He's not even gonna die. But
the mental damage.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know. It's messed up. You gotta ban this guy's Invoker. And I think the way this game went is the way that Tundra versus MOUZ tends to go. MOUZ, they always play to snowball. They always play to play fast, take towers. And Tundra is one of the best teams in the world at stalling and getting farms. So I think this is honestly kind of a rough matchup for MOUZ on just a team-to-team basis.
And we're also seeing that what you were saying with the issues potentially of MOUZ's draft. You're like, great, they're going for the sustain. We know that Lesh likes to build Greaves. Obviously, Shadow Demon might be able to help save some heroes. Largo with his songs really wants to go for that. Enchantress as well. And you're like, there will be a point where Tundra's lineup will just have enough damage to cut through all of that. And I think that came way earlier than what MOUZ expected.
Yeah, it became a very big problem very quickly. I think they had made a lot of great moves in the early game. They took that mid tower super early and opened up the map. But at some point, they lose this fight up by the Ancients where BZM connects and they get like 3 or 4 kills back to back to back. And I think that really hinders a lot of their momentum. I think it also comes down to, I think they over-prioritize this Leshrac a little bit. Like, mid-1 is great at this hero, but Leshrac is not that good. It's okay.
I do agree with that on like a hero basis, but I do also think Lesh was doing a lot for them to try and hit the tempo that they wanted to play at.
He did a lot of good stuff, but you can also see when the clock hits like 25 minutes or whatever, he's buying this Gleipnir, and you see him buying this item, and it's like, is it really going to do that much? Is he getting enough bang for his buck for his gold compared to every item?
That is what buck means, by the way. Buck is a synonym for gold.
Yeah, but I also wanted to say gold.
Okay, just making sure.
I just felt like saying gold. No, he's not getting enough value out of it. Leshrac, if it's not a good game for him, which it's not particularly. And you can see that it's not great against Shadowfiend as time passes, right? He's walking in the middle of the fight. Shadowfiend just beats the crap out of him and nukes him with this, like, you know, Fog mentioned it, this really cool build on Shadowfiend, this hybrid magic right click. I'm not sure if it's ideal, but it's cool and it's fun to watch. And I think he is getting involved earlier in these games. And on a team with 33, it makes a lot of sense that you want to get involved in the game more, because Centaur is in some random corner of the map. Don't worry about him. He's getting gold. That's all he's doing.
Yeah, I feel like you could say that for almost any hero that 33 likes.
Yeah, just, you know, I was mentioning the giving you making it a Centaur thing, but it's not.
It's really not. That is definitely something Tundra like to do. MOUZ still had a really good early game, right? And that's what I want to focus on here before we kind of talk about that later part of the game. What more could they have done? Because you've already mentioned how they took the mid tower early. They even ganked through mid, right? We'd like it when MOUZ play through mid, when that's normally a key for success.
Yeah, they made a great move here. This is huge. They get the full tower off of this kill. It's the classic, we did this all the time. Both supports come to mid, you come from opposite sides, you sandwich the guy, suddenly, bam, your 3 heroes there. You get the kill, you get the tower. That's awesome. I think really the mess-ups lie after they killed the Shadowfiend top, because they make a move there, right, eventually. They bring a bunch of heroes, they get a couple kills, and they stick around, they die on these Ancients. And I think you have to be really careful and really respectful of Tundra. I think that's really where they fell short, is they're playing almost as if the enemy can't respond at some point. And the way you see mid 1, he dies like in some very silly way on the mid tier 2. There's a lot of instances this game where they're being a bit disrespectful, and I think you need to understand that, hey, they have toss back into Sunstrike. Like, you will just get 100-0 if you're out of position. They give up too many of these kills, like this huge gold injection for Tundra, and I think, like you mentioned earlier, it just speeds up how quickly Tundra reaches that point where they can cut through you, and then now, okay, well, now you can't fight anymore.
Especially with the lineup being the sustained team fight sort of thing. It's like, okay, everyone's actually still trying to split push, which you do need to do that in Dota. There's no way that you can run around as 5 consistently since like minute 10. But my question now relies in Largo as an offlaner, because whilst the Centaur can be somewhere and his ult still have that impact, he's obviously able to sustain himself in lane. My question is now, Largo feels really slow to come online. And on top of that, his impact is very much, we need to stick together. There's been multiple times where he gets cut off from a fight. He's not able to provide anything. This song is something that helps all allies, but he's just nowhere near there. And it feels like you can cut him off and he's not impactful without even being dead.
Yeah, I think this hero has some just weird problems that are difficult to fix. It's also that you're AFK farming Ags, just straight up AFK farming it. But when you get it, you have no catch and no kill threat. You're just strong in team fights, but you have this, you also don't farm very fast. You farm okay. So it's like you're buying a fighting item, but you have no way to force fight. So the enemy can just stay away from you and wait until they have damage to cut through you. I feel like it's almost like if you play against Largo, if the only way Largo wins is if you fight into him as he gets his Ags. But if you just dodge him and you wait, then he's just this dude just vibing around strum, but he's not having enough impact. He didn't do anything in this game, really. He got this one kill where it's kind of cute. Owen said they didn't put their earplugs in. I like that. But
that was really good, yeah.
That was good. But besides that, he didn't do anything this game.
Yeah. I want to do a silver lining because my goodness is that frog cute, and I like seeing
that
it play. I like that frog. It's good. If you could replace the 3 Largo songs with copyrighted music, which one would you pick for each? This is so off topic, but I need to know.
We were talking about this earlier. I feel like it's got to be random meme songs. Like, I just want it to be, I want it to be annoying. I want to piss the other team off when I play the song.
No, only you hear it. It's for you. Like, there's a mod that you can install, and the music is for you. You get to pick one for the damage, one for the movement, and one for the healing.
Yeah, I feel like some old meme songs like heckin' Nyan Cat and Crazy Frog.
Oh, the Nyan Cat's pretty good.
Yeah,
okay.
That would be
good. Are you going to do your Crazy Frog impression too?
How does it go again?
Ding, 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 ding.
Thank you.
Okay, let's talk back about the game. BZM and Boca, you want to touch about it anymore? Marana leaps and bounds. SF.
That's a good facet. No, I mean, I think they had a good draft. They played it well. Everything was cohesive, made a lot of sense together. And I think MOUZ, it will always be a weakness of this team. It's their weakness and their strength, right? It's an Immortal Faith team. They all lean on their strategy every game, right? They play fast. They pick team fight. They pick, they pick tankiness and tempo. And if you survive that, then they kind of just lose. And we see that a lot. And I think it will be sort of the storyline of MOUZ throughout the year is they're only going to play one way. And if you can survive the onslaught, then you will beat them in a lot of cases. I think that makes them a very interesting team, but also a very flawed team.
Okay, that's fair. I don't know if I see it the same way. I think they're forgetting their basics at the moment. I think ultimately, yes, it is what you're saying, but there is that thing that we're talking about where they're just in positions that they shouldn't be getting caught out. Like we saw so many times there, the Invoker doing impact of helping with this being caught out. There's damage coming from everywhere. And that for me feels like a basics thing. It's like you can stick to your guns about, you know, a draft or a certain archetype of how you want, but if you're gonna just be pushing a tier 2 by yourself with no vision of any of the enemies on the map, I think that that's like a back to basics issue.
Yeah, I definitely pin this game on don't pick Largo. This hero doesn't seem that good right now.
Okay.
And they made some bad individual mistakes. I totally agree. There's mistakes here that are uncharacteristic and also just not okay. Like you can't expect to make these mistakes and also win a game against a team as good as Tundra is in a Blast Slam. Like it's just you're really tempting fate there.
With Invoker. Do they need any more help, really?
They don't. Don't pick the Frog, though, guys, please. Look at his win rate. You see that? Don't pick the Frog.
It's not 2 and 7. Actually, I haven't checked in with the B stream. Maybe there was some shenanigans going on there.
Maybe he'll win 4 games in a row.
Maybe 6, 7 games in a row is what he really needs to bump up that win rate for himself there. But we're going to look at a team that is hoping to get a couple more wins for themselves, and that's Falcons, right? Right now they're sitting 2 and 2. Definitely not a situation people might have thought coming into this. In fact, I think all 3 of you guys predicted Falcons to be in the top 3.
I think I put him top 1.
Oh, you're an idiot.
Okay. All right.
I'm just joking.
Yeah,
just a little bit of friendly banter.
Yeah, there it is.
Actually, you did. Oh,
Me and all my hubris put it first.
I put them down as, what was it, number 5?
That's looking like the most accurate right now. Is they've looked shaky. And I think in some ways it's expected. It's weird. Like after a team wins TI, you're both like glazing them like crazy because they won TI, they're the best team in the world, but also you cannot win forever. And eventually,
that's
Dota,
most things. That's not even a TI thing.
Yeah,
I think.
exactly.
I think that's just competition.
It just catches up with you. Everyone else is working harder.
Yeah.
And in Dota, it's even more difficult because the game is changing all the time. So not only do you need to adapt to the meta, but everyone else is adapting to you, and they're hot on your heels trying to catch up to you. And so inevitably, it's a new season. It's, you know,
it's not despair. It's a new season, new patch, a team that's won TI. There's a lot of different things that go into it. On the side of XG, though, they're doing well, 3 and 1 for themselves. And so is this one of those classic China has no expectations, they do well day 1, ooh, now we expect to do well every day, and the pressure's on for day 2?
No, I think XG actually is more the real than they were
Hell
earlier
yeah.
in the year.
Let's go.
I think they've got potential, and I'm excited to watch them play.
All right, I'm excited to watch them play too, but before we get into the game, it is a draft happening between XG and Falcons. Let's see what treat we have in store for us right now between Xtreme Gaming and Falcons. Xtreme Gaming having that 3-1 scoreline for themselves. The loss was up against Yandex, a team who has previously won a tournament already this year for themselves. And then, of course, Falcons, who have had to do a lot of different qualifier runs for themselves. And with the first phase bans, yeah, Largo, again, not being seen there. But what is pretty stereotypical here is Xtreme Gaming taking out the Husker, the Viper, and the Razor against players like Amar and Malloryne. And then Falcons taking out Treant, Shadow Demon, Slaughter, and Primal Beast. So a little bit more of a change-up, putting a couple supports thrown into there, which does leave Timbersaw open as the first pick for XG.
Yeah, a bit of a surprising first pick. In the game yesterday against Heroic, he was getting slaughtered in lane. He was AFK farming. He was really not doing much for the majority of the game. And then eventually it went late. He became, you know, the Timbersaw we all know and hate. But I think picking it first pick like that is definitely tempting fate a little bit. Ursa is a classic skitter hero, and it's a great response to Timbersaw because you can, you know, cut through him, you can stick on him, and you get a free lane against him. The Bear, a very good hero, and also a very good hero for Falcons. So it's definitely a good response, and I first pick that I question a little bit. Is Timber good enough after some of these nerfs to still be first picked? We'll see.
That we will, as we're going to see some more bans from Xtreme Gaming targeting Amar. Well, just that Mars one right now for themselves.
I think one of the bans that perplexes me a little bit is this Primal ban from Falcons. I mean, I know XXS and Nothing to Say are both amazing Primal players, but it always feels a little bad to be banning your own hero, right? They've got probably the best Primal in the world, so when you're banning your own Primal, even though XG is first pick, that feels a little bad and is somewhat surprising to me.
Then is it they think Primal's better than what a lot of other teams are thinking? Or is it, hey, wait, we don't want to really play it. I don't think we're going to pick it in any situation for this draft. We just got to make sure they don't get a comfort.
No, I think they just think that hero's really good and they think XG is going to snatch it.
Yeah.
They've got the flex, right? Because Amar doesn't play it. If Falcons picks it, it's just mid, so it's harder for them to early pick it, whereas XG has that flex, and they're both amazing Primal players, so in some ways, it can even be better for XG, I suppose, than it is for Falcons.
I'm hoping to not see a Pango coming out from Falcons. All right, I'm going to put that one out there right now.
Yeah.
They picked it up 2 times yesterday for themselves. And do you know how many they won with it, Quinn?
They won 0.
That's right. It's 0-2 in the hands of Falcons. So I would say maybe a little bit of an over-prioritization on that hero. I'm not sure if it's that clear-cut of a takeaway.
Yeah, no, the hero's really bad. And
Okay, so it is that clear-cut.
No, that hero's really bad. And they've definitely made those games harder for themselves by picking that hero. It lost so much of what made that hero powerful.
In the shield crash, right?
Yeah, in the shield crash, and also in Rolling Thunder is kind of dog water now. You have this weird startup time where the enemy can just like walk away. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I mean, the hero was broken for a long time, so it's fine that they kill it. But like, yo guys is dead. Like, let it be dead. CM is such a snaking hero. I think snaking and also Aoi. Like, I think Aoi is one of the best CMs of all time. Maybe the single best CM of all time. And so I think snaking being on his team will mean that they will always prioritize this hero a little higher than other teams. They're really good at understanding the skill builds, at abusing the small camp where you push the wave with the Nova, at doing really good kill goes. Like, there's a lot of really small things about this hero that are very tricky, and I think Falcons is amazing at this hero. And also the item build, like when do you buy your shard, farming a lot on this hero and getting a lot of these items. There's a lot that goes into this hero.
I think you can go back to every patch that's happened in Dota that Snaking and Aoi are together, and they will play CM in the first like 6 competitive games that they have. Like, they will do anything to make this hero work at the start of a new patch.
Yeah, they are probably the biggest fans of this hero in the world. But it is not an amazing hero right now. It's probably pickable or okay. Now, it does have great synergy with Ursa against Timbersaw. Against Timbersaw, you want either some miserable crap for him to play against, like a Pugna, where you put the Nether Ward down and it shuts down sort of his mid-game gameplay, or you want kill threat on him, something that locks him down. And CM Ursa, they've got great synergy together between the Frostbite and the slows. You can run him down and offer a lot of potential there to shut him down early. So there's some good reasons why they picked it. But Lion does have a stun to counterplay things, so it's not cut and dry. And at the end of the day, Xtreme is playing to do okay in lane and play for those stacks.
Yeah, I was looking because Crystal Maiden has been played once already in Blast Slam, of course, by Falcons. I was kind of looking at what facet they went for, because there was that brief period where you could go the overflow, and that made her spell damage, but also the cost of spells increased. But it seems to be that they're just going the shield facet for themselves. And so, yeah, Xtreme Gaming now a Lion and Chen combo for the supports. Is that more interesting for you to talk about, or maybe the Sand King coming out from Falcons?
I think the Sand King is interesting in that, like, I think Falcons prioritizes counterpicking Ame. They did it in, maybe it was game 3 or game 4 of the finals, where I think it was game 4 where Amar played the Ursa against the last pick offlane Ursa. And I think stuff like that is really good against Xtreme, because I think they value a great game for Ame, and Ame has really specific niche hero picks. And so saving your last pick for Amar, countering sort of the star of the show for Xtreme, which is Ame, everyone knows that, I think is an interesting choice on a grander scale. Not even that it's the Sand King specifically, which to me is just Malrine likes that hero and it's hard to beat in lane, so they just pick it. But the fact that they are showing their mid hero and saving last pick for the offlane, that's what's interesting to me.
You don't think there's any realm Sand King can be played offlane?
I mean, it probably.
I mean, nothing's
can
ever
be.
0, right? Nothing's ever a 0% chance.
Yeah, if they pick something that's like truly horrendous and exposable, then maybe. But I think Malrine is like level 30 Sand King, and I think these guys really value playing their high-level heroes. The gyrocopter is It's interesting in that I think it's good with Chen. Chen likes a dude who dishes out a bunch of damage that you can get buffed up by all this stuff. So you're buffing him with the armor and the drum that you inevitably have, and these auras and stuff. And Gyro can dish out the damage to everyone. So I think it makes sense with Xtreme's heroes, their supports especially. But it's not great against Ursa. And so you're picking it into somewhat of a bad carry matchup, but you're doing it for your own draft's integrity. So there's some back and forth there. I also think the Bounty Hunter is somewhat interesting. It's not a hero we see super often, but it is a classic counter to Chen, because ranged heroes are so bad against Chen. His trading is just too good, so you want to play on wave pulling, or you want to play on ganking other lanes and not sitting in that straight 1v1 hit fest, because Chen will always come out on top.
But why a Bounty Hunter over something like a Tusk that also does those things you just mentioned?
That is a good question. That I don't necessarily have a straightforward answer for.
Okay. You think maybe it'll be more revealed when we see the offlane pick?
Yeah, potentially.
Okay.
I think Bounty Hunter is a hero that is better at attacking the safe lane, because you're invis, right? So you have that TP potential to gank there.
True. Yeah.
He's very good at rotating. I think he's better at staying away from the Chen, because you have the element of surprise. And so there's potentially a war where they want to attack Xtreme and the Ancients, right? They know Timbersaw is going to lose this lane, and they want to prevent him from having that comeback. So they pick Bounty Hunter because we're like, okay, we're going to play into the enemy triangle. Instead of playing through our offlane, we're going to give Amar the last pick. He'll have a solid lane. He can chill there, and we're going to play into the enemy side of the map on the other side, and Bounty Hunter maybe fits into that theming.
I'm not going to lie, I got a little bit distracted there because I just noticed that XG are at a Liquid facilities.
Yeah, they always are there. It is a little odd.
I just got so distracted by seeing the Liquid logo on the back monitor. Yeah, right there. And I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, so I guess they're like roommates, and they were roommates.
And they were roommates. You reckon they share?
Share what?
Strategies. What else would I? What toothbrushes? Beds?
Maybe.
Room? Like what?
Maybe
Obviously, I meant strategy.
Maybe they eat in the same room.
They would definitely. There's like a big cafeteria, area.
But I feel like they might bring the room back into their practice room during like.
They bring the room back into their practice room.
Is that what I said?
Yeah,
Dude,
that's what I heard.
That's probably what I said.
No, I could just be really deaf. All right, well, some of the final bans coming out now, so we don't have to keep yapping about the facilities. It is Doom and Underlord. So yeah, they've really, I want to say even tripled down here on Xtreme Gaming to make sure Amar is going to be as uncomfortable and reaching into that back pocket as much as he can. And for Falcons, Puck with one more ban to come out. I'm getting nervous that this is leaning towards a Pango.
Nah, no way.
No way. You reckon they've learned their lesson?
No shot. I hope they learn their lesson.
Surely, please.
I also think Pango is kind of cheeks here. And I think... I'm not sure what they will pick, though, because I think Gyrocopter Chen is just an insanely strong lane. And so it's not easy to pick something that's chilling there. Yes. And this is a great Queen of Pain game. It's great against Ursa. It's amazing against Sand King. You've got a really strong lane, and you're good at fighting those stacks. And Bounty Hunter doesn't offer any kill threat against you. So really the only hero that's somewhat ambiguous is CM. But with the Bondage facet, you reflect a lot of that damage back, and you're tankier against some of these magic damage heroes, these nukers in the early game. So I think it's a great pick. It abuses the tankiness that Chen gives as well. So they've got a lot of aggression from XG. And a lot of early fighting potential. So I like this Queen pick a lot. And in some ways, I'm surprised Falcons didn't ban it. Yeah, I think this is a great choice.
Okay, so XG having a very well-rounded draft right now, and Falcons about 40 seconds to try and make their draft whole and complete here, filling in all those voids.
Yeah, thinking about what they might want. Nothing's coming to my mind super clearly.
Is it an offlaner that needs to push, wave clear, tank, build auras?
I think in some ways it's not even so much like I think this is a counter pick slot. It's a slot where you pick something that's good against the enemy heroes. What the heck?
What?
Okay, so you're right. It is the Sand King flex.
Sorry, can we just run that one back?
Sorry, you were right.
Amar taking Sand King and a Malorine Lina against Queen of Pain. All right, my mid connoisseur. How does that one go?
It's very good. Historically, it's one of the hardest counters to Queen in lane. Maybe things have changed a little bit with the Bondage facet because you heal a little back the other way, but Lina is an incredibly powerful laner, a very oppressive laner who just sits there and farms the jungle afterward. And Queen is a hero that is very bad at ganking or farming jungle when she's had a bad lane. So thematically, it suits counterpicking Queen very well in a lot of ways. It's also got good core matchups against Gyrocopter and Timbersaw. So the only catch that Xtreme has is Lion. That's the best they have for jumping on the Selena, and that tends to be what you want. So it makes a lot of sense. Malrine also level 30 on this hero, so... And I really didn't see a great offlane pick that stood out. So I think this makes a lot of sense and is also very Falcons. So now to me, it comes down to how's the gameplay look, right? I think both of these teams have the potential to run away with this game and put on a great performance. And so I think, what side of the bed did Falcons wake up on? They looked pretty shaky yesterday.
True. And they got a loss as well.
Yeah, exactly. Can you get rid of that? Can you get rid of those bad vibes?
Yeah.
Did you have good team talks where you're able to fix your problems? Which I think Falcons are typically, historically, really good at. But, you know, like we said, it's a new season. You're coming up being the TI winners. Nobody wins forever. So can they win this game?
Whether you're putting the expectations there intentionally or not, there definitely are those. For the side of Xtreme Gaming, this is where they really do thrive. You've already said it. You think that this is a new roster, a new XG in a sense that is going to be coming to the tables and isn't going to fall off just after day number 1. You're really enjoying their draft as well. Feels pretty well-rounded. Falcons were able to get that overall last pick counter. Is the Lina, though, going to be enough? It's a best of 1, so they're going to have to put everything out there between Falcons and Xtreme Gaming.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get into the action here of Xtreme Gaming versus Team Falcons. Fogged, what do you make of this? We're getting to see some sort of some sort of different switch ups. You know, Lina coming in last, for example, for Malrine. Something, of course, he's very comfortable on the Grandmaster tier on this Lina, but not something we're used to seeing at the moment from a lot of mids. Do you think this is mainly because of the matchup? You know, what is the reason for Falcons going this way?
I think probably a combo of things, right? I think it's the matchup, but I think the hero's also been maybe slightly overlooked in a lot of situations. It's gotten some buffs. I think the 7.40, it's been some time, of course, since it, but this cast range on Laguna is actually pretty big difference. I don't know if I know you like to play Lina, but I know you felt that a lot, right? The Laguna, sometimes it's like you cast both your spells and you just can't really reach. These small things absolutely add up. And yeah, versus the Quap, it's a hero that can build different. He might still just go the magic route because that's the one that I've been seeing still a little more, even though he goes the right-click facet. But we'll see. He has options, and versus the cores that he saw, right? Versus Gyro, he's got good distance. In the lane, he's good versus Quap. Versus Timber, he's good in the game overall, and limited catch. So on paper, it looks like a very good Lina game. So I'm looking forward to see what he can do on it. That's on paper. So
yeah, because I mean, it definitely feels like if this ends up being a game where the Gyro, you know, the Gyro can kind of out-carry a lot of these heroes. Obviously, the Ursa's an issue, but, you know, being the Lina, the CM, the bounty as such, you know, the Flax in the later stages could get quite annoying if you don't work Gyro at the start of the fight.
At least what I felt in this one was Xtreme just wanted to, you know, they saw and they're like, okay, let's pick these like pretty strong heroes in these positions. The Timber maybe a little... I don't know, that one was a bit forced for me, but then they wanted a stun. But then afterwards, for me, I look at Falcons, and it's just counterpick after counterpick after counterpick, right? They see the Chen, they pick Bounty Hunter, right? So they're going to be stalking this Chen. It's an old school kind of counter thing. They have to pivot a bit because of that last thing, and I think it was a really good, like, Quinn was talking about it too. I was thinking too, I'm like, what's the best offlane option left? I was looking at, like, Centaur. There really wasn't great options for Amar. So this pivot probably feels the best. So let's see if it does work, because XG, they've looked pretty impressive. They had an insane comeback yesterday, so also looking forward to see the new XG, because they do seem to be playing a bit faster.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to see what they've got in store for us. And talking about playing faster, they're straight off the bat going out into the map with this smoke, looking for this first blood XG.
Great. Oh!
Oh, they're going to see snaking. Oh, stun off the mark, though, from FY. Honestly, though, even if that did hit, it would have been right at the tip, so I don't know if they would have actually been able to take him down that close to the tower.
Minus 80.
Yeah, that's true. Smoke's gone, dust's gone.
Oh, minus 130. You're right.
Yeah.
30 seconds to battle.
Power of bounty.
And I think that it was just one dust, right? They didn't pop 2 dust, did they? I feel like I might have seen pop 2.
Would be shocked if 2 people bought dust.
Okay, then... Yeah, no, you're right. It must have just been the Chen, right? It was just X Nova. Yeah. So yeah, just smoke of the dust down the drain.
scouting information. So Crit, I'm pretty sure, I don't know if he saw the wards placed, but he might have, because he was kind of stalking them. They might be able to get that one. I see Snaking pinging it, so a chance that they do get that D ward immediately too. And yeah, let's see how these lanes go. I haven't gotten to see too much off-lane sanking. Could be one where he struggles, but he is versus a Chen, right? So Chen Gyro, incredibly oppressive hero, but Chen sometimes, quite a lot of the times, not really the most oppressive. You usually can take advantage of this and get something out of the lane because the hero naturally can't really bully. And there's probably going to be lane pulling, right? The bounty's probably going to try to manipulate stuff. So let's see what we do get.
Crit giving some good info here.
My biggest concern I really do have for XG is that they literally only have like one way of catching heroes, right? It's all FY. He's the stun, he's the catch, he's the hex. Besides that, their chase is like a quap chasing with blinks and shadow strikes and a timber saw chaining forward. So could get to some weird situations where they don't have lockdown in a lot of plays.
Easy bounty in there for Crit.
Little stun, we'll be able to claim that one.
So, in terms of the gold, you know, that's Falcons up 3 bounty runes against the 1, and obviously XG down a smoke and a dust. So, little bits of a gold offset as the game begins.
And let's see how, let's really see how these lanes go, because I do feel like at least 2 of them, Falcons has a very strong position to be able to punish quite heavily. The CM plus Ursa can do quite well versus Lion Timber, and then the Lina versus the Quap mid. We'll see how that matchup goes, but Malrine should do quite well in that one too. So let's see how things go down. I'm happy to see the CM too. It sounds so weird even saying that as it comes out of my mouth, but Falcons is probably one of the only teams that plays it, right? And Snaking spams it. He plays it literally every game in pub when he can. So,
In bottom lane, that's a dead Amar.
wow.
That's
impressive.
Rocket Barrage to the face. Just right-click down there from the 2 of them. That's Amar dead.
Yep, and sometimes that doesn't happen with a Chen, right? Like Chen sometimes at the first levels, it's not that strong, but that movement slow plus blood grenade, it's enough.
What was kind of the skill build and the item builds that we're seeing from the offlane Sanking, do you reckon?
I don't think we've seen many of the offlane tankings, but I don't know if
No, that's what I'm wondering,
right?
yeah.
I don't know. I think you still just do the same things, right?
Like, but how much are you prioritizing the blink in your build?
I still want to see him get it fairly early.
You don't
But
want to see
is
some
he
sort
gonna-
of slower aura build up, or?
I just don't think Amar is that type of player. Because I was thinking maybe he goes Greaves,
Yeah.
because Greaves are so good right now, but it's not really the best Greaves game. And then Amar is just not really that kind of player. So I just think he's going to do more standard. Maybe some like boots, maybe some upgraded boots into the Blink Dagger.
I think the mid lane matchup so far, nothing to say, being kept very low. Just down to that 1 Fairy Fire whilst the bottle's already out from Malrine. Bottle is just about to be delivered here for nothing to say. Just gonna
So
grab
power that... Oh, nothing to say.
Goodness. Oh my goodness, that, when you blink like that, that was a little spooky. This
Yeah.
blinks in for the CS.
Another power thing that they do have, I'm seeing X-Nobody's prioritizing the lane at the moment with this creep, but what they can do is send this creep to the runes too, right? So for Malrine, they might need that +1 to check the runes at sometimes.
Yes.
They could just get
Yeah,
that
yeah.
situation where they're double checking and then he just gets denied them. So see if that ends up coming into play also.
Which I guess is fine, right? Because they have crit on the bounty. He can move up and down pretty easily. Try and help things out for Malrine.
Yeah, these carries are going to probably both have pretty solid free farm, right? The Gyro maybe slightly more because it feels like he's completely uncontested. The Ursa might get some CS tripped up from like a stun or like a hex here and there. X-Nova continues to just do very well in this bottom lane too. We've seen nothing to say, continue to get beat, so it's very difficult to look away from mid, but...
Dude, he's living on the edge. He really is. You know, he's constantly super low HP. He's blinking in as well for these CS. It's working out, obviously, so far. You know, not winning the lane by any means, but definitely still able to find some farm in this matchup that can get very scary for the Quap.
He's got Malrine low too, right? Like if he can actually ever get that chance of getting the commit, but it's just too difficult. He's got the extra regen though, these extra tangos. Malrine is gonna have to bring more out.
Yeah, he's playing it nicely to the limits and nothing to say. To ensure that he doesn't get completely stomped. You know, again, he's doing perfectly fine, getting this wave under the tower. Bottom lane, Dust is out. Flat cannon hits coming in, bringing Amar down low. Amar will be fine. Same to be said for Crit, but both kept incredibly low and pretty much out of region. They just have a Fairy Fire on Crit. Amar just munching on that last Tango.
Jesus, pushing the limits.
Yeah, Armo is going to be continuing to be very happy down here against these two. Having a very nice start to the game.
The more I look at this lane too, it's the double invis, right? So the dust is very valuable. Dust and sentries are really good down here for Next Nova.
That's very true. I mean, to the point where, like, is this even a lane duo, do you think, that we've seen much over kind of the years of Dota? Bounty, Sand King?
No, not really. But it was a situation of let's pivot, right? Like, let's get Malrine this. No. Top. Big success.
It's good Hex from FY. And it's going to be enough to keep XXS safe. Stop Skeeter from being able to continue to stack up the swipes.
It's cool how they did this, right? They picked the Timber, which it can be a bit vulnerable when you first pick it if an Ursa gets grabbed, but they have the Lion to at least dissuade and stop these constant pressure plays. Well, sure, the Timber's getting slowed down a bit there, but they're also stopping the aggression. He's not dying.
Yeah, no, the Lion's super nice. I think you have to have a support that's going to stop this Ursa CM just from destroying your offlaner, right? Because Ursa CM, like on paper against most of the tanky offlaners, that in itself, you know, you're looking for kills. And at the moment, Falcons, they're just not going to get the chance to get them. All in all, pretty close start. I will say, you know, I think this mid lane, the way that Nothing to Say's kind of played it, you know, played it to its limits, he's kind of coming out on top. He's got this full wave coming in. He cleans this up. He's going to be ahead of the Lina. And, you know, Malrine's having to take the walk back to base. You know, Nothing to Say. He's played this very, very well, this matchup. Both on the side lanes. We're having pretty much similar farm being found by both XXS and Amar. Similar in terms of levels as well. Both just about to, you know, kind of halfway through the level 4. Mid lane. Nothing to Say. He's hit the 6. Sonic Wave at the ready, so got to keep our eyes on him in terms of coming in for rotations. Getting maybe a +1 in the mid to try and punish Malrine. It's going to be hard now that Malrine's been able to reset. Get back up to full HP, full mana. Now here's that movement coming in for XG. FY turns up. He'll get the opening stun. Further TP's coming into place. He's going to need TP back up here, Malrine. He's going to try and turn with the Laguna. Actually forcing Nothing to Say to have to blink away. He's getting right-click down low by X-Nova and FY, but it's not enough to kill him. Both will survive with the support backup. Malrine's able to get out of there. Nothing to Say will be able to take a walk back to base. We'll see what he does when he gets back to base, because obviously he does still have Sonic Wave ready to go. Obviously Malrine on the other side did have to use the Laguna to scare Nothing to Say off. So could be opportunities for him to TP out to a side lane, look to use the Sonic Wave to go aggressive. Arme continue to have a very chill time on the bottom lane, but it's the same to be said for Skeeter up top. Skeeter just about to hit the 6. We'll see back in the mid. Crit tries to turn up, get some XP. FY will be quick to have something to say about that one. Captures him with the Hex and ensures that they can start getting some pressure onto this tier 1 themselves in the mid. Malrine's going to be still hovering around, but especially with Crit dead, could be a bit difficult trying to push them back off the tower. Scan's been hit as well, so Malrine knows that both supports are still hovering around this mid area. They're going to be bringing Amar over to try and deal with the pressure being put onto the mid tower. Amar. Sandstorm out. Still very scary part of the map. He's thinking about teasing around with the epicenter, but alone, it's not really going to happen. He knows they've got a sentry down still here. Full control here of the pressure on mid, so they can set things up for Nothing to Say to try for the power rune. Falcons, they don't want to let him have a free power rune. Laguna's going to get thrown down upon him. Power rune will end up being down on the bottom side, but with as low as Nothing to Say is, he won't be able to head over and pick that up himself. Amar can keep that safe for the hands of Malrine. Also, this focus has been going on the mid lane. XXS has started to put some more pressure onto Skeeter whilst he's alone. FY comes in with a rotation. Has the opening stun into Hex, but they don't feel fully confident going for it, knowing that Skeeter still has the Enrage. Snake King comes in with the response. Skeeter pops the Enrage. He looks to try and take XXS down, and with the 2 supports here, they'll get him. They bring XXS out of the game, but not before XXS was able to snipe Skeeter there with that final Twisted Chakram. So XXS at the end of it all, getting what he came for. He's able to kill the carry first, forces big rotations from Falcons. He will not mind dying there whatsoever. Mid lane, Marion with the shield room, ready to stand strong, start to beat back into the tower of nothing to say. Whilst all this is going on, of course, Amar did spend a few moments away from that bottom lane to try and alleviate the pressure being put onto the mid-tier 1 tower. Has, of course, meant that Arme's just been able to get continued space. Back up top, another setup here with the stun, but Skeeter should be safe enough under the tower. See if XXS wants to dive in again. This time he's got his sights set for snaking straight in. With the timber chain, snaking will not be able to escape XXS. So this top part of the map is starting to get very, very dangerous for Falcons around XXS's timber. He's proven, though, whoever turns up the tier 1, he will be able to take them down. FY wants to pick up some of the XP in action in the mid. Matt Fogged.
Hello.
Starting to see both teams, they're starting to make some pretty aggressive moves across the map. XG, they're getting a lot at this top lane. XXS was able to kill off Skeeter and then kill off the CM. And now they might just be able to find a chance to go for Skeeter again. Arme's turned up here for the first time with that twin gate movement. Extra bit of pressure to take the tower down. You know, they're starting to get that little bit more active than Falcons can deal with. XG starting to really make these early game moves and keeping Falcons on their toes.
Pretty cool that they're doing the play around the timber saw here, right? The QoP, I missed like 2-3 minutes, so apologies, but it looks like the QoP got a bit just shut down because the Lina, right? So they're looking to play around the strength of the timber and they rotated up there. So yeah, pretty good. And he's got a lot of stacks too. I mean, looking at XXS, this is what, a triple stack, and then he's got a double, so to enable his timing. And he's gonna go for pipe, so he's gonna counteract, or look to counteract at least the offlaner in the mid a bit here, rather than looking to counteract the Ursa. So we'll see who wants to be the Ursa itemization counter, since he's going that route for now.
Yeah, mid.
That's actually, wow, nothing to say with Urn too. That's something I don't really see too often either, at least on these mid QoPs.
Yeah, well, I mean, what does that sort of say to you? That he's just all in on trying to get involved in these early skirmishes and kind of start to snowball with the fights?
I don't know. I mean, I love Urn as an item, but I don't really see it too often as a mid. Maureen.
For the jump here onto Maureen. An instant stop there at the ultimate as the Hex comes in. The heals as well from the hand of God, keeping FY alive just that little bit longer. He'll still die, but he's able to be around to ensure that they bring down Maureen. They're looking for more here. Diving up to the tower, they get snaking as well. And they might not even be done that yet, because they're looking towards Crit, and he's still got the Shadow Walk on cooldown for 12 seconds. There's no chance of escape. XXS, he's getting so much. He's able to clean up on that top lane. Now just bringing his presence over towards the mid lane, getting involved in the action. Now ready to take down this tower. This Timber Sword's definitely going to be a problem for Falcons.
I love that too. Like, I love the way that he's playing just to be that body, right? Nothing to say, maybe struggling a bit. Now the Urn immediately pays off, right? He gets 3 kills, gets the charges. It looks great. So always an item that, I mean, it's weird on mid sometimes, but I'm never mad about seeing an Urn in particular. But yeah, great bodying by XXS. Allows him to get all those spells up. And just the stacks continue. I'm just seeing X-Nova more and more stacks too. So the economy game looks very prepared from XG in this early. Mar does have Blink, so
yeah. They've got to do something big with this, with the reveal. They've got a smoke coming out as well. But it's still not an easy jump. I mean, when they look to go for this kind of smoke play on the Sand King, who are they going to try and get on top of? Are you just looking straight for the QoP?
Any of the cores, really. I think those are all good targets, especially now that Hand of God is down. You have good option to be able to get the kill.
Sure. I mean, can they burst XXS? You think they still, at this point, if they do get the jump with the Epi and a +1, where it's the Lina or the Ursa, they can kill XXS?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. There's not, I don't think this game, you know, sometimes there is these games where the Timbers become pretty unkillable. This one might be, it might take some time, I would say, since he's versus Ursa and Lina, 2 heroes that just have that crazy explosive damage, and they have good lockdown, right? They have the double stuns plus the frostbite from the CM, so definitely will have kill threat. Right now, a lot of ults were used, so that's why I think, at least I think, Falcons is going to look to go for something here, because Hand of God was used, Sonic Wave was used, pretty much everything was, and mid tower is low. So let's see if they do want to look to make that move around these timings, or if they do just want to play a little bit more content in hitting creeps. I'd imagine they do want to make a move, though.
Well, let's see. Especially with Arme getting as much space as he has been, and you know, TP is at the ready for him as well. So if some sort of fight does get forced around a tower, highly likely that the gyro will turn up and respond.
I always like looking at all these different gyros too. It's so insane, the different varieties of builds that we see on this hero, right? Some players never Wraith bans. Ame, he goes Wraith bans. Some players never Aghanims. Some players really like getting the Aghanims first. So looks like Ame is going to go down that Aghanims route, at least is from what we see. I'm always like looking for a reasoning too. That's my crazy thing. Like sometimes I can clearly see it, right? Like when Yotaro sometimes buys like a Manta, you can see lots of things that he's dispelling or something. But sometimes it's like other players just don't do the same. So it's always cool. I love when you. That's the beauty of Dota, is how many different things that you can do with your builds, especially on a hero like Gyro.
There we go. Crit's back in.
Okay.
Let's see where they go with this smoke play. Snaking, TPing over, ready to join them up.
How much time do they have? It's not like the easiest or quickest too. They have 30 seconds till Sonic Wave. There isn't amp damage on Nothing to Say. Let's see what they're gonna hit. Or if they just settle for a kill into a tower.
I guess they will.
Just a kill.
Just a quick blink into the Burrow Strike.
Radiant's middle tower.
They get the Lion, they get the Tier 1.
Radiant's middle tower.
Could still look for another play. They're still in the area. Snaking is still lingering, and even Nothing to Say can get brought down from the chain stun since they do have the 3. I love seeing Lina, CM, and Sanking together. It reminds me of Dota 1. I feel like these heroes were always played
It's
in
pretty
Dota 1.
classic, isn't it? Yeah.
Because it's just classic. They have stuns. They're easy. They do their job. Set up around bottom. They do have great ward coverage. XG is this is the protect Ame wards. Double wards placed inside the jungle to ensure that he can get that safe farm. And now he actually switched. He goes crit first. So I love seeing that, right? Like he had everything else queued up, but Amar,
he walks up. He's going to get caught in the combo. He did not expect them to be ready there. I mean, FY perfectly sort of positioned around the tree line. As soon as Etmar was in range, FY gets the instant catch.
He went for the high five too. Oh, that was funny. Tower pressure. Chen creeps are here. Without the Sanking, it's very hard for them to mount defenses around these towers. And it is going to be around that Wisdom, too. They might just be able to steal it away. TPs are coming. Skeeter doesn't want to lose that.
I mean, can Falcons actually fight into this Gyro, though?
It can bring the numbers.
Looks like XG is scared. Yeah, XG actually don't want to risk it with the fact that they know that Falcons are going to bring numbers across. They'll play it very safe there, XG.
The ones you love.
They saw the Quap, I think, and maybe even the Timber. So as soon as they see that, Skeeter TPs, they're like, yeah, we can bring numbers. If they want to contest us, we'll kill them. So heads up move. Skeeter, Battle Fury's done. 1,000 behind the Gyro. I'm most impressed with XXS this game, though, as you were mentioning from earlier, right? he's getting a lot top 2 in a potentially what could have been a pretty hard lane. His pipe is nearly finished, and that's going to be, I mean, pretty huge versus the Sanking in particular, at least early game. Quite a bit of auras. They're timing it. Actually, on XG could be very strong to fight in these next few minutes because they're going to have the mech, they're going to have the pipe, and then just naturally with their heroes, they have a lot of team fights. So see if Falcons is going to be prepared when that comes to them. Initiation maybe a little lackluster on the side of XG until they have a blink on FY, but strong fight anyway.
Crit. Just getting some info here. He has got backup ready to connect, but XXS is not going to need to spend any longer clearing the stack. It's already cleared. So no opportunity for them to get the jump onto him. And as you say, yeah, that timing's been hit. So next time around, even if they do find him, it's not going to be a guaranteed quick kill jumping this Timbersaw now.
No. They do at least have, I always want to point this one out too, is they do have the track damage amp, so sometimes this one gets completely forgotten about, but could make the difference in some situations to burst targets. And he's very close to Vessel too, which is another one of those that also, of course, for killing the targets. Crit.
Oh, they've seen him. Sentry was still down here around the twin gate. Crit ends up walking in range of it.
FY will take that kill all day. He really wants to get this blink at a decent time to have that, pretty much just that catch and control. And we do see the build from Malrine, so he's just going straight BKB. That's actually pretty interesting. It's honestly strong, right? It gives you good damage too, and the survivability in this game could be pretty relevant.
See around the mid. I'm gonna go in with the Epi on towards X-Nova. They'll get him.
Snaking.
See if they can all get out. Snaking through the trees should be fine. Marion's gonna opt for the TP out. Amar, he's also okay. Nothing to put a stop to that TP. But it's a few times, right? I mean, both of these Blink plays have just resulted in a support kill. They're not really getting anything big with these moves, Falcons.
No, difficult for them to get. I mean, finding Ame right now is still difficult. He's playing just insanely safe. They'll just take what they can get. I mean, the mid one made a lot of sense, right? The one that they took the tower. This one,
sure.
Maybe just because there's not a whole lot happening, they want to just slow things down a little bit here, force a reaction. BKB, it is finished on the Lina. FY very close to Blink. This Blink can do so much this game, actually, on FY.
Yeah, and there's a decent amount of finger stacks already. Yeah, and the 3 stacks at 17. That's not bad at all for the support line.
I mean, he's the one to kind of stop. He's the combo breaker in a lot of ways, too, which is kind of weird to say, but since he's the only stun on the team, he kind of has to be maybe in some situations. So just blinking in and throwing his life away to stop something. Very even on the numbers here.
Nah, mate. Oh, yeah, just 100 gold away from having that Axe on top of the Crystallis, so he should be able to kind of keep his farm just that little bit ahead of Skeeter. You know, sure, Skeeter's got the Battle Fury. I guess Skeeter's also got the Blink now on top of it, so we'll be able to clear up the map, get around it a bit quicker. So honestly, it's probably going to be quite close between these two.
Probably just depending on who's going to win the Tormentor fight in particular, right? Because that's probably going to start coming up soon. FY. So close.
He's ready to come running back at them.
Yeah, XG's ready to fight. They have level 12 just now on the Queen of Pain, too. So they've hit a couple timings that it looks like they do want to play around here. I'm seeing some more itemizations get queued up, too. The Yules are starting to get queued versus that Ursa. And yeah, Blink is done now. So now they have, like I said, an actual initiation tool. So who contests the Roche and those Tormentors are definitely going to be a big point of contention in this game, since there is that Chen who can force things and there's that Ursa who can force things on the other side. XG, smoked, well tracked.
Oh, Smoke's going to dispel that. FY knows that someone's around. And that's quite the courier snipe there. Amar did manage to get the Blink Dagger courier snipe. They do still surround Marine, though. Put the BKB. They'll try and run. See if they can chase him down. Homing missile heading his way. XXS in with the timber chain. They kill Marine off. Now the homing missile's going to redirect over towards Amar. They'll get the blink off, so it's created quite the distance. It's enough to stop them from being able to chase by the looks of it. He should be perfectly fine. Burrow strikes back up, so a little bit of a trade there. You know, Falcons, they did have Amar finding that courier of FY, so the blink dagger's out of the game for an extra minute, but losing their mid, probably not going to be worth it, especially, yeah, objectives are now on the map to be taken. XG moving into the pit. It's not too hot there for Marin on the leader. That's a painful death.
Yeah,
this road should be a free one for XG.
Crit had just scouted them and tracked them too. I guess they just didn't expect them to go down like that with the smoke. I don't know. That totally caught them off guard.
I mean,
in the front line, worst case scenario. And
it's got to feel a bit rough, right? When you know, as you mentioned, obviously playing this mid laner, going for the BKB as your first item that you rush, and then the first use of it is just you dying. You know, you don't buy this item first to have that sort of outcome, right? When you're going all in on this first BKB, you know, you're buying it because it's going to save you, or because it's going to allow you to turn up these fights, pop off, get kills. Because outside of that, the BKB rush, it can kind of fall flat on its face sometimes.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's great this game, to be honest with you, because it's a lot of just magic damage on the side until the gyro gets close enough, which gyro getting close sometimes can be a bit difficult, right, versus something like Lina. So I can truly understand why he did go for it. But yeah, that's the worst feeling ever, right? Pop BKB, die immediately, like, there's nothing worse.
It's just the going for it first, right? Because by looks of it, what's he going to go back for now? Going to go back for, like, with the Maelstrom? And then, obviously, in an ideal world, and usually you want to try and get your farming item online first, so could slow down his game a little bit here, Maureen.
No, absolutely. Malamar, though, he does have the Aghanims, so quite a bit of extra damage that they can go for, even versus anything like that pipe. It can do so much damage through it. As we do still see, I mean, even though he did die, right? I mean, it is still a good advantage of gold on him over the Quap, right? 2,300 advantage still, just because of that lane and just the way that Lina functions as a hero.
Heads up.
21 minutes. Wisdoms, 1 for 1. Oh? Okay.
Well,
I always feel like the teams have each other.
No.
muted,
I'm looking
right?
at. Maureen's got a second BKB queued up.
Sometimes players just queue things with
He's
the
definitely
item, right?
beaming, of course. He's buying a Maelstrom.
Yeah, but like usually they queue up an item just to get the Mithril Hammer in the spot,
Sure,
right?
sure.
Right? Or he buys a second BKB. That'd be absolutely hilarious.
That would be amazing.
First time,
of course,
I think.
there's no reason to do that, and he is not going to do that. And we do know that Falcons like to mess around with the quick buys.
Yeah.
But he will not buy a second BKB.
No, I'm just kidding.
He's not buy. I mean, imagine. It's not going to happen, okay? It will be very funny.
Okay, so timings. They're into Aegis, which is kind of, I don't think they're going to probably want to do anything, which Falcons doesn't really like to do too much sometimes anyway, especially if they're on like the back foot here, which they are a little. But they do have good timings on items. They have double BKBs. They have the Aghanims. Let's see if they do look to go.
There's the jump. That's FY gone. I mean, they do like to kill these supports. They want to get the cores, though. So looks nothing to say. He's going to get blown up. So this time they'll get a bit of a bigger kill. Now turn towards XXS here with the numbers, Falcons. XXS getting brought down low. They'll be just able to burst him. They get the kill. Now, can they get out?
It's a buyback
coming from FY. I mean, and they're not going to be able to get their hands on them. So Falcons very nicely getting away with the kills this time and getting the big ones. Getting the Quap, getting the Timber Saw. That's what Falcons are looking for.
Yeah, playing pretty passive until their timing. They literally got the BKB on the Ursa and it was instant go.
Yeah.
So a pretty much perfect timing to get that catch. It looks funny, but the epicenter on the Lion is definitely worth it. And then they get the follow-up catch because they do have damage for this Quap. They do have control for this Timber.
Yeah, nicely done.
And they'll have time to get their ults back up, right? 50 seconds, that Sand ult is going to be coming back up. Timber is going to be respawning about 10 seconds still, so they will have the availability to fight again around those.
Now Marion now has got the Maelstrom, indeed. Unfortunately, not the second BKB. So he's chilling. As you say, he's been consistently keeping quite the lead against this Quap. From nothing to say, nearly a 4K difference now at this point. And that's only going to accelerate now that Marion actually has his farming item online. It's not going to be an easy game for nothing to say to keep up. He's going to try with a jump forward onto a Mar. Success coming in as well. And is there any way out of this? He's got a Burrow Strike into a TP. Sonic Wave, the burst, not enough. Amar
No way.
will survive it and get back to the fountain.
There's actually no way that he lives there.
Top.
That's insane. Top.
F1 does get the jump on towards Maureen. Missile heading his way, but he's got the BKB ready to press if he needs to. And by the looks of it, he doesn't even need to. He's fast enough. Already has the bottle charges healing him up.
These are huge
Weren't
moments
quite
for
able to
Falcons.
burst him. Yeah, Falcons surviving through these efforts of XG. Where, ults are being thrown at them. But Falcons, they're living through it. And now Arme, he's stepping back up. Of course, does still have the Aegis here for 40 seconds. And looks like they won't even be able to get through quite that. Arme's still very beefy, very farmed at the moment on the gyro.
And these last few moments, though, are pretty crazy. You can just look at the graph in terms of golden experience. The way that Falcons has just been farming, and then they get these kills, it really catapults them forward, at least in terms of that. Because they hit the creeps incredibly well. And if they can win a fight, they hit them even better.
He's on the hunt here. We'll get the jump onto Snaking.
Now, this one does feel like it's going to be a really difficult one for Ame. It feels like it could end up being like him versus the world with just some auras coming from his Timber, because this Queen of Pain is falling further and further behind. Quap as a hero is definitely a scaling one, but my goodness, 4K behind now. It was 2K just a couple minutes ago.
Yeah.
4K now behind that
further
mid.
and further behind. Just hard to keep up in the farm. And as we're seeing, using these Sonic Waves, it's not proving to be enough to get guaranteed kills with the pick-off attempts that XG are trying to make. So it's going to be difficult for nothing to say to climb back into this game.
And he's gone for a bit of a, I mean, we could call it a little bit of a different build, right? Because I've seen so many different Quap builds, but sometimes lately, especially, I've been seeing like Treads, Kayasan, so you can get that type of scaling, so you can get that farm consistently. This one is more about kind of like a Rider fighting style. So maybe it is limiting his farm a little bit more because of that. And now he's going for the Ags next, so it's all about fighting, not about farming, really.
Yeah.
So we'll see how much it benefits for him as Maureen is playing for the farm and fight. Now he's got
he really
there
is.
and the BKB.
Yeah. Yeah, with this Miona online, there's a high chance, Maureen might even make it up to the top of the net worth. You farm so fast on this Lina, so Maureen's going to continue to be super stacked this game.
Oh boy, they're going again. They are, these timings are very fast. It might not be. I don't think they'll be prepared versus this triple BKB timing of Falcons. Ame is very close to Daedalus, though. That could be a key tool, at least, to have that extra physical versus these BKBs.
Definitely going to be looking to turn into sort of a 4 protect 1 here from XG.
Yeah. A 4 protect 1 with only one hero that can disable. So a lot of eyes, a lot of pressure on FY to get these stuns and controls.
Here we go. This is the Daedalus smoke. So they're going to look to play with from XG.
Crit. Looking to break the smoke potentially.
All on FY getting that catch.
Say.
Well, it's a little awkward. They don't really get their hands on him. FY's still going to try, but in fact, Skitter's just immediately on top of the Lion. Skitter kills him off. Arme's going to try and stand his ground with the BKB, chase Skitter out of the fight. Jump forward for nothing to save, and Maori's got the BKB ready to pop as well. There's the jump onto the backlines. Amar catches both X-Nova and Arme in the epi, and Maori's ready to come in with the right clicks to clean up the both of them. It's looking to be a bit tricky here for XG now. These fights are just not happening in their favor. They went looking for this one. It ends up with 4 of them dead. Amar, perfect patience there, coming in with that blink stun to catch the 2 of them. I think, you know, XG might be starting to run out of options. You know, Arme, he's going to have a tough time carrying this game now.
It truly does feel like they needed to get more done in this early game. I feel like Falcons just were able to hit the creeps, get the items online to the point now where I'm really concerned of what they can do. Because FY, you saw there how much he got jumped first, and then there's literally no stuns. There's no catch. It's a Timbersaw relentlessly chasing to catch this Ursa, and then their BKBs wear off, at least on the gyro, and it's a free jump for Amar.
It really is. It really is. And just, yeah, Maureen is having a brilliant time. You know, that one sort of slip up earlier with the BKB reveal, but outside of that, you know, with the Mjolnir now going into Silver Edge, he is almost doing kind of tenfold what Nothing to Say is able to do on this quad. You know, so far behind on the Queen of Pain. It feels like he turns up to the fight. They don't even care at all. At the moment, Falcons, they don't even give him any sort of notice in these team fights because the Quap just is not really doing anything against them with how far behind he is.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Maureen also did something interesting because I think Maureen, since he is one of these specialists on so many heroes, maybe even one of the best Linas, if not the best one as well too, he knows all the ins and outs. So he has this Fiery Soul magic resist too. So he's running around with 60+% magic resist in the fights too versus a majority magic damage lineup. Like the gyro can't get to him. So it's, yeah, really cool approach and a good pivot from Falcons as we're seeing them really hitting their stride in the last few moments. And for XG, yeah, put all the eggs now in May basket.
Oh, and underneath this vision as well. I see him. Look and see if they can get the quick, easy kill. They will. Maureen will take that. Easy Laguna.
Snatched. And also talking about Maureen too, got the best possible neutral. Serrated Shiv with Vast, so that range as well too. I don't know, Vast seems so insane. I feel like they always get it, these range carries as well too. They always get the enchantment.
Yeah, it's that one, and then was the tier 4 one that gives you like attack range, attack speed.
Attack speed, and yeah, it's nuts.
It's night vision as well. That one always feels amazing. On any range carry, range core, if you get that one at the tier, what was that, tier 4, right?
Tier 4, yep.
Yeah, that one's the dream.
And then looking at Amar, he now has a Basher as well too.
Yeah.
He's got gunpowder. His damage is ridiculous. He's also hit the 20 town too, so it just gets massive inside the team fight. So yeah, these fights look, this next fight looks very difficult for XG. Let's see if they can somehow mount it and allow Ame to actually attack targets. It's, I mean, FY has to lock them down and Ame has to be right on top of them.
They should be able to set up for the Tormentor. Yep. So they'll get that. Shard for X-Nova.
It's a good free shard.
So, of course, the trade's occurring here with Roshan going into the hands of Falcons. Skeeter will grab the Aegis.
Yeah, even Ame got the Vast. I was just looking, sorry, it took me a moment to let you point out. But yeah, I swear, they always, all the ranged heroes always get Vast. And I never get GPM on my stupid little greedy support. Pretty interesting to see Crit also go Blink. So this is just, it says a lot about how they want to play of just reaching into backlines. Also, if he just breaks like smoke, right, and he can just blink away, could just break any initiations from them since there's pretty much no catch on XG.
He's finally got the Ags. Nothing to say. So we'll have that extra
slow.
little bit of annoyance in the team fights, but still obviously coming at a time that's not ideal. There's a slower build-up from him this game on the mid-quad.
That pivot, right? Just getting to play versus that Lina really shut him down most of this game. And just hard for him to make rotations to the side lanes too, as we've seen in that early game. Tried to play around top, but not quite enough. They're in.
And they are straight in on towards Arme. Arme will get the BKB off. He'll try and run, but Skeeter's on top of him. Arme, can he get back to the safety at the base? He's going to be fine, and now maybe they can try and turn. Skeeter's gone the once. They dealt with the Aegis, but they have lost FY, so they don't have that opening lockdown to try and go on a Skeeter the second time. Skeeter's able to freely blink out.
Skeeter played it very careful. He could have maybe BKB'd and committed and got the kill there, but he actually doesn't. He holds the BKB just in case of things. So Falcons, you know, yesterday had some slip-ups today, looking to clean up a little bit there. So I feel like yesterday I would have seen him BKB and chase, maybe.
That's definitely looking a whole lot smoother from them today here. And so XG really are going to have to start scrambling to find some sort of way to allow Arme to sort of step foot into the fights without having to just BKB and run himself. And Crit's got eyes on him. They're going to look to clear out the tier 1 push. Do they want to push forward though? Not at the moment. They don't quite have a Mar with them, or Marine as they split back up across the map. Going to get that next round of items done. Armar going to look to go in towards the Diffusal into Disperser next.
Sure. Not sure why, but sure. I guess the speed. Yeah, they're getting everything. Silver Edge also, see for the Lina, finished up. Mobility around the map. Incredibly strong. Falcons very comfortable now. Doing the Falcons thing, you know, containing the enemy team, building up that lead more and more, getting these next few items. Disperser as an item is a pretty busted item, so I am seeing a couple of them queued up, even Skeeter as well. The more appropriate one.
And Arme not feeling in the realms of desperation yet. We're not seeing that Rapier queued up. Still just a standard Satanic into the Butterfly that he's going to look towards as the Gyro. Which, of course, still quite a way to go before he'll have both of those online. There's obviously, the scaling from his other cores, XXS and Nothing to Say, is not quite happening as fast as they would hope. Nothing to Say having to look towards getting it. The Eon Disc next.
Yeah, it does feel like it's almost in the realms of him needing it, though. Like, if that next fight goes relatively bad, he needs it, for sure. But it's also just hard for him to... it is hard. It honestly just is hard for him to itemize and get into fights, because, like, the Ursa jumps him, but he wants to get on Lina. There's no one to really get on Lina, so Maurine's just free. Which is definitely a big problem when it's like they have these two... I mean, they've, like, 3 carries almost, because even the Sanking is hitting very hard.
Yeah, I mean, they really do. I said, but all three of these are going to be contesting for top net worth.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, Maori might end the game still as the top. Give him a few moments, give him a fight, cleaning up. He's going to have an easier time cleaning up in the fights. Like, he's just farming so fast now on the Lina. He's going to soon have that Satanic. And at that point, even if they do get the jump on him, he might just turn and full heal all the way back up.
I'll say Amar. I'll go for Amar. Because I think he's going to get
top net worth?
I think it's going to hit at level 25, and he's going to get one of these IPs that just kills everybody. But that's just the feeling.
Yeah, it could be any of them.
Yeah.
And I could it matters to them as well. You know, all 3 of Falcons' cores want to walk away from this game saying, I carried this.
And Snaking wants to look and be like, I'm higher than one of the cores on the enemy team. So he's not quite there yet. But XG, they are looking for the sneaky play here. XXS, Aghanims, and Atos picked up in these last few moments. FY. Will they find Snake? He's got Blink and Force Staff. Did they get the initial catch onto him?
He's gone.
He is gone. They are maximizing
found
on.
here. Yeah, they're getting so much across the map. Falcons, whilst XG is sort of chasing them around, looking or trying to look for these opportunities to catch someone out. It's not happening.
Nope. And did you see, by the way, Maureen? Look what he got. Of course, yep, serrated chip, and of course, it's an alert serrated chip. Why not?
Oh, that's the dream. Yeah, that's what it is, right? Alert. Yeah, this is. It just feels great. It's like, why don't I get attack speed and attack range? And sure, throwing some night vision on top. It's just like you can't ask for anything better on some sort of ranged DPS hero.
I mean, even
It's
Ursa has it too. So it's some attack range too for these melee heroes that hit over.
That's true. Yeah, doesn't matter. Yeah,
I don't expect.
Absolutely.
Yep. Always strong. Yule's now for crit. Has a potential save as well for his teams that he's looking to buy. The Wind Waker is queued up for him. But they now have how many different ways to... Well, the Yule's at least in particular versus Timbersaw, he can just dispel that Aghanims. So he has a few different plays around it with it for crit. Gold lead continues to grow. XG.
Oh, I got the opening. Yandex is there.
The Aeon. He just got it. How sad.
And what do you do if you're XG? Do you have to keep sort of chasing around the map as 5, desperately looking for these kills? Is there sort of any way that you split up and just say, okay, we're going to try and farm up some next big item on our cores? Like, what do you do when Falcons has this amount of control?
Yeah, I'm just worried for them to split up, really, because if there's so many kill threats that Falcons has, if anybody is split, I think they kind of just have to stick together, which feels pretty bad. So we're definitely going to see that that net worth probably continue to increase on Falcons. It's just not easy for XG. They even bought the gem, if I'm not mistaken, a few moments ago, too, to try to clear out, get some information, but Falcons is just maximizing, and XG can't really hit the creeps in the same type of manner. Ame's trying to find places to farm, but it's in some scary spots. Potential scary spots. How are these levels looking? Ursa, almost 25. Satanic is done. Lina, Satanic is done. Like you said, they're all pretty much doing the same thing. And the team fights overall. For XG, yeah, there's going to be more damage. But again, the problem is control. And for Falcons, they absolutely have that control. They have ways to play around it too. Now dispersers are getting picked up for the Sanking. Yeah, playing the line in this game must be so stressful for FY. You're just like, I literally have to get the stuns, but I'm also very vulnerable.
Yeah, they're just constantly sitting behind Ame or whatever to just sort of bait some sort of play, and whatever core is on the front. I need to make sure that FY is ready to respond and try and provide some sort of safety so they can maybe turn and fight.
Uh-oh. Mid lane, nothing to say. Shows for a second. We'll be able to blink away. He's being stalked.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They know they're smoked in the mid lane. Maureen did show it there with that stun. And they saw the nukes. Creep inside the Roche pit. XG will know when that Roche is up. About a minute or so that we'll see.
Falcons just being very safe, not giving any opportunities here to Xtreme at this point.
And getting this, I mean, look at the levels, right? That 25 on Ursa's hit, 23 and change on the Sanking and Lina. XG gonna smoke themselves. Aeon Disc is back up for nothing to say.
I fight damage rune as well.
Do they have another smoke? They do. Creep inside the pit again. Continue to scout it. Falcons is sticking to get a little bit more now, so we're seeing actually Ame get a little more net worth, so it did change a little bit here. At least, 1,000 gold. Nothing to write home about, but his butterfly is getting closer and closer. extra survivability. Still some issues, of course, to reach. Still reaching this Lina, that's my biggest concern for them.
Yeah, Maureen will be very easily able to outrange them and well on the way towards the MKB.
Yep.
It's just, I mean, yeah, FY's got his work cut out. It's like,
It's
you know,
crazy.
actually, they're looking at FY on the line, they're saying, bro, can you somehow find like a 3-man stun onto all 3 cores? Then we might have a chance in the team fight.
Honestly, that is what it feels like. He needs to get a multi-hero stun. He needs to hex the Ursa pre-BKB, right? Like, there's a lot of things he needs to do. And now, I mean, this is actually a nice shard. It's not a nice one to buy, but it's actually a very nice shard for Alina in terms of extra survivability, too. All right, Butterfly done. Another smoke.
Let's have a look.
See where they go.
Can they find a fight this time, XG? We've seen the last few smokes not really result in anything at all. They just haven't been able to catch Falcons by surprise.
And if Crit is literally just in position to break it, he can just blink out, right? That's probably why he did go for it. They're going to counter smoke.
Oh, this could get messy for XG. Well, both teams know what's up.
Inching forward.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Roche is up.
They're going to try for the jump. Look towards Crit, but Crit, he's going to be able to save himself with the Yules. The jump forward on the mark. The Hex does come into place. The Epicenter's already out. FY just caught on the front here, and by some safety here with the Ghost Scepter. They're trying to burst through, and they'll finally get him as that's FY gone. Arme, he's going to step right up. They're looking for Maureen. It's a good Sonic Wave coming in from the side, but Maureen, he's healing up. He's surviving through this effort from Arme. XXS had nothing to say. They jump forward again. They will finally get him. They bring him down, but can they now deal with Skeeter? Skeeter's in with the BKB, takes out XXS. Him and Amar get the stun connection on towards Arme. The bashes are coming out. Yours will momentarily hold back Skeeter, but not enough to save Arme. As Arme falls, nothing to say, cleaned up as well. I mean, XG, they tried their best to find a way to get the fight started in their favor. They do manage to bring down Maureen. They also get, of course, towards the end Amar, but it's just not enough. You know, you killed 2 of the carries. The third carry's going to clean you up, and it was the case. You know, Skeeter gets the cleanup, heads into Roche. It just feels all too much for XG at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it literally is what we were saying, right? It's the 3 carries. It's a 4-protect 1. The other heroes aren't contributing nearly as much. And then, I mean, Skeeter played this fight beautifully. They had to commit so much to get to Maureen, which I have to commend them that they actually got him. But then Skeeter just has absolute free reign. Gets the back line, kills the Chen, flanks around, cleans up the rest as the true carry.
Let's have a look. He's got the MKB queued up next, but I feel like we've got to see this Rapier. You know, it's that item that allows you to out-carry the 3 carries, I feel. But at the moment, Arme's still opting to play it safer with the build. The MKB queued up.
That's definitely interesting. He's still a ways away. Sure, you can disassemble and things like that, but we'll see which one he does look to go for. I think it might still be Rapier, but we'll see. Skeeter.
No, he's not going to get that one. FY in position to make sure that X-Nova gets to live another day.
I'm surprised. FY lived so long. The Ghost Scepter
he really did.
Drain kind of play. He actually did a pretty decent job, but it's too much to go through with how farmed they are, right? These 3 cores, yeah, he got the Hex, they got this control, but it wasn't enough for them to bring down. Because he got the Hex before the stun came out from the Sanking on the initial Epicenter, but... Arcane Rune. Now you have to get through quite a bit more too, right? Because now it's the Aegis, it's the Cheese, and it's the Refresher Shard. So they killed Maureen before. Now they have to go through that Cheese and potential 2 or 3 lives as well. So step harder even for this next fight for XG.
Dire are scanning.
And Snaking he is gonna surpass the Queen of Pain. It is looking like it. Arme. He's tracked up.
Oh, nothing to say. He blinked in aggressively. The Yules and the Blade Mail to protect himself. And Mars in onto the back lines, though. He's found the 2 supports. That's FY gone. Skeeter, though, he's gone the once. That's the Aegis out of their hands. See if they can go for round 2. Arme's got to be a bit careful with Maureen focus firing him at the moment with the right clicks from this Lina. See the jump forward again for Skeeter in onto Arme. He'll get the BKB off the Sonic Wave. Will push Skeeter back away from Arme. That might be enough to allow Arme to step up here with the flag cannon to start to try and clean up. They'll back off as they'll kite away here, Falcons. Get away from the gyro.
That was such a fast BKB from Ame. That was crazy, actually. Amar was waiting on the side to go for this Blink stun play, and he BKBs on the Blink burrow. That was actually super heads up. Does end up living because of it, gets an extra kill. At least they get something there. They will be able to clean up some Aegis, live to fight another day.
Radiant's middle tower.
They're building up the gold here, Arme. 3,600 ready to invest how he wishes. All eyes on him really to see where he goes. I mean, this is, as I say, going to be quite the game for Arme to carry, but
yeah,
if he does it, that will be a pretty impressive show. Basically being able to out-carry kind of 3 carries on Team Falcons.
Yep, Skeeter now does have the MKB though, so in that last situation, if he had it, very likely just gets the kill there, but yeah, we'll see how they end up protecting Ame for this next fight.
Will they get the opening stun? It should be. Oh, yeah, he's got to be careful. So he's going to have to walk his way back to base, but yeah, that was pretty risky.
Just crazy burst damage. The track again. Track bonus damage, 16%. It absolutely adds up. Little moments. Got the dispel, but did have its moment there. Crit did buy back in the last fight. He was going for these safe plays, so it does prolong his Wind Waker build up a little longer.
Oh, now. Do they have any more smokes on XG? Do you think they're going to look for another smoke up? Get out on the map?
Don't see them having one. They used like 2 or 3 back-to-back for the bottom fight. So I don't know if they actually have one left. Lane?
Nothing to say. He was trying to push the wave out. He has got the Yules, but he's not able to get it off.
Uh-oh. Aeon Disc was not up yet.
Has it at least got by?
That's a long time. Yeah, but his net worth is already grim enough.
It's Falcons.
They're going to try to force it. Lar, ready to jump.
What are they going to do to get them off the barracks? Maureen. Gonna force out the fortification. They're really trying to hold off on using the buyback on Nothing to Say.
It's just terrifying because even the Timber can die if he steps past that invisible, like an invisible line that they see. They mark it.
They're just gonna have to let the racks go. They really don't want to use that buyback. That's the Falcons. If they want to try and pressure through the mid lane as well. He's ready to make the jump. He's going to go immediately in over towards the Gen. Blows up X-Nova. Now they're looking towards Arme. I mean, they might find the angle here. Maureen gets the burst opening here on towards the gyro. FY jumps in and try and hold them back. Skeeter, he's in there on top of Arme. Arme's gone. He's dead. Buyback is available from Arme. He'll use it immediately here to try and get back in on the action. Nothing to say. He'll finally respawn.
Skeeter?
The opening stun, but Snake King's in with the Wind Waker to provide some safety here for Skeeter. The Sonic Wave connects. It's not enough burst to initially kill Skeeter. Arme tries to move forward to get the homing missile in onto Skeeter. Skeeter's gone. Jump forward, Hex in on towards Maureen, but the BKBs are ready from Maureen and Amar. Arme is getting brought down low, caught in the epicenter. He's dead. That's a dieback on Arme. And with that, it might just be the end of it here for XG. Falcons ready to move back into the base. 4 dead on Xtreme Gaming. It was just all too much for Arme to carry against at the end of the day.
I am Malverine, he says, because he's playing Sand King. That was a really nice FE to give him credit, at least. But yeah, it's just too much for them to deal with, though, and like you said, they can kill 1. But there's 3 carries, and in this one, there's 3 carries, too.
And I think Maureen's going to win the carry competition here. He is top net worth. And getting to do it on the Lina, fun and flashy to see. Just too much for XG here today. They had a hopeful opening, but nothing to say, too far behind to really have the impact that they needed. And it really did, you know, we really very much felt right that they only had FY to set the plays up. It was all on FY to find the setup, and you know, FY, great player, fantastic Lion. Even he couldn't do it this game for the team because it was only him against the world.
No. I mean, it was only him, and it was triple BKBs from Falcons, right?
Yep.
Early. They went for 3 BKBs pretty early in this game, I would say, especially Malrine is that first item. So it's just, yeah, it's all the pressure on Alina, on the Lion. And in some of these games, it's like, Lion doesn't even want to be like the first one to go, or he wants to be the first one to go and then have a follow-up. There's just not a follow-up. There's no extra disables, so it's just all about damage being brought in afterwards. Yeah. And these supports are being bullied, I have to be honest. Xnova's been epicentered like 4 or 5 times this game.
Well, let's have a look. They're going to play on for the content here. You know, they're going to get the chance to have one final fight here, XG. They'll have Arme back up in 20 seconds. I mean, if somehow they pull this one back, that is true. That is true. They're never going to be calling any early GGs. That's true after that turnaround. And I tell you what, Amar, nearly dead. He'll get away. If XG turn this, I mean, this must be like a 0.1%. You know, we're going lower than 1% on this one at this point. If they can turn this game, that's going to be insane. But as you said, we already had some pretty crazy stuff coming out from them on day one.
Yeah. I mean, this could Falcons, if they buy a rapier and then go to try to hit the throne and then they die and they give the Ame the rapier, then that's potentially like, because that's kind of what happened yesterday.
I think, yeah. I mean, any 3 of them could be tempted to buy a rapier. I think Maurine's probably the most tempted. He's got close to the money for it. But I don't think any rapier purchases will be happening today here from Falcons in this game.
Falcons also has the memory of losing to Gyrocopter Rapier. We casted that one, right? That was Heroic with the Gyrocopter Omni Knight. There's a while ago now. It's been like 3-4 months, but they had that like crazy comeback 20K deficit, and Falcons was like, oh god. And they were like, we're never doing that again, so let's see. They shouldn't.
Now, nearly a 50K gold lead here for Falcons. They've got the Mega Creeps, of course. They're taking out one of the tier 4s. And all 3 cores in that top spot on the net worth.
It's a competition, though, like you said.
Malrine.
Who's going to win? Who's going to be the top net worth?
It really is. I'm telling you, it matters for these players on Falcons. They want the knowledge of being the best on the team here. As I say, at the moment, Malrine's winning at this game.
Snay is going to get his consolation prize, though. He is.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
There we go. He's past the co-op. There we go. That's his goal, usually. 25 also been hit. A very strong talent this game, too. I mean, little things to talk about, but honestly, the Frostbite duration also is strong. Extra disables, extra control, and he's incredibly farmed. Seeing him continue to gather the Lotuses, he has a lot of save potential on his course, too, with the Wind Waker. Plus that heal. Rip just queued up, by the way. He did finally queue up on Ame. He did.
Oh, I thought you meant on one of Falcons. But,
oh, no. Oh, jeez. No, my bad.
I thought Falcons were ready to donate a rapier. But indeed, he's ready. He's going to go pick it up now, right? What did he sell for that? The MKB, right? Yeah, MKB
boots.
Gone.
Oh,
boots.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Wait. I guess he sold both, right? Yeah, he's got rid of his boots, got rid of his MKB. Okay.
All right.
Here we go.
You have one up.
Can Arme do it? Arme versus 3 carries.
Yep. Ame versus 3 carries, but a refresher also on the Queen of Pain. So a little bit of extra damage also, and maybe some pushback and distraction. Roche.
Doing the Roshan.
Crit will scout.
And XGR in the neighborhood. They're going to get the jump on the crit. Can't quite burst him, though. And that's the Roshan gone. Aegis into the hands of Malrine. Epicenter's out from Amayo. Get the jump over towards the 2 supports. He's caught Xnova and FY. Drops the Abyssal down on towards XI. And on the side, Arme, he tried to get in, but immediately deleted. They're not in. Oh, someone pick up the rapier. That helps you win the net worth battle. Okay, they're going to focus on getting kills first. Did they see the rapier? Yeah, Skeeter did, right?
Skeeter.
He's got... There you go. Pick it up. Get your net worth up. Pick it up.
He's going to lose.
Pick it up. You know what, the rapier. Oh, he could have beat Malrine on the net worth if he picked it up. Oh, what a misplay there from Skeeter. And indeed, he knows it. He's like, my goodness, I could have picked that rapier up. Team Falcons, they get the win. XG, they suffered for quite a lot of this game, folks. This was a bit of a rough one.
Yeah, I mean, very early on, really, you could start to see it start to develop. The Blink Daggers, the BKBs up on Falcons.
Yep.
The first BKB usage from the Lina, of course, underwhelming, but then right afterwards, it was literally just the Falcons show. So,
yeah,
great showing from them.
No, yeah, super nice to see Maureen back on the leader. Popped off throughout it all, 7-3 and 11. He loved it, and yeah, a rough one, tough one for XG. They just didn't have the ways to get back in on this one. Falcons, they'll take the game.
Yeah, they really tried to drag out that game as long as possible for Skeeter to maybe regain top net worth there. And it was just that close, Quinn. All he had to do was pick up that rapier.
I am Maureen, says Amar, and now he's saying some other stuff to his team because they won. They're feeling good, and it was a pretty good performance from them overall. I think
Do you really mean that in the hard part?
I do.
Okay.
I think the early game is shaky, and I think they definitely need to clean that up because, to be honest, it was not typical Falcon style.
No,
they fed away a lot of kills. Actually, honestly, I think had better footing in the early game and fumbled it a little bit. But I think once they got to that mid game, it looked like very typical Falcons. They played the team fights very well. They built a gigantic gold lead. It never felt like really XG was clawing their way back. It felt like Falcons was pretty in control for, I think, the majority of that game.
Yeah, and I can definitely see what you mean about Timber, because when you saw it as the opening pick for this draft, not even just, you know, XG's first pick, it opened the draft here for the Falcons XG game here. You're like, Timber has been nerfed a lot of times. I don't know if it's really first pick priority, if it still sits in that. You know, it struggles a little bit, and we saw that normally in lane, it feels like Timber is always winning it, coming out on top and being that oppressive laner, but he kind of just idly sat there. He didn't necessarily lose lane, but just an idle Timber, and then it's like, how does that even transition that you're on into the old Timber we're used to seeing of getting these pickups, being such a map closer and just being a heinous nuisance?
Yeah, you're sort of walking into this Ursa. You know it's coming. Of course they're going to respond with it, right? It's very clear. And you're saying it's fine, we're going to play against it anyway. And to me, this almost felt more like we only have 3 bans. We don't want to give Falcons Timbersaw either, so we're going to sort of steal it. And I think this stealing philosophy has some merit, but I think it's much more often that it's a shortcoming and you make a mistake by doing that than it is a good strategical choice. Because people pick heroes because they're good at them oftentimes, not because the hero is necessarily flawless or without problems, which Timbersaw, yeah, that's right, I am Maureen, as he plays the Sand King and has, you know, pretty good showing on a hero that they don't play in the offlane particularly, frequently, so kudos to him.
I'm trying to rack my brain for the last time that we saw a Sand King offlane for Falcons, and I want to say it was TI.
Yeah.
That was the last iteration of anyone really playing off-lane Sand King. I'm really getting the off-lanes and the off-lines mixed up.
One letter difference. Gotta be careful with those.
Just that simple there. Yeah, but off-lane Sand King coming in clutch because it opens up for that Lina to be last picked, to be counterpicked, I don't want to say, but it didn't necessarily translate into the lanes. And this is the shaky part of Falcons that we just mentioned, where they're notorious for having strong lanes, never really losing their side lanes or anything. Maureen just skill diffing in mid, but this time around, nothing to say on the Queen of Pain. A matchup that shouldn't go his way, you say, Quinn, really held his ground, did so much.
Yeah, he made a lot of really clean individual plays, and you can see here, Maureen gets forced to run the base on a matchup that is very Lina favored. Maureen had the counter pick, and it goes his favor, but that turns very much in the mid game. I think nothing to say, got a little too big for his britches and thought he could, you know, sort of play this hyper aggressive. He put 4 points in the dagger, and he went for Earn into Blade Mail into Yules, which, to be honest, is just a horrendous item build. No one buys Blade Mail on Bondage Co-op anymore because they nerfed the item. It doesn't translate well enough into being like a farming tool or even helping you fight that much. The Earn is kind of Kappa if you're just buying some casual Earn on a mid hero. And then Yules, you have no Kaya, you have no Kaya Sanj, you're not getting to the Shivas, you're not getting to all these items that make you this sort of big Chad core. And you could see it throughout the game in his net worth that he didn't really do very much outside of the lane. And I think these builds that are a bit cope, that we're going to snowball, I'm going to keep killing heroes. If it's not, there's a fly in my face. What is wrong with this guy?
Dank.
If yeah, apparently so. If you're not getting that snowball, then they fall really flat, and I think that's the case here, right? He bought a bunch of items to try to help him snowball. He did not snowball, and he became a burden.
Because FY's Lion was running around with him. It felt like those two as a duo, sometimes with the Timber joining. It's like that is more than enough that the Lion, once he gets that blink, sometimes even not necessarily needing the blink, has such good initiation, and then you just need that extra damage from Queen of Pain to be able to go in, burst a hero, retreat. And it's like, all right, we're just delaying whatever Falcons want to be able to do for themselves. So it feels bad towards the mid game on a Lion where you use your ult like 3 times and you don't end up getting a finger stack. You're like, it's not good. The writing's on the wall at that point. It feels
No,
as hot.
100%. And I think it also like it's tied into their draft that they have just this one Lion. He's the only jumper, the only guy who can really do stuff for their team. So much of their draft is predicated on, can we do well in the early game? Can we snowball? Can we take these towers? Can we take early map control? And the answer to all those questions was no, they could not. And
Well, apart from early map control, kind of was there.
dude, this guy is messed up. He's just on my case. I don't know what I did to him. I crushed his ever-loving
Hopes and dreams.
dirt sack. What do flies even eat?
Was that not that?
They don't
Let's
eat
run this
birds.
clip instead because you're getting really distracted right now about some early rotations coming out from the Timber. So I would say that this definitely aided a little bit in setting up for what could have been better map pressure.
Yeah, this is honestly an amazing play from XXS. He walks the base after farming in the stack, and he has the wherewithal not to just port back to his lane, but to look for a second and port into an exchange that goes very well for them. They combine their heroes very well, combine their cores. Timbersaw, not a hero that typically rotates, but XXS flips the script and does something a little unorthodox because his gyrocopter's farming in the meantime. That's huge, and shutting down Lina in the early game is huge, and I think it gave them potential to snowball this game, but it sort of fell flat, and it almost felt like they played a little slower than they could have, I think.
It unlocked the door, but they just didn't open it.
Yeah, exactly. It was just sitting there. There's a big door. They're like, we're not a door team.
Okay. How many times do you think you can say you've seen a Ursa lineup not get any of the two objectives out of Roche and Tormentor at the 20-minute mark?
I mean, if that's
Like,
the
what was
case, they're
going
getting
on with that?
stomped generally.
Well, that's what happened. XG got at 20 minutes Tormentor and Roshan.
And then had no control over the game. It is pretty
Like-
infrequent. That's the game state.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. And that's also a question to... I mean, they won on the side of Falcons, so it's easy in hindsight to say, yes, that was the right choice. But to play so passively on an Ursa like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think after, to be honest,
Is passive even the right word?
They got all played in the first 10 minutes, right? So he loses safe lane tower. He's farming Battle Fury. He's not even close to Blink. So he doesn't have those windows to take it necessarily. Like, I don't blame Skitter after the start of the game for not getting those. I think
I'll
he's
blame
just
him.
playing to... Okay, that's fair. You
Yeah.
can blame him, and I'll play
send him a DM.
devil's advocate.
Okay. Sounds good.
I think it's reasonable that he's farming there to play for catch-up. I think really for XG, it's just... I think sometimes teams get sucked into this black hole of we're ahead, we're strong.
Enigma wasn't in the game.
Yeah, that's right. And they play as too much of a blob. They walk around as a bunch of heroes, as this, big goon squad, and it's just too many people. Whereas if you're, I think, on the ball, you have these Tundras and Falcons when they're in form, it's just a couple of heroes, and the rest of the team is farming the map because there's so many camps on this new map. I say new, it's been out for a couple of years now, but it really is such a difference to the old one that I think some of these slightly worse teams are not quite accustomed to.
Yeah, that's fair. Does this Crystal Maiden and Bounty Hunter, I mean, Crystal Maiden ended up surpassing Queen of Pain in the end when it comes to net worth, but the impact for this, you talked about how good Falcons team fight really was, and that's almost always props to the supports. But yeah, Crystal Maiden and Bounty Hunter, not really seeing them in Blast Slam, so this definitely feels like a Falcons comfort and enjoyment, and just how much it added to their team fight.
I think they had great impact, and I think it fits into the way Falcons likes to teamfight, right? They've talked about it publicly, that they're very much, we want to get rounds of spells off. We want to play chill, and what the heck is going on? Yeah. Dude, I'm telling you, man.
I love how quick production is with this shit.
I'm telling you, I feel like I'm in that Breaking Bad episode. Like, I'm gonna drop what I'm doing, I'm gonna hunt this guy down. Jeffrey, or whatever his name is.
I've never seen Breaking Bad, so you're trying to reference.
Oh, no, the fly's not name is
pandering to
Jeffrey.
Fly.
I just pulled that out of thin air, but the Fly episode is a classic.
I've never seen, like, you're talking to someone that's never seen it.
It's if you've heard of it, though, right? The Fly episode.
No.
Really?
I don't know anything about Breaking Bad except drugs, which I don't think I should have said that on a broadcast.
One in chat if you know about the Fly episode.
I'm sure people are way more cultured than me when it comes to TV shows, but not when it comes to Dota teams. That's right. I will fight you on that one. Heroic and OG is what's next, and you probably didn't know that at all. And this is a competition now because OG 4-0. They're top in this competition right now in group standings.
They are, and they've looked amazing. I'm honestly really excited to watch them play. I think this is a team that is inspiring in how much they've improved and how they've risen to be a contender for, so far in this tournament, best team in the world. And I think that is very impressive for an organization that was just horrendous for like half of a decade and now has risen from the ashes and has gotten this team. And I don't know how much they've helped build them or whether it's just the players and the org has nothing to do with it. But these players are they're on top of the world right now. And SEA, yeah, a region that has really had issues for a long time. Similarly to the org, they bounce back. And I think that is an awesome story. And I think it makes this team very exciting to watch.
It really does. There's so many things about OG. It's like, can you even double down on being an underdog? OG has found a way, right? An org that you said half a decade hasn't really found too much success. You pick a region that hasn't found too much success. And now, right, 4-0 for themselves. But that is also to be said for Heroic. Coming out of SA for themselves, a region that has been underrepresented a couple of times, they hit such a nice peak when it came out of TI. They did fantastic at TI as well. They were able to win the first tournament coming out of TI, and since then, it feels like a lot of things are going on behind the scenes and now not really clicking when it comes to games for Dota, but also being able to close out games, because there were 2 best of ones yesterday where they were leading and they should have been able to take a win. It should be for themselves 2 extra wins.
Yeah, I think now is the time to prove, did we make the right roster decisions, and can we win this game against this GOAT team?
Well, it's all going to start off with a draft in this best of 1. OG, undefeated so far, up against Heroic. Alrighty, let's see if not only is there going to be a point proven about roster changes, but picking up a region that has been so underrepresented a number of times here. So OG, yeah, I'm just going to keep beating a dead horse here. Undefeated, just looking fantastic. It is way more than just getting lucky when it comes to the teams they've matched up against. They were able to beat Liquid, Yandex, MOUZ, and GamerLegion yesterday for themselves. And Heroic had 2 really great showings. They almost won against Falcons, but it felt like they dropped it a little bit towards the end. And their game against Xtreme Gaming as well, when they were 26K gold lead up. So hopefully they're able to reset. You already said it, Quinn. Sometimes you need to have those talks come in and think of day number 2 as a brand new day for yourself.
Yeah, I think so much of these group stages is your ability to learn, because I think rarely is the team that wins the tournament, are they just flawless throughout the entire group stage. I think in a lot of cases, you have a shaky day 1, you have even sometimes a shaky day 2, and you are able to fix your problems. And what the heck is he doing?
I got motion sick watching that.
Goodness sakes, someone get that guy one of those barf bags. And so I think that will be a true test for Heroic here. In can we fix our problems, and how much validity does our roster have, right? This 2 players changed since that great TI run you were talking about. So I have question marks. I think a lot of people do, and I think people need their questions answered, because they made some pretty bold changes. Kicking Schofield, I think a lot of people thought was the best player on the team in a lot of instances, an amazing chaos creating wacky player. So kicking him for someone more stable will have pretty big impacts on your team, and we'll see how that shakes out over the long run.
We definitely will. I will let you guys know right now it has been banned out. Viper, Husker, Batrider, Warlock. It feels like the one that's predominantly... oh my gosh, stop with this thing. Feels team targeted. And on the side of Heroic, it is Triant, Jakiro, Chen, and Brewmaster, which leaves that Razor finally getting through. And Shadow Demon as well, one of the higher priority supports.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that OG chooses to take the Shadow Demon over the Razor. We've seen this Razor be first phase banned in a lot of games, or first picked, but in this game, they get it on 9, so SD is generally pretty good against Razor. It's a hero that just sort of blob runs into the fight, and SD is great against those heroes. That's his favorite archetype of hero to play against, because you just purge the guy running in, and your team beats the crap out of him. And so I can see why they're like, okay, they're almost baiting them to pick Razor, but it is still somewhat surprising to leave that.
At the start of today, Razor was 100% pick ban, but do you know its win rate, Quinn?
I don't know. I'd say maybe 50%.
Bro, oh, yeah, it was.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, did you know that?
Nah, just vibes.
Yeah, it's actually, 4 losses and 4 wins.
Yeah, it felt about 50%.
Dang. Damn it. Anyway, whatever.
I think this Mars, Heroic really likes to do this, and there's been different sort of like lines of thought about if this is good or not, but they picked another core on 13 when they could have picked a support. So Razor is on 9, and then you've got the next pick out the phase. Normally you pick a support there that complements your core, but they choose to take another core. Now, sometimes what that does is it gives your draft a better structure because you've got sort of a damage dealer, you've got this fighting skirmish hero in Razor, and now you've got the team fight and you've got the initiator in Mars. Those are two things you need from a lot of drafts. So you get them right away, which gives your draft some structure. But what you lose from this is you lose some of the ability to counterpick later on. And so it's a bold decision we don't see many teams go for, but Heroic specifically really likes to do this, and they will pick cores back to back oftentimes when it's not needed. So I'm interested to see how that pans out over the rest of the draft.
Yeah, me too, especially because OG do that more stock standard thing where you open up with the two supports, right? Shadow Demon and Dazzle are going to be their support combo, and then an Axe is being brought out for that off lane there.
Yeah, I don't really understand why they picked Dazzle here. They did this the other game too. They just picked the same 3 heroes actually. I think this is identical from their side against XG. Maybe you can fact check me on this.
I will.
Please do. And because I think they did the exact same thing.
They did.
Picking these 3 heroes. They picked Coddle here.
Which they can't because
which is
it's
banned.
banned.
That's right. They picked AA instead, which is the single hardest counter to Dazzle, outside of maybe Silencer, but you can buy Greaves against that, so it changes a little bit. Because he Graves and heals and is so focused around this one thing, and you just completely counter that. It's also a very classic combo with Ember Spirit, because Change plus AA Blast is very, very strong together. In these mid-game skirmishes, it's very strong. Not to mention they have Mars Spear, so it's not a hero we see very often because his laning is complete dog water. And he's playing against Axe, who can battle hunger him, so there are some question marks around this lane. Anytime there's an AA picked, immediately there's risk of, okay, are you going to get smashed in lane? Because if you do, then you lose map control, and you never actually get the situations where you can press this blast spell and insta-kill people.
Do you think dog water is bad enough of a description? Because I feel like there's worse bodies of waters out there to describe things that are bad.
Like some sitting water filled with dysentery, that deal? I don't know what bacteria causes dysentery. Are they dysentery bacteriae? I don't even know what the plural bacteria is either.
I have no idea. Is it like bacteria is the plural of bacteria?
Yeah, I don't know what the plural bacteria is.
Anyway, I got
bacteria? It should be I, because it's Latin-y, like science stuff, right? So and I think I is the stuff. Anyway, some nerd in chat's gonna correct me.
Yeah, someone at Quinn, DM him on Twitter and let him know what's up with what the plural of bacteria really is. As the Naga Siren comes out for OG here.
Yeah, that's a carry Naga, and we've seen this a few times, and it has looked cheeks every time we've seen it. I have my doubts about this hero as a carry hero. Naga is interesting because historically people think of this hero as a hard carry, hero that farms a lot, and then when you get a bunch of items, you carry the game. But in some ways, Naga Siren is actually a space maker for the rest of your team because she has real issues carrying the game. And the reason for that is so much of her damage is on these illusions, but the illusions have a long cooldown. So if you're playing into heavy team fight, then you can just sort of nuke the illusions down with your supporting cast of spells, and then it's just one main Naga Siren, which does not do enough damage to win teamfights later on. So what she does do is she pushes all the waves in, she gives you vision, and she enables other heroes to shine. And so I think for OG, you need another really good scaling hero in this last pick, because Naga Siren, if you don't have good scalers in your team, you will not carry eventually against these heroes.
Which the last few times that we've seen OG, Natsumi is normally playing that archetype of the hero. He did amazing on his TA, right? That's the hero that's scaling. Everyone else is making space. So if you're putting him on the Naga Siren, a lot more pressure goes on to Yopaj to have that later game impact rather than just creating the mayhem in the early game that he has done so successfully before.
Yeah, I totally agree. It is a good Naga game in some ways. It's a great hero against AA, right? Because the hero is so focused on, he needs to get this blast, and if there's mayhem and chaos everywhere, then it's not as easy for him to do that. Ember is also a hero that in later stages of the game is pretty good against Naga Siren, but the early game can be kind of a problem because Ember doesn't want to buy BKB super early oftentimes. And Naga is going to go for that Manta Orchid. So there's an Orchid timing that, depending how the early game goes and how the map is developing, there can be this window where it becomes difficult for Ember to play.
Now, you were saying the games we've seen Naga, she's felt like cheeks. Do you want to take a stab at her win rate? Because you were so accurate and good with the Razor one?
Probably 0.
Yeah, it's 0%. It's 0-3.
Yeah, okay. Because this hero, it's just, it's a very hard carry hero, and the thing about it is so many carry heroes are just about the player, and they just sort of fit into the general carry archetype. Whereas Naga Siren is a team hero and also an individual player hero, and so I think you need some practice on this hero to make it work as carry. We've seen some great drafts from OG. This is not one of them, in my opinion.
Okay.
I do not like the Tiny here. I think it's got pretty bad matchups. I hate Dazzle as a hero, and I think Naga Siren carry in this specific instance, but also generally, is not that powerful. And so I think OG in this game, you're going to have to showcase some of that really impressive play, because this draft ain't it.
But they've done that before. There's been drafts where you've said it feels pretty even, slight advantage to OG, but then we've seen their support having those tricky wards, being able to get pickoffs on heroes that should never be able to get picked off on, and then have that ability to really stay stable in lane even with the bad matchups there. But Heroic running back that opening, like you said, in their best of 1 against Xtreme Gaming with Razor, Mars, Ember Spirit, substituting in the Ancient Apparition. How they closed out that last one was with a Tusk for themselves, and is it a similar sort of archetype that needed here?
I think they'll probably go for a range 4. In that game, they had the Coddle, so they were picking a 5 last.
Yeah.
Whereas in this game, I don't think you'll play 4 AA against Dazzle. That sounds really bad.
Okay.
So I think you'll probably be putting a 5 and then picking a 4. Theolicor plays Willow. He plays... I'm trying to think of 4s that are good against Naga Siren. The Shadow Demon is one of the best 4s against Naga. Coddle's pretty decent. That's banned. What are your other options against Naga? Because Willow is like okay against Naga, but it's not like incredible.
Let's have some fun.
Yeah, okay.
Remember, sometimes you said it isn't so much about the hero-to-hero matchup, but also the player-to-hero comfort.
Definitely. And I think this is somewhat of a case of that.
Okay.
I think OG, they need to play well to win this game for sure. I think they need to play better than Heroic does. But I also think they have an avenue in that they have Axe against A, so there's a chance that they do very well in this lane. And they have Naga Siren, who, if she has a good laning phase, can definitely open up the map, and it can be very oppressive for Heroic to play. And so if I'm OG, I need to play well in these lanes. I want to open up the map, and I want to see an impressive Naga performance from Natsumi. It's not an easy hero, and I think it's a hero that has been executed in some of the games that's been picked. I think the players playing it have dropped the ball a little bit. It hasn't looked that great. And so I want to see him show me a different side of that hero, play it to its fullest extent, and really stick it to Heroic on the map. Because if you don't do that, and we get to later stages, then I think you got some problems if you're an OG fan.
Okay, so for OG, it's really about that earlier part, stabilizing those lanes, sticking it to Heroic, as you said it. But Heroic have had good early games before and still not able to close out games. So what does their lineup really need to stay stable, keep any sort of oppression on the map they might garner in the early games, and close out and get that win for themselves, their second much needed win?
I think a lot of it is going to be just combining their heroes well. I think they have great team fight. They have great heroes at fighting together. And so we've seen Tai Lung get a little too over-aggressive, a little too eager, bite up more than he can chew sometimes, and feed a little bit. And so if I'm Heroic, I'm just saying, hey, let's bring a little more numbers to some of these fights. We've got great team fight. Let's take advantage of that great team fight. And if we're going to bring, an attack at a tower, let's bring the numbers.
All right, bring the numbers for the side of Heroic. Right now, OG have the numbers all in their win column. But could a carry Naga Siren undo all of that? We'll get the opinions of our casters with Owen and Fogt.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. OG up against Heroic, and indeed there's a Naga Siren carry here, Fogged. We've seen this hero, we've not really been sold on it, but if anyone's going to sell it to us, it would be OG. Can they do it here today with it?
It's going to be interesting for sure. It's a very different style draft. I don't know, OG is very exciting to at least look in the drafting phase because they have yet to start with the same opener. A lot of teams like to stick with similar comfort and stuff. They've had Brewmaster Sky Opener, Weaver Spirit Breaker, Mars Snap, Jakiro SF, and now we got Shadow Demon Dazzle. So all over the place, really, and it's pretty cool to see. So we'll see if they can make this one work because it feels like the archetype of this one is a bit different. I say that, but they also had a Faceless Void support game with the Darkseer that we also were like, this draft looks crazy, and they ended up making it work. So let's see. This is interesting. Because Heroics is strong. Heroic has a very well-rounded, very high team fight lineup.
The battle begins.
Let's see if they find any action here around the smokes. Come to an end. Looks like neither team's going to get tripped up by one another.
Very interesting stuff. Double saves as well, too, as the opener, right? The Dazzle and the Shadow Demon, not something you see paired too often, really, at all. Dazzle now coming into the work more than he used to, but yeah, usually not something people like to favor as much.
They might find Tim's. Well, the disruption to temporarily hold back Yuma, but it's not going to save Tim's. He'll go down. First blood for King Jungle.
Well, that might help the laning phase of the AA a little bit, that extra bit of gold. Because overall, AA's lane can be quite weak, especially versus something like Axe, but extra 500 and even a Willow starting down there. Maybe they stick the 3 down here for a little longer. Nah.
Yeah, it's good. Okay. I mean, even with just the raise in the AA, as you said, even though if they kind of get gone on, they can't do too much to save themselves. But if they start getting ahead in this lane, like these two have a lot of offensive potential, right?
For sure. Just AA overall as a laning hero is pretty dreadful. It's probably one of the worst 5-position laners. You just don't really do much damage. You don't have a control. You're not tanky. Your spells are just quite weak. You're really mostly an ult-reliant hero, and you're just playing around your poking and prodding inside the laning phase and harass.
In terms of sort of the other lanes, the mid matchup, you know, Yopaj coming in with the Tiny against Tylung on the Ember Spirit. Is this sort of a matchup where Tiny can kind of have a bit of an edge against the Ember?
I used to think so, but I actually have seen these Embers doing fantastic. The animation, like this attack animation and the way that some of them play around it is just so nice to trade versus these Tinies. And I actually saw RCY solo kill Yopaj yesterday as the Ember. And Yopaj is playing the Tiny, so.
And we'll see if he gets tripped up in a similar manner this game then against Tylung.
And let's see a lane that we don't really see ever anymore, right? It's a Dazzle Naga. So Naga has its weaknesses at times sometimes. Dazzle Naga pretty much makes it so Naga is not going to get pressured in this laning phase. And this is going to be a free farm for Natsumi, I'd imagine.
I imagine it's still just going to be the same build that we were seeing the other day from the carry Naga.
Manta Orchid. Especially this game versus the Ember, I'd imagine so. Nico?
Bottom. I think it's going to be okay. In fact, he'll get a courier. So, easy courier there for Nico. And yeah, these two, at the moment, not having enough damage to really fully punish the Axe.
Nico? Throws the blood grenade even. KJ just really looking to push him out. Looks like they should be able to recover though. With the pull, the Razor also missing a couple last hits under the tower. Tim's will be able to claim the Lotus as well, so he's probably happy. KJ.
Top lane.
Looking for Nico again.
It's a lot of damage. It's bringing him very low. And he will be all right. Probably have to take the walk back to base. No regen on him at the moment, so will be a fair bit of time that Nico's not able to be playing around with the creeps.
I do like that KJ did this though. Just chase the Axe completely. Even continue chasing. Maybe even get like a ward or kill some type of courier or something here. But this is cool. Is he actually gonna get it? He actually gets. So that's the boost of the Tiny gone.
Yeah, he'll go for the quick reset back to base on top of that. I mean, yeah, King Jungle's definitely getting some stuff done here to mess with not only the outcome at the bottom lane, but also at the mid there, sniping the courier.
I mean, honestly, it looks a little funny with the suicide, but the time that it would take him to get back to the lane, right? It's an eternity. He probably wants to bring some items, so you know what? Sure. OG, at least in the moment, though, in these lanes, a little bit ahead. Naga, as I said, absolutely free farming. Yopaj might get it.
I was going to say, looks pretty dead here. Shadow Realm, only going to buy him so much safety. Yopaj able to take him out with the Avalanche and a quick swipe at the tree as this Shadow Realm comes to an end.
I'm looking forward to see this game a lot too, because for me, at least it's the first time I'm getting to cast Tylung. I've been able to watch and hear a lot about this young blood, so looking forward to watch his aggression, because that's definitely his specialty. And speaking of
aggression, he might be dead here. Yeah, they're coming in with the wraparound of the two supports. The burst heal comes into play. That's Tylung gone. OG making some good early moves already, starting to get that slight net worth lead across the board, across these lanes here of OG's start.
OG's a very, just a very interesting team to watch right now. They've exploded with power in just these few days, a couple months even. This rotation, very unexpected. The SD Dazzle game, right? Like these two heroes that you don't really see, maybe the SD sometimes, but Dazzle rotating, not so common.
Ooh, trying to chase down Nico. He's actually able to be speedy enough there to break the static link. So they can still chase. It's just going to take maybe a little longer to kill him. In fact, they don't want to actually waste more time chasing him. Not feeling that they could have gone for him with the second round of the plasma field, but obviously the static link on cooldown would have just taken too long. So Nico, he's able to walk.
And this is actually interesting to point out. 2 points in the link. We've been seeing a lot of like 4-0-4s or 4-1-4. Okay, we'll see what that's going to make of his Tims.
Sports should be able to get him. They'll bring Yuma over and actually manage to give him the kill as well. So Yuma's going to be very happy with that.
Okay, interesting. So the thing about Link is, yes, it'll make you maybe like win the lane a little harder if you on paper, right? But overall, the build that we're seeing with like this 4-0-4 or 4-1-4, you farm so fast. So we'll see if that ends up hurting Yuma at all, or if it doesn't end up mattering at all.
Because I feel like for it to pay off, what he needs to be getting kills against the Axe in the laning stage.
That's what I would say at least, because looking at CS right now, he is a little bit behind the Naga, and once like the laning phase breaks, if he doesn't have max plasma,
I mean, this should be a kill this time.
Yeah.
There we go. This time round, nowhere for Nico to run.
It probably is just because of the lane. He wants to just really kill Nico in the first, like, you know, first 5 minutes or so, a couple extra times, and then he'll go 4-2-1.
OG though, top side of the map. Yeah, this tier 1 tower is not going to be standing too long here for Heroic. Obviously comes at a time around the 7-minute wisdom.
Tylongs.
It looks like they're going to bring in the numbers here. They don't want to allow OG to feel too comfortable around this area. They'll get the setup onto Scam, as he will be frozen in position. He's got one more heal to pump out. We'll get the poison touch off as well, but Scam's gone. Tylung, he's got 17 one charges and remnants at the ready, so they can't fully commit onto him. He's able to walk away safely.
But they got the tower. Force of rotation, got the tower. Nico, though, again, does die. They will steal the shrine.
Yeah, both shrines in their favor. Yopaj also in a lot of trouble. As Yuma's got the right-click damage built up. That 100 he stole from Nico coming in to help bring Yopaj down low. Curse Crown will hold him in position. He'll try and juke around the trees, though. In fact, that Shadow Realm hit will come through as well as the Plasma Field to take him down. Yuma, Static Link's available again, but can he actually survive here against Scam? He cannot, as Scam comes in with another round of the Shadow Wave, puts Yuma's early little streak to an end there, so nice bit of gold influx for the Dazzle. But before that, they got the job done, right? They get the Wisdom, they're getting the kills, they're able to get this sort of early action that Yuma's getting involved in.
Yeah, taking the boxes. Also, this aggressive play bottom, they put a ward down and a sentry, so they blocked the camp of the stack for Nico. So the name of the game really for Heroic did feel like, at least right now, shut down Nico, which I can't blame them. Nico has literally popped off so hard in some of his games, even on his Darkseer, etc. So I can't blame them for this. But the result is now Naga's top, so is Tiny. So you put a lot of extra emphasis on shutting down the Axe. Let's see if it pays off for you. Port's also kind of shut down, though, we can't say, right, because of that Wisdom steal, but the Dazzle getting that solo kill puts Scam kind of at the top of the supports.
Yeah, that was a huge boost for him to get that kind of pick-up solo at the end of that engagement.
Yeah, a lot of focus on Nico, though, as you're seeing. Even in this other sentry, I didn't see this one placed a couple minutes ago, but around the triangle, we did see Theo as well place that one to block. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a catch-up for Nico in this game.
Well, let's see. See what I just see what the potential is from Natsumi down the road. I mean, we obviously caught one of the Naga Siren games that we covered. Did you catch the other Naga Siren game?
I did. My mind is drawing completely blank. I think it was the one where they had Darkseer, and that's the Faceless Void one, the crazy game that I was telling you about. That OG did like Snapfire, Aghanims, shooting the Void in. It was a wild game. I like that one is one that people should just watch because it was like Naga, Enigma, and Yandex just couldn't execute because OG was just doing some style plays. So.
Did the Naga Siren in that game look a bit more hopeful than it did in the game that we caught? Was it still pretty kind of like hit a lot of creeps, got a lot of farm, couldn't do a lot with that?
It was like a 20-minute Naga top net worth and then 4 heroes of the opposing team net worth. You know, one of those kind of games. So it's kind of just hanging on. But he did have the combo. So the thing I'm seeing this game, they don't have the same type of combo, at least with the Enigma, but we should see if that ends up working. Tai Lung, Vessel is about to be finished. He's gotten another power rune, so it's an amp damage for the next potential move. OG content with just, I think for them, they're content with kind of sitting back until they have this one item, the Blink on the Tiny in particular, because of how tough Nico's game has been. So let's see if Heroic wants to put emphasis on hitting at least one of these tier 1s, or if they're also just content with playing for that catch-up to get that one item, since Whisper also kind of struggled. Because they have the team fight, right? When you look at the side of Heroic, once they've got those 6s, their team fight, it's stronger. Just straight up across the board than OG.
Absolutely.
Unless the fights go kind of wacky.
Yeah, if they can land the sort of Ice Blast follow-up, it'd be pretty difficult for OG to sort of survive the jump from Heroic in those early stages.
Radiant's middle tower
Okay, so the adaption from Nico, he's struggling, a lot of magic damage in the enemy draft, he's just going pipe. We've seen a lot of these X's, you know, sometimes you do struggle, not gonna get your blade mail, tends to be that aura guy.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. They're obviously going to have Yopaj getting the blink. He's about, 1,400 gold into it, so they'll have initiation elsewhere. And just being able to survive through those earlier fights and allow the game to kind of go on to a time in which that Natsumi is going to be feeling confident to carry it out as the Naga Siren once he's finished farming.
Yeah, I mean, I'm truly curious what the approach is going to be and where they end up going with the Naga. Because, yeah, it definitely looks hard. Like, the Naga pick itself does look kind of decent overall across the board. It's the Ember and maybe the Razor, if he gets super fat, can be answers for it. But it's just the other heroes. It looks like a weird kind of combo of the draft with the Naga Siren. So we'll see what he can do on his own. Because Yuma is itemizing to deal with the Naga Siren, right? He's going to go for the Maelstrom, going to go for the Mjolnir build. It's going to be strong. It's going to have that way to fight. Or that way to farm and keep at least toe-to-toe. A tower.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Brambles onto Tim's. Tai Lung's ready to go for this, maybe with the amplified damage. He's under the tier 2. That's a bit spooky there.
They're going to reblock. Okay, they really don't want Nico to have a game.
It's been working so far. Still having to try his best to kind of catch up this game, Nico.
This is going to be quite a bit of a slow-paced game, I would imagine. I think Heroic can absolutely look to accelerate things, but for OG, they're looking to slow things down, wait for Naga. So get yourselves a drink, strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
And we'll just see if it's going to be all worth it in the long run for OG.
Pretty much.
We've just seen many a show where it's like, okay, let's let the Naga farm, and then it was like, all this farming for this? So let's see if Natsumi can give us a nice surprise and show us how it's done this time around with his Naga Siren.
Otherwise, it's going to be owned for, and then we probably won't see it much more.
No. But I mean, at some point, you know, that's got to be the case, right?
At some point.
Especially just because the games, it's not, it's in the games that it's lost, it's kind of hard to see where the potential even was.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it's the one that we saw in particular, right? Like, they picked it and then a Primal Beast came out, and we were like, oh god, how the hell is Naga going to play? And exactly what we kind of expected happened. Like, the Primal just dunked on the game. Completely dunked on it. That was Malrine, of course, the best Primal.
They're going to make a smoke move up towards him. Yeah, see if they can get some sort of early action against Natsumi.
Gotten both of the T1s. I mean, they're ticking the boxes, right? T1 bottom, T1 mid. Got to go for T1 top. Look to control and suffocate the Naga. Do they get the catch? Tai Lung's got an idea. I think he saw the Riptide AoE.
Get the song off. It's, oh, the fear! It was coming in, so the TP gets put to a stop. Natsumi's in trouble. The remnants come in. Natsumi, he's gone. Beautiful fear coming in there from Theo Lacour. Excellently done. It's a big kill. Now get them the space and, you know, to put some pressure onto the tier 1 as well.
They're following the Riptide. Being able to see that one sometimes in fog, I think you've definitely experienced that and seen. So they just followed him. They're able to track him. Great fear. And Scam, maybe one more second, not even half a second, and Scam maybe gets that grave off.
Yeah, super close. It's sort of dying just to those last seconds of the Ice Blast as well. It's just about to wear off, so it might have been that opening to come in with clutch saves, but they couldn't execute it in time. A little bit of time that Natsumi's knocked off the map.
Yeah, I really like that, honestly. They don't get the T1, though. Maybe I would have liked if they were able to pressure this T1 as well after the kill, but maybe they'll get it afterwards. Still content, though. 7-4. Razor top net worth. And slowing down the Naga. KJ and Theo, I think this is how they probably should just play. Just stay paired up on the two supports.
Yeah. Yeah, they can do a lot between the two of them. They can even get kills between the two of them.
Yeah, they're the killers, honestly. Like they both do an insane amount of damage if they do get on top of targets with Ice Vortex plus Bedlam. Scam. Was seen. Smoke up. OG are in the area.
So if they can get the jump already, though, the chains run onto Tim's. We've seen the wraparound. Tylung has managed to find his way to the back line. Scam's getting destroyed by Yuma. It's going to be both of the supports dead. Can the cause of OG do anything to fight back and find something? Yuma's pretty low, but Yopash, he can't get back into this. He's not going to have an option, though. Whisper's able to come up with the blink, gets the spear pushback into the fear, the Ice Blast. Wow. That's Yopash dead on top of it. So they get the tier 1, they get the 3 kills, and that was very much action that OG, they came out looking for.
Yeah, they were trying to get this flank. It actually was a beautiful like wrap around there from the Razor. It messed with Yopaj's concept of how he wanted to jump, so then he couldn't like blink, Ava toss somebody, and Scam got on first, so full panic comes into play there from OG as Heroic. Make that one look a bit easy with that further catch, and they still have Arena. So Whisper can look for another catch.
See bottom, they've got the setup. TPs are coming in. They're looking for Yuma. He's able to get the static link off, though. Whispers in with the Arena Spear combo. That's Nico dead for that attempt. Heroic playing fast and making sure that these little moves or these attempts from OG in the early game are getting shut down every time.
And this, I mean, Whisper, he kept the Arena, right? He didn't need it for top lane, kept it for bottom, immediately pays off, gets another one on Nico. 0-3 on this Axe. The second that he turns up out of the jungle, just dies again. Maybe now do they go? Now that I guess now that spells are used, maybe they'll try to force a little more on OG, right? Razor was a bit low HP, Mars ult used, so it looks like they will push forward for this tower here.
Yeah, I mean, Yopash, he wants to fight with this blink. Tylung not going to give them the chance. Already out of there with a haste rune. Will at the least get the tier 1 by the looks of OG with the pressure of Natsumi down here as well. They will manage to take this objective.
Tylung accelerating the Shivas. I like this. We saw yesterday also similar. We saw a second item Shivas picked up by a Storm that looked fantastic. This item does feel it's in a very, very strong spot right now. In a lot of games, even not versus healing, it does feel like it does so much, especially if your lineup is just all magic too, which they have quite a lot. So that extra amp up is going to be very nice. On top of the Vortex, heroes are going to die very quickly. So that pipe definitely very necessary for Nico, and it continues to get stalled out.
Tylung, he's got his eyes on Scam. Ice Blast from King Jungles is in. Be able to buy some time over the ult and the grave, but as it comes to an end, so does his life. Scam's gone again.
Tylung's popping off. Yopaj.
I mean, they see him in the mid. Yopaj. Oh. He blinked over in anticipation of a rune spawn, but it was even at that, it was a few seconds too early, so he's not getting any rune, and he's not getting out with his life, as Whisper would just easily turn and just drop an arena on him. So Yopash,
them.
Yeah, crumbling a little bit there. Bit sort of uncharacteristic move from him to sort of take that risk, to blink into that position blindly.
Okay, Natsumi, does he have the Orchid done? It looks like I think he's pretty close to having it, if not having it. Yeah, he does. Okay, so let's see what they can do with this, because I'm looking at the net worth. I'm starting to get to that point where I saw the other Naga games, where it's a Naga at the top almost, and then it's a bunch of other heroes, and the other cores are really falling behind, and Force continues to. I force him. I said Force. Nico, he has the pipe done, so maybe now they can rally something together, but it is not easy fights.
It really isn't. Oh, now find Theo Liquor here. Natsumi. Nice little pick off there with the Orchid.
Really nice play. That's kind of what he has to do. Look for when they're split up, find these little solo plays at the moment to catch them back up.
A lot of pressure on Natsumi. On a hero that we've seen other carries, they just haven't been able to make it work. If Natsumi can make this work, we are going to be very impressed.
The SEA Naga Sirens are a different breed.
It's true.
For this.
It's true. Some fantastic players from the region on it.
They like to hit those creeps. They like to take it late game. They like splitting map up. They also like fighting relentlessly, so it's kind of a weird one that fits for them, but whatever. AJ making the way top Tormentor in about 20 seconds. In the meanwhile, OG is looking for their own play. Are they going to catch them here?
They do. They get the opening avalanche though onto the two of them. Tyling's able to jump out with the Remnant. They'll look to burst through the core. The dunk comes in. They take the Willow down. Arena's out though. Catches the two supports. Ice Blast coming in. Nico's going to offer a TP out, but he won't make it out of there. The Sleight of Fist comes in. Tyling takes him down as they'll bring down both supports on top of that. So OG, again, these kind of moves, these little sort of attempts at hunting down heroes, they're not working out for them this game. Each and every time, Heroic are winning to Trace. Yopaj will come in with the jump. Maybe him and Natsumi can clean things up. They get the silence onto Tai Lung. It's not enough burst though, and now Natsumi's in danger. He's going to try and sing, but he gets frozen in position. See if he's still able to run from this. Yuma and Whisper ready with the chase down. Blink forward into the spear. This is going to be a painful death for Natsumi. As you know, these sort of moves where you're turning into the fight. Yopaj also still around. He's going to go for the TP out. He'll make it out just in time before the spear connects. But these deaths on the Naga Siren, they hurt badly, folks.
This game feels so damn difficult for this Naga Siren. Force has no game, literally. They've done everything to shut him down, and honestly, that everything has absolutely worked. This Axe is a creep. Can't even run in and do much of anything. Can't get close enough to get the call off, to even get the pick-offs there, to maybe get the 2 kills before everything kicks off. Yeah, this is looking really nice. I do have to say, though, like Heroic, I love how they're just instant TPing. They know that they're going to win every fight if they have the numbers.
He's going to get himself another easy one there. Yuma starting to get completely out of control. 8-1-7, mega kill streak. Well on the way to having the BKB on top of the Manta and the Maelstrom. Now this Razor is absolutely massive.
And we see why Razor is first ban in majority of games. Honestly, this hero is ludicrous. Crazy team fighter, crazy farmer.
And that's where Natsumi goes next. I think in the other game we saw the Naga Siren, it was kind of Manta Orchid into straight heart. They're just trying to tank up against the overwhelming damage that's been thrown out of the Naga Siren and the illusions. I mean, what way do you think Natsumi wants to go? Is it, you know, what other sort of options do you have as a Naga Siren to go towards as that next item? Because whatever you get next, it's going to be very important, right? Because there's a high chance that that next item you get might be the last item that you get this game.
Yeah, HP is pretty important though. That's the problem. It's like anything else you want to slot in usually doesn't give you the HP you want. It's like Scotty, Butterfly, and Heart are your 3 options. So it looks like he's just queued up the Butterfly now. But even then, it's like he's going to be incredibly HP pool wise versus all this magic damage. He's going to be sub 2k HP.
Yeah, he's going to have to be so sort of clinical with the pickoffs with the Orchid and the Manta plays. Now, if they're not starting the fights with Natsumi getting some sort of crazy angle, getting on top of one of the supports, it's going to be very difficult for him to have a presence in the fight, as you say, just down to how squishy he's going to be against this sort of good mix of damage that Heroic have ready to throw down on whoever steps up.
I mean, Heroic, they keep finding kill after kill after kill. It looks like Nico maybe again.
May have got him. Whisper gets the angle. Nico's dead once more.
Whisper Mars. We don't get to see it as much anymore, but every time I do see it, I'm reminded why this guy is so good at it. He's got the Lotus finished up now too, so great timing. Yeah, I don't know. They've got the counter versus the Orchids on multiple heroes now too.
Yeah, they're crushing it here, Heroic.
Yep, they've got the Yules even on the Willow. The AA, this looks really funny, but he has like double Fluffy Head and a Chainmail, so just little tankiness to survive potential goes on him too.
Take the tier 2 tower. OG not ready to turn up and try and defend these sort of objectives, so tier 2 on the top is going to be going down.
I mean, look at Yuma. Yuma is just playing his own mini game. He's like, I don't need anybody. I'm by far the strongest hero on the map. I can run it into.
I mean, no one can go on him. I mean, Natsumi can try, but you know he's not going to threaten this Razor surely. And BKB's at the ready on top of the Manta, so they just cannot go on the Razor right now whatsoever.
If they could get him a toss back into a call, perhaps, but not even the case. Nico has actually decided, I'm not even going to go blink. He had it queued up for some time, and now he's just queuing Manta.
He might just be dead again, though. Tylung, he gets the setup. The rest of Heroic making their way over. Nico's going to try and run away down the river, but Yuma's hot on the chase. Same to be said here for Tylung, as Nico dead once again. 0-6-1. As you say, they've really had it out for him. It's absolutely working. You know, maybe this is an approach we're going to see other teams go for against OG. You know, OG, they've been looking phenomenal. Maybe this is the key to sort of beating them, just completely crushing their offlaner, crushing Nico.
Honestly, from the games that I've seen, I can't blame them that they did this. Because a couple of games he played as Darkseer versus, like, there's this troll. I don't know if you saw this. He cliffed the troll with the wall, and he killed himself. Like, the wall plus the troll illusion. Like, he did some really crazy stuff in some of these games. So, honestly, power to him. If you shut down Nico, it's definitely a good approach if they do have this type of draft where it's quite reliant on the offlaner.
This time we'll get out with the song there, Natsumi. And I guess that the question is, if you're OG and you see this is sort of the style that's being adopted against you, like going back this game as well, is there anything OG could have done to try and give Nico a bit of a better opening in this game? What could they have done differently to try and stop Nico getting to the point where he's kind of slipping down into the ranks of the supports when it comes to amount of farm?
Maybe it was using the SD to do the wave pull instead of Nico somehow, because what I saw was Nico pulling the wave, got dropped really low, and then had to do some, I don't know, constantly coming to the lane low. So maybe Tims could have done something better to manipulate. You know, there's always things you could do better, right? So.
I mean, they're going for Nico again.
They're
going to find him again. Ooh. Oh, they've got him. It's close to the base, but can anyone actually come over and help out? We'll see Scam attempt to do so. And there's going to be no saving this axe. TP out will not be successful as the user's there to put it to an end. The Ice Blast even came in and hit on towards Scam. They won't be able to jump over and capitalize on that, though. But again, they got what they wanted. Killing off Nico once again.
I actually got to check also how Dazzle, I think Dazzle's looking pretty, like Quinn said, kind of cheeks.
There's the pressure coming in onto the high ground now. Heroic. They know that it's very difficult for OG to fight against them. They'll be able to force out the fortification. So they'll look to sort of fix the situation on the other lanes. Of course, Natsumi doing the best he can with these illusions to keep the waves pushed out away from OG.
He needs the heart to be able to fight. So the butterfly is just a farming item, so has to get heart. And then maybe when they have heart, they can perhaps mount the defense because he is top net worth. And I believe, I mean, yeah, Nico's just not going to go for blink at all. So yeah, so he said he's going Yasha into Manta, so looking to get that farm caught up. So won't have that secondary call. So I'm wondering when it's going to be that the Naga actually feels strong enough to fight. And yeah, I looked at the stats. It Dazzle's 0-2 as well.
I mean, maybe that's the case. You know, obviously OG had a pretty fantastic game yesterday. Fantastic day yesterday. They're like, you know what? We need a bit more of a challenge. Let's pick some of these heroes that no one else is winning with and show them how it's done. You know, they wanted to go in today on hard mode. I appreciate that, you know. Everyone likes a gamer that likes to put it on the hardest difficulty. Maybe that's what OG just kind of did today with this first game.
It does feel like it. I can actually,
it's hard.
I agree with that. Opening with SD Dazzle. Axe afterwards when what they see, they saw Razor, Mars. Yeah, it's just interesting how they did decide to approach this one. But OG has been a very interesting team to watch how they do draft this Heroic. That's the Aegis, Satanic soon done for Yuma, and he is level 20.
And who knows? You know, maybe Natsumi in this position, he's like, you know, he's not even sweating. He's like, guys, this is fine. I'm gonna carry this. I'm gonna show the world how you carry a game in 2026 on Naga Siren.
Would be hype.
Because, of course, you know, with the time passing, his farm is still there.
Still is quite good. It's just what he's up against, right? The Razor is very good, even good versus illusion heroes in general. Same thing for the Ember. Same thing kind of for the Mars with the farm that Whisper's been able to farm.
I'll talk about Whisper. He's going to be heavily outnumbered here.
He is.
Can they burst through him?
BKB just got here.
We'll get it off before the call. And you know what? That might just get him out. It does. He is away. That delivery, that BKB press could not have come at a better time. And now Heroic, they're actually looking to maybe strike him back here. Tylung and Theo Lacorda in onto Scam. Yopatch will pop a BKB himself. He's a little scared. He's having to go for the BKB TP to get himself out of this one. Tylung will throw forward the Remnant, get the chains connection onto Nico. Uh-oh, Nico might be dead again. He's going to run. He's got the Vessel ticking him down. But they'll get him. Godlike on Tylung for some very nice Remnant and chains plays there coming out from the Ember. To ensure that when a fight starts going badly for OG, it starts going real badly. Like, he's really struggled to get out of the action.
He's a real treat to watch on this Ember Spirit, doing all the little tricks with the slights. I saw him yesterday actually mess up one of the slight tricks and it put him in a really awkward position. But yeah, Tylung popping off, and yep, one of the best BKB deliveries.
Yeah, that was crazy. Well, it literally came, what, pre-disruption or during the disruption? It was like, what, bam?
I think it was just stirring it or something, or yeah, either way. Saves his life, gets him multiple kills, and now in tier 2.
Where's the heart?
Even another catch.
Well, Yuma ready to dive into the base, pushing out with that Satanic. Aegis still, of course. Oh, he's going to be fine. Won't lose that Aegis quite yet. Heals up here. Natsumi's got his heart. He's got his butterfly. Now, whatever happens, he could continue to just at least keep 2 of the 3 waves shoved out with the illusion spam. He can make this game go on. You know, that's the great thing about Naga Siren. You know, you just have to sort of destroy the stamina of your enemy. You know, Natsumi, he says, you know, we can keep this game going another 1 hour.
It's true. And overall, looking at Heroic, they do not have the best base hitters, Owen. Similar to yesterday, the way they don't have, because they have the same heroes, they don't have the best ways to just force these buildings, unless Razor goes for like Aghanims, which just doesn't happen anymore. So there could definitely be that point where Naga can stall until maybe
keep stalling.
That's where Natsumi feels like he's actually powerful enough.
He could keep this game going for a long time. You know, they might never win, OG, but maybe they'll never lose. That's what he's going for here, Natsumi, with the Naga Siren. He's ready to keep this game going for maybe another couple of hours. See if he can do it.
Heroic, though, I don't think they want that. Here comes the 22-6 onto high ground. 1 minute left on the stages.
Yeah, Yuma feeling indestructible here on the front line push. What can OG do to slow them down? Natsumi has turned up here to be a part of the defense.
Eyes on the tossbacks.
Tims. Got the disruption off. Tylung's going to go straight for Tims. As soon as Tims reveals his position, Tylung's on top of him. Tims is dead. No buyback on him. That's the Aegis gone, but was definitely very close to coming to an end anyway for Yuma. So no worries there.
Wait, though.
Creeps are indeed being cut. Now Nico also, well, that Manta I think is on the courier right. I think the recipe's on its way over. So he's going to have illusions. Natsumi's obviously got illusions. If between the 2 of them, they can make sure a wave never crosses the river onto the OG side of the map, this game could get a little bit annoying for Heroic, despite the fact they have this lead, they have these unkillable heroes. The creep-cutting moves could be pretty big from OG.
It would be very wild. The thing is still, it's Natsumi versus multiple carries, which Naga can kind of do. We'll see. This is really interesting. If they can just stall it forever. I'm wondering the potential of this Naga Siren.
Let's have a look. How long can they stall? He's looking for the Hex next, of course, Natsumi. We'll see Tormentor take it down, and Yuma will get a lovely little pick up there, being one of the later ones to get that free shard.
Next big timing, I would say, was Roche, right? Heroic really wants to just get the Roche and then probably look to force things in, at least get one of those Raxes, ideally. Yeah, Natsumi, just looking at these illusions. Axe plus those Naga illusions, looking to cut. Now Nico is going to cue the blink to be able to try to get some catches. Because in the base, pushing, it still does give you a bit of fear. Because you get tossed back, you get axe called, it's going to put things into maybe an awkward situation, so...
They're out with the smoke. Maybe see if they can find Natsumi.
Scam. Has the gem on the front line.
And they're close to Natsumi.
Natsumi.
They see the real one. They get the setup. The arena spirit, the blast. They've got him. That's Natsumi gone for 50. Now they're ready to jump on for more. Scam. They'll get the grave off. But he'll... Ooh, somehow that spear missed, but it doesn't matter. He's dead.
Do they have a wave? They do. They have a wave bottom. So everybody has to escort this wave to go for the push if that's what they want to go for here, as it is 30 seconds. They do have a little bit of a window here, perhaps. Let's see what the choice is. Yuma thinking about where he wants to go. He knows where Nico is because of that ward.
Nico's like, get me through that twin gate right now. And he will. And he's away. Instant TP back to safety. Will live this time. Is able to get his hands on the blink.
But you know what, Owen? They might lose Opaz here. He has BKB TP.
Yeah,
he's actually going to live. But they do, and look at the wave too, right? The wave that the Naga was dead. Bottom wave was kind of pushing. They've stalled things out, split them up. Gold lead, of course, continues to grow for Heroic, but OG lives to see a few more minutes.
Keep on stalling.
Like you said, it might just be a stall for what, but they're gonna try to keep on stalling.
I don't mind a good stall though, you know, it's chill. Everybody kind of lock in, as you said, get your food, get your drinks.
Of course you
see
don't.
how long OG can keep this one going.
As a Brit, you're getting in queue, right? You're queuing up.
Exactly, you're queuing up, and then you're gonna get disappointed to the end of the queue. But you know, the queuing was the fun part. The stalling was the fun part. And Natsumi is going to go for the BKB next so that he can actually kind of get in on the front as the Naga Siren in these fights on the main hero.
Honestly, I'd be so impressed if this Naga does do it. I'm just looking, it just looks...
Yeah.
And if it doesn't... hard for you to do anything. It looks like you're great at hitting creeps, but that's about it.
Yeah, that's the thing. If it doesn't do it, I think me and you are going to be... we're definitely going to have our opinions if we see teams continue to pick Naga Siren carry.
Yep.
But let's see. Natsumi, as I say, he wants to challenge. He wants to show the world what he's got on the Naga Siren. And show us, you know, what other carries have not been able to.
The thing is, too, is watching these illusion carries is also really funny because, look, he's 27,000 net worth, right? But he's level 17. Razor's about to be 25.
Yeah, you don't get much XP, right? A lot of it's just the illusions, as you say, clearing up that gold.
Yeah, always these illusion heroes end up being under-leveled. Scam does get caught. And all three cores on the side of Heroic. It's not like it's just one of the cores, right? It's all three getting big Whispers build. He's got the Octarine too. They're going nice and greedy.
There's the big pickups. Go patch Shivas, BKB Natsumi. Nico, not going to get out with the TP this time.
Yuma with the Swift Blink. Immensely aggressive. The Bota as well.
They could look to sort of jump the high ground. I guess they take the Roche first. Take the Roche first. And go down one of these lanes. Now, do OG want to contest the Roche? I guess without the axe, it's probably not going to happen.
No.
Getting over here in the 10 seconds or so is also not going to happen. So Heroic will be able to clean that one up.
And Yuma is, level 25, as we saw pointed out there, also hit. He is absurd farm, honestly. 30K at 38 minutes on a Razor. As you said, there's a reason this Razor is getting banned first few in every single one of these games. But my goodness, Yuma has really styled.
Yeah, he crushed it this game. This is top Razor performance from Yuma. Well, better get those waves pushed out.
He did the smart thing too. I was gonna say I actually would prefer if he goes for bots over upgrading the Mjolnir, and he does exactly that. So he has boots of travel to at least keep these waves pushed out. He knows he's strong enough on his own on these side lanes to not get picked, and then he can just join his team. Natsumi just trying to cut the wave, get rid of this bottom wave too. Doesn't get the entire one, but mid wave is shoved out.
Radiant's middle tower.
A deep ward place. They see Natsumi.
Ooh, they
Tylon's
do.
in.
He's in on top of him. He's got the chains. Blast is coming in. Natsumi will pop the BKB. He has the BKB TP out of this one. As Natsumi does manage to escape. Scam not going to be as lucky. Jules is there to stop the TP. But it's just going to have to be BKB and running away there for Natsumi.
Yeah, now he has no BKB for the high ground push, so this is where Heroic should be able to force things pretty hard.
See what they can get going on the defense. Yopa's trying to slow things down. Tyler's already in on the back lines. Looking for Tims. And we'll be able to hide in the trees. Just the fortification out. Tier 3 still gone. Whisper is going to drop the arena on Tims. Song will come out from Natsumi. It's going to give Tims a little bit of a chance. Ice Blast coming in, doesn't connect. So Tims will get to live another day. Start the defense here, OG. Let everybody back up. They'll look for the toss play. It's not going to happen. Just gets the illusion. And now Yopash in a bit of a dangerous spot. Has to put the BKB and head back. Scam will move forward with the ult, trying to get some sort of damage and control in onto Yuma, but Yuma still doesn't care. Still 2 minutes left on the Aegis for the Razor. Yuma can continue to stand strong here on the push. Trying to heal up now with the Satanic. And we'll slow down the siege.
Somewhat slowed down. Tims has to be so... Okay, I mean, Tims is pushing the limits, really. Stepping up like that versus this Mars. I'm surprised that he actually lives. Natsumi forced a Song to protect him. But Heroic is still kind of lingering in the area. They have a double catapult down here that Yuma is pinging. But it dies through reasons. Okay. Ags on the axe. So Nico. Haven't seen this one purchased too often. See if he can get a 5-man call and spin like crazy.
Yuma just straight in to see what they sort of throw down on him. And Red Whisper, and again, he's going to get the arena onto Tims. Jump forward here with the Remnant ready. Tylung is able to help cut them down, hold them back. Tims is gone. They'll buy back immediately. Tylung does get caught in the call. Do they have the damage to kill him? They don't. BKB's at the ready. OG have to back away for now from the Ember and the Razor. Rain Track's taken out. Yuma turns his attention towards the melee. Wrecked up the disruption to slow him down temporarily. As it comes to an end, he can keep that push going. OG not able to get Yuma off the barracks as Yuma will take the full set here on the bottom lane. And they'll be able to back off with no lives lost and the Aegis still intact here for a minute.
Trying their best at their deficit, but they just don't have damage. The control on Tylung was actually decent there with the axe call, but there's just no follow-up to go from there. They have to fully disengage, and Yuma learning his lesson maybe, or they are in general. He's hitting those buildings. He's really focusing the buildings, not pushing too far forward, not giving that extra opportunity for the side of OG.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Couple big items they can pick up too. I think they've gotten, what, like 10
Tylung
plus gold in the last few moments. Natsumi.
He's got his eyes on Natsumi, but Natsumi's also got his eyes on him. Tries to stand with the Hex to the sides, but backup's on the way. Natsumi, he'll have to BKB and TP out of this.
Man, Whisper is everywhere. As soon as the play happens, comes in with the Lotus.
He knew the Scam was sort of around, was able to just chase him out. Picks up another kill here, Yuma.
Neutral.
Well, they didn't mind the neutral creeps, Will.
Got him. That's a great place. Again, Heroic just covering their bases, right? Even that little play where Tylung maybe can die, Whisper TPs, gets the Lotus off him just in case, because he didn't have BKB up, protects him too. Very good team synergy from Heroic.
Tormentor for them. Yeah, he's got to be a bit careful. He's got the Yules. Even with that, yeah, has to get right away from that. Give themselves the cash bonus.
It's not fair that supports are always the ones who die. Why does it reflect damage this way? Why is it like physical based off your armor and then you just die because you're some squishy support? It's not fair. The supports just kill you. No, the cores just kill you. It's not fair.
It's a team game. You know, the cores, they're going to care about their support, so they're going to be making sure that they don't accidentally kill them.
Yeah. They check their items. They're like, you have Glimmer Force Staff? No? Okay, you're dying.
Let's see where they go for next hit. 22k lead, 30-6.
Natsumi's at peak. He bought his bots too. He's got the BKB. This is where he is. And it's not that strong. Not by any means, especially with what he's up against, as we saw him trying to beat down an Ember Spirit.
Let's keep the game going.
Keep the game going.
Oh, I just heard a BKB. Didn't I?
You did?
Oh, yep. Well, yeah, patch. At least we'll get out. I mean, I say that, they're chasing him. They might still get something here. Tai Lung.
He's trying to reach.
Not quite. So Tims and Natsumi will be fine. Only just. Tai Lung getting very close to 25. Scam and Nico, we're seeing if they can maybe get some sort of jump. But even if they do get the catch, it's hard to find the damage between those two to threaten someone like a Whisper Mars.
I don't actually know how they kill Whisper, I gotta be honest.
Yeah.
I think even if if there's 5 of them on him and he gets Arena off, he lives. I'm not kidding. He'll have 800 HP regen because he has the 180 regen talent and he has Dauntless. I actually have no idea how they can kill Whisper. That's to be said for a lot of the heroes, as they only do have 6 kills, of course. It has been one of those games.
Radiant are scanning.
How's the creep cutting going? Illusions on the bottom wave.
That's the question in this game.
That's
how's the creep cutting?
How long can they hold?
Excuse me, checking in, Natsumi. How's the creep cutting going? Very well. Okay, thank you very much. Hold. Oh my goodness, these heroes are just getting bigger and bigger. This Razor is going to have literally everything. I mean, he still has growth too. Has the Refresher, has the Aghanim, has the Moon Shard that he can still get to.
I mean, that's the thing on the other side, right? For Natsumi as a Naga Siren, you know, where does his growth go at this point?
Okay, he can technically still go. Ags is still quite good on him versus the BKBs, but is he getting the option?
He's going to go for BKB Song TP. Did you know what would be high?
A Basher.
Tai Lung, yeah, get that Basher Ember. Get the Basher. Let's do it. Whisper. He's going to find Tims. And he really has it out for Tims. I think the last 3 arenas have just been solely thrown down onto Tims. This time they'll get away with the kill.
I mean, that's what you should do, right? On situations as a Mars.
Get the SD. He can't save himself. He's not saving anyone else.
Okay, Whisper will be the one that queues up the Basher. He's like, you guys aren't going to do it. I will then.
Dude, we need Ember Basher. We need Ember Basher. Come on, Tai Lung. He knows.
Slight bash.
Get the slight bash.
Gotta properly angle your slight so that it goes to the right.
Because it's like, why not? You know, he doesn't need a Vessel anymore. Who cares about that? Sell the Vessel, pick up a Basher. Have a great time.
Probably. Honestly, yeah.
It's actually worth. Sell the Vessel, sell the bowl. You can have money for Basher. Buy that Basher, Tai Lung. He knows. Come on.
Honestly, Owen, after yesterday, them losing the Rapier game, I'm sure they're in full serious mode. Like, completely dead serious. Like, no funny business.
That's why you should buy the Basher. He's not serious enough. He's not buying it.
Whisper's.
Yeah, Whisper. Well, what's Whisper going to sell for his? Or he's still got a slot. No, he's going to have to give gems to someone else.
Yeah, he'll give it to a sub. Give one of these supports who are carrying a dust. The Oligard hacks, I mean, they're monsters, honestly. Everyone in Heroic having the absolute freedom. Under for OG, I think only Natsumi is perhaps having a good time, even if that.
I mean, that's the thing when you play Naga Siren in these sort of games. Your teammates are not having a good time. You're the only one that could maybe be having a good time. Just constantly just shoving the waves.
PL, add those to the list of you're having fun, but your team's not.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Incredibly careful how they approach this game. So waiting for the next Roche as well, too.
Oh, no, Yuma's going Basher as well. Okay.
He is queuing it, right? I was going to say.
I mean, 2 of them are.
Not that bad.
You know, Tai Lung, he's got to get one as well. Yeah, Bash is pretty good. But is it unironically not bad at this point? Because obviously Yuma's got insane amounts of attack speed, right? Like, he's going to get a bash. Like, if you try and TP out underneath him, you will get, like, one of those hits is going to bash you.
I mean, it sounds, like, why would he ever get it, right? Like, if Daedalus or something sounds infinite, everything sounds better, right? But whatever.
No, I mean, but all they need to do is catch and kill Natsumi whilst he's out on the map, and if he's dead and you can't push the waves out, the game's over, right? Yeah.
It just sounds so funny, right? Like,
just getting the bashes.
All right.
Another road shot. And OG, they're trying something here. Got the full team out on the bottom lane.
Like, I hope someone TPs alone here.
Let's have a look.
Gonna fall for that.
I mean, if OG find a way out of this game, it is going to be pretty ridiculous. This will be quite the victory for OG if they can somehow trip Heroic up at the final hurdle.
Yuma?
They got eyes on Yuma. They're not going to get the toss back, though. And now they just have to get out of here with the BKB TPs. Trying their best to escape. They're going to try and chase down Natsumi. He's got the BKB. Where's the bash? Did he pick up the bash?
The bashers.
Ooh, he didn't get the basher out. Got to sort out his adventure. Get that basher. Where's the bashers?
Insane how true it is, though. Still running away. Glyph on the wave. Scam tries to push it. Get away.
Oh, he's looking for Scam.
No, he didn't.
Can Nico do anything to help him? Yeah, they're going to try to get the toss back.
That is a far toss.
Cool. That's a big toss. All right. Round 2, though. Yopaj is going to be, of course, still caught outside of the base, and Yuma's able to blink back to safety. Yopaj has the BKB ready. So again, BKB TP will be the order of the day there for the Tiny. Back to safety. And Scam did end up buying back. But hey, you know what? They took the Aegis away from Yuma. And you know what that means? They might just be able to keep the game going a little longer. Heroic, though, they say no. It doesn't matter. We don't have the Aegis. We want to get out of this game. They're back into the base of OG.
The creep waves, they're gone.
That's true. The creep wave. The creep waves. Where's
that
the
was the longest
toss
back ever. He threw him really far.
There we go.
Oh. Yopaj did use his refresher BKB, though, so he does not have a single BKB.
That was the second one, yeah.
He gets caught, very likely dead.
This Rax. Doesn't seem to be anything they can do about that. That's gone.
Asher's done for Whisper. He can bring it out.
Very nice.
Taking some power runes. What is it? It's the worst one. It's an invis. All right, Abyssal. Now it's guaranteed that they can stop them. Scam. Uh-oh.
Oh, he's trying to do a bit of shopping.
Was he? He doesn't have gold.
I think so. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess he figured that out when he sort of got to the register and he was like, oh, damn, I can't pay for this. I don't know what he's trying to buy.
Micromanaging.
But yeah, he's dead for 70. No buyback on him.
Playing around this ward, but the scan comes in.
Oh, look at it. They're going to go straight in here, Tyler, and try and sort of hunt out what's going on. He's going to find Jopaj. Jopaj, BKB is back up, so he's going to put the BKB and try and run, but he knows he can't TP out. Too much damage coming in. There's no way for him to escape. That's Jopaj gone for 90. And now they're ready to jump into the base. See if they can chase down Nico once again. They'll catch him with the slight chains. He'll be able to break out of it with the Manta. Does still have the blink and the BKB ready if necessary. Will blink away. I mean, obviously with 3 of them dead, they've got to cut the waves. Cut the waves. Where's Natsumi? He's cutting the mid wave.
He's already doing it.
He's cut the mid wave. Top wave and bottom wave are pushing in, though. So with 3 dead on OG, it's only Natsumi and Nico alive. Nico can work on the top wave, but this bottom wave's a problem. Heroic, they've got a big wave coming in on the bottom. Gonna go for the song. TP's still on cooldown, though. It's still cooldown.
They know. They know.
They're going to try and chase. Natsumi's in. He has buyback, but he's definitely going to need to use it. That's in dead.
Neutral?
The neutrals. My goodness.
How?
The neutrals. Dude, how did they? How much damage that neutral do? Like
20?
20. Well, something, I guess, for OG. But they need a lot. They need a lot more than just something right now. They're losing the base. They're losing the game. Here's the mega creeps are going to be out. They might have one final fight in them. Yopaj is up in about 10. They do get a good call onto Yuma here, very close to the base.
Nice blast.
Oh, that's a big arena, and Blaster in onto the three of them. My goodness, Whisper blows them up. The three of them dead. They're up to the tier 4s. They've had enough here. They'll tap out. GG is called. Heroic will take the game, despite OG's best efforts there, to just not lose it. They tried their best at not losing, but when it came to turning the not losing into a winning with this lineup and in this position, it seemed pretty impossible for them, Fog.
Yeah, the draft overall just, it didn't give them much hope, honestly. After the Axe gets shut down, it's Naga versus the world, and it's not even like a good draft synergy. And honestly, this Naga Dazzle overall too, I'm seeing like a couple times, it looks very, very weak. So for OG, perhaps back to the drawing board a little bit here, maybe some other things, but Heroic, this draft looks good, and it's a similar one they've used a couple times.
Absolutely, yeah, Heroic coming in very smooth today. No slip-ups, no mistakes. They shut it down, and OG with a bit of a different approach here as to what we saw them dominating with yesterday. This one doesn't work out quite as hot. Heroic, they take the game.
There are always two sides to the reminding yourself that it's day number 2 coin here. When you're at the top of the ladder, you gotta remember it's day number 2. There's still plenty more best of ones to go, and it doesn't mean that you're secured to making it into that next stage of the Blast Slam. And if you're like Heroic coming into day 2, 1, and 3, there's still plenty of best of ones that you can move up the ladder. And for them, they went back. They ran it back with their opener of Razor, Mars, and Ember there. Changed up in the supports, but honestly, just that, I want to say the Razor and the Mars in itself is so phenomenal for Heroic. They couldn't get that win previously against Xtreme Gaming yesterday, but this time around, yeah, OG not having the draft, they needed to deal with it. And surprisingly so, Quinn, considering they beat a Naga Siren yesterday.
Yeah, then they choose to run back. Like the casters mentioned, this Naga Siren Dazzle combo, it's really bad. These heroes have no synergy together, and this game was honestly an exercise in futility after 15 minutes. There was just absolutely no way they could win this game. You saw it the entire game. They're just cutting waves. Owen said it best. They were trying to not lose, but there was no way they were ever going to win. They were just delaying the inevitable. So thankfully, finally, this waking nightmare of a draft is over, and they cannot pick these heroes again. I think Carrie Naga has shown her weakness, right? You've got a Tiny, you've got an Axe. These are helper heroes that want a big, bad core, you know, to bring the game home, and Naga Siren is the complete opposite. She's also trying to help her out. Everyone's helping too much. Somebody's got to be selfish.
Everyone's helping too much.
Enough helping, okay?
Okay.
Sometimes you gotta buckle down and say, everybody step aside, this is my time, and no one said that. It was everyone's time.
So it's the inverse. It's not a team game anymore.
That's right.
It's your game.
That's my game.
You gotta rule it.
Right now. And it was not this game for OG. But yeah, for Heroic, I think there's a reason that they picked these heroes before, and the reason they lost was definitely not the heroes. They lost because of play, the game they threw last night against XG. And I think the heroes looked good this game. They had very nice draft integrity, and you could see as time went on, they were not stressed at all. They were full chilling. They knew it was just a matter of time until they won this game, really.
Would you, okay, so you were saying the other day, it was like more down to the play. Would you say it was a lot cleaner, more disciplined this time? There's still question marks about the play? Because I feel like you're about to be a hypocrite with what you're describing for Heroic.
No, I think they played better this game, for sure, than the one against XG. I also think XG's draft was better, so like there was more room for whoopsies.
Okay.
But I do think that Heroic has a problem that they should not.
Sure.
They should not get overhyped by this game. We won, yippee! Like there's some you can be happy for a little bit, but I think you also need to buckle down and look and see that, yo guys, we're really bad at building a gold lead, and I think they are. I think it's a problem that Heroic has that is systemic. It's not just this game. We have some clips I think that show that. There's a period of time here where the score is 21-6. They are up 7K gold lead, pushing the base, and over the next minute and a half, they proceed to lose almost 4K gold lead just by being inefficient. I think they clump up too much. They forget to clear waves at times that are good, and sure, they end up getting an Aegis out of this after quite some time, but they lose just 3K gold lead from being inefficient. I think that's a problem, and against teams like Tundra or these really efficient teams, you will not beat them. Just off of this stuff alone, you'll lose your whole advantage, and it will bite you.
It also drafts, right? Because OG, I think, does belong in that conversation of things like, what did you say, Tundras and Spirits. They're the two teams? Yeah, I think OG deserves to be in there, but their draft was a little bit rough this time. And then it brings out to more questions from it, because you said you wanted Heroic to bring numbers to fights. And obviously they were doing that, but now you're saying they're hanging around each other a little too long. Is this because of Heroic, or is it also part, they're losing a gold net worth like that because there's a Naga Siren in the game, which is notoriously good at being able to just spread out and farm on a map?
It is definitely part of that. Like, a lot of Naga's net worth is fake and useless.
Yeah.
So there's definitely a component there. No, it's true. Naga is inflated gold hero. There's some heroes that their net worth is fake. Alchemist is another one. It's fake gold.
Okay.
No, so I think part of it is like the periods in the game. I think earlier in the game it's better to bring numbers and there's a little more leniency there. But as more time passes, like, overcommitting numbers to a certain place punishes you more, because the enemy can push the waves faster, they farm faster, they get more gold from the time that you waste. And so I think early on, bringing more numbers to places and winning these fights, opening up the towers, goes a long way. But once you've reached more of that mid-game phase where you're trying to squeeze the enemy in, if you're chasing them around like this, they can just go over here. Like, spatially, you need to still be penning them in, like you're the shepherds and they're the sheep.
I feel like that did still happen. Maybe not as back-to-back or as succinctly as what we're about to show, but one hero that really kind of felt the brunt of being shepherded was the Axe on the side of OG. He had such a rough game. It felt like any time he tried to get out onto the map, whether it was to cut waves, maybe take a small little neutral camp hero there for himself, bam, Heroic's right on him.
Yeah, I think, speaking of sheep, this is a bad performance. This Axe was... He was not doing anything. He bought Pipe into, I think, Manta, which is not a build that I've seen in a really long time.
That's so cringe.
You're laughing. It's not that cringe, clearly. The music choice is great, by the way. Nice job production. This is a lovely montage. Yeah, he did nothing this game. And I think this sort of goes back to this issue of you can't pick too many helpers. Tiny Axe, these are heroes that are not particularly good together unless you've got a really selfish carry. And so I think OG, they've clearly shown this tournament that they have a lot of potential, so you need to set yourself up for success, because Force, that's just heartbreaking.
I know you did. You did him so dirty.
This music choice is actually so good.
So good. It's so good. Everyone's been there, though. You get to the end of the game, maybe you don't even have to wait till the end of the game, and you're like, I'm done. Like, why are we even still?
Yeah. I think I had some Huskar game where I was like 0-13 or some crap like that.
Maybe more than one.
Yeah, a few. I was going to say one, but no, it's fine. Just dig in a little deeper. It's all good. Much love.
Yeah, rub some salt into that wound, and OG might be licking some of their wounds after this one. Ultimately, it was down to that draft, and you coined it, Quinn. You're like, as soon as you saw it completed, you're like, they're going to have to play out of their minds. And whilst we're giving OG many props that they deserve, you just cannot overcome sometimes a hurdle that big. So for them, yeah, a really tough one. Heroic, don't get too excited, but still really good show. I'm glad that they could close out the game, because they have built gold leads before. They had that XG game where they were like 26k up or whatever and couldn't close it out. But the fact that they're able to come out this one into a massive.
Discipline is definitely something you have to practice. It's not something you just have overnight. It's not something that's innate necessarily. It's just something you practice as a team and as individual players. And so I think having these games and taking it over the finish line and building these principles as a team, we always do this when we have these leads, and relying on something that works, that you find that works over time, and having whatever structure that is for your team and building upon that is really important to being able to be like, people think about Falcons, where they can just close out any game. Once they have that lead, they're just going to win. They don't throw it away. And getting to that stage, that's something that, they're a new team with a 16-year-old mid player, right? You gotta build that over time. And so there will be a little bit of grace period there.
Okay, well, enough of the wholesome, warm, kind-hearted bullshit that you're going on about. Tundra Yandex, 33 versus Soxa right now. That's what I want, the drama.
Beef.
That's right. We're gonna get the teacups out. We're gonna spill all the tea on this rivalry right now. How would you fare Yandex up against Tundra now? Do you feel like Yandex, having won Dream League, surpassing expectations, are going to ride that high and just crash on into Tundra's dreams of winning another Blast Slam?
Yes. I actually do think Yandex actually has a good matchup against Tundra. I think the last Blast Slam final was not an accurate representation of these teams' matchup. I think that was before Yandex had fully leveled up. I think they were still getting used to the superhero that is Soxa, infusing their team with life force.
Super Soxa.
That's right, Super Soxa.
That's what we need to rename him to.
Amen. And this guy is a beast, and I think he knows 33 better than anyone. And in that tournament they won online, they ended up beating Tundra in a very close 2-1. And I think they've only continued to get better since then. And I think stylistically, they have a good matchup against them because I think they're another team that picks scaling heroes and is okay playing a longer game. But I also think that they have the potential to bring some aggression towards 33. I think Watson and Malady pick very, very strong safe lanes, and they're a team that can actually punish 33 and shut him down and put him in that situation where he has to come back, and now they can attack the other places.
Yeah, I'm looking at the other teams Yandex have gone up against so far because they're not sitting exactly where people might have thought they would be. 1 and 2 was their day yesterday, so not an overly great day for them. But one of those losses was against OG, who we've already said is like putting out phenomenal Dota right now. XG was the team that they won against, but Heroic was the other team they lost against. So this is where I'm like, I'm all aboard the Super Sucks train, right? All aboard the Yandex knowing Tundra, so you can skew it a little bit that way, but it is still, they lost against Heroic, who was struggling a little bit for themselves, and then won against Xtreme Gaming. So it's like, where are they sitting, really?
Yeah, I don't think they're in peak form right now, compared to maybe where they were when they won Dream League. I think right now they've been a little shaky, and I think part of that, I think Chira Jr. has impressed a lot of people, and he's improved a lot. Like, I think he's a much better player than he was a year ago. But I do think the heroes he's being picked, they're very similar, and then it's a lot of Slardar, Tiny, DK. It's the fat melee stunner hero, which pairs very well with the heroes Watson likes. But when telegraphed like that, it can become a problem for the draft in that the enemy can pick things like Queens of Pains or different random toxic ranged heroes that punish that archetype of the fat blobby stun mid hero. And so I think it's a little too predictable, and so I'm curious to see if they choose to mix that up or they stick to the formula they've been building.
Well, again, the formula isn't necessarily having a stable answer for themselves. It's a little up, it's a little down. Sometimes those heroes not really clicking for themselves, but they know each other pretty acutely, I would say. And so we get to have the pleasure of seeing a draft play out here between Tundra and Yandex. Now, we didn't talk too much on Tundra, and that's because earlier today we have already seen them play here on the main stream. So wanting to give Yandex a lot of their time to shine here, because we personally, you and I, Quinn, have not gotten to talk about Yandex on the panel. And so you're talking about Chira Jr. maybe having a bit of a rough draft for himself in terms of being pigeonholed right now, but there's so many other avenues they can play through even if you want to pigeonhole him.
Yeah, I think they have a lot of striking points. I think MOUZ.CET is one of the best players in the world, if not the best player in the world, at catching people once you've got the map in a good state. And so I think in some ways, the heroes that Chira Jr. plays fit some of their strengths because those heroes tend to be strong early on. So you can open up some of these towers and you can give way for MOUZ.CET to pick people off and to be that dominant catching force on the map that I think he is just incredibly gifted at. He sees the openings, he knows where heroes are going to be, and he's always there set up ready to get those. So I understand why they do those things, and if I'm looking at Yandex, I'm always just looking at MOUZ.CET. What is he playing? Is he playing his Shaman? Is he playing his Tiny? Because I think he does tend to play these map control catching heroes because it just is such an impressive strength of his.
Well, do you know what he has been playing this tournament for himself so far in the 3 games we've seen them?
I would guess Shadow Shaman, Tiny, and I don't know the third one.
Okay, yeah, and then it's Shadow Demon.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, when you hear it, you're just like, I don't know why I didn't think of that one already.
Yeah, it's slightly different from the others, and it's not so much of a catcher, but if for whatever reason it is a classic MOUZ.CET hero. It sort of fits into that efficiency, box, which is the other style that he's played quite a bit traditionally. Brewmaster first pick is pretty solid. I think Tundra would have done the same thing. I'm curious if they respond with Weaver. So historically, Weaver is by far the best carry matchup against Brewmaster, but they go for the Frog.
That big win rate Largo.
That's right, wins every game. Which begs the question, is it Soup Largo? Or are they playing it on the off lane? Because we were talking about it, it doesn't strike me as something 33 plays. I have not seen him playing it, but it's possible he's been practicing it. So, we don't know what they played in Smurfs, but it is in some ways an interesting response to Brewmaster because he's a lot about this sort of generalized damage. It's not super focused on one guy, and Largo heals everyone up at once. So I can see I can see why it would be good against Brewmaster.
It's always one of these things, and it's never straightforward. So what I'm about to say, I think could be taken out of context. But when teams absolutely decimate on a hero, and then in the next game pick it for themselves, it really makes me wonder. Tundra literally not even like 3 hours ago beat MOUZ, who were playing Largo.
They did do that, and they also, I have not seen them play it yet.
Maybe they think it's support, right?
Yeah.
So they go, oh, cute Largo, but actually, offlane, boff.
Very possible. Definitely possible. Yandex does ban that Weaver. They know that matchup is really not good. And I'm a bit surprised Tundra didn't pick it on 9 because you know Brewmaster is offlane. It's never going to be support, so you're going to need to pick some carry against it anyway. But I think Pure is a player that we've talked about it in the past. He's more willing to play these flexible heroes, and so maybe he's got a deeper cut that he would rather play against the Brewmaster, as he does have a few hipster bones in his body for sure.
He does, which is why I'm surprised you've only seen him play 2 different heroes right now. Yeah, it's only 4 games, but it's been SF and Slark. That's it for him.
Well, at the very least, there's no SF this game, so if it doesn't pick Slark, then we'll get something new.
That's what I'm looking forward to.
If it is support Largo, I would say Slark Largo is not a great lane. Double melee safe lane, a bit weird. So we'll have to see. They will, I imagine, have to show where this Largo is going in the coming picks, as they are second pick, so they've got to pick something right now out the phase. It will be the Shadow Shaman. So leaving the potential for where this Largo is going open, and this is also a bit of a steal pick, I think, as it's a hero that pairs very well with Brewmaster. Is a hero that doesn't have super hard catch. It's sort of slows and random crap, so having something that's more constant and stable works really well with Shaman. And it's also a hero that goes in for Shaman, so he can play on those, outskirts and actually get the shackles off for durations of time. So a cute steal, and also a hero that Ari is very proficient on.
All very good reasons to pick up the Shaman. The wins that Largo has gotten, by the way, is in the support role. So maybe the pre-notion of Largo being a core off-laner pre this event is shifting slowly, one best of one at a time, one day at a time, where we're really finding that success more as support.
Yeah, that is definitely possible, and I think that's likely the better place for him to be. Saw that
really?
last game.
Because if I asked you yesterday, you would have said only core.
That's not true.
Yeah, you said only off lane.
I did not say that.
A hard line drawn in the sand.
That's right. We had sand on this desk, and I drew a line and everything.
And you said Largo does not belong in the support role.
Ever.
Yeah, only off lane.
You know who does belong in the support role, though?
Ancient Apparition.
That's right.
And Tusk.
And
Unless you go back a couple years where you won it mid.
That's right. And it was also a little stint where it was played off lane.
I do remember that too, actually.
But no, it's great against Largo. Largo's all about the heals. Big blobby dude. And there's the hipster pure pick. I think that will probably be Carry Muerta with a support Largo. I think putting Largo off lane against AA5 would be a very, very bad decision. So we'll likely be seeing the 33 hero here, as the Invoker was first phase banned. We didn't mention it, but thank goodness they took a page out of Sanity's book and banned.
Bless up Yandex.
Love to see that. We'll get to see a different hero from BZM. Holy cow.
Okay. He's played some other heroes. He's had his Invoker banned a couple times.
What did
Twice,
he play other games?
Exactly. He played Beastmaster, which he proceeded to lose because Beastmaster is like 0-4, and Ember Spirit, which he won.
BZM Ember, that's another classic.
It is. It's top 3.
When it's not Invoker,
it's Ember Spirit.
It's Ember. When it's not those two, I don't heckin' know.
That's a lie. Don't pigeonhole him.
I mean, he's the pigeon.
And you're the hole.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, Muerta is a good pick because a lot of people are talking about how, for her, counters come from the support. Most notably, I think Grimstroke is what people have enjoyed picking against her. So when you show both the Tusk and the Ancient Apparition coming out from Yandex, you feel a bit more comfortable that they're going to have to rely a lot more heavily on a core to counter her.
There's definitely some credence to that.
That was a really nice way to say that. Thank you.
No, sorry. I was totally caught off guard by the Phoenix, and
yeah.
It just like brain jammed me.
Too much info at once.
This hero it's okay. So it's really good against Brewmaster and Tusk because they're a bunch of melee units to sort of all run in at the same time, and you just spirit them together very easily. You have Sunray to counter the, all that stuff running in, heal up your guy. The issue is you're playing against a hero that traditionally is extremely good against Phoenix. And so it makes me think that it will be Largo offlane, because I don't think you want to play Phoenix offlane against AA. You will just, you will literally get solo killed by Tuscan AA in fights. And so I think that's Yandex's read as well, is Sven is pretty bad against Phoenix offlane, but it's pretty good against Largo offlane, I think, in the game. We saw that yesterday from Liquid playing against Spirit, where they beat the Largo with the Sven. So I think this is coming up sort of as a response. And AA Sven is also a classic combo. There are some support heroes that necessitate specific types of cores with that support. So AA, that's right.
That's good.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So you can't pick AA with Drow Ranger, because they do the same thing. They're the range cucks who need someone else to go in for them. Whereas
How do
AA,
you throw necessitate and cucks in the same sentence, bro?
I'm a multifaceted person.
Okay.
And so AA plus the Sven, they help each other. Sven goes in and he stuns people, and AA gives that follow-up damage over the top. You want that symbiosis in your draft, and they definitely have it now. I think Sven is a very good choice.
I can't hear that word without thinking of Venom. Symbiosis.
What's that guy's name? What's his real name?
As in the actor?
No, like the guy who gets Venom.
Oh, no idea. I only know Venom.
Is it Brock?
Brock who?
Brock Hudson? I don't know.
Brock who the fuck asked? Now talk about Dota.
You're the one talking about. Okay, fine. Last pick for Yandex. I honestly just look at the classic Chira Junior heroes. I think any of the stun bros are relatively fine. I think it's an okay Slardar game. It's not great against Muerta. Generally against Muerta, you're looking at magic damage as she becomes invulnerable to physical damage. But you have A and you have Brewmaster Vessel, so you've got somewhat of mixed damage. But you don't want to go commit to physical too much against Muerta Phoenix. So ideally something somewhat hybrid-y can work. I could see something like along the lines of a Void Spirit if you feel like your bans have been good enough.
You'll do anything to see a Void Spirit.
I love that hero.
You do.
It's not that bad right now, actually, which I hate that hero. I love
Wait,
it.
what?
I love it, but he sucks, and I hate that he sucks.
Yes. Well, who are your top three? Void.
In terms of love?
Yeah. Oh, wait, I want to guess. Void, Husker, and not Pango. Pango?
No, it's Void, Leshrac, and Necrophos.
No, I was gonna say Lesh.
I love Necrophos.
I never would have gotten Necro.
That hero's so fun.
I don't care about you enough, so I'd never remember that. All right, they got heaps of time, but kind of burning the midnight oil with their last ban.
Yeah, there's the Chira Junior bans. It's the Kunkka, the Tiny. These heroes, they pick them very frequently on Yandex. There's something like a Sand King they could go for. That works very well with A, is more of that magic damage hybrid I could definitely see being possible here. The more stuns, the better with A, really, generally. That hero is a lineup-defining hero. But you can also take it a slightly different route. You can say, Sven, Tusk, Brewmaster, that's enough, go in. And we'll pick something that is sort of more of a ranged hero, stable laner. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure what that would be exactly with Viper, Invoker, Band. Okay. So that's same vein as Sand King. It's like the magic damage equivalent of the Slardar Stunny Bro, Go In Bro. And it is very good against Muerta. It's good against Phoenix. It's a very good Earth Spirit game. I like this pick a lot, and it's super toxic.
And we're not going to be seeing it support.
No, we're not.
We have seen it once already, and it was support on MOUZ.CET, and I really felt for him that game. He was not enjoying himself.
He was not.
But as mid, this hero can definitely work out.
Definitely can, and they have great bans for it too. I think there's a lot of skill that goes into this last phase, and I think of any of the bans in the draft, the ones last phase are the ones most specifically targeted toward the hero you potentially want, especially from the first pick side. So you have to think ahead quite a bit. What might you want and you ban in advance of that?
Well, with the combo of an Invoker and an Ember Spirit being banned out, you said, what exactly would BZM pick up for himself? You were scouring the deepest, darkest crevices of your brain, and Tundra answered it for you. A Storm Spirit going to be coming out into the mid lane for him.
He's great at that hero, and it's a good Storm game. I think these drafts are relatively evenly matched, contrary to last game. I think both teams have good stuff going. I think the biggest question mark for me is 33 Largo. We haven't seen it yet. How good is he on this hero? He's playing against an AA, what people consider to be one of the best counters to the hero on a conceptual level. And there's also a Phoenix thrown into the mix, a hero that we do not see win very often when it's picked, I think. So Tundra, while I think they have some good things going on their draft, they have some good synergies between each other, and a lot of their picks make sense. It's a little bit unorthodox for them. So I have some question marks still.
So everything works together, but for Tundra specifically, you have questions.
Yeah, it's a
about
little odd.
it being executed, or
More just that it's a little like I think the Largo specifically is a little uncommon.
that's when you look at it, that's what's shaking you off.
Yeah,
It's throwing you off. Sorry, I think
It's
that's
just
the thing.
it's Largo and it's against AA.
Mm.
I think that in of itself is to me the biggest question mark here. What is 33's game plan? Is he still gonna go for this Ags? Is he gonna go for some different item build? Does he have some way to play against this AA that makes it fine, right? Because it's a very, very good matchup. Combined with the Sven, I think is also quite good against the Largo. Like, Yandex have responded to this hero quite a bit, and they chose to make it a core instead of keeping it on support. To me, that's an interesting decision, and I think maybe the sort of the crux of how this goes.
Well, despite Tundra being able to get a win against an off-lane Largo, the hero is left in the pool. They think to themselves that they're able to be that team that is finally able to get the first off-lane Largo win here at Blastland. But everything Yandex has put together is giving us, advice against it, that we don't really believe in the Largo right now. But in a best-of-1 situation, let's just see, can Yandex level up and finally take a win against Tundra?
Here we go. So indeed another team, folk. They want to bring out the Largo. This time we're going to get some 33 Largo coming in first. And as the panel said, despite sort of the reaction from Yandex by the end of the draft, they still want to keep it on the core, keep it here for 33. What do you reckon? Are we going to see some magic here from 33, or do you think it could be difficult against Yandex?
Well, we'll just go based off on paper. I think, yeah, the Frog is going to have to be talked about a lot. But then looking at the answers, right? Quinn was talking already about how AA can be very annoying because you're stopping all the healing, you're amplifying damage on this hero. The other thing, too, that I've played this hero quite a lot and watched quite a lot, too, so you can feel what feels really bad, too, is playing versus silences. Long-duration silences and heavy burst damage. So when I saw Earth Spirit and Sven, and I saw Liquid do the Sven yesterday as well versus Largo, it looked really strong, honestly. Like, this hero likes to play a bit of a longer team fight, continue to get all his spells out. If you just get stunned in God Strength and popped, right, it's hard to play the hero at sometimes. Getting BKB usually not something too early either. You usually like buying Ags and your items that benefit off of your the Encore, whatever this thing ability is called, the innate. So yeah, I'm curious to see what's going to come with it. He probably has two of the better cores, I would say, in terms of what he can do with the song, right? Granting spell amp and extra magic damage to Muerta and Storm sounds fantastic, but you got to get there.
What's wrong? Can't hold your liquor?
Let's see if they can. Outside of that, like overall, what do you think of the what do both teams' drafts sort of say when it comes to like the timings and the approach they want to go for this game?
It does feel like it's a lot of skirmishing. I feel like across on both sides, but I do feel like BKBs are going to be absolutely massive when Yandex gets it. When Watson has it, and then just maybe even the Earth Spirit can get it at some point relatively early. The damage is pretty lackluster on the side of Tundra through BKB. It's pretty much non-existent almost. And I'm curious to see how Phoenix is doing. I'm glad that Quinn brought that one up because we're not seeing as much of it, but it can absolutely have its merits this game when there's lack of egg hitting. You're seeing 3 melee cores, a melee support, so 4 melees to hit an egg, and this Sunray could definitely do some good damage. He actually went Dying Light, which I'm surprised by. I thought he'd go for the hotspot, but I'm curious to see what we're going to get.
Tundra here set up on the high ground, but looks like Yandex aren't going to be going for any sort of aggressive move. Oh, I say that they're smoking up. Do they want to walk into this area?
Smoke on smoke.
Yeah,
Kira?
let's have a look. Both of the mids will spot one another.
To battle.
There's still an opportunity for Yandex to enter into this area of the map.
Noticed, looking for an angle. Both teams very aware.
It's a bit spooky here for
sneaking.
Saxa.
Oh,
He's
the ward
under the
season.
ward now. He's been sensible though, not sticking around too long to allow Tundra to close in on him, so Saxa's out.
Mind games.
The battle begins.
Let's just get the 2 for 2 on the bounty rune.
All's right in the world.
So what do you sort of make of the expectations from the mid lane? You know, having, you know, but we obviously saw BZM earlier today pop off on his Invoker, here on his Storm Spirit, also one of his strong ones against Chira Jr.'s Earth Spirit. Like, is this a lane that can go rough for one of the two?
I think Storm should be just fine. I don't know how much you can shut down Earth Spirit anymore now with this, the innate. You actually have good damage. That's how you're seeing the rise of it. You have 63 base damage, but I mean, Storm should be coming out ahead in this matchup. Just maybe there's some crazy play that Chira Jr. can do where he kicks him under tower and a TP comes in or something. Because they do have the Tusk, who maybe Saxa is going to do some rotation play since he is playing. I mean, it's a pretty impossible lane for them top. He either pulls or has to make moves.
Bottom lane, Ari. It's going to get chased down here. Watson seeing if he can get range for a stun, but a quick pull there from 33 with the catchy link makes sure that Watson will not stand a chance of getting in range of Ari.
I really wonder how 33 is going to do. Because like the Largo hero really has such a big impact based on if you're comfortable with it and if your team is comfortable with it. Because I saw even the last game, like, or one of the last games, Boom was playing the Largo, and a couple times he's just not with his team. So this hero definitely wants to be playing around his team quite a lot.
And how do you sort of make of the lane? Because obviously, as you mentioned earlier when we saw the AA, having this hero as the support pick can sometimes mean that the lane is not super easy. Is this one still fine, though, around the Sven?
Yeah, I think it's still fine. They have the stun combo with Cold Feet. I think that actually makes it quite a bit stronger. A lot of times, AA lanes, Cold Feet's an unusable ability. With Sven, it's like one of the few times it's actually usable. So yeah, two lanes that should go, on paper, incredibly well for Tundra. Right, the Muerta should free farm, the Storm should free farm. We're just going to have to see how that bottom lane in particular goes, if there's going to be any hemorrhages. And then, of course, if there's rotations. We'll see what Saxa wants to do with this Tusk, if there is going to be any of those early rotations.
Wave's going to be pushing in. Malady should be able to get the pull off here, try and set things a bit nicer for Watson. The momentum. So far top, yeah, as you say, Pure just getting complete uninterrupted farm as the Muerta.
Yeah, to be expected though, right? Sox, even though he has boots, can't quite get these drags. They're actually meeting the wave pretty nicely as well. Largo's actually doing great though on bottom. I thought maybe he'd be a little more shut down, or not even just shut down. I thought the Sven would be even CS. He's a little bit behind, so. In terms of pressuring Watson, though, I don't believe that they should be able to with these two. Usually, Largo likes to play with a high damage support.
Able to make a move there. We'll see at the same time in the mid, Chira Jr. did go for the roll attempt. Also up top, Whitemon is going to chase out Saxa. Saxa's going to head back into this one.
Oh, blood grenade.
He's not going to win this fight here, Saxa. That'll be Whitemon very happily having Saxa run back into him. So Saxa will end up going down there to Whitemon.
So that perhaps is a reason why he does go for the Dying Light rather than Hotspot. It's just about laning things, where he just sits on top of this Tusk and it burns him down rather than playing for the Sunray later in the game. So ends up absolutely working.
Chira Jr.'s got to be careful.
Mid.
Going with the rotation of Saxa, but the shards aren't going to catch on to BZM.
And in the meantime, too, you do see the reaction coming out from Ari. He is making his way toward bottom to ensure a rune. They might be able to go for a kill. Chira?
I mean, he's kind of low. Chira Jr. might be in trouble. He'll get the silence down. He'll get the kickback as well onto BZM. Ari's going to keep chasing him down. Chira Jr. will have the back of a Saxa rolling in to try and hold them back, but another blast comes in from Ari. They kill Chira Jr. off. And now with the shackles back on, maybe they could try for the chase down on towards Saxa.
No mana.
Oh, yeah, not quite enough. Just over 10 short there to have another round of the shackles.
Oh,
Won't be able to go for him. Oh, that was close. I mean, the shards, yeah, not quite catching him in tower range there.
Good early move. Smart there from Ari. I like that he does that. Move bottom when he sees this Tusk going toward mid. They try to go for the roll, but not connecting. Oh, and he's going to pass the bottle. Okay, I was wondering how he's going to refill. So he's going to pass the bottle to Ari. Ari is going to walk toward the bottom rune. He'll pick up the bounty, fill it up, heads up, move from Tundra. They're on top of stuff in this early game right now.
Yeah, that's some nice little extra efficiency.
He'll take a charge, too.
Someone just sort of hoped that BZM doesn't notice.
He didn't notice.
Yeah, he didn't notice. Well, yeah, no, I don't know. It must be the bug. Only gave me one charge.
Yep. Sorry, guys. I've done that before, not gonna lie. Here. Missing 2 last hits there with dead shot. No one saw it. Holding a skill point in case he does need a calling. I've seen him do this quite a lot.
They might go for something here. So they're going to go in onto Whitemon, but Whitemon's got the dive at the ready. The calling's down, silence onto the 2 of them. They just turn and they'll be able to take out Saxa. Malady's got to be careful. Deadshot's going to miss. And Shackles is there. With the Deadshot already gone, they don't really have anything left in the tank to try and take down Malady. So Pure has to back off.
Rotations are working. Tundra, they're getting stuff out of lane too. 33, he's now just dragging waves versus the Sven. So he's getting stuff while Ari's making movements. He's blocking the camp as well. Heads up stuff so far. And a regen now for BZM up to that 4 galvanize. These first 6 minutes, I think you're quite happy.
I think so. Yeah, very decent start for Tundra off the lanes.
Malady. Mid lane again. Ari.
Got the setup. CET got the damage burst between the 2 of them. Hex as well. Saxa's here to help out. Chira's going to be able to roll away.
Close.
Time Chira will survive, but again, pressure continues to come out from Tundra on these lanes, not making it easy for Yandex on sort of any of the areas of the map.
BZM still has regen too. He's cutting the mid wave, so continuing the pressure with this regen, keeping it going. So this tower's going to get some pressure here too.
He's trying to maximize on how much Chira Jr. is going to be missing out on. This wave really dying to the tower.
That was really good usage of the regen there, continuing it afterwards.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Top
His
lane.
brew is super shut down as well too. You know, we were talking about the Mark is going to free farm, but he noticed is getting really quite little. 1700 at the moment.
Deadshot again off the mark. He's missing a few of these, Pure. His farm's been fantastic, but some of the dead shots have not quite been it so far in this early game.
It's a hard spell.
It is. It's warming up.
Yep. It's been a little bit of time since he's played it. Maybe like a day or 2. BZM, power rune, 15 seconds. Ari, just continue. I like that he's doing this. We talked about the last game when BZM did get ganked. I think he, learned. I can just play around this mid, especially if 33 wants to do what he does, where he just farms. Can look to guarantee these runes. Chira.
Oh, he wants to go for it. But BZM's quick, and BZM is also able to get the pickup on the rune. Gets the invis. They've got the burst set up. Chira Jr. is good with the kick and the roll, though. We'll be able to get the angle to get out of the way.
They stacked their pull and their shackle a little bit there. Do they finish him anyway?
He's going to try and chase for this, but he hasn't quite got enough mana to go all the way for that.
And Ari now.
And Watson, he's turned up with Saxa to make sure that Ari will not be getting out of here. He's going to take some... Oh, little awkward on the shot, but it's fine. He's got the snowball to compensate. Gets over. But it's taken him a bit of time. They will finally get the kill, goes to Watson. But same time in the mid lane, Whitemon's diving in, kills off Malady, will end up dying in response to the tower coming in upon him.
Okay, kind of wild. That death actually was quite a lot of experience when Whitemon went in. He was level 5 and he gives quite a decent chunk to the to the Earth Spirit, level 7 now in Chira Jr.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And look at 33. Maximizing. He's going to pull it to the neutrals. Get that nuke going. He did go 1-3-1, so he did start to pivot away from Catchy, like probably for efficiency of farm with Croak.
On top.
Pure?
They're trying to go for Pure, but Pure's got backup. And now the Hex is onto Natus. Natus not going to get the chance to get the Primal split off. As the Brew dead, BZM swings across to make sure they get Malady as well. The setup's there for Pure to take down the two of them. Continuing to absolutely just roll in the money here on this top lane, Pure. Top net worth. Here, well, they might be able to stop him now. Chiro Jr. comes in with a rotation, and they will get him. They needed that. They needed to shut Pure down. Chiro Jr. able to make the magic happen there with MOUZ.CET. So finally a bit of a slowdown on the MOUZ.CET with that pickoff.
I was about to say, it looks like they really need to slow it on the MOUZ.CET. They literally did it as I was getting the words out of my mouth. So very important, because like looking at the game state and looking at the Brewmaster game, it's pretty miserable. And a lot of their team fight reliance is going to be around that Brew. Because Earth Spirit can start to suffer if he just has to go in solo and gets focused on. They want both of these two initiators to be able to go in and make plays. And there's a lot of silence. There's quite a bit of things that can trip up this Brew from getting his spells off. Either mini stumps from the frogs, the calling, or just these crazy disables that there's going to be from Shaman. Yeah, already has Tumblr toy queued up. I know. I did see that one. I was cracking up about it.
Looking at the mid. They're going to catch Saxer at the side. Anything that can be done to save, and Chiro Jr. is going to roll forward to try and help turn this fight around. Saxer will not be able to be saved. The Vortex comes in from BZM. He's ready to continue to try and look for more. It's a quick kickback from Chiro Jr. Will swing his attention over towards Malady instead. Underneath the tier 2, a little too far for BZM to go right now. He can resume the pressure onto the tier 1.
Playing an under-leveled AA in this game is very sad. Level 4, it's already a hard AA game to play with all the things they have to jump on you, and he's only 4. Doesn't even have much to contribute towards this defense in mid. Almost a deny. Nice try.
It's close. He went for it. Down on the bottom lane, at least, you know, with the round of God Strength and MOUZ.CET coming in, they are able to take 33 out the lane. Now, whilst this is all going on, you know, Watson, he's having a good time. The Sven is getting farmed. The big problem is, though, obviously elsewhere on the other lanes, Chiro Jr. and Natus, it's going to be a while until they really have a game on their hands.
Yeah, and overall, the Sven's game, we do have to talk about that, right? He is playing into Muerta, so Pierce the Veil is going to be incredibly effective versus him. Until he has BKB, it can be pretty hard for him to get involved. He's playing into Egg, which is also incredibly difficult for Sven. So Watson is doing well, but not an easy Sven game by any means for him to just waltz into. Halfway toward Ags on 33. This timing might get pretty crazy. When he has it, if he just looks to get involved with the Storm and the Muerta, I do think there's going to be some big problems with how Yandex can slow pace down and look to take fights around it. Because their Brewmaster is incredibly shut down. He could just, like, his Brewlings could just die if he runs in with them early.
Yeah, these are not going to be easy fights at all, even if they do bring together the full team fight. We'll see what they get with the smoke. Entering into the triangle of Tundra, Saxer and Chiro Jr. on the hunt.
And 33 is literally just, he hasn't shown. Like, 33 is literally just jungle. So they're like, we should probably stop him. They got him once bottom. Looks like they want to try with it again to get Watson enabled.
Nice big ancient stack here for the three of them to clear up.
33.
Get the setup, and they'll find him. Might be able to sing his way out of this one or strum his way out of that one. So another kill for Watson. A few times where, you know, he's getting sort of these pickups on the bottom lane. We'll see over in the mid. Wari wanted to drop the Serpent was to make that play, but couldn't get the grab onto Malady.
Did he run out of mana? He doesn't have Shackle mana, so maybe he actually just miscalculated a little here. I mean, Malady will take that. A little extra farm. Waste of Serpent Wards too for some time. Gives him time to recover. Midas is queued up or noticed.
It is. We'll see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes, but...
This is one that feels pretty weird because it's not like you really benefit much from it. You're literally just getting one benefit. You're not
Maybe we're just Midas haters. I think we're just Midas haters, but I don't know. It feels like, you know, it used to be an item that was like, okay, you know, you're playing, okay, in the mid. Nice smooth moves there from BZM, jumps around that blast.
You love Midas. What are you I hate Midas.
I used to. Not anymore. That love is gone. This item is an item, apparently.
What's your new lover now?
That's a good question, actually. What item do I enjoy?
Because you were a Battle Fury, a 4 Battle Fury.
Yeah, it's not Battle Fury. It was the D's and Blood right, but now that's, you know, as I say, we don't see that anymore. It's a 60-minute item.
Dire structures are
Yeah. It might be, it might still be Gleipnir. Yeah, I like the Gleipnir.
is under attack.
Everyone likes Gleipnir. Back up to push down bottom. They're going to maybe try for the trade. Yandex, they're looking at the top tier one. Bottom tier one's gone. I mean, top tier one's still healthy. Would Tundra look at a defense up here? Yeah, they would. TP starting to come in. Ari ready to start the move, and Whitemon's already in on the high ground. Pure comes through the twin gate as well. Notice will get the split off. The blast comes in. They're going to be able to burst Pure pretty low. They've got him. They'll kill him off through the ultimate. Can they get out, though? The Supernova and the Serpent have dropped down. We'll see Watson thinking about getting in on this. It's a bit spooky, though, with the Supernova there on the high ground, so they'll hold back. The Primal Split comes to an end. I mean, they take that. They are able to kill off Pure with the AoE burst through the ultimate.
BZM has full mana. He has a shield rune too. He's still lingering in the area.
Let's go his hands on Saxa. Saxa's got Watson. They turn with the stun. They've got the silence as well. BZM getting burst over the hills coming through from Whitemon with the Sunray. And now BZM can turn, look to take out Saxa. Watson still trying to go for kills, but he can't now. Godstream's come to an end. He's stuck in a very tough position here as BZM's able to take down Watson. That's a big death. You know, Watson was having a pretty clean game down bottom. They try and bring something together for the fight. I guess sort of the call was made, right? Because they're like, look, there's no Supernova, there's no Serpent Wards, but it's still a very awkward position to try and force your Sven into.
I mean, Owen, all their ults are used. The question is, what's there to gain that they're sticking around there for? It's the tower, right? But with God Strength wearing off and so much used, that felt like
Ari,
a pretty big error.
I mean, maybe they can kill Ari, but Ari might be able to sort of set something up from the turn. It looks like Whitemon and Pure. I mean, Pure's got the ult. Ice Blast, that's a good one. Coming in hot, hits onto the two of them. That's Whitemon dead. But BZM, he swings over ready to back up Pure. Turns on towards Chira Jr. Has the control to take him out. Pure's got to be careful. Ice Blast soon to wear off on him. I mean, Saxa is going to go for the roll forward to try and get Pure, but with the Ice Blast already gone on Pure, Pure is fine. BZM keeping him safe and continuing to bring the show here today. After that first game we saw earlier on his Invoker, and now here on his Storm Spirit. 6-0-4.
Styling. And this top
really
play too, right? Perhaps they just didn't. They did see the shield rune. I'm pretty sure they saw it, but perhaps they didn't like. They thought they could go through it, right? Because that was also BZM going in with the shield rune. They committed on him, and then he survived. So, truly, the BZM show, at least for us today, his Invoker insane, and now so far the Storm, beautiful stuff so far from him. Under continuing the aggression too. They've got a blink on Tari.
I mean, they got the Serpent Walls. They got BZM ready to zip in.
Wow.
It's getting tough. Tough here for Yandex as the suffering continues for both Chira Jr. and Natus.
Truly, the two of them are having some of the tougher games we've seen in the mid and the off lane, at least. And Earth Spirit, a hero that we don't get to see too much. We're seeing some of the difficulties of it, of course, even though it's gotten some rework, some changes. It get put it versus that Storm Spirit as we're seeing the results of it with BZM. And BZM, he's doing the build that we saw RCY do. That we're seeing maybe more popularized, but yeah, just Kaisaj into the Shivas, super effective item, great versus everyone he's playing against. Sven does not like playing versus attack speed slow.
No, not at all. BKB is still a while off here for Watson.
Yeah. I would say that's... it's a big timing for them when Watson's able to get it, but the thing is that the other heroes are just not going to have that similar timing. Ideally, getting like one or two of those at the same time would be the dream for them to fight around, but it's going to just be one of those BKBs that they get and then kind of hope to fight versus this incredibly strong team fight that Tundra has now. Aghanims is done, so Largo is going to start having much more of an effect. Also, with the build that he went, right? He did only go 2 in Lick, so 4 in the Croak. He's got the maximum potential for the Amphibian Rhapsody.
Ari on the hunt, ready for the setup again for BZM.
These two are menaces this game.
They've been a bit more careful about how they show on the lanes now, Yandex.
Tormentor in 1 minute. Melody maybe wanting to prepare some vision around here. Doesn't actually have a ward. All right.
Ooh. He's just going to be quick with the Serpent Wards. He's still going to get caught by the cold feet. And Malady will manage to make his way out of that one. This time, Yandex having the numbers to ensure that Ari couldn't go for some sort of setup.
He will be back up for the Tormentor, though. Does have TP available to rejoin as well. They have a tier 1 still to get their ASAP as well. See how hard Yandex wants to push the issue for this here. The blink is on Watson.
They don't have 33 in position ready to come and join. He's very low on mana.
He's going back, though. They have T1.
Yeah, if they were able to buy time for him to head back, refuel, and TP over, and I mean, it's going to happen. Yandex are already scared about sticking around. They're holding back from this push. They do not want to try and take a fight right now, it seems, against Tundra.
I don't blame them. In that area, even though you have Bruce Split, you're playing versus Phoenix. That's like the dream. Phoenix and the Calling in this area can be devastating, but looks like Tundra's actually going to want the fight first.
And Tundra's strong. They've got the Arcane Rune on BZM as well, this next fight.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So Saxa, I think they might just have to let him go. I don't think there's going to be any move from Yandex to try and connect with this. They've got to let Saxa go down. Might not be opportunity. I mean, Pure, my goodness, what the heck?
Wait, where? How?
He was just running at them. I mean, he had no fear when he absolutely should have had a lot of fear. He just ran at them and just got blown up a million miles away from the rest of his team.
I was checking for a Tiny or a Batrider. I'm like, did he get tossed?
No, he was just going in. He's like, right, boys, I'm ready to go. And then as he's dying, he's like, boys, hello, anybody? Well, they'll still get the Tormentor. But Pure, he really wanted to go for that fight. Just
Pure's had a
charging
couple
in.
of these recently, I swear, where he really just runs in and dies. Okay.
Yeah, he was
that
like,
happens.
let's go. There was nobody to go with him.
Watson will take that all. I mean, that's pretty big, honestly. That is going to enable that BKB timing pretty massively for Watson, which is very necessary in this game. So, okay. He also did get.
Death.
I do like to say this one also, especially for the big hitters. Sven did also get the reciprocity, the Defiant Shell. So if he does get hit back with God Strength, the triple hit with the Echo Saber too, it's a substantial amount of damage that can come out.
I'll see where they want to go with this. I mean, honestly, yeah, they could look to make plays here around Watson now.
I think so. With Watson's
BKB's going to be on the
ag
way out.
through,
Yeah, this is the time.
Trying to go for these. It's still not going to be maybe the easiest fights, but if they can address the egg, kite around, can absolutely have some chances with Watson here in the Sven now.
Ooh, Saxa. This time he's going to be the one to find Ari. Ari's been trying his best to get away with the Seeky plays. A lot of the time he has, but the last couple of ones, Yandex, they've had his number.
Oh, Malady. Not so lucky.
Another one here for BZM.
Galvanize up to 18.
Up to 18, indeed. That's a lot. I mean, look at Watson and Saxa's positioning, though. They want to try and strike from behind. See how prepared Tundra is for this.
The Shivas is coming on the courier also for BZM, so if he gets the Shivas, he might live.
Ooh, if they can yeah, good silence. Very nicely done there. Gets the quick silence and the jump stun. They're able to take him down. See, BZM thinking about poking back, but without Whitemon, they don't really want to quite do this on Tundra, so they're going to have to let the tier 1 finally go down here to Yandex.
God Strength down. So Tundra, if they want to, they can look for a fight while that's on cooldown. Or maybe look to force a Roche. Do they have Serpent Wards? I think perhaps they could look for that if they are really ready for it, because no God Strength means that Watson doesn't want to show up, so it could be something they can threaten.
They've got all their ultimates, yeah. It's going to be huge.
Let's see if they do look to do that. The 33 is not in the vicinity, so it doesn't look like it right now.
Yeah, Melody's sort of hovering around. Yeah, you get some sort of vision set up for the potential Roche.
Nice sneaky ward too, one that usually does not get de-warded. Yeah, the Midas overall, it's absolutely paying off, right? Like, nothing's happening. He's getting to just sit back.
It is.
Utilize it to hit creeps, so it's absolutely doing its job. So
it's working out.
Tundra. Let's see.
I mean, at the end of the day, if the game goes on 20 minutes longer than, you know, after you purchase the Midas, then it's fine. And it's certainly been the case here, especially because they haven't really crumbled too much in these moments, right? The Yandex as a team, despite how much Tundra was getting against them earlier, you know, these last few fights around MOUZ.CET, these little jumps have been very, very convincing.
Watson's level 18. He's got BKB, and he's got the small crit, and he's now got God Strength. So yeah, they can absolutely put up this fight. Just gonna have to watch the angles of how Watson can approach, and watch if the egg goes off. Because that egg could be pretty difficult for them to kill, and that's probably one of the harder things that Watson has to watch out for in this game.
Not a bad target at all to jump if they do see the Phoenix. Take him out.
How's Chira's BKB doing? Still slow, but it's almost done.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And for Tundra, obviously we saw a lot of very proactive players from them earlier. Is that going to start slowing down, do you think, as they kind of look towards certain items? You know, at this point of the game, do they want to slow down the game? You know, what's sort of the approach from Tundra whilst they do still have this lead?
I think Tundra never says no to hitting creep zone, so their lineup scales very hard as well too, right? With the Muerta, with this Phoenix and the Storm. Sven's BKB is like eventually throughout the game, right? It will start ticking down, so it does make the Sven overall matchup versus the Muerta a lot harder to play. I think Tundra, they can fight, but they're also keen to farm if we could get to them.
They're going to try and burst through Natus. Vortex into the silence, but the snowball save comes in. Sags are giving him some opportunities.
Nice
Not enough for the Hex. There from Ari, into the control. They deal with the two of them, set things up for BZM to continue his streak. Godlike here on the Storm. He's also going to find himself a regen rune, and with those two pickoffs, they should be able to head into the pit and claim this rush.
I'm wanting to look how much damage these two cores are going to do next to the Largo, because I've gotten to see a little bit of some heroes, but I haven't gotten to see a Muerta and a Storm buffed up by a Largo.
Hey, you got the steal! He got the kill there with the Ice Blast. Easy Roche kill for Malady.
Can he survive?
Oh. Can he survive? Oh! He gets away. It's close though. BZM nearly having the read.
All right, Malady will be happy though. He did get the greedy whispers, so he's got that GPM kicking in.
Watson closing in on that Daedalus. 1,000 gold to go. Going to get that Demon Edge picked up.
Getting flanked pretty hard up here.
They see him. They get the jump. They're going to have easily the burst to take him out with Watson around.
Dude, Watson is honestly doing as much as he possibly can.
He's carrying.
6-1 and 0. He truly is putting up those numbers right now.
Or mid Malady. Just the Hex. They didn't want to go for more there, knowing that there would likely be backup around him, and there certainly was. Yandex pretty grouped up right now.
You're getting good timings, Yandex. Notice now has the pipe finished up too. Their team fight is getting stronger and stronger with each and every item pickup here. At least in being able to withstand the egg and also just tank the brunt of all this damage now with the pipe. It's gonna help out the supports as well quite a lot.
Yeah, they're really closing the gap this game. This is you know, some good sort of slowdown of action by Yandex. It might just give them a chance here against Tundra.
The explosive damage of the Sven always. Of course, you know, versus the Muerta, we might not be able to hit at times. But we've yet to see them really interact just yet. Sure. On top of a ward.
They get the jump, they get the stun. Pure's in trouble. He'll be able to hurricane back to safety. Will now pop the ult, but he's very low. He's going to get frozen in position. BZM jumps in, gets the grab onto Malady. Ice Blast is if he hits the Ice Blast, he'll kill him. He's holding the Ice Blast for now, Malady. Here's the blast. It's not going to catch on to either of them. So Pure and BZM can continue to retreat. Chira Jr.'s going to try and chase. Ari will get left behind. The silence onto Whitemon. He's going to have to use the Supernova, but they should be able to kill that pretty easily here with the 3 of them. That's the egg gone. The chase continues here. Natus with that final bit of micro. Be able to throw him up. He's still got some mana though. Can they get the timing? Not quite. BZM has got enough to zip away to safety. He'll get out of there. But the supports of Tundra are taken out. And again, these fights, they're very scary there for Pure and BZM. Honestly, if Malady did find the chance to line up that Ice Blast a little earlier, Pure would have been dead. Obviously, wanted to hold back, knew that Pure had this Aegis, didn't want to overexpend on the MOUZ.CET. But you got to imagine in future situations, when, especially when that Aegis is not there and they're ready to throw everything at the MOUZ.CET, Pure could still be pretty vulnerable.
No, for sure. Honestly, I'm surprised that both of them. I thought BZM was dead, honestly. He had like not even 100 mana when he was going past those Serpent Wards. Somehow gets enough with the Soul Ring. Yeah, that was close. That ward, it did get dewarded this time, but almost gets another catch. Far jump.
Look for Chira Jr. and should have him here. Yeah, Pure and Ari making sure that it's an easy kill.
Cool stuff. Another Galvanize. Illusion Rune. BZM has a little more protection. Is queuing up the BKB. Pure still has the Aegis. So for 1 more minute, he's going to be able to get some good tower damage here. And no Bruce split up means you can see how confident Tundra is playing. I feel like we've not seen 33 yet, by the way. And it's 30 minutes in.
He's been doing a lot of farming. He's enjoying the farm game right now. BKB is nearly there. But no, absolutely. A lot of these team fights, we've not sort of had 33 getting involved, playing a lot of the music. But, you know, because he's looking at his team being like, guys, what are you doing? We're Tundra. Let's hit some creeps. Let's win the game. Let's not make these silly moves. At 33, he's ready. BKB is now out. Now he's probably like, all right, guys, now we can look to go as a 5-man.
To be fair, it is one of those games where if he doesn't have BKB also, he can just get thrown up in the air. He can just get silenced.
Yeah. No,
like
for
we were
sure.
mentioning earlier. So
I think like, his approach is the smart one right now.
Blast will connect. We won't net them a kill. And they'll TP back, reset, and that is the BKB, as we were mentioning. Finish the jump in. They will be able to get 1 snag here.
Another kill for Watson.
Tail end of that ward. What an interesting stat. 8, 1, and 0 on the Watson, right? Love to see it.
Yeah, they could go for the fight here, entering into the triangle. They're smoked up.
No Aegis anymore. There's a Linken's, but no BKB on Pure.
Scans hit, so they know someone's up it. There's 33.
Great.
With the silence, into the stun, they put the God Strength, they're ready to take him down. Big hits coming in now from Watson there. There's pretty much a 2k crit coming in now with his Daedalus.
I think if he BKBs, I'm pretty sure they can do something, but he does not get that BKB off. Because if you protect yourself versus the stun, that bonus damage from the Vanquisher isn't going to affect you. And then he does have the Grooven armor. Like, he is incredibly tanky, but just did not get the BKB off, gets caught again. And it's playing to win, honestly, on Watson. Really, very much so this game. Down to a 2k lead.
But again, you know, it's one of those games where, you know, a lot does fall onto the shoulders of the carry from Yandex.CET's perspective, right? You know, if Watson somehow plays one of these fights where he gets jumped on first or he doesn't get sort of a clean entry into the team fight and he gets dealt with, very unlikely the remaining 4 members are going to be able to kind of take a drawn-out fight against Tundra. You know, when the BKB is online for Pure, it's going to be a big problem. They get a big catch hit. They don't have quite enough damage, though, to kill him. BZM's out. Ari, though, might be left behind again. Saxon trying to get the hold on him, but in fact, the Shackles from Ari comes out in return. They've got the silence there and the roll forward. Ari will get left behind. He's making them work for it, though, and in fact, maybe not. Whitemon wants to come in with the save. They're keeping Ari alive. The backup comes in. Ari will live. And now Watson, he's up in the height. Okay, we'll get pulled back down there. So we'll get to fight on looking for 33. BKB's about to come to an end on 33. He is surrounded by the bruise split. Still though, it's going to get a bit spooky for Yandex now that Watson His God Strength starting to fall low. Same for his HP. Still has the BKB ready to press, but doesn't want to commit for the fight here. They'll just accept that Sax is gone, back out of there. Just happy in the knowledge that, you know, a few of the ults were used by Tundra. Supernova, of course, was used. So they just completely back out here, Yandex.
Too far to chase. BZM too tanky. Oh, dude, I'm loving the Shiva's build so much. The second item Shiva's on these storms. He has like 50 armor. So you jump him, and even though it's a God Strength, like, it's a lot of heroes hitting him. It's not enough physical damage to really go through. Now he can go for that BKB. And there we did see 33 getting involved.
Yes.
See him singing the
he's
song.
ready to play.
His team up.
And so, yeah, but as a team, keeping Ari alive there. Very nicely done. But I guess you could definitely feel it from Yandex, know that they did know that they were going pretty deep, pretty aggressive for that Shaman kill. So
yes,
able to make sure they don't get overly punished for the way that they chase for that, getting the majority of them out there.
I mean, Watson, it feels like Watson has to play with almost no mistakes in this game, and so far he's kind of done that.
Tundra. BZM and Ari ready to see what they can find down here on the bottom lane.
Satanic done on Watson, so a bit more survivability. Still a lot about just his God Strength BKB timing, but now Pure does have BKB to protect himself. So we'll have at least 2 ways to maybe get that Pierce the Veil off with Lincoln's and BKB. Storm also a full BKB. So Tundra, they've stalled buying these BKBs. Now they have full duration ones for the next fights.
There we go.
On the hunt.
I want to get that team fight here before the potential Roshan.
33. Always making sure that when you're playing the Largo, and most people know this by now, but always strum in like when you're just running, because it keeps you at that bonus armor, that Grubin. He's sitting at plus 22. BZM.
They're looking for Natus, but bursting through this bruise kind of tricky now. So they won't throw too much down on him.
Both teams wanting to be healthy for that Roche contest, not wanting to expend too much. A very deep ward that is going to be expiring soon. Ari, I actually don't even remember when he placed this one, to be honest with you, but 20 seconds remaining on it. It's scouting Malady. It's giving some really good information, actually. Full Shivas for Chira Jr. also finished up, so they've got their own Shivas to counteract. It's going to be very, very efficient. This very, very nice this game, too. Especially versus that Largo. Tense moments.
Who's going to make the jump first? I mean, both teams have ways to sort of poke, kind of get out a reaction and then get out, you know what I mean? Like, not over-committing at the start. It's a little easy, of course, for Tundra having this Storm Spirit. Chira Jr., you know, to some extent can try and pull off similar moves to get a reaction out of Tundra.
I'd say that for Yandex, their BKBs are more important. So, like, if Tundra can poke one of theirs, then it can be devastating. But they've been very good about holding them. BZM. Yandex is smoked.
There we go.
This fight could be all. How these buybacks looking too.
Coming in from the low ground, but they've hit the scan. Tundra's trying for the big wrap around here. Ari leading the charge. I'll get the vision down.
They get the scan. They know they're moving. BCM.
Just a step ahead right now, Yandex.
Amp damage.
Oh, that's, oh my goodness. Watch out for this Sven. BZM, he's going to make the jump forward. Pops the PKB straight away. Yandex will have Watson try and turn towards BZM. BZM's pretty low on the mana. They'll get the control on towards him. He's caught in the silence. They've got him. That's Natus gone. Now we'll see Pure turn over towards Chira Jr. BKB's up for Chira Jr. Allows him to roll away, but BZM's going to try and chase with that last bit of mana. They're going to get him. Chira Jr. gets brought down onto the side. The Supernova success. They have to back away from the Phoenix Egg. They cannot fight into it. I mean, Watson still has BKB ready to press, but the God Strength's about to come to an end. So it looks like it will just end as the 2 for 2. You know, 2 for 2 the Tundra will take. They take out the 2 cores of Yandex there. And getting in position that time round for Pure to be able to dish out the damage.
Very split fight. They caught the brew. Honestly, Ari, beautiful stuff. Completely controls him, gets him brought down. But yeah, come split up here. We'll now be able to finish off this Roche pretty quickly here. I don't think Watson's going to jump, or is he?
I think he might be tempted to. Saxa getting held at the side. He's going to go for the jump forward. What's he going to try? Puts the BKB. Roshan, though, is a bit too healthy. He's going to try and finish it off. I don't know if he can with the remainder of the BKB. He'll go for the kill, but the pickup's there. BZM gets the Aegis. Big Ice Blast comes in here on it was the three of them. But Watson, he's surrounded. Can he get away from them? The Vortex drags him back in. The Hex comes in as well. Watson getting brought down low. Pushed back by BZM with the Psychic Headband. They take Watson out. And now they're ready to try and chase on for more here, Tundra. They know that Sax is up in the trees. See how long they want to try and chase him down. They want the kill. He's got Kalima to try and make them work for it a little bit more. BZM very low on the mana. They do not want to let Saxa walk away for free. He's walking away for free, though. This is a little too much chasing. I think they gotta let Saxa go. But all in all, Watson goes for the big play there. Gets the kill right on the Roche, but wasn't quite able to pick up that Aegis. And even if he wouldn't have obviously had BKB or God Strength, I think it wasn't back up on cooldown there for that second life. So it would have been a tough one anyway. Goes for the risky play, doesn't pay off.
And BZM now has an Aegis for this next fight, so he can. The way that he's playing is beautiful. Honestly, today is a BZM day. Sometimes it's not a BZM day, but today so far has absolutely been one. Initiating the fight, jumping in, causing all this havoc, all this pretty much panic. And we're seeing the Brewmaster is definitely more important than the Largo in the team fights. That Brew is very important, as we see, for the side of Yandex to have any approaches to these fights. BZM.
Oh, they might not have found Saxa earlier, but they will get their hands on him now. Saxa gone.
Playing so well. The Storm is out of control. Another Power Rune also, up to 29 Galvanize. Pure looking to join, level 25. That's Watson. That's his second death, but it feels like a pretty big one. Even though it's not really a big mistake by any means by him, this feels like a game that just has to be a picture-perfect, flawless game from this fighter.
Tundra ready to bring in that push. Multiple ways for them to jump the high ground as well, so it won't necessarily be easy for Yandex to hold the defense here if Tundra get the jump on them.
Now 30 seconds still on Tusk too. See if they really want to force that issue too, or if they just want to finish up a couple more things. BZM.
He knows they're not going to want to throw anything onto him. Once he's got this Aegis.
Little pause. It's just hard. It really is hard because all the damage I'm seeing, it's everything as Watson. Like Chira Jr., this Magnetize is just not really doing much of anything if he even gets it off. And the Brew as well, too. I mean, we didn't get to see it in that last fight, of course, but it really just is Watson versus the world in terms of how much damage is being dealt. And it's tough for him to connect on these targets now that they've gotten all these little small items, 4 staves, Psychic Headband, neutral items. I think they got a couple of those as well, too. So just the kite factor, something Sven absolutely detests playing versus. Scan comes out. Tundra. We'll just steal that shrine. Level 20 now for Whitemon. Another strong talent versus these strong tanky cores.
Oh, Pure. They've got eyes on him, but he's able to get the BKB and pierce the veil off. We'll go straight for the TP out.
Pure a little deep a couple times. We'll be safe.
Watson wants to head back over.
Vision.
Maybe see if they can find Whitemon, but
they see
already
Pure
out with the TP.
Saxa with the sneaky vision.
They know he's not got BKB orb. The ultimate. Seeing the mid them get the jump on Natus, trying to burst for him before he can get the split off. See if they've got the damage. BZM trying to finish the job off. They'll get him. Natus not able to get the ult off. As he's gone, Supernova will get dropped down. Yandex trying to back away from it, but the grab there from Ari locks down Saxa. Saxa dead. It's Tundra. They'll see if they can chase on for more. Looking for Chira Jr. in the trees. He's going to go for the TP out. Nothing to quite put a stop to it, so he will get out of that one. But again, I mean, that time is very close, right? Because just as he died, he got the BKB off, but nowhere near enough time for him to BKB and Primal split. Somehow, some way, they've got to do something on Yandex, right, to keep Natus safe.
I don't know how, though. They're glimmering him. It's just Ahri. Ahri is actually just getting full duration shackle zone. It's a 5.7 second shackle that he's getting every single time, full duration. It just can't happen. Like, the Earth Spirit, someone's got to be there to stop Ahri. They can't let their Brewmaster just get
Watson,
left alone.
he's ready to go. He's put the God Strength, makes the jump, looks straight towards Pure. Ice Blast coming in with the Pierce the Veils up. Pure's going to be able to kite backwards and keep himself alive. They're going to be able to move forward now. I mean, they tried to go kind of all in on that play to blow up Pure. They couldn't. He gets the ult off. He survives, keeps the push going, and that's your God Strength from BKB gone.
Yeah, that might be two sets, honestly. He needs that. Pretty much everything he can get to deal the damage versus Pure. Brew is respawning. Maybe they'll respect it a little bit here.
BZM. Let's see if he can get any sort of catch right up to the fountain of Yandex.
Let's see if they do respect it or if they just do continue. Because without God Strength, they probably feel pretty
he's got the grab.
Notice?
Got noticed. He's going the silence. They're going to try and save him. This time he'll be able to get out. He'll live for now. And Serpent Ward's down on the mid. 30 seconds without Chira Jr. There's the fortification, Yandex. 20 seconds till God Strength. Push on the mid. Damage to be done here by Tundra. BZM. In with the grab on a Saxa. Pure ready to bring in the damage. Saxa's gone. Has got buyback available. Malady also to fall. Both supports dead. They both have buyback. Watson, he'll jump in, get the stun. They get the punch up. They have that opening burst on towards BZM. Ice Blast connects, but it's not enough damage to kill him. BZM backs off. He'll get out of this one. Notice though, jumps forward. BZM still with just enough mana to zip away and live. They're using the split to try and chase BZM down. He's up on the high ground. He's going to go for the TP. They've got no way to get the vision. BZM, he gets out alive. Back to the base. He'll survive. See if they can get anything instead here, Yandex. They'll look towards the rest of Tundra now that BZM's been forced to TP out.
Watson.
But again, the Hex. Watson's been caught. Glimmer comes in. He's able to get the BKB off. Turns straight over towards Ahri. Ahri trying to juke this one out, but Watson will find him. They bring Ahri down. Blink forward from Saxa. Gets the snowball in onto both 33 and Whitemon. They've killed Whitemon off. Now they can turn to 33. Well, maybe not. The Blink into the trees. Going for the TP. There's no way to come through the trees and get to him. 33 also escaped successfully.
And you know why, Owen? This is the Aeon. Have you heard about this one? So Aeon Disc with Largo Innate makes it so the duration is long enough for you to get your blink off. Yep. So that's literally the interaction right there.
Yeah.
It's super cool interaction. I'm glad I got to see it. I was waiting for a game where I got to talk about it, so that was actually sick. But it's expensive, right? Expensive buybacks coming out from Yandex. They do lose both sets, and they don't get Pure or BZM.
Watson.
I can't believe BZM continues to live. 11.
That's crazy.
Euro.
Getting out there. It's so close. They threw everything at him. The Ice Blast, chasing him down with the Primal Split. But only just enough mana to get up to that high ground and TP out.
Yeah, I think like something little saved him. I think it was like a lick even potentially that 33 did in the base that maybe pulled him so that he could get the zip after. Yeah, it was all these small things absolutely coming into play. And yeah, I love that super cool that we got to see the Aeon Disc thing, at least here. I don't think I've seen, maybe I did see 1 or 2 games at least. People do it before, but the Blink and the Aeon Disc is super value. Roche, soon, 1 more racks remaining. Watson continues to have his work cut out for him.
Yeah, let's pick up the Swift Blink. Looking to get the Lincoln Spin X for himself.
So what I've been seeing is Tundra's doing a great job of preventing the snowball saves. I think it's BZM in most of the fights. He's grabbing Saxa, not letting him get the snowball saves. And then I think Chira Jr. might have to just put more emphasis on stopping the shackles. Because there's 3 or 4 team fights I've seen, Ahri gets full duration shackles. Probably having to prevent that somehow.
BZM, he's going to go for the setup on mid. That's the opening. Ahri coming in with the follow-up Hex. They won't overcommit though. They know that Yandex is there.
They're trying to poke the Aeon Disc there. I think they saw it there on notice. So they're
Saxa, he wanted the haste rune, but they'll lose his life for that, and he does not have buyback. That was not a rune worth going for. Yeah, Saxa's out for 90 seconds. Tundra's ready to jump forward. They get the catch on Chira Jr. Also dead here for 80. Notice in trouble. He's going to try and run away here. But 33's hot on the chase. BZM with enough mana look towards him. Notice Ooh, can they save him? They can't. Dragged back by the Lick. That's Natus gone.
Did Natus double click his prime? He canceled his primal split.
I was going to say, it's on cooldown for 100 seconds, right? He must have gone into it and then come out of it.
I think he maybe double tapped it.
Well, the pressure getting to them all on here on Yandex as Tundra, I think they're just closing it up. I mean, Yandex, I don't know if they're going to have a final fight this game. I think this game's now over.
120 seconds, no brew, committed for the buyback, committed for the Aeon. It splits, and I don't, maybe they were dying that fast, but it looked like he clicked and they canceled it.
You're right, yeah, maybe he was just worried that he was dying through the split, yeah.
I don't know.
Well, either way, you know, went downhill after Saxa went for that rune. Very quickly so, as Watson, he's going to get him. Going to try and look for them, but the Pierce the Veil's up for Pure. I mean, they can pretty much just look towards the edge and close it up. Pure destroys Watson there to close this game up. GG is called. Tundra will take the game.
I'll give this one to BZM and Ari, honestly. I think they played out of their minds. Ari getting, I don't know how many full duration shackles, great little hex plays and catches, also making sure that he prioritizes BZM so he gets enabled, and then BZM ends with literally 0 deaths. So
yeah, that's crazy.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. What a beautiful day here from BZM. And yeah, as you said, the boys around him doing fantastically here with these performances. BZM, yeah, 11-0-21. Tundra, they take the game.
And with a Tundra win, it is also Largo's first off-lane win as well. So Tundra kind of getting a double whammy for themselves. Obviously, fantastic day, having previously got their win against MOUZ. Now one up against Yandex too. And Largo, we're just going to dive on into him, I feel, Quinn. We could talk about all the grander pitches and how good BZM was in a little bit, but Largo as a hero, not too successful, but has somehow gotten success in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you said this is Largo's first win. I don't know if he really won. Yeah, as offlane.
Okay, you had to spend fucking hell, Quinn.
As offlane, sorry, forgive me. But I don't really feel like Largo won this game. I think his team won, and he was sort of on the back of the cart saying, "Hey guys, I'm winning too."
Just strumming his loot, having a little bit of fun.
Because he did not do anything this game. He was farming for 40 minutes. I think at 40 minutes he was 1, 3, and 0 or something like this.
Big numbers.
This very much was a game of the BZM show and the supports. I think they absolutely popped off and carried this game, and for the most part, the Largo was just farming and vibing as he does.
He was a support tool in the team fight. We're seeing it here with a lot of the replays, just how effective his lick was for his teams to just give them that little bit extra to either kite the Sven to ensure that the Tusk had to go a little extra deeper into a team fight to be able to get the snowball or the punch off. So it was really small things, but that is where the difference is. Was it worth farming 40 minutes for that sort of impact?
Yeah, I mean, it was very, very much in these later fights. He was owning, but
and then the Aeon Blake, that was cool.
That was cool.
Shout out
I did not know about the Aeon extension
neither.
being just long enough. Shout out to Fog for knowing every single mechanic.
Shout out to Fogs, just in case you didn't get that one.
That's right. Shout out to Fog. No, but I think it's just a very classic Tundra game, right? Like they pick heroes that they're okay scaling on. I think, to be honest, Yandex, they just don't. To be honest, Yandex, they don't scale that well in this game. Sven is really bad against Morta as more time passes, and they mentioned it's Phoenix against 4 melee heroes, and I think you could feel both of those becoming big problems. The Shadow Shaman had huge impact this game. And it just felt like Yandex, they were on a timer, and they also got outplayed in the early game, and when that happens, it's so easy for Tundra to play their classic style, push out the waves, and farm. And as the clock ticks, you can feel your chances slowly sliding to the hourglass.
I mean, that late game Morta, I'm sitting here and I'm like, what is this damage? Like this, it's just, it doesn't feel fair in any regard. I mean, yeah, you let the other team farm up, but it still doesn't feel fair somehow.
Yeah, the hero is completely bonkers whenever it gets to that point. You're supposed to be able to abuse her early, but Tundra is so good at fortifying that hero's position. I think they really understand this more at the hero specifically, but also these ranged, more slow, cowardly carries. I think that is one of the things that makes this hero so strong for them, is that they're able to hold their position and keep their safe lane tower up for so long. I think we had a little clip or whatever of when they ended up killing the safe lane tower, because they kept it alive for over 20 minutes. They keep coming back to the safe lane tower. They keep defending it. Yeah, what is this, 23 minutes? Is that what it says? this
You
tower,
have your glasses on. What do you mean? Is that what
that's
it says?
really small tech.
That is really small tech. It's 22 minutes and 49 seconds right now.
Yeah, so they
that's
killed
what
the
it is,
tower
yeah.
right around there. That is crazy, and that's what you want to do with these ranged carries. You want to keep the safe lane tower alive because they're not good at farming ancients, they're not good at farming jungle, they don't have the HP regen to sustain it. So you keep this area alive, and not only does it like help your Morta, but it also keeps your Largo safe and allow it to farm because they're spending so much time attacking this place, and you're doing
Bringing
this
all
sort
those
of,
numbers and
yeah,
everything.
this defense where you're sort of standing off and there's a battle happening here that Largo is off on his own island, actually getting to these timings. So really impressive and important period of the game that Tundra played exceptionally well.
What was it, though, that was accepted? Because you're saying they held that tower. They ensured that it was like 23 minutes still standing. But what exactly is it? Is it having mid rotate up that way? Is it having your position 4 come that way too? Is it a specific hero in a pos 5 that helps hold it?
I think a lot of it is, yeah, bringing the numbers is absolutely important. Like
Sure.
Ari and BZM are both leaning in that direction. And I think that leaning is the crucial part. You're not all standing there in a silly way, but people can TP and others, you have just the right amount of heroes ready in that place. And then you also have heroes ready to TP. And in conjunction with that, it's the posturing of where they're standing, because you're defending the tower. How close to the tower are you standing? Are you standing further back? Are you right under the tower? Are you okay getting gone on, or you do need to not get gone on at all? Understanding all these little mechanics of how that fight breaks down and how it goes is very, very high skill, and just shows an immense amount of hero knowledge, because that's what it boils down to.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal from Tundra. Really is so hard to pick apart their game there. On the side of Yandex, this is now 5 losses to Tundra specifically in a Blast Lamb.
Okay.
Got you in the first half, didn't I?
You really did. I was like, they've lost 5 games already. How many games have they played?
I think this was actually the 5th game that they have played for themselves. But no, that is not their scorelines by any means. I'm specifically talking about the Tundra and Yandex matchup, because you were talking about, you know, that there is intricate, detailed knowledge between players both on the side of Tundra and on the side of Yandex there, but they're just not able to do it for some reason here. And maybe one of those things you talked about was Chira Jr.'s hero ends up playing the Earth Spirit this time around. Did it kind of branch out from the archetype you were afraid he was getting pigeonholed into?
I don't think so, really.
Yeah.
And I think that's sort of where the Sven gets a little weird, is you've got the Sven, and Natus and Chira always play these melee blobby offlaners. So I think Watson looks the best when he's on stuff like the TA, or these, I think TA specifically, because it helps with their tempo when they're fighting, but also it's this range damage dealer. And I think they need that range damage dealing. Now they have A, which helps a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's just one support, and you need more damage than just A, even though it's a ton. So you can see it in later fights. Sven, he can't just jump into this fight and commit fully, because as soon as he uses BKB, the fight's over unless he's killing a whole bunch of heroes. Earth Spirit, similar vein, he can't just roll in, or he'll insta-press BKB, and then his fight's over, really. So I think there's a little bit too much overlap between the heroes as time passes. And if you're not A, blasting everyone, then inevitably this Largo and Phoenix will strum and laser, and people will heal back up.
Yeah, I felt like the only hero that might have felt a little bit more comfortable running in and not necessarily instantaneously BKBing is the Brewmaster. But Tundra did so well to focus him at the start of every fight. It was either the Tusk being taken out or the Brewmaster. And then they realized, not even just the fact that they would have the numbers advantage, there isn't that much more in the toolkit of teamfight if one or both of those two are taken out.
Yeah, it is a big problem. And I think Natus, to be honest, had a bit of a rough game. There's some of these deaths, like, he knows there's a Shadow Shaman in the game, right? All props to Ari. He played a great game and was focusing all the right targets, some amazing spell casting. But in the same vein, you know there's a Shadow Shaman on the other team. And I think Natus overextends in a couple fights, makes a couple sort of panicky decisions, and feeds his life away. Like, he's very far away from his team. Look where his team is compared to him. They're all coming from above, and he's standing on the midwave just getting gone on.
There's a little bit more to that, well, this specific fight too, right? You see the Tusk jump in being like, I'm going to cancel that Shuckle from the Shaman because my Brewmaster's in trouble. That's a great silence put down from Pure. And I think the calling is what really makes and breaks a fantastic Morta player in my eyes. That spell is not easy to be able to just kind of throw out willy-nilly and have great placements like that. So he was just as ready to back up his supports as his supports are ready to back up him there. So Ari having fantastic. Shadow Shaman play for himself. Like I said, there isn't a way to break apart right now what Tundra is doing.
Yeah, it's Tundra, Blast Slam. It's actually insane. Every Blast Slam, I'm like, surely this is the one where they're not very, very good. But no, every time they're very good. And it's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. As much, I mean, I'll be honest. I wish that people would beat them because they farm so much, but they can't do it. They can't do it. They're just too good, and there's no disputing that. And to your point about Pure Muerta, I think he is probably the best carry Muerta
He's
player.
so good.
He's very, very good at this hero. He understands his limits, the items to buy, and this Silver Edge has looked like an insanely powerful item. Some of these melee carries, they have real problems as time passes because you get hit by the Silver Edge and you lose all your movement speed. So as soon as this BKB is out, you are just completely useless. You're a turtle walking around. That was turtles and frogs. It's
And blobs and
amphibians now, as Amphibian 2 coming to you.
I actually don't even know where to go from that. It's so weird. But look, the Tundra, you're saying, can anyone really stop them? Can anyone really break what is their farming pattern that they like to do? Of course, this isn't just something that's only in Blast Lands. This is the Tundra through and through right there. But their upcoming opponents for the rest of today, GamerLegion and Heroic. So I'm not going to talk too much on that one because it will be coming up later. You guys will have T and Kazu when it comes around to that, because we're nearing the middle of our day right now. We get to focus on what you coined, Quinn, as the matchup you cannot miss. Do you remember who it is?
It was Liquid versus Spirit?
No, what, bro?
Oh, Falcons. There's so
you gotta
many
redo
games.
it. Redo it, but with a little more oomph.
Liquid versus Falcons. Fight.
Okay, we have nothing else to cut to, so we're just gonna keep talking.
No, we're gonna keep talking.
But yeah, the reason why you always lie?
I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth, and I'll tell the truth right now. I think this matchup is hyped because I think these are two teams that they both won their series earlier today, so they're on the slight up
But they
and
were
up.
on rocky starts for day one. That's what you said.
They were, and I think that remains true, that these are teams that they're sort of doing this. They're flickering back and forth. Right now, they both flickered up, but they absolutely can flicker back down. And so I think the trajectories of these teams, I think is very interesting, and I think Liquid specifically is just an interesting team to watch right now because they have been known for such consistent performances, but right now it feels like you can't rely on anything from them. And so every game I watch, wondering which Liquid is going to show up.
Not a single thing you think you can rely on for Liquid.
Maybe that Ace is not going to buy Blink Dagger first.
Okay. That's such a weird niche one thing, but I like that you answered my question anyway. Would you say the win for Liquid over Na'Vi would be more impactful for their mental fortitude over Falcons' win against Xtreme Gaming?
Yeah, I'd say so because the game was long.
It was real long.
And they clutched it out. I think those long games that you clutch out build a lot of confidence.
It was 84 minutes for anyone that missed it. It happened over in the B stream. At 70 minutes, they were pretty much dead even on gold net worth. And yeah, you're right. Liquid cinched the win for themselves.
It was a barn burner, and good to win the barn burners because it just feels better. When the game goes long, when you lose, it just saps your life force. You just spent an hour and a half doing this thing and you lose. Ugh.
Honestly, that might be what the viewers are feeling right now because we're yapping a lot, but that's because we had to wait for our draft to be ready, so we finally get to see a little bit more action of Falcons and Liquid. Liquid taking out Husker, Viper, Razor, Timbersaw. These are the stock standards that you want to be taking out right now in this patch up against Falcons. In fact, it's been a lot of times these heroes haven't been meta, and we've seen them banned out against Falcons, which leaves open Falcons to take out SF, Shadow Demon, and Treant Protector, picking up Largo for the first time themselves here at Blast Lab.
Yeah, every time this hero comes out, I'm super curious.
Say it.
I want to say what?
Preach it.
I love frogs. No, I think I'm very curious to see, is it offlane? Is it support? And can they make this hero look more useful than it did last game? Because this hero is so slow. Oh my goodness, he farms for forever. So if Liquid is able to dig deep into some more of that typical Liquid strategy, which is playing fast, it's trampling the enemy, I think this frog is very prone to being trampled.
I want to personally see it support, because I want to see if it's still just as slow to have impact as a support. Like, is this really an item hero? Are we needing to farm the way that we've been seeing it so far in the offlane?
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure. Liquid prefers it support, so
They do.
There's been that, but everyone, it seems like all the other teams that we've seen have been playing it offline. I think we've only had one game on our stream that Largo has been support, if that. Tiny is a weird response. I think tossback is a mechanic that should be good against Largo. Changing the positioning of people so that they're not all stuck in the AoE of the song, and you can mix things up and not have them continue to be healed. I think that makes sense strategically, but Tiny is also a low damage hero, so if you're not able to get the toss back, then I think it's a weird response.
Yeah, well, this is the difference as well. Tiny really fluctuating on where people want to put him. So for me, Largo and Tiny sitting in similar camps where, yeah, it can succeed on core roles, but it's also being seen a little bit in support. And I don't know, it's really funny to think about considering Tiny was only core, got nerfed so hard you couldn't even play him support. And normally then your transition back into a meta is support. But there's a realm where he's just straight back into a core role again.
Yeah, not the biggest fan of Tiny Core unless you've got specific helpers in your team. We saw OG play it earlier today, and it looked very, very bad. But I won't really say that was his fault. Yeah, the mid Tiny. And so I think on support, it's generally a better role unless you've got stuff like Coddle probably on your team, or you've got those ranged carries, the TA, the Shadow Fiend, and things like that. Then I think you can make the Tiny mid work, but you're going to need some serious range DPS if you want it to be a core.
Well, Liquid have run it both in mid and also as a support. And when they had it in mid, do you know what hero they had with them?
Shadow Fiend?
No, the Coddle that you just mentioned.
Okay.
Come on, bro.
I was
I'm
a
trying to
coin
back
flip.
you up.
I
I'm here to
also mentioned
support
Shadow
you.
Fiend, didn't I?
Yeah, you did mention it. You had the 50-50, lost it, but Tiny coming out for Liquid and a potential other core, secondary core opening there, so MOUZ.
Yeah, this is interesting because I mean, in some ways, I suppose they're stealing the Mars as opposed to banning it. We see teams do this all the time against Falcons. But I don't think picking Mars and Tiny back-to-back like that is very good. There's a general consensus in drafting that it's not good to pick heroes that do the same thing back-to-back because it means you're leaving bigger and bigger holes in your draft that need to be fixed later on, which puts a burden on them and reduces the amount of options you have with your later picks. So when you have these two, now you need damage from your later picks. And say it becomes a really great game for something like a Storm Spirit or a Void Spirit, this mobile hero that's lower on the damage, well, you're kind of uncomfortable picking that because you've set yourself in a position where you need damage from your next picks from Liquid.
All valid cause for concern. Falcons open with Sven.
Odd.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're a bit bamboozled by it. Are you bamboozled? Surely not at Falcons picking Sven, but Sven being picked so early.
Yeah, I think just how early it's being picked. Also, in combination with Largo, I think this makes it look like offlane Largo to me because I don't think Largo Sven. Once again, double melee is okay. Actually, I guess it can be okay because they're laning against double melee. So double melee versus double melee is like you can get away with it.
I would like to see that.
Yeah, it's the full Gooberstein lane. So I suppose that is possible actually. It's pretty good against Mars. I guess it makes sense. It's fine. And it fits well with the Ringmaster. You've got two boys who can go in and be tanky, which allows Ringmaster to use his save and just get his spells off behind Sven. I think Crit is probably the best Ringmaster player and the most prolific one, so it makes sense if anyone's going to be playing that hero, it's going to be Falcons.
It was played yesterday as well, picked up a little bit, so the other team's also dabbling in the Ringmaster here and there. Can I just say, his ult, the way you place his ult, is not very intuitive. I'm not too sure how many Ringmaster players there are out there. How many games would you say you have on...
Me? Okay, hello?
Hello!
Hi!
Hey!
We're back.
Look, broadcasts were apparently trying to save you from the embarrassment of admitting you had 0 Ringmaster games.
I do have 0 Ringmaster games, yeah.
But yes, what I was saying was his ultimate is not very intuitive to place down. It travels further than you actually think.
Yeah, it's weird. There's like a minimum. It's sort of like Snapfire Globs, where there's a minimum distance where you can cast it. It's very, very strange. I guess the hero would be too strong if you could cast it point blank. because you could like blink on people point blank and like whip them into it, which would be like kind of a sick nasty combo. It's a weird way to balance people.
It is, yeah, it is kind of weird. But whilst we were rambling on about our Ringmaster experiences, Liquid picked up Bristle for themselves, and now I would be very surprised if it was 3 cores shown all the way from the get-go, especially all of them being melee this way. But Mars notoriously off lane, Bristle now potentially in that mid? Mid-K Bristle carry?
Both are possible. Holy Winter Wyvern.
Whoa.
There's some real out of pocket picks here. Bristleback is a great hero against Sven. In some ways, like it's honestly a two-sided matchup. I think with Winter Wyvern, it's very good because it's very difficult to burst this Bristleback. That's the side of the matchup that's good. Stuns tend to be good against Bristle, and you've got a Sven, so you jump him, you stun him. But if you don't burst him, then Goo is very, very good. And now you've got Wyvern backing him up, so you've got all these beefy boys. And then on top of you got a Wyvern who's going to save people. So it's already become a pretty difficult game for Sven, I think. And Bristleback, if he has those helpers behind him that allow him to stay alive, can be a very fearsome force.
Well, I will also say the thing that I like about Wyvern being picked up more so against Falcons and not so much what they've picked for themselves just yet is everyone memes about how they like to have their 3 melee core heroes. Wyvern loves people sitting on top of each other. She would love to come up against 3 melee cores, sit back there and try and have the perfect ultimate for herself. And I think a Sand King coming into play still falls into that hand for her.
It does a little bit. It jumps in slightly a different way, I think, compared to a Sven, and so it's better than if they had picked something like a Primal, say. Because Sand King is going to sort of blink past your front line and stun your back line and cause chaos, whereas Sven wants to just jump a guy very simply and kill that guy. So maybe they can try and jump people at different points in the fight. There's a lot of chaos going on from Falcons draft, whereas Liquid is much more simple in that they've got their rocks, their dudes. One of them is a literal rock, and then behind them they have the save. So there's some sort of contrasting styles in the way the team fights will work.
I'm going to give you a chance to redeem yourself here, Quinn, from earlier.
Redeem, yeah, gimme.
Will we see this Sand King flexed away from mid and potentially an off lane?
No, I think it's most likely mid again.
Okay, all right, you're gonna double down on this.
I think it's most likely mid. Now, it's been proven that it's possible.
Yes, I want everyone to know out there that this comes from the fact that earlier today, Falcons picked up Sand King for themselves, and Quinn was adamant it would not be going away from him. He was 100% all in, and Amar ended up picking up Sand King. But there is less chance, you think, for these lineups to have that flex.
Yeah, I think it's also based on the bans. They've been Queen and Storm. Those are 2 pretty classic anti-Sand King bans. Yeah. Which leads me to believe that, okay, you're probably going to leave it there. And then you've got some off-lane hero you've got here up your sleeve that you feel comfortable in. Liquid sort of splitting their bans a little bit, so not actually sure which way it goes, which is the power of the flex makes your bans considerably more difficult. Even when you don't have that last pick, can cause the enemy to waste bans and give you more opportunities to pick heroes. But yeah, I mean, I think Falcons, you see Winter Wyvern, you're always going to pick these magic damage sort of, as I say that, it picks Slaughter, so screw me. Interesting.
I shouldn't laugh.
I mean, so they have, it's more jumpers, but Sven, Slaughter together are, in theory, playing into Winter Wyvern. I think the difference is they have so many jumpers that they're going to try to make the fight a lot of madness. They're going to be looking at different angles, different heroes. It's an interesting approach. I don't know if I fully believe in it necessarily. I do think Slaughter is a good matchup against Bristleback, which is probably the main reason they pick it. And it's, I think, somewhat just of a counter pick.
Yeah, well, now we're seeing a lot more revealed here, and I do like how much you hyped up Crit's Ringmaster because he's not going to be playing it. He's going to be playing the Largo for himself. So the first time Falcons picking it up, and it's going to be played there on their position 4 in the off lane, tied in with the Slaughter. Of course, that Sand King going mid lane, so well done on redeeming yourself there, Quinn. Doubling down, knowing for sure. And yeah, for Liquid as well, we can see it that it is that support Tiny and a carry Bristle. So we weren't sure if it was going to be that mid lane or that carry Bristle there.
Yeah, I like the Leshrac last pick. It suits the Wyvern well, and it gives them that damage they need with those melee bros. So covering up some of their weaknesses. But
Can you make heads and tails of it?
These heroes are very strange. I don't necessarily understand why they picked Carry Bristle there. Genuinely, I think it has good dynamics against Sven, and the high damage can cut through Largo. But I think there's some of these Liquid picks that just surprise me and confuse me a little bit. And so I think I'm leaning towards Falcons in this game because I think it's more typically them. And while Lastrak is good against Sand King, and I think it's a pick that helps their draft a lot and rounds things up to a decent degree, I think Falcons is playing typical Falcons, and this Liquid draft, some of these picks just don't make any sense to me. And so while I can hypothesize a little bit here or there, I tend to feel like Falcons are playing comfort.
All right, well, Falcons being more standard towards them despite first-time Largo pick. On the side of Liquid, well, they love to prove people wrong. They've done it many times before, and they're going to have to do it here again, especially to spite Quinn here, who doesn't quite understand the synergy they've got there. But I'm excited to see a Wyvern here, as well as seeing core position 1 Bristlebacks. Let's get into it. A best of 1 with Liquid and Falcons.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for Falcons versus Liquid. Folks, we're definitely going to get some fun here, right? We're getting Falcons at least trying to show us what you can do with the Largo after... Well, we did just have a win with it, but overall, right, it's still a bit of a shaky hero. And then over on Liquid, they've just come in with something that's a bit different to what anyone else is doing right now, right? We're seeing these bristles, we're seeing these wyverns. What's going on?
I'm not sure, honestly. They must have something either from some scrims or just some information that they've got, because they have to pick these for these reasons. Wyvern overall, I think so many people have tried this in so many different situations. Sometimes you see like it's versus Zoo, the curse is great versus Zoo, blah, blah, blah. This hero has probably one of the, I want to say one of the lower win rates in all of Pro Dota. I don't know what it is about it. It's just very difficult to play always. So let's see if Tofu can change that. Of course, the Slardar pick into it is a bit interesting, but I think it is just because of that lane matchup, since they knew the Bristle was going to be carry. But yeah, I think Wyvern is going to set up for a lot of nice spells. You know, there's a Ringmaster and a Sand King, so if there's some big mistakes on the Wyvern, it's going to set up for the opposing side to get some nice connections.
Falcons not wanting to battle that 3v3 there, and in fact, yeah, they're going to get the 3 bounty runes on Liquid.
I am glad
to get over grab that.
I'm glad at least, like with the Lesh, they do have a follow-up. So something I really hate when I see Wyverns is when it's just like a Wyvern curse or like just for Cold Embrace and then nothing else. I usually like the curse as a setup. Like a curse into a Lesh stun, into a Mars Arena or whatever, or Black Hole, who knows? Something along those lines, all right? So we'll see what he can do with it since he does have the Lesh and the Mars.
Let's look at some of these lanes. So down bottom, we're going to have this Skeeter Snaking, Sven Ringmaster against the Boxy Ace, Tiny Mars. You know, what we're getting out of this one, because some of these, I mean, well, the Ringmaster in particular, I don't see a huge amount.
Nope, should be a pretty strong lane for Falcons. Yeah, it's difficult to see what Boxy can do down here in terms of pressuring. He's just going to pull, right, the usual dual melee. So it should be pretty free for Skeeter to get that farm. Top, I'm already seeing one of the interactions that I was going to mention immediately. It's a Largo first pick, and then they pick Wyvern. He uses a spell. He licks it off his ally immediately. So that Q is essentially just not even there in the laning phase. Although he did just use Lick on a creep.
And he might die for that. Oh, crush from Amar.
It's gonna be close.
Oh, okay, the Quills, it's not gonna quite reach. And now Tofu's has got to get it run down by Amar. And Amar might just find the first blood. He will. First blood for Amar. As Liquid try and sort of tunnel vision for Crit, and Crit just ends up getting the last laugh.
Crit's like, I did this. I licked that creep on purpose so they would go for me. Ends up working out. So yeah, 2 lanes that do look, I would say, on paper for Falcons, look quite solid. This Amar versus Mikke. He constantly gets licked, as you see right there. Dispels the thing. Mid lane, though, that's the difference. Right? Malrine, he is a master of getting things out of lanes that are very difficult. So let's see what he can do versus Nisha. But yeah, this is definitely quite a favored matchup for the Lash. He should have a very full free farm time.
And because on this bottom lane, can they put pressure onto the Sven?
No. Unless, okay, there's a small, okay, if they can toss him back into a spear under tower, right? Like something like
Sure,
that. But that's
okay.
incredibly unlikely. Maybe if another hero shows up, something like that, but yeah, unlikely. Crit. Just continuing to contest the pull. He's just trying to mess with Tofu. Tofu is getting the liberty of having the pull open, but Crit's just kind of taking a lot of the creeps from him there. He's just walking in with the boots, has no threat.
And obviously, you know, looking at Crit on the Largo compared to some of the other games we've seen in like different positions in the off lane. Do you think will this hero remain one of these heroes that's kind of viable in both, or do you think over time we're going to see it become more normalized in one of the two?
No, I think it's viable, and I personally find it best as 5 and 3, but I do think there are games where 4s and 5s can be pretty interchangeable. Crit, I've actually been watching. I talk with Crit a decent amount. I've been watching a lot of his games. He's been playing it. Hasn't had the most success sometimes, but this is what he's been doing in most games. He just buys the boots, plays with the melee offlaner, drags waves. I don't remember what builds he gets, actually. That I should probably... I can't actually check, sadly. I can't remember which ones he did, but... maybe he pivots slightly. All depends. If you go... You can sometimes go Greaves on this hero, Mech as a support. Or you can go from, like, some Pavis into some Lotuses eventually and Glimmers, since your Shard eventually is very useful. We'll see.
Mid lane. Marine.
Doing fine.
Doing very well against Nisha so far. Pretty much dead even. If you see these 3 creeps coming in on towards Nisha. So yeah, getting just as much out of the lane as the Leshrac.
Yeah. Feels like it's... Malrine always does this on Sanking. It's very hard to bully his Sanking in particular. I've seen other people falter. But yeah, his in particular. Nope.
Skeeter having a nice wave coming on towards him under the tower. His farm continues to go very freely.
Very nice wave. You should get every single one of these CS down here. And I think the stacks are probably going to start because the pressure on top, Amar is getting stuff. It's very difficult for them to get too aggressive. They do have a point in Goo now, so maybe. But Crit, he's going to start getting those stacks ready. He's got a Sanking and a Sven on his team. It's going to be very valuable. A quiet start though. It's that 1 kill we saw from Crit baiting them earlier for Amar.
And they might try and go for Amar here.
Got sprint.
He's got the sprint up. Yep, they can't continue to chase that.
As long as if he's left alone, he keeps the sprint up for when the first Goo or the Splinter Blast comes, he should survive every time they go for an aggressive play on the here. Foxy looking to mess with Malrine a little here, but the stack, it is done. Don't think he soaked that much experience either, sadly.
I don't think so, no, yeah. It was just out of range.
Right at the end.
So Marine pretty much got it all. Very close to level 6. Yep, top. Again, trying to turn on towards Amar, but he's fine. Crits around as well in case Amar needs a helping hand.
I'm looking forward to oh, actually, wait, mid lane, Malrine. Nisha is very far
from the
forward.
stack. He is, and he's going to get caught off guard here by the epicenter into the Burrow Strike. Boxy's around trying to help out, but Nisha's dead. Snake King will at least fall in return. A very nice setup there, Malrine being able to find the angle from around the trees, and one that Nisha was just not ready for whatsoever.
Did he not? Maybe he didn't see that he did get that 6 right there then. Maybe he didn't expect, because it is pretty early to have it on the Sand King. So beautiful angle there from Malrine. Nice toss though. At least Boxy gets them something out of it.
Top lane. Mickey, of course, farming just as well as that's going on. In fact, that little bit more, you know, than what's being achieved on the other side of the map from Falcons.
Big moves coming in.
Big start here is the Bristle. It's going to start stacking the Goo up on towards Amar, but Amar's got backup, and it's a lot of backup as well. Marine's in with the Burrow Strike. The Cold Embrace buying momentary safety for Mickey, but he is not able to get out of this one as he's gone. See what they can get with the wraparound. Nisha was thinking about going for the Wisdom. Now he actually wants to go for the kill instead. Will chase down Snake King. Managed to kill off the Ringmaster. And Liquid, they're losing Tofu, so they'll lose the 2 on Liquid. They do manage to at least take the Wisdom, though, away. from Falcons, so whilst they might not have just sort of taken the trade on the kills, it might not be over yet, though, because they're still going to get out. In fact, Amar's very low. They might even find Amar. Nisha ready to try and go for him. The crush connects, but Nisha gets the kill. So not only being able to sneak in and get the wisdom, with that kill picked up at the end of it, Liquid, they're absolutely happy with that trade.
They're playing completely on the outskirts, right? These wards that they have placed from Boxy earlier, just completely staying right outside of vision, so Falcons can't see them. Nisha even looking to continue. They see Snaking trying to stack. Snaking.
They're going to be able to run him down. They've got the toss forward, Avalanche as well. Another one here for the two of them to find Boxy and Nisha. Nisha's going to go for the TP out. Come on, get him with the crush. Ooh, not quite. Very close. Nisha gets out. He's getting away with all of these moves. This is some good sort of pressure and just aggressive maneuvers from Nisha in this early game, playing around this dangerous part of the map.
Really cool stuff, too, because then also what ends up happening is they're pulling so much attention toward that top lane. The Mars is left in a 1v1 versus the Sven. So he's pretty happy about that. He's actually the same farm as Skeeter is at the moment. Skeeter is now starting to work on the stack of Ancients to the south, so we'll be boosted up a bit there, but some cool emphasis that Liquid has done in this top lane with 3 wards to try to enable the Bristle.
Because, yeah, what's the build going to be from Mickey? We see what first time queued up, he's looking for the Lotus. Where do you sort of go from there?
I've seen Lotus S and Y in a lot of situations, but I'm not sure if he'll do the S and Y. Maybe he goes for something else this game. Lotus is amazing, though. He's versus, you versus the Slardart, right? It's going to be incredible. And I think in most games, Bristle's just go Lotus anyway, his first item.
But when you sort of, yeah.
I was going to point out interesting little difference is Malrine is going Vessel, by the way.
All right. I mean, yeah, obviously against sort of the saves, the heals, the cold embrace have been quite nice.
It's good against everybody. It's good against all 5 heroes in a way. Lesh maybe less so in terms of early game, but later on it'll be good. But stopping any healing, good versus tanky heroes. Very interesting. It's a lot of nerdy stuff going on in this game, by the way. I wasn't going to point it out, but now that we have a actually no, at the moment.
Boxy. He's looking for the toss back. Quick lick from Crypt.
A sandy victory.
He's doing quite a bit of work. Boxy again, going in.
Oh, Malrine teasing around with the epicenter. So I won't want to do that anymore, especially with Nisha in position to fight. And they're not going to sort of take the bait there, Falcons. They'll hold back.
Liquid really wanting to control triangle area. Since they're playing versus this Sven, versus Sanking, who want to hit the jungle for some time. Of course, Skeeter is just going to stay on the bottom side, but that's just preventing that stack game for Malrine at least. Going for the push here. They've got this Edict up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
They should have it.
Tower gone. Money for Boxy as well.
Very interesting game. I mean, I'm sure Ace is feeling pretty happy. I'm saying that right now. They're pinging him. Maybe people are going to go for a move onto him, but this is one of the quietest I think I've seen. 11 minutes, Mars has just been sitting bottom, full HP, full mana, just farming.
They want to try and go for Skeeter now that they know the God Strength is just worn off. So, you know, the Sven is not ready to fight.
They've got mech
Liquid
timing,
can kind of
too.
get the jump on him.
Nisha?
Bit of a tough spot for Skeeter to get caught in. Nisha's going to find him. Skeeter will get the stun off and try and run. But the stun for Nisha connects. That's going to be Skeeter taken out. Arena's going to get dropped down. Doesn't actually end up catching anyone. So they still might be able to chase Snaking down, though. Try and buy himself a bit of safety here with the escape axe.
The stun!
They'll drop the curse for this. They want that Ringmaster dead. They'll get him. Say that. He
Are they?
Tonic. Oh my goodness. Snaking against the Olaf. Okay, they finally get him. But they had to go pretty deep for that. And now Amar's TP'd in. He's ready to try and make them pay. A cold embrace will buy a bit of safety for Nisha, but Falcons, they're on top of him. Nisha's going to get taken down. And now they can try and see if they can chase down Ace as well. Amar and Crit and Malrine hot on the chase here for Ace. They'll push them back with the God's Rebuke, but the Burrow strikes in. They get in with the crush. And they might have got snaking on the Ringmaster, but the Ace tries for TP out, but the front stomp's there. So his TP gets put to a stop. They chased the Ringmaster too far there. Snaking surviving as long as he did. And Liquid, they chased all the way from him. They might get a bit of a sort of a revenge here as they do find Snaking back on the top lane as he's back out on the map. This time round, they'll kill him off a little easier. But Falcons definitely able to make something happen on that bottom lane because of that deep chase.
I mean, he literally clowned on them, right? He dodged the stun with the little illusion cape thing, popped the Lotus, got the strong man tonic, survives long enough to get some spells, but respawns, dies. Now top, quick rotations coming in. Liquid's playing fast, and I have to give a lot of credit to Boxy with these movements.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels as well, Liquid, they have to play fast, right? I can only imagine, yeah, anytime you run some sort of lineup where your position one is like buying Lotus as the first item, you know, you're not doing that because you want to win the game in 50 minutes, right? You're doing that because you want to shut the game down in 30.
Yeah, you want to play, just playing with an advantage, looking to get these early towers, get that tempo set. This Sven is going to hit. That's one that we have to talk about too, right? Is like we do see Sven's a lot of time and how hard he hits, especially with stuns. We don't see Sven with Slardar a lot. Corrosive Haze plus Sven is overwhelming, to say the least, if he does get the connections, if there's no cold embrace. Scan. Connects. Let's see if this Vessel pays off also for Malrine. Do have to talk about this and see if is going to stall out his Blink. The Greaves is already done, so they do at least have one way to dispel off of, you know, Nisha in particular. And then they do have the Lotus, so they're going to have two different ways to get this Vessel taken off. Blink number one is done. Amar has his finished. Pretty early time. He's hiding it for a second here, though. Doesn't want to show it.
Yeah, they're definitely going to want to go with this one. I mean, do you think they go with the smoke and Blink reveal just directly onto the top tier 1 tower and look to try and jump the Bristle?
Bristle might be hard. Thinking maybe it's the Lesh.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You don't really see him, though.
Okay, and yeah, Mars, he's not going to hold it back anymore, so I know that the Blink's online. And
it's tough to just
be able to get any sort of jump.
It's tough to just like go for a target this game because you have to have some information of where the Wyvern is.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He's about to have his Blink done. Team fight gonna be pretty strong for the side of Liquid. And they've got all these coming together. For Falcons as well, but theirs is, I would say, actually, both are about similar execution-wise.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think definitely, yeah, just wait on sort of Liquid's shoulders to get moves going. Because we're seeing, you know, Falcons, they do have this sort of lineup where they have kind of 3 cores that could become 3 carries, and that's just not necessarily the same when you look at Liquid's 3 cores.
Yeah. Boxy's having a good time, though. Boxy is going to have a pretty early Blink, which could change things a lot, because then it gives them multiple different ways to initiate without having to risk a core's life. Well, on the side of Falcons, the initiators are the cores.
Yeah, Liquid need to go. And here we go. Smoke time from Liquid. They've got to speed things back up, maintain, grow this lead they have against Falcons. They can't allow Falcons to farm it up on all 3.
Oh, snaking, puts the ward down, immediately spots them. Mar.
They'll get the arena onto him, but the spear was missed. Still 4 is in on top of him. Mauri's going to come in and try and help out. Amar is still alive. He's trying to slither away. He's going to get out.
What a wheel.
If the Ringmaster ult comes and catches the 3 of them, Maureen will die. So Liquid's still able to find something out of it. But Amar, he was able to run away there.
That was a pretty solid connection too. Snay and Malrine landed big combos, but they're too durable. The Greaves, the extra heal, the sustain, actually keeps them up. Bringing the 5, rallying around their Bristleback with this Lotus, with this Greaves. These early timings, all 3 of those cores do have that, I mean, at least that 1 item timing at the moment to be able to fight very effectively. Amar has to get this up.
Stay away from this one. Tower's gone. Liquid getting the objectives. There's the blink on Boxy.
Very good timing. Look at these wards again. I mean, Liquid, I have to give them credit this game too. I have a couple games from Liquid that they didn't have great wards. This game, Man, some excellent wards and movements.
Snaking, he's got eyes on Ace in the trees. He's found him. Ace is going to jump forward onto Skeeter, but there's no one here to back up that sort of play from Ace. I mean, I said, well, Boxy's in, but Ace is already pretty much dead. He's gone. And now Boxy's been found by Crit on the high ground. This is not a place for Liquid to fight. Not without their Mars now and not without their Tiny. I mean, Tofu's trying to bail Boxy out of this one, but they're not getting this Tiny back safely. It's the two of them dead. I mean, just trying to sort of set up that play. Obviously, Ace didn't know that there was going to be more backup behind Skeeter. But even without that, he kind of went for that before there was anyone close enough to connect with him. It's a bit risky.
I cursed them. You know, I said they're playing really good around their vision. They have all this vision, and they actually just walked up, and that was like the 2K lead gone almost. They lose quite a bit. I actually almost thought Tofu was going to get caught too, because he walked up.
It looked close. It was getting spooky then. It was like, oh my goodness, he's trying to save Boxy. They've got to be careful.
I was about to be like, oh god, save your body syndrome could be coming into play right here.
Liquid, they can't afford to sort of make moves like that. They need to keep that lead, keep that edge. If they're not constantly running at Falcons, Falcons are going to be having quite a happy time getting that farm up.
It does look like Mickey is going the standard build. He's going to go that SNY after Lotus.
Ace.
Rena.
I mean, he's tried to go on Snaking, but Snaking's just completely counterplayed him. Maori's in with the backup. Ace is dead.
That's a couple deaths now for Ace that are very concerning.
That's rough. We'll see if Liquid can make anything happen out the back of this. Mickey, Boxy not able to come in time with that avalanche. The TP out is successful. But yeah, these sort of deaths on Ace, they really hurt sort of the momentum and the approach that you can only imagine Liquid's trying to go for with this lineup.
Yeah, especially like as you were mentioning, right? They want to be about setting this tempo. The Slardar is just hitting creeps while this Mars has died twice. He's 2K ahead now. Spot the shard to be able to farm as well on Amar. Liquid's got to clean it up.
Yeah, Snaking on this Ringmaster, he's causing them a lot of trouble.
He really is. And I was actually going to mention that I feel like Crit's usually the one playing it. Snake's owning.
I mean, it's just proven to be very hard to go on it. You know, all these moves and all these jumping around into the box and stuff, turning with the ults. So Snaking, he's in his element on this Ringmaster, playing fantastic.
He really is. He's 0 and 5, but it's like I actually don't even feel his 5 deaths that much. It feels like he's done some pretty cool stuff.
I'm looking at Mickey, but still very much a tough target to go on. Going for the bristle. And they don't really need to Falcons. You know, as long as they're farming and not sort of losing lives, they're happy.
Exactly. I was about to say, ideally, I think Falcons, they want to just wait until that BKB is done for Amar, because he went for this blink plus this shard. So if the fight comes to them, they might take it, but ideally he does want to wait for that plus the Sven BKB, because they are going to get some pretty good timings with that. Blink is done for Skitter. Up to sack the Tormentor. Difficult to contest Tormentor versus Bristle, though, if you're not completely set up already.
Dire are scared.
Liquid, have they got any smokes here on them? Yeah, they do. Boxy's ready with the smoke. They have Ace by their side this time. They just need to try and go for that sort of all-in team fight, right? Have Ace get this jump and have that immediate follow-up. Now, Nisha, he can kick out insane amounts of damage. They want to look to go here, Liquid.
Gotta know where the Ringmaster is.
Well, Amar. He's jumped in on this. This time the arena's going to catch him, and that'll be a very dead Amar. Falls for sort of the bait there, going for the jump. And I guess they might just get it. I mean, Marin's going to try and shut them off here with the jump for the epicenter. Skeeter is in with the God Strength onto Nisha. Nisha caught by the wheel. He's gone. The curse will come down, but the escape axe there to keep Maureen safe and ensure that Skeeter doesn't end up killing off his teammate. And now Maureen's ready to jump in for more. Gets the jump stun onto Tofu. They might have got Amar, but they lose 3 heroes for it. Around an attempt where they also are unable to take the Shrine of Wisdom away. Skeeter's still able to get in with that blink and take it for himself. Again, these are not fights that Liquid can afford to take and end up with the result being like this.
These small mistakes can really compound in this type of game. When Falcons is just content on hitting the creeps and then you're making the aggressive move and you get punished like this, that's costly. Very, very costly. Skeeter shows up, gets some nice cleanup kills. Nisha a bit over-aggressive, overzealous, splits away from his tanky cores. Gets caught off guard there. And we're seeing the build too. Greaves are now finished for the Largo, so as we said, that's probably the build he'll go. And he did go for 4 points in Croak, so that Sand King's damage is super high inside the team fights. Sure.
Looking for the arcane, but nice little bit of control there from Croak with the Frog Stomp. Enables Maureen to get the space to get the pickup.
I mean, that is a big concerning moment really for Liquid, because this is pre-BKBs, right? Pre-blink BKB on the Sven, pre-blink BKB on the Slardar. You got the Slardar once, but now he's got that BKB. This is going to be incredibly strong when you're playing versus that Mars. You know, they want to be, Liquid wants to take fights on their terms, and now with those BKBs, they can just kind of switch things. So, looking for the Roche.
Do Falcons want to have a say in this? Or are they kind of like, you can get the Aegis.
Their ults are coming up.
Get the jump. Opening on towards Maureen. Good stun lockdown. It's not enough to control him though. He's out of the ring here with the Burrow Strike.
Nice
the curse is there onto the three of them. Maureen will still fall. Snaky also to go down. Skeeter was able to get the angle to jump in and take out Tofu. But this time around, Falcons, they've lost two. Amar, look at the courier snipe. And he will get tossed back. He's got BKB, but he wasn't able to get it off. Did not get his BKB off there, Amar. So Liquid finally finding the fight that they were hoping for there. Even though it was a bit sort of slippery at the start, Sankey getting away. Yeah, Tofu absolutely redeeming it there with that 3-man curse, allowing them to have the setup to get the cleanup.
That was, honestly, for a second, I'm like, oh god, they got away. And then when he gets the curse, it all becomes so much better. Yeah. They get the three of them. Skeeter gets in. Amar has to bail Skeeter out, actually. If Amar doesn't do that, Skeeter probably dies. So I think Amar thought he could BKB, run, TP out, but does get caught from the stuns. Liquid fixing some of those mistakes, at least here.
Absolutely. Now with the Aegis on Nisha, they've got that extra sort of fail-safe to continue to go for these sort of plays. Have that second life on the Leshrac.
Oof, nice try, Boxy. How's that Ag looking for Maureen? He's very close to it as well. The next team fights. See who gets these engagements. Of course, you said there's that Aegis on Nisha, which should give Liquid a good bit of coverage. But all the ultis are coming back up, and the timings for Falcons are hitting. The BKBs at the least. Liquid, what's their next big one at least? Not going to any of these BKBs just yet, but still strong to rally just around each other. Another catch. Boxy is finding quite a lot.
And Mark, working his way along the bottom side of the map, has to be cautious. Liquid, they have eyes on him, Ace. Not going to get the initial connection onto a tree or latch anything with the spear, so Amar will have the safety to put the BKB and run.
Can he?
No, with the curse coming in. They're trying to do whatever they can to slow this Slardar down, and he's not getting any help TPing it, but he's actually able to get the blink off. That's a curse and an arena used, and nothing more to sort of take away from that other than they forced a BKB charge out of the Slardar. Amar lives.
Got just out of range, I guess, of the Quill. It looked like it had clipped him, but gets that blink off, and now those ults being cooldown, Falcons is going to look to fight. No arena, no curse. Liquid looking to disengage.
Liquid,
they might chase them
gonna
pretty
be aware
far.
Of this. Yeah, Liquid's got to be careful now. Maureen, he's in with a jump. Finds the opening onto Tofu. Spear pushing Maureen back, but again, doesn't get the stun connection. Amar's in with the jump to make sure that Tofu's out. Maureen getting healed up into the box as well. He'll survive. Snaking gets the double with the wheel drop down. As Liquid, they have to run. Falcons,
Snaking.
Can they get the chance to chase anything more here? They've got eyes on Mickey, of course. Doesn't want to go for the jump. Yeah, knows that Mickey would have been able to counterplay with the Lotus. But still, they're getting the two heroes. And Liquid getting caught out in that situation, not really backing off quick enough after they had that whole scenario where they've been using their ults to try and catch Amar.
And it was a trade of cooldowns in terms of like Liquid using these big ones, but it wasn't the most that you could see expended from the side of Falcons. It was a God Strength, it was a Ring ult, but they still have the Sand King at the ready here with the Epi, in case another fight did kick off. Less than 1K in this game, at least very close in terms of the numbers. Nisha finds a very nice, the Dream neutral. Oh, actually, it's not the armor one, sorry, but either way, still a really good one. Gets the Whispers with Brawny, a bit tankier.
Oh, Boxy.
Skeeter.
He's got the setup. Skeeter's got the BKB ready to press, though. No messing around there. Wants to ensure that Nisha doesn't get the follow-up stun onto him.
They've been on point with their combos, honestly, Boxy and Nisha with the toss-back stuns. Now, no BKB Sven. Is Liquid gonna look to go for something here?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're certainly going to want to. Here's the smoke time. At the arena. The initiation from Boxy at the ready. Pretty grouped up here, Falcons. Boxy's going to get the jump forward. Only onto Maureen, and Crit's able to pull him to safety.
They wanted
More
a core.
difficult now. Yeah, they might have to just settle for snaking. Snaking sort of causing them to chase off to the side, but that's allowed Maureen to get back in with the epicenter jump forward. Burrow straight on towards Boxy. Boxy will try and toss Maureen away. They've got the burst damage coming in from Nisha. Maureen, he will get taken out, but Mickey at the side's been chased by Skeeter and Crit. He's surviving at the moment for the attempts of Skeeter, and Skeeter's now super low. Skeeter will fall. Mickey lives. They're taking out the 2 cores. They'll be able to get Crit as well. Mickey there with the outplay as they spent so much time trying to chase him. He gets the freedom to kite them, turn around. Amar's looking to try and get the kill. Oh, that's a bit crazy. He's got the BKB. He might just accept his death. No, he wants Tofu, but Tofu's got a blink. He's away. Amar, he's got to run. He should be okay because he's going to have to blink back up in a second. But at least won't die for that wild attempt there on the Slardar. But yeah, I say that TPs are coming in. He's still sort of stuck in this position because they know he's not got a TP. So he's going to have to hang out on this part of the map for quite some time. Whilst Liquid, they're going to have the space to start pushing down the mid.
I mean, again, these fights, this one was Mickey, nice kiting, but the tossbacks, again, Maureen forces a fight and then gets tossed even further into a spear play. Honestly, they're landing these combos really nicely. No BKB for the Sven when he goes in either because it was still on cooldown from earlier.
Oh, they see snaking. They knew he came around here. Boxy got the catch, got the toss back, into the stun. Another job well done there by Boxy on the Tiny.
Boxy is absolutely killing it this game. AC done now for Mickey, so a lot more armor, a lot more protection.
Time to go high ground.
Slardar. Yep, absolutely can threaten. Arena's ready.
Looks like they're respecting the buybacks. Mickey's going to TP out, wants to deal with the top wave. Try and at least get that final tier 2 top. They consider going for the next step.
It looks like maybe Nisha was calling for Boxy also, because if they can do the toss into the stun, into the follow-up stun, it's been preventing these heroes from getting their BKBs off a lot of times. It's been very impressive. Maureen's BKB has also been stalled out a long time now after these last few deaths. Still doesn't have it.
Silver in at the ready. Maureen, he'll have that for the next fight.
That's a pretty good one. Could be the difference maker, at least in terms of him surviving, since he doesn't have BKB just yet. Storm? Both teams ready to fight. Falcons smoked up.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Liquid.
Mar is pretty close to AC also to have that match, at least versus that Bristlebacks.
Dire's middle tower.
Oh, cool. Okay, and Skeeter does. I was hoping to see this too. Some players don't prioritize as much, but he actually buys the shard. So, makes a very big difference.
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Skeeter tends to be more about like a team player as well too. So I think some players like Watson would not buy this. He would like go straight for Daedalus, right? But Skeeter,
no, for sure,
wanting to benefit the team overall.
You know, it says allies. You know, I'm a core. I'm not a support. You know, why am I buying something that says allies? You know? That's what most fans think.
It's such a good shard.
Yeah. Liquid there. They're happy to fight. There's the jump. The toss back into the stun. They've caught Amar at the start of the fight. Amar's dead. Marion will get him with the epicenter, and the shield brim providing him some safety allows them to take down Boxy. The buyback coming in though, they want to keep this going. Liquid Arena, Spirit down onto the turn, then Marion will be able to break away here with a Burrow Strike. Skeeter is cleaning up Nisha, looks towards Tofu, but the cold embrace is there just in time, and Mickey, of course, still standing very strong as the Bristle, as he gets the double, ready to chase now towards Snaking. Snaking's going to try and run, holds him back with the whip, goes for the TP out, but the spear's at the ready. Triple kill for Mickey. Wow, these timings, these fights, you know, Liquid, they know their strengths. They go for these skirmishes because this Bristle, pretty unkillable right now. And this is their timing, 30 minutes or so to try and shut this game down.
Absolute beast, Mickey standing his ground, but my god, again, Boxy, again, the toss combos doesn't let the starter get BKB. He spent his gold 2 for the AC, so no buyback. He buys back instantly when he dies and does it again. Just finds catch after catch. Very impressive. They got a good combo with the Sven and the Ringmaster on the Lesh, but Mickey, he's the real carry.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
See how much they can get from this. They got the full set of racks mid. Still 30 seconds without Skeeter back in the game. And we'll respect the fact that the rest of the team are coming back into action.
Full heart now. Good luck.
He's pretty unkillable.
Truly isolate him.
And they could, if they want, will go for the next Roshan. It's going to be up in just a minute. So if they get that Aegis, that might be the Aegis that Liquid look to end the game with.
Don't think Falcons is going to go down without a fight. They're definitely going to look to fight. I don't think they can give it up. I think they have to fight around that. So they're going to look to try at this deficit. Everything is up for Liquid, though.
Radiant are scanning.
Camping the high ground, very prepared. Passing over a gem to Nisha as well.
Orion.
Big item pickup.
Got eyes on Tofu. Ooh, Tofu's out with the blink.
They have this ward still from earlier, the sneaky one snaking place, so it's giving info, but...
Welcome now from Liquid. This high ground position. The spell on Amari knows they're around, so we'll jump back to the safety of his team.
Mickey's got the heart now, he just picked it up.
Okay. More than happy to front line here. They get the jump forward, they get the toss back on towards Crit. Crit getting low, but he's able to run. Now the BKB comes out for Skeeter, but the curse will hold back Skeeter for a little bit of time. Marine, with the damage pumping out from him, takes out both supports. Skeeter's going to look towards Ace, but Ace has got the BKB. Nisha dealt with by Amar. Ace will now drop the arena, gets the spear connection, but the escape pack saves there, buying Snaking time to keep him alive. And now Amar can turn back over towards Ace as the arena comes to an end. Ace is gone, and now it's Mickey against the world. The last one left standing. They're ready to chase him down. Maureen in with the Burrow Strike. He's still pretty tanky here on the Bristle, but is he tanky enough to withstand the whole team being down on him? It's close, you know. It's taken quite a lot to bring him down, but they will get him, and with that, it's a team wipe fog.
No one's dead. They all lived. The Largo showed first, somehow survives from a box play, and then they actually just get the godly jump. Boxy, he did use the buyback in the last fight. They're showing how important he is. Him and Tofu both got caught in that initiation from Malrine. Oh, wow, Falcons. And now this is the opportunity they've been waiting for.
Yeah, they're going to get the Roche. And again, you know, this was the point of the game where Liquid, they needed to be in charge. You know, we saw it from those earlier moves. This was a move that they signed themselves up for. They came with this wraparound, looked to try and get this fight going, but it just fell apart too quickly. Yeah, we saw a great jump from Maureen, cleaning out the support backlines. And then at this point, you know, Sean Mickey's pretty unkillable, but they do a great job of just ignoring Mickey and dealing with everybody else first.
Insane. I mean, I can't believe that Crit shows his face and then just is able to walk away. He just pops the song and just skirts out, and they get the probably the best possible situation happen for them in this game. Now up to 5K, and now for Liquid, the game has become not just more difficult, like their idea, the concept of what they wanted to do, right? Like you were mentioning, keep that tempo going. It's kind of been broken. Malrine now has a refresher, starting to get some extra runes.
Yeah, it's hard.
Epicenters are.
It's hard, it really is. You know, with Liquid's lineup, if they start to lose sort of control at this timing of the game, it's going to be much more easier for Falcons to maintain that lead and grow up with their lineup. Now,
They
Liquid.
just picked up a couple big items too before that fight. Like the Bloodstone was just picked up before the fight. I believe it was the Heart as well too that had just been picked, and they lost that fight completely.
Radiant are scanning.
Where they go from here? It probably hurts them quite a lot, like in terms of just mentality as well.
No, absolutely. To lose that fight at that time and around the Roshan respawn.
And 5 for 0.
Yeah, just not getting anyone.
Yeah. Now they got so much time on Falcons to pick up all these next few items. 5k swing, great Lotuses as well. You saw the sustain, absolutely a big deal. Crit has that one. And Crit is sitting at now 46 armor when he's running around with his song going because he has hit the 20 talent.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Even if you get that toss back onto him now, there's a high chance he's able to walk away again.
Yep. You got the magic resist neutral item too with the glimmer.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Difficult times ahead here for Liquid. Burrow strike from Marine, just enough to clip onto Boxy. Boxy's got the TP though at the ready, and he is out.
I actually wish we could show on camera what happened there, by the way. Marine blinked, stunned to try to catch Boxy, and Boxy was actually tossing a creep at the same time to clear the wave, and it tossed Marine. So, I'm glad I looked over, but it looked really funny first. This Sand King's damage is really an issue. Refresher, he's got the Rattle Cage with the Timeless, he's got the Croak, he's got the buffs. Over and over again. So Liquid, the supports have to do the work, right? It's Boxy getting these toss-back plays and repositioning, but it's now leveled up quite a bit harder versus the 3 BKBs. And the blink, actually, too, of Snay. Snay actually can get the reach now to save targets, even if they do get these toss plays.
So what is the plan now for Liquid? Wait out the Aegis?
It might be. It honestly might be wait out Aegis and then just still play to all in a target, because I did see Ace was contemplating what item to buy. He was queuing up Hex, he was queuing up Refresher, and he goes for Nullifier. So what that means is you 100 to 0 a target through the box, right? Because the escape act is what you're trying to counteract with this. You're trying to just, remove a hero from the game for the start of the team fight. Easier said than done, though.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Now, Mickey should have the BKB
top tower
online for the next fight. I'll head back, sell that little casual cloak that he had earlier to give him a bit of magic resist, get the BKB.
I think Nisha also needs to do it. I think you go your double BKBs and then you go for that next timing. And then if you don't win that fight on Liquid, it could just be the game, but I think this is maybe their best option in terms of how things have started to shift. I think they do need to use these BKBs super effectively on it for Nisha and Mieke. And Nisha doesn't quite have it. Not just yet.
Radiant are scanning.
It's very close. Should get the chance to find it within these last 30 seconds or so. Well, Falcons more than happy to just sort of take what they could from the map. They didn't necessarily try and force anything crazy with that Aegis on Skeeter.
Amar, he's giving information. But just information it was. Tormentor is back up. Liquid is starting to poise themselves for it. Falcons, though, also, we see the two taking the gate. Skeeter and Snaking are in the area. Aegis is reclaimed. It looks like Liquid decides against it.
Tormentor for themselves, Falcons. Shot for Snaking.
Sure. I'm sure Crit would have really liked to have that with Glimmer plus Solar Crest for the buffs.
Oh, that would have been nice, yeah.
I swear it never gives you, on Largo, if you buy Pavis, Solar Crest, Glimmer, it won't give you the shard. If you buy Mech, it gives you the shard immediately. He did buy both, though.
Liquid.
25.
Gone in. Where's the smoke at? Yeah, Boxy's got a smoke ready to go when they want to go for this play.
Okay, Mikke is 5 experience from 25. Nisha's about a full level from 25. Sven is 25. Okay, so Malrine has gone A on disc, but remember, there's going to be that nullifier, but he does have BKBs, so very likely that it's going to be hard to get Malrine, which they definitely want to try to do. Does have a shield as well.
There's the smoke. Liquid. They're gonna have to go all in for this. They cannot afford to lose the team fight right now. There's the jump. Boxy looking for the opening onto Malrine. Looks at the toss back, but Amar makes the jump over towards Boxy in return. Urina's gonna get laid down, but Amar can get up with the BKB. Off to the side, Skeeter trying to battle against Ace, Mickey, and Nisha. The curse will hold him in position. Skeeter starting to get low. They'll catch him with the two-man spear here. Both Crit and Skeeter caught here, surrounded in the river. Liquid get the double for Mickey. And now they're ready to potentially try for more. Malrine did finish up Tope at the back, but Ace comes in with the God's Rebuke, slams down Snake King. This fight, it's Liquid's.
Maybe some miscommunication. It looked like Skeeter went in when his team went out. So he gets isolated on the right side. That's a heavy commit. I mean, Liquid's BKB's paid off massively. They can go for this push here now.
They're going to look to try and close it up, at least get as much as they could. That was the fight that they needed. Things back on track for Liquid. They'll try and close this game up before Falcons become too much.
That was such an impressive fight.
See how much they can get here. Buyback's available on Skeeter and Snake King. Amar's with the crush. Buyback comes out from Snake King. It turns towards Amar. They get the spear connection on towards Amar. Amar's going to get backed up by Malrine coming in with the burrow strike. Epi looks over towards Nisha. Malrine in with the BKB. Nisha off the Bloodstone. Start to keep his distance away from Malrine. They haven't had to use the buyback yet on Skeeter. Skeeter's holding back on his.
Awkward wheel. Okay, they kept the buybacks, but Snake did have to use his. That was honestly such a beautiful fight from Liquid. You couldn't ask for better spell casting. And it was Falcons kind of the one picking the fight. Just maybe a bit of miscommunication how they did want to take it overall. 25 now for Nisha. Those BKB purchases were super clutch.
Yeah, they were massive. Going all in on the timing, securing the team fight, getting that next pick up now from Mickey. He's got the full Abyssal Blade.
Now quite a bit of this Abyssal too, right? Like these gains. Right after just finishing up one item, he's got a whole nother one. Sells the well, disassembles, right? Goes for that disassemble play for it. So he will have multiple BKB piercing lockdowns versus the Sven if they can kite Mickey. Or sorry, if they can kite Skeeter. That's perhaps gotten easier with this too. It's impressive. Malrine. Almost 25, refreshers on cooldown. Liquid sticking together.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Let's try and set things up there.
Malrine's finishing 25 before this. He's pinging.
Liquid. I'll check out the Roche here with the illusion. It's going to be up in just 20 seconds.
Okay. What's Mickey got now? Okay, sells treads, buys bots.
Oh, they're going to try for the catch onto Amar. Boxy gets the jump in, gets the toss back. Skeeter's going to be there with the two-man stun though. Boxy getting burst low. The Ghost buys him a bit of safety. The curse will hold back Skeeter for a moment. The arena is trapping him. Skeeter is BKB now popped, but Boxy's having to get the toss off. Skeeter's getting low. He's trying to lifesteal back up as he turns towards Mickey. But Mickey pops the BKB, starts to kite him out the edge of the fight, and now Skeeter's in trouble. The stun comes in from Nisha. That's Skeeter dead for 100 seconds. He's gone.
Malrine also.
So he can get his way back out of this. He on disc. Will buy him a bit of safety as he's able to get the BKB. It's dragged back here by Crit. Will manage to retreat. Here's the push now from Liquid. Yeah, buyback, of course, coming in from Boxy. They want to go all in on trying to get at least the mega creeps. Amar is going to go in with the crush. Malrine looking to jump the backlines once again over the apple. Will get tossed back here by Boxy. Malrine getting very, very low, but Skeeter comes in, focusing Nisha, but he can't quite finish up the job. Nisha able to live. They turn their attention over towards Mickey, but another toss is there up in the sky from Boxy. Mickey walking it off. Amar will finally get the catch to set up and allow Skeeter to bring Mickey down. So Falcons, they will manage to finally push Liquid back. The melee racks standing strong. Just a question of if they can get much done here now in this 80 seconds or so when Mickey is dead.
That was, honestly, the spell casting and the positioning from Tofu is next level in these last few fights. I have to give him so much credit. Malrine is hunting for him, and he's like positioning him on the himself on the edge of the fight, blinking out, coming back in, getting these cold embraces, and prolonging the fights. This sustain is really impressive. 60 seconds, though. They do have to be cautious.
And Roche is up. Especially with that buyback used on Skeeter, you'd imagine the temptation is there to just go into the Roche Hammer and try and take the stages whilst the Bristol's dead, surely.
I think they will. Or they go straight for a fight, because they do have Amar with a buyback, at least, I believe.
Let's have a look.
They'll just go for the...
And the Liquid, do they try some 4v5 play, or just let this Roche go?
Radiant.
You don't have your rally, the hero you want to rally around, right? So I think it's a lot harder for you to approach the fight without your Bristleback just running in, so they'll sack it. All right, let's see what they give Rush to.
The Aegis.
Holding on to Refresher. I thought they would just give Skeeter the Refresher shard.
Well, that's true, actually. Could be nice here with the round of God Strength from BKB.
I definitely wants 2 rounds of BKBs versus the Bissell, as we're seeing in these curses that Topa's been able to land. This game is, honestly, the graph is telling a big story of it as well, too, about how crazy it is, but it's been one of the, honestly, probably the most exciting game that I've seen.
Yeah, it's all about the fights, really. It really is. It's you know, Liquid knowing what they need to do to get the win here, constantly bringing the action to Falcons. And, you know, step by step, they've made a lot of progress. They're now one melee racks away from getting the mega creeps against Falcons. But throughout the battles, you know, it's not like Falcons have gone empty-handed. They've managed to sort of keep their, you know, they sort of cause it a similar level, similar amount of farm. But is it going to be enough to hold back Liquid? Because Liquid now one successful push away from potentially ending the game.
Smoke fight. Looking for it. Nisha did buy a full Wind Waker. Everybody has spent their gold / has no buyback except for Amar, which I feel like is rare. Malrine now also does have buyback actually too, so they can bring the numbers. See if Liquid's ready with the positioning. Nisha?
Oh, yeah, eyes on Crit. Boxy is in with the Avalanche. The escape pack comes out. I see Skinner now make the jump over towards Boxy, but again with the Ghost Scepter and MOUZ.CET, he's going to buy some time for himself. Marion will get the jump forward. Skinner able to finally finish off the kill here.
Supports
with the help of the two of them. Now Skinner turns over towards Mickey, but Mickey's able to back off. Now runs straight over to try and help out Mars, but Ace is dead. And now with Ace gone, there's no saving Mickey. There's 4 dead on Liquid. And Falk, they don't have buyback. They ain't got the money.
They went, that's what I was saying. Everyone went all in for this fight, and they get kind of crushed in this one completely. 2-man stun, follow up, they get split up all over the place. They can't go for anybody. The 2 supports died instantly in the fight.
That's a rough one. You know, Liquid, they've been having some pretty good calls so far, but that one, a painful call to make. Trying to take that fight. 4 dead, no buybacks. Falcons ready to start doing some damage to Liquid's base.
I mean, after such coordinated fight in the top and in this bottom, like the river fight in particular, this one was nowhere near that one. They lost their 2 supports right away. Their 2 main heroes, pretty much.
And you know, doing it into an Aegis on the enemy Sven, and when you don't have the luxury of buybacks, it's a big risk, and it did not pay off there for Liquid. Falcons getting the chance to strike back. So, you know, sort of, you know, Team Liquid, whilst there might be sort of one fight away from victory, they're also potentially one mistake away from losing all that momentum that they've been able to keep pretty steady throughout the game. The mid-racks are gone.
All the money that Falcons is getting out of this too, right? The game was pretty much at like 0 gold lead from now all the way up to 13K. They've all got extra item or buybacks now available. Liquid, they want to chase.
Let's curse onto Amar. Arena dropped as well. Amar's got BKB though, and he's ready to go for the BKB TP. They don't have anything to put a stop to it through it. So he's out. Crit will get caught by the Yules. They'll probably just bail on Crit. Let the frog die.
Live to see another fight. I thought perhaps they were going to full out all in, but Tofu was respawning pretty quickly. They have the glyph. Still 1 minute left on this Aegis.
Okay.
And Crit, he won't have to buy back. He'll be able to come back and look. Yeah, look at all the money they've got, right? Everyone now on Falcons, they've got the buyback. Except for
and the levels as well, right? Snaking was also able to steal the Wisdom on the way out, so he's now got his 25. He's got the strong Dispel and Flying for the Escape Act ready to go.
Oh man, I almost never even see this get online. The strong dispel definitely can be a big one this game. And 25 also on. Okay, they have both supports. Largo as well having it, so those song effects are going to start kicking in as well. Liquid has to have cleaner execution in team fights, cleaner protection. They still of course have chance in this game, just have to protect the two supports. Tofu and Boxy have to do what they were doing earlier in terms of staying in those defensive positions. Seems they're so crucial with their spellcasting. Maybe everybody is. We might have everyone having buybacks before the next engagement.
Yeah, I
1
think
minute left on
be
Tiny.
careful about that. Yep.
1 minute left on Sven. Heroes hitting some pretty big critical mass points too. Amar, level 27 on him. Nullifier, perhaps after he consumes his Aghanims, is getting pretty close. Then I don't know what. Then Tofu is gonna have he already has a pretty impossible positioning game, but versus a Slardo with a Nullifier too, then Amar has a clear cutout choice what he wants to do in every team fight. Just beeline to the back line, which he's kind of been doing anyway. But now wouldn't have to worry about the Aeon if he has the Nullifier.
Liquid starting to bring in the bottom wave. So they're a little bit apprehensive of potential wraparound coming in from Falcons, but it's not to be the case at the moment.
I mean, this is probably the tensest moments of the game, of course, as we're approaching 50-something minutes here, and everybody's gonna have that buy, so. Big wave bottom. Someone's gonna have to address it at some point. I think they're a little afraid of maybe fully showing down there until they get some info, because they could perhaps get jumped on it, but Snay will go. We'll clear the wave. Now they'll escort
purchase. Yeah, looking to, of course, try and progress towards that final barracks.
I mean, honestly, it's so much pressure on Tofu's positioning. Yes, they have the 1 racks remaining, but the team fight, as we see, Falcons can just, if they find these two supports, can be very problematic very, very quickly with Amar being this big with this Nullifier now.
Yeah. Yeah, but sort of the last few times, pretty much what Maureen and Amar that have been doing a very good job of finding that jump towards the supports of Liquid.
Yeah. And a couple times the supports have been able to live from either an Aeon Disc, a Ghost Scepter, or a Yule's. That will, yeah, be counteracted because of the Nullifier now. Could get a 60-minute game on our hands too, with how it's playing out.
I think we might. You know, Falcons, they're more than happy to sort of wait for Liquid to come to them. As they pretty much have been most of the game, really. You know, even the fights that have been won by Falcons, a lot of them have sort of ended up being ones, you know, Liquid have been taken against them. You know, Liquid have had to be a little bit more proactive this game, and you know, they have been, you know, getting this close to getting the mega creeps. It's just that Falcons, yeah, they've been giving them a real proper fight each and every time that Liquid's tried to go for action.
And Disc also on the Mars. This Nullifier could be pretty valuable if they get it at the right timing. Block of Cheese also being picked up. Crit. I think we did we see that one? Yeah, we did. So Block of Cheese does have that at least ready. They've been gathering those Lotuses. These team fights are going to be everything. So excited. Who's going to get those big connections? Heroes are going to die so fast.
They're ready to go for it, Liquid. There's the smoke. Amar's in position on the high ground, ready to put a stop to any sort of smoke play coming in from here. Tofu trying to get the high ground vision. Boxy's been able to find the 2-man avalanche. They get the stun as well coming in from Ace. Ace gets the follow, puts the refresh in the second spear. He locks him down perfectly. That's going to be Skeeter gone. Skeeter buys back straight away. Wants to get back over towards the fight. Marion's in with the jump, but the BKB's up from Nisha. Nisha chasing down Amar. Amar stands his ground, though. Back up to be coming in from Skeeter here with the second life. We'll try and run down Nisha, but the cold embrace comes in from Tofu, keeping Nisha safe, healing him back up. The arena, the second one, ready to go in from Ace. Skeeter tries to turn over towards Ace, but the EO disc keeps Ace safe. Skeeter, can he survive through this? He'll look to continue to drag back Mickey, looking for the angle to cut him down, but Mickey survives. The Lotus is off. Mickey healing up, turning, stacking up the goo here onto Skeeter. And get the crush in onto Mickey, but another cold embrace comes in from Tofu. Mickey continuing to heal. Have they got the damage together? They do. The crits come in hard. They bring Mickey down, drag back onto Boxy. He bought back for this one. It's looking to be a dieback. Tofu tries to save him with the cold embrace, but they cannot get Boxy out of this one. So he is out for a second time in the fight. Falcons coming in with the 3-man buyback. They take the team fight. We'll see what they can do off the back of that one. 4 dead on Liquid.
Liquid didn't overreact with buybacks by any means. Tofu's positioning in this fight, it was godly. Like we said from earlier, that's what he needs to do to have these type of fights go like this. And yeah, lots of buybacks used, so let's see what repercussion is. Boxy did buyback and die. He did not need to do that one. He ran in at the end trying to save Mickey, but gives his life up. So 80 seconds. Let's see if the Roche does spawn. It looks like it's going to be a fast one. They might actually get lucky.
It is, yeah.
On Falcons.
It's going to be up. So Roche is there.
They scout it. He's going to drop the gem inside. They scout it, and they kill it very fast.
So Watson probably won't be able to force out the buybacks from Liquid. They are indeed going to be able to secure the Sages. But of course, they're the ones sort of living in the riskier territory now, right? With the 3 buybacks used on Falcons, even though they will have the Aegis on the one of them, I imagine what is going to go the way of Skeeter. No, Skeeter,
take it all.
Snaking, and Amar have to be careful in the next fight. Liquid were able to play it cool, only putting the tiny buyback on cooldown. Everybody else, they've got the buyback to play with on Liquid for the next fight.
Yeah, and oh, actually, Skeeter did use his buyback, right? So he actually is probably going to buy his own refresher, so they give the refresher to Amar instead, so he can have the double, blah, blah, blah. So, okay. Yeah, no buybacks, though. And they will have, I mean, is Liquid going to just go for the YOLO play, use the numbers?
Thing you might do, even though they have the Aegis on Falcons, you know that if you get one of these kills and Falcons don't have one of these more important buybacks available, you can finally close the game up.
Yeah, but like, the thing is though, that was a pretty picture-perfect start to the fights for Liquid, right? Like, they got a 2-man start initially, getting the 2-man spear and everything like that with the vision at first. So, I don't know, it's difficult. Difficult to say what they really want to do, how they want to approach it.
I think they want to go for it. I don't think they need to be scared of the
think so too, but
yeah. Been hit by the scan. Bloodthorn picked up now on Skeeter, so opting for that rather than the refresher purchase himself, just so he can really build up that amount of single target damage they can lock down onto someone.
And that means that he gets the refresher shard instead, right? So that's the choice.
Oh, that's true. They pass it over.
Either he buys it or you pass it over, because he needs to have double. He needs double BKB and he needs double dodge strength, because he's probably going to die the ones and then need that secondary. So much gold. I actually just need to look at current gold instead of anything else for a quick second.
Yeah. And have a look at what
7,000.
What we're getting now with the neutrals, right? 60 minutes is here.
We're hit.
Let's see if anyone gets anything crazy.
Who gets the more busted ones? Does Snaking get the cast range? Right? Do they get the Book of the Deads? Does
Book of the Dead
get the cast range?
For Maureen. So Maureen's got the Book of the Dead.
Mickey's got the book. And he's got Audacious. They've got... Oh my god, they both got Audacious. They're going to die faster, but they're going to do an insane amount of damage. Oh my god. Okay. This is going to be insane to keep track of now. Because now, overall too, like Skeeter, his armor... Skeeter's been very tanky because of armor. Now the Bristles damage, it's kind of this hybrid too. So it's... Can shred him quite a bit decent, more decent as well.
Looking to show on the mid here. They're going to jump on Anisha, but Nisha's got the backup of Boxy. Comes in with the Avalanche. Nisha's starting to back up with the Wind Waker. They'll head off to the side of the fight for now. Skeeter's trying to chase them down over the BKB, but the BKB's about to come to an end. Nisha ready with his own BKB, pops it. They take Skeeter out the once. See what he's ready to do here on the second life. Ace, a little early with the spear timing. Skeeter's able to get the refresher off into the second Godstrike. First turn out the way of Mickey. Skeeter very low on the mana.
got no mana.
Hasn't really got a huge amount to play with. Amar's going to try and jump over the cross. The escape out will come out to attempt to bail Skeeter up. They'll pass over a cheese to him. He's back up to full HP as he eats the cheese. Looking now towards Mickey. The damage coming in from Skeeter. They take Mickey down. Mickey's got the buyback available. He'll use it. Wants to get back over towards the fight. And he'll TP over here to help out Nisha and Ace. He's in on top of Amar. Ace will get his arena down to control the two of them. Amar caught by the stump from Nisha. They'll bring Amar down. Crit to fall. The buyback coming in there from Liquid with Mickey, ensuring that they can take the fight. And they're ready to run it down the lanes now. 3 dead on Falcons. They do not have the buybacks. I think Liquid might have just found the moment there to go all in and close this game up.
Look at Nisha's damage. I mean, what an insane fight. He was just pumping it out, surviving the whole time. Regalia was picked up from Skeeter to try to commit, and he's just getting kited. He actually can't focus them. Oh, and I think they've done it.
I think they have.
Bristol's gonna kill these buildings super fast. Marine?
It's just down to him and Crit. Can they do anything to stop this push from the forward? The Marine's caught. They'll be able to heal up. They'll lose the fortification, but there's Marine gone. He's got buyback available, but again, it's only just him and Crit. The other 3 still with their buybacks on cooldown for over a minute. As the tier 4s fall, Liquid get the catch onto Crit. It's going to be GG. It's over. It's called. Liquid will take the game. Fantastic fights coming out throughout that one from both sides, but Liquid, they come out on top at the end of it all. Those final, most important calls being made successfully by Liquid.
Honestly, execution at top notch. Yes, there was some mistakes. Sure, there was some stuff going on in the game, but a Wyvern busted out, you know, a hero that can be very, very difficult to make work. And my goodness, Tofu absolutely executed. Yes, we can talk about how great the cores were, but we get to see these heroes all the time. I wanted to highlight the Wyvern saves, honestly. That was pretty crazy in a 60-minute game that he's able to do stuff like that. Falcons fought hard in this game to come back in this one, but Liquid just a bit stronger.
Yeah, they did. Excellent moves there to close that one up. Team Liquid take the win.
Well, well, well. Quinn Callahan, you did not have faith in Liquid, and I told you the one thing they love to do is prove people wrong, and by my goodness, did they do that. They played phenomenally this game.
What a bizarre, wild game. True, I have no idea who was going to win at any point in it, and I think that's such a rarity, and why this game was so fun to watch is because it was really hard to tell. I think there were a lot of amazing plays from both sides, and it really was a roller coaster of a game.
No, for sure. You weren't really too sure about this carry Bristleback, what exactly it was going to bring to it. Of course, a Wyvern coming out, something incredibly niche that people don't like to bring out at any points, but we saw great positioning from Tofu, just all round phenomenal for him there. So anything on the side of Liquid that you really regret kind of dishing bad juju out onto?
I think if anything, I underestimated the power of the Lesh, and also the fact that it is a Nisha Lesh. We talked about mid one Lesh ad nauseum, but I think Nisha is another player that is on that S tier.
No, you can't say that.
I mean, he's
doubled
one,
down. You doubled down. That mid one was the only good
No,
Lesh.
I didn't. I said that who the heck the other person wasn't, because he didn't win a tournament. Nisha's won a gazillion tournaments, and he's won TI. If anyone has the credentials to be an S-tier Lesh, it's this guy.
Hey, I fully agree. This guy's Lesh was amazing. So what was it, 20k damage in this last fight here?
Yeah, something, I think it was at least 20k. And he went for a really interesting item, or skill, talent tree. He went for the Pulse Nova damage and then the Lightning striking off the Pulse Nova. So instead of the Edict ones that people normally take, and just staying alive, a Bloodstone, an item people don't go for very often, where you can purge the amplified damage another way until he gets to 25. So an unorthodox build that was very catered to this game. Nisha, I think someone who is very, very good at that, reading the situation, going for that earlier Shivas, going for this Kayasha instead of the Sanj. Just a lot of individual specific item decisions that I think all of them were the correct ones. He kept making the right decision throughout the game, and I think it made a huge difference.
No, it really did. And it's also quite funny to hear like an unorthodox build for Lesh being Bloodstone, where that was like the bread and butter for him for so long. How times have changed for Dota here, but not so much has changed for Liquid, because in both of their best of ones today, it's gone past 60 minutes. And I don't really know if that's a good sign or a bad side. And I think you can take both good and bad from it.
Yeah, I think it's good practice. I think the more late games you play earlier than year is better, because as the year goes longer, games tend to last longer, and so having practice when you get to those EWCs and TIs, of these long games is a really big deal. And so I think it's probably a good thing for them in the long run. But I do think it's a sign of like, yo, there's something wrong with our early and mid game if every game is going this long. Like, we're messing something up, right? Any game that goes this long, there's a lot of mistakes. And they're really fun to watch. But for the teams there, there's a drawing board that needs to be gone back to for sure.
No, it was a beautiful game of Dota to get to watch. A lot of fun between Falcons and Liquid, the way that they could execute as team fights, right, as a whole conglomerate, but also when it comes to individual play. And something that we wanted to give a shout out to was, of course, Snae's Ringmaster. You coined it. You were like, Crit is one of the best Ringmasters. You thought that he was going to be playing it on the side of Falcons, but Snae King steps up and he says, I got a little bit of juice in the tank too.
Yeah, a Manta dodge, presses all of his items perfectly.
I love how he calls it a Manta dodge, even though it's not a Manta.
It's close enough.
It really is.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, this is super clutch. At this point, I think it was looking pretty grim for Falcons. And this turnaround, they get a couple of kills here. They get a kill on the left that matters a lot, and they eventually run ace down. Things like this, these little outplays, I think if this doesn't happen, this game is maybe 30 minutes shorter. This is a really big turning point.
Yeah.
And just a cool play by him to shout out. And I think there were so many individual plays from the Falcon side. I think Mallory in particular, with the Vessel early on, buying the Shivas earlier on, he deviated quite a bit. Vessel on tanking, that's something we almost never see, if ever at all. I don't remember the last time I've ever seen it. So I think him and Nisha and just the whole of the players were really in the zone, I think, specifically around items this game and making specific purchases for the game.
That was it. No more.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were going to maybe outline the specific ones because you broke down the Leshrac so much, right? You loved the way that he went, but Shivas has been hot and cold. Is that a good way to coin it here? Where there are people who are picking it up, rushing it, almost making it their first item, and you're like, that is the best Shivas pickup we've gotten to see. Loved it, really detrimental for the turning points of this game. Other times people have just bought it because they felt like it's a good item. And on the side of both of these teams, picking up Shivas as well as ACs.
Yeah, I think these items, as games progress, become incredibly important. They reached a window where Liquid had both, Falcons had neither, and they just cannot fight because there's just too much armor across the board, and Falcons have quite a few right clickers. Then suddenly the AC and Shiva's number gets evened out. Both teams have both of them, and then I think you see the point where the fights become so even, and it becomes all about this execution. Because so much about late game team fights is, are heroes invincible? When there are heroes that are invincible and can do whatever they want, then the fights are just a joke. It's impossible to play. But when that's evened out and everyone can get bursted, everyone can die instantly, that's when you get these really exciting games. And so I think balancing that out and making sure you get these key important items is mandatory as games go longer and longer.
Yeah, we mentioned it, but now we're really going to take a look at it, just how clean some of the execution was, but also just how important it was that they were able to play the way that they did. And that's for the side of both Falcons and Liquid. It felt any misstep from even just one individual, and that was it. Team fight was over. There was the immediate upper hand to your opponent.
Yeah, and I think these fights are also fascinating because it's almost two bifurcated fights in that Sanking is going and attacking the supports.
Two what?
Bifurcated. Means to split in two.
Okay.
You can see the heart monitor graph here as this crap going all over the place. But I think like Sanking is in his own battle with the supports. It's his job to attack this Winter Wyvern. And so Tofu and Mallory are having this sort of anime showdown for the entire game.
Who's going to show first? Who's going to be able to catch him?
Mallory's blinking after Tofu's blinking away. And there's, I don't know, there's this I think it's awesome in Dota when there's this one hero that's super important and only one hero can deal with him. And so you get this showdown of them trying to fight each other while the rest of the game plays out in its own little bubble. I think, you know, the casters mentioned it, but Tofu did an incredible job of staying in the shadows. And Mallory, I think, was the shining star for his team and the one who was keeping them in the game for the most part.
Yeah, Sven had a really rough lane for himself, and he just needed to kind of AFK for a little bit, and that's where Malrine really stood up. He was the one that was like, okay, I'm going to try and put that pressure on Liquid too here, ensure that they're not just getting free roam. I'm a little bit question mark about Amar right now. I think there were so many misplays from him, and this isn't me berating him by any means. It's just we have such high expectations for him that when I see him die 3-4 times in the span of about, I want to say 12 minutes by blinking in, I do quite like, what is going on? Why are you making these moves when we've never really seen that?
No, I totally agree. There were a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes, a lot of dying at the start of team fights, just misjudging, I think, how tanky he is, where he just sort of runs in and they just drop all those balls on him and he dies 100-0. And they lose the team fight after because of it, which are rare Amar mistakes. And I think when stuff like that is happening, oftentimes it's a symptom of a bigger team-wide problem that an individual is like messing up and making dumb mistakes. I think is...
No, you should blame him.
No, I mean, I think it is definitely partially his fault. But I also think that it bleeds down from team-wide issues, right? You can see that Falcons is clearly not in the zone fully. They're not at peak form, and I think those team-wide issues, they affect individual players' gameplay and vice versa, right? So I think at the end of the day, you've got to lock in and focus on yourself and your gameplay and let, you know, your GOAT coach and genius, you know, you fix some of these gameplay issues that are on a grander scale, and you got to focus on you.
I think that is similar advice that can be given to one, maybe even both of our next teams that we're going to see. I'm going to say predominantly that advice might ring true for MOUZ, because right now they're sitting 1-4 for themselves in Blast Slam, and they're coming up against Na'Vi, who so far in past Blast, that's a really hard sentence to say.
I'm not even going to try.
Yeah, please don't. They've been inconsistent. This time around, they're 3-2. It feels like a day 1 was looking good for them, and they're having that consistency on a day number 2.
Yeah, MOUZ is a team that they're almost inconsistent by nature because I think they're so patch dependent. I think they're a team that only plays one style. We've mentioned it for their prior series, and I think it remains true that they play this aggressive style. They play double melee off lanes. Celery plays a very specific type of hero, and so does Chrysalis, and so you know what's coming a lot of the time. And if their strategies are very strong, then they become a force to be reckoned with. But if due to patch or due to, I don't know, the feeling in the wind, if their strategies are not super good at that time,
southeasterly for me.
all right, if their mud and dirt is not good enough, then I think they become a team that is very easy to deal with.
That was pretty much shown this morning when they came up against Tundra, right? Yeah, they were able to get that mid pick-off on BZM, and you're like, okay, but this is now MOUZ playing through the mid. We've seen this before. Now it's just really Lesh that we have to deal with. But let's talk about Na'Vi a little bit more, because what their inconsistency has come from also kind of lingers towards the draft too, and it's because their mid laner loves to have niche picks for himself. We've seen him in the past pick up Dazzle mid. We've even seen it already, Io mid this tournament.
Yeah, he is definitely more than a bit of a hipster. He is a full-fledged crazy mode hipster. He'll play whatever he wants, and I think Xayet's also is a bit of a hipster. So they've got, when you have 2 hipsters on a team, I think normally you sort of keep it to 1, because as you extend that number, the drafts can just become incredibly inconsistent. Whereas if you have 4 reliable factors and then 1 guy that floats around and does nonsense, that can work. Whereas I think this team, they've kind of got 2, and I think that's where a lot of that comes from, is they've got 2 horses pulling this way, and the 3 of them are sort of holding here, trying to keep them together, and that's a difficult formation to maintain.
And that's just algebra, am I right?
Amen.
Well, look, we won't be doing any more algebra on broadcast, I promise that, but we will be talking about something that we love so dearly, and that's a draft. Well, I was hoping to get to see Largo a little bit more. Whilst the sample size is, I'd say, large enough already, it is always fun to see just how teams like to position him. And, well, for MOUZ, they played him in off lane earlier today to no success, and it's now a first phase ban for themselves, even though they have first pick. So they're taking out Largo, Shadow Demon, Treant Protector, and Na'Vi are taking out Chen, Husker, SF, and Razor. And before we talk about maybe picks that are coming out or bans here, Quinn, did you like Largo as a support? Because now you've deeply watched both an offlane game and a support game in one day.
It was okay, but I think 4 Largo was weird. I expected it more to be 5, and I feel like the hero functions better as a 5, so I was a bit surprised that they played it 4 instead. And if I'm honest, I think it was somewhat underwhelming on 4 as well, but it did look better than offlane.
Okay.
I think getting those auras early, the Greaves, the Solar, he had very good impact in the team fights. His just skirmishing and his fighting early on is very, very weak, as we see from both core and support roles. So, and no frogs this game, just flying snakes.
And how do you feel about the Flying Snake? Because that is another hero that likes to creep its way into first phase ban a lot of the time.
Yeah, that hero is really, really powerful right now. He's just, you can't really beat him in lane with anything. and he is really good against a lot of specific cores. He has multiple builds he can go, and I think any hero that can't be beaten in lane becomes a very powerful force. And Navi instantly responds with the puck, which I respect a lot, as there are only a couple of responses that even draw against Viper. A lot of heroes, especially the melee ones, are practically unpickable. You get stomped. And Puck is a hero that can draw against Viper. So drawing against him is great. You've already got a good response there. This mid lane, you're probably just leaving it alone. Puck is not going to pressure Viper. Viper will pressure Puck a little bit early, but you don't have any kill threats. So Puck can chill and do his thing. I think this lane has sort of been neutralized already, and now you're looking at, okay, where are pressure points elsewhere? How are we attacking and creating opportunities on other lanes?
They're all very good questions. I also was just looking at how Viper has been performing, because we've been seeing it banned so much in the 6 games. He's been able to show his snaky face. 4 wins and 2 losses.
Okay.
With a whole lot of bans. 31. 25? 31. 25 bans. 31 pick and bans.
Okay.
Pick and bans.
Pick and ban.
Pick and ban.
I think it's banned for a good reason. The hero is incredibly obnoxious to play against, and heroes that reduce your hero pool in a specific lane, or in general down to a really small number, it means you end up in these very like pipeline drafts, and if you have responses to those things, it can be a very scary prospect to go into. It's like going into a very known line in chess. If the other guys have studied the line very well, then it becomes a bit of a spooky prospect.
Yawn.
Chess is pog. Don't yawn, chess. Don't yuck my yum.
I'm yucking your yum.
That's
the only yum I want to know about is Dota.
All right, only one yum in this household.
And that's Dota 2, am I right, chat?
They said something, sure.
I'm sure someone said something out there. More bans flooding in here. Following up their Razor ban is a Dragon Knight for the side of Na'Vi, whilst a Batrider and a Brewmaster. So kind of focusing more on the off lane now for the side of MOUZ.
Yeah, that is, I mean, these heroes are just first phase banned so often, I think just due to their skirmishing and fighting prowess. And I think Na'Vi is a team that likes to battle quite a bit early on. They're also a team that has a lot of comebacks. And so I think team fight and heroes that scale well and do well in the later fights are really important for them, because the early game is so inconsistent, because they have that hipster element that I think that ability to scale and not need to execute the early game super well is really important for them.
Do you want to try and take a stab in the dark of what Na'Vi's pick is going to be this game?
So, I don't know, like Nyx Assassin or something?
Okay, that's a pretty good guess, I think, actually.
I think it would be horrible, but I think it's
a horrible pick, but I think it's a good guess. They can both be the same when you talk about Na'Vi.
That's right. There's no mutual exclusivity here. I don't like this Disruptor. I think it has too much overlap with Puck. Puck wants some oomph, some damage to go into that coil, and Disruptor is similar. He's got Glimpse, and he wants damage to help his Glimpse. These two heroes, it's a whole lot of control. And Puck as a hero needs very specific things with him, sort of in the way AA does from his cores. Puck needs it from his supports. Stuff like Tusk and, I don't know, Jakiro, these heroes that have a lot of follow-up. Both of the supports of MOUZ, I didn't even notice. Those heroes are great with Puck because you get the follow-up damage. Disruptor, the inverse, not a big fan of this pick.
Do you remember, it was a couple of patches ago, I want to say, and it never really worked out in competitive, but a lot of people had the belief that a pose for Puck would counter a Jakiro.
Yeah, we did that.
I know. I just wanted to see if you'd remember.
Yeah, it was okay at the time.
It didn't really work too well in competitive. I would say maybe 1 or 2 wins, but
yeah, it's fine. I mean, Puck as a support hero has a lot of problems.
That's true.
So,
and by the way, that isn't me saying this is gonna happen. It's just if a hipster team like Na'Vi wants to reach deep in the bag, that could be it.
I think if Niku wasn't Omega Puck spammer, then that might be the case.
Okay.
But he is like, if there were more levels past 30, he would be like level 47 Puck.
That's crazy that we can count past 30. I'm really proud of you.
Thank you. Well, I was talking about Grandmaster, okay? Dota Plus. Watch this, 52.
Oh, keep going.
63.
Give me more.
82.
Don't stop there.
I'm not stopping there.
Okay, let's talk about the Wind Ranger and Hoodwink.
Yeah, I mean, Hoodwink does not strike me really as a Zayat's hero. But I do like Wind Ranger carry against Viper, against Tusk, Jakiro. It's a lot of on-hit effects, and you've got Wind Run, so it makes a lot of sense there. And it's also a hero that is probably quite oppressive in lane. Disruptor Wind Ranger, that's a lot of clicking, a lot of harass. And MOUZ, they're picking Mars, but this is definitely a lane that Mars has the potential to lose. It's double melee against double range, so there's going to be a lot of harassment coming in. So Boom has got his work cut out for him in terms of surviving the lane, but it is great team fight, and it helps his Viper a lot, keeping people enclosed so Viper can continue to spit, which he needs to do. And you've also got cool item build deviations you can do against Puck. So you can, instead of going for the Blink first, you can go for a Yules, which gives you that guaranteed setup and forces Puck to buy things like Lincolns and, you know, alter his item build a little bit.
That is what MOUZ also like to do, though, is kind of sack the Boom lane a little bit. Yeah, he really does struggle, but at the end of the day, Mars spells are always going to be impactful as long as you land them, and that's something you can't count on with Boom. He is very good at his spell casting, so Mars really fits into that archetype. We glossed over the Wind Ranger a little bit too much for my liking. Is there a clear-cut facet you want to be picking for carry? Because we've talked about the kill shot being pretty impactful, but also the shackle one is actually what I've personally been seeing a little bit more.
Yeah, I think the shackle one is much better. I agree.
So it is clear-cut.
Okay, the weird part is Yutoro takes kill shot, but I don't know why, really. Like,
Damn, say it.
I just don't think it's that good. Like, if you want to max power shot, that's fine, but I think you should still take Tangled almost. Like, kill shot is just not amazing. And I think everybody else takes Tangled. Yutoro is kind of just hipster on this front for some reason. And I think Got the Juice will take Shackled, the Shackle one Tangled, and I think it is better. It gives you more of that consistent damage, and just a power shot is just such an inconsistent ability. If you miss, okay, now you wasted 4 skill points, and it's very easy to miss the spell.
Yeah, it also feels bad when you've actively picked this facet.
Yeah, you're like
full of yourself, and then you miss it like a little too many times, and you're like, ooh.
You think you're all cool guys don't look at explosions, and then you just miss your power shot, and you're like, yeah, sorry guys, don't look at my skill build.
Watch this, I'm gonna hit it blind. It's just like he's already TP'd out.
That is very, very Wind Ranger coded.
Yeah, a little too relatable.
Hero, maybe the most famous hero for missing spells in all of Dota history.
Well, you haven't seen me play Dota then. We'll see what else is taken out from Na'Vi, because they believe that it is a mid lane. A mid lane hero. That could be up for grabs.
I suppose that is possible that Crystallis would play the Viper carry. Goodness sakes, Viper Jakiro, what a nightmare fuel lane. So
tell me about your nightmares.
It's that. Goodness sakes. 2 dudes spitting on you.
Well, 3, I guess.
Well, yeah, then you get into questions of, I don't know, consciousness and crap, which I'm not going to do.
We won't do it. Just 2 flying bros spitting on you in the lane.
That's right.
What more can I say?
Some people pay extra for that.
They're not gay.
I also think the Lesh ban is sort of just, you see mid 1, you ban Leshrac. It's a simple equation, and I think it's very reasonable. It's also a hero that's pretty good against Puck. It's good with Tusk. It's good with Mars. They would have a very tanky lineup, a very MOUZ lineup, and it gives you some more of that tower pressure that we know MOUZ loves to have. So now going into the stretch, Na'Vi, you're just looking at some offlane pick, but you've got the last pick, counter pick. MOUZ, they've got to show their flex. Where is this Viper going? Is he going to the safe lane, or is he going mid? If he goes mid, then I think Na'Vi is pretty chill with that. You've got Puck in a relatively decent Puck game, who will have a chill lane against him, and you can deal with that.
Monkey King.
In some ways, this is actually like a permaflex, in that you can decide, Na'Vi will pick something, and you can then decide who goes mid and who goes carry,
You can
right?
still swap the Viper Monkey. That was really good pick.
Yeah, you can. At the same time, I think mid Monkey, you've got to be really in the zone. And while mid 1 historically is an amazing Monkey King player, I haven't seen him play it that much recently in officials. And if you mess up this lane even a little bit, mid Monkey can become a gigantic burden. So I think it's much more likely to be safe lane Monkey and mid Viper. But we'll see what they pick here. Maybe that deviates.
So my brain got so distracted by mid 1, mid lane, mid Monkey.
Yeah, I said M so many times.
I was like M.
I got lost in the sauce. Lose yourself. Talk about M.
Well, a couple seconds left before Na'Vi will answer those questions of Phoenix.
Okay, so we saw Tundra ban this last
did.
phase for the offlane Phoenix, so clearly that was not just a random pull from the hat. It was a scrim thing, I would assume. Phoenix is by far the best core against Monkey King if you lane match against him. You just cannot fight this hero at any point in the early game. It is miserable. And so now you see they didn't pick for a while, and they are going to put the Monkey King mid, because this matchup is just an atrocity. So now you've got Viper against Phoenix. That is a lane that I have never seen before. I don't know how it's going to go, genuinely. But you've got Monkey King against Puck Mid, which is a lane I know much, much better. It's a lane that Monkey King can win, but it is very much down to skill, and Niku is someone who's also very experienced in this lane. If you lose the lane on Monkey King, or you draw the lane, which is the more likely outcome, then the skirmishing can become really rough, because you can't gank the Phoenix lane, and the other lane is a Wind Ranger, who you can't really gank either with Wind Run. So your ganking options are rough. So him doing well in lane is really important for his individual game.
That feels like a lot of pressure on the side of mid one. He's lived up to that many times before, so definitely not going to underestimate it at all, but it does leave MOUZ with that carry Viper. Chrysalis loves the hero, but how exactly is it going to survive in that safe lane? And on the side of Na'Vi, yeah, an unconventional Phoenix pick from our point of view, but clearly a lot of information behind the scenes that we don't yet know about. Excited to see just exactly how a carry Wind Ranger is going to shape up in this one too, as Na'Vi approaching at the top of the group standings. Can they keep it going while MOUZ so desperately need a second win?
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to jump into the action here between MOUZ and Na'Vi. Fogged, what do you make of this? I'm seeing a lot of potential for a lot of action in the lanes, right? There's some pretty deadly stuff coming out from both sides.
Yeah, MOUZ is it's very standard MOUZ, right? They're going for their usual tempo, looking to win, trying to dominate the early game and try to set that tempo. Na'Vi, maybe slightly different than what I usually feel like from Na'Vi with this Phoenix pick, but I think PMA has been broadening the horizons of hero pool, because I've now seen them playing a lot more Bat Riders than Phoenixes in this off lane. So I'm interested to see how it's going to work with this, because now they did force that swap, right? They picked this Phoenix.
Yes.
You cannot lane Monkey King versus it. It's absolutely unplayable. So Crystallis is going to be there, and then the Monkey King versus Puck. We'll see how they can do on this one for MOUZ. I think Na'Vi's looked incredibly impressive whenever they've been able to slow pace of games down, and that's kind of the name of the game versus MOUZ. If you can slow the pace of the game down, it's been probably the best strategy versus them. So Na'Vi does have a lineup that can slow things down, good ways to fight. They're lacking a frontliner and an initiator a bit here in the game, but we'll see who's going to act as that one, if it is going to be the Phoenix or just, you know, the Puck putting the body out there.
Yeah, true, Ross. I guess on the other side, obviously MOUZ, they pretty much have four heroes that don't mind going in on the front, right? Viper, Tusk, Mars, Monkey King, whatever sort of formation they're in, if one of them's at the front, that they're happy.
Yeah, and they have. I'll give them the thing where they have two saves, I'll call it, because Monkey King has his own form of save with the changing the guard, right? So they have two ways to kind of bail themselves out with either Snowball or that versus some of the aggression. Let's see what we do get. Guys, I'm really much looking forward to this game. I've been a Na'Vi fan for so long now, for like years, this team. So watching them just get better and better is super fun.
Ready? That'll be fine.
The battle begins.
It doesn't look like they'll find the chance to set up for the... Oh, unless they walk over here.
Are we going to have a tri-lane versus tri-lane? Can you imagine?
I mean, they could keep it like that. I think, you know, Viper versus Phoenix, you know, they're both chill solo. If they wanted to.
I mean, we won't get it. Unfortunately, it would be hype, because I haven't seen a tri-lane versus tri-lane in so long. It just doesn't happen anymore, of course, because the distribution's not worth it.
Oh, there we go, Celery. Yeah, pads down there to this bottom lane. So, how well's PMA going to be able to do as this Phoenix against these two?
I'm not exactly sure. I was similar with Quinn, where I'm not too sure. I feel like the Viper and the Jakiro should be pretty okay down here, right? Like, you just need to buy extra regen to sustain. Anytime PMA walks up without the Fire Spirits, he's going to take like a crap ton of damage, right? So I do feel like they're set up for success with this this approach here for MOUZ in terms of the lane. We'll just see if they can execute the mid lane in particular, if mid one's going to be able to have that advantage versus the Puck, which at least the first two creeps he did.
I'm ecstatic. I call down the thunder.
Obviously down here, MOUZ is going to have to be very careful. Against these two, they're going to have a lot of damage to really punish the squishy Hoodwink.
Yeah, I don't really see them being able to get aggressive with the Hoodwink and the Phoenix by any means, and Jakiro Viper is like the strongest duo. It's so hard to punish them. Sides will do some creep pulling, it looks like here.
And then on the top lane, I mean, is there going to be chance for, you know, any sort of slowdown for the Wind Ranger, or is it a pretty safe lane for Got the Juice?
It's pretty damn safe. Hard for Mars and Tusk to provide the damage to get this Wind Ranger unless like, Juice is just super out of position. It shouldn't happen. Riddy, maybe, but still also similar, because they should be able to harass and poke constantly. It's just going to be about lane positioning, as we are seeing already those lane mechanics, creep cutting shenanigans. Xayat? We'll take a beating.
I mean, because is there going to be much that Xayat can really do down here playing against these two?
I don't think so.
Or are we going to see him sort of up and down the map? Yeah? Okay, sure, just the waves.
Yeah, if you can catch a wave or kill a courier, it's great. They are diving very far. If they can get TPs and stuff, you know, this is when those scenarios do happen where you can bully a little bit.
I mean, yeah, that's how confident and strong these two feel in this matchup. Chrysalis and Celery just chilling between the towers.
Xayat's doing a fantastic job, though. He's doing exactly what you need to do when your offlaner gets zoned. You got to make sure you don't let him miss those creeps. Pull the creep into him so he gets XP. Nicely done.
Well, so far in the mid matchup, Niku doing very solidly, 15-3 against the 8-3 in mid one.
He's very comfortable in this matchup. Like Quinn was saying, Niku loves puck. Absolutely, yes. He'll play puck every game. He does not care.
Oh yeah, and I bet he's had a fair few people play Monkey King against him when he's been playing it.
Oh
yeah. A very, very familiar matchup for Niku.
And I wonder how much mid one has played the Monkey King recently too, right? Even though it is one of his more played heroes, I feel like he's just playing Lash every game.
Yeah, taking a fair bit of damage as well here from Niku. Everyone should be fine. Still Tangos to go, has a wand as well.
If Xayat is able to get boots at a decent timing, maybe you could see that rotation that you were mentioning come in pretty early.
Yeah, that'd be strong.
He could look to just swing over and just snipe mid one. It could be a possibility because of lane positioning. We'll see.
Yeah, +1 in mid would be an easy kill for Niku.
But he's almost getting it on himself. There's, of course, the wand charges that mid one has that he's toying with, but man, Niku he's playing this beautifully. Consistent harassment.
They're going to get the kill there with the +1. Riddies.
Oh.
Comes in to join forces with PMA and Xayats and take Chrysalis down.
So that's they're not going to kill him with 2. With the 3rd, if they do have the lane positioning, they were able to keep it there. And all right, now they do have that damage. So that's actually a really clever play.
You should rethink it.
Never like to die on Viper, especially now when you're given this type of lane.
Now back up towards the top.
Yeah, there's just nothing they can do to Juice to punish, right? So when Riddies does look,
yeah,
if Riddies does want to go for that, he most definitely can look for these type of rotation plays too.
It's just the gets a little bit of a courier snipe there.
Good carry.
He wraps around behind the tower.
There's low mana, so let's get that clarity.
On the mid, obviously getting close to that point where mid one's going to have to be very careful once the 6 is hit on Niku. Any sort of TP back up and they'll be able to go straight for a kill with a Dream Coil.
Especially lane positioning, like mid one, especially once that 6 kicks off, have to be careful how far he steps up on the hill. But here does get a really nice connection at the Boundless. Will force Niku back to base. And now PMA's level 5 bottom, has Tranquil Boots, has the he's got everything he wants down here already in this laning phase versus that Viper Jakiro, and they got a kill, so that was super impressive. And now Celery.
Catch onto him. PMA ready to bring in the damage. It's going to be Celery trying to heal up. Won't survive. Riddy's there again with the Thunder Strike. Finishes off the job.
He'll take that kill. Easy last hit. Really, I mean, yeah, really impressive stuff in this bottom lane in particular. The Mars continues to struggle top, boom, for the side of MOUZ, while PMA on this Phoenix, it looks like he was just playing the lane normally, right? 2,300 net worth. Really solid
They might dive this. Orb's already been used, and Yamcha is trying to get the angle to trap him in the shards. There's double damage rune here on mid one. Look at the shard locked down, the orb now back up. Will still give Niku a chance to jump away, and now with the TPs coming in, and they're trying to use the snowball to get mid one to safety, but won't let him survive this. Surely he'll get the Wukong's command off. Doesn't matter though, the burst comes in from Niku, that's mid one gone. Yamich ticks out as well to the damage from PMA. I mean, you can see, obviously, MOUZ, they wanted to go for that. They had this amplified damage rune on mid one, orb had been used, but even with sort of Yamich getting that shards in play, it's a risky move, and one that TPs from Na'Vi are able to punish.
I love that PMA does this too. He has a good start to the game. He's level 5 already, and he's like, okay, I can just move. I don't have a good positioning of the lane at the moment, so just goes mid, and he's, as we said, best hero versus Monkey King early game. You just watch him standing there, can't attack. I'll be in this early game. Really, really good start.
Glimpse on Boom, but Boom's actually ready to try and turn and just get the kill himself as he turns with the spear onto Riddies. As Riddies definitely going to regret that glimpse.
It looked like it was like a poke. It wasn't even like a kill attempt glimpse, right? It was like, I'm going to poke you with this glimpse and annoy. Oh god, wait a minute, there's 3 of you here. Still though, all right, the result of these lanes is absolutely massive, right? They force the lane swap, and the Monkey King is 700 to 800 behind the puck, and the Phoenix is doing fantastic anyway, even though he was first step Viper. He has the 6 already.
Yamich and Celery, they're ready to move over again here for the 8-minute power rune.
They've got the ward behind the tower too, so really looking to emphasize and, I mean, help out mid one really.
Boundless. Rune spawn is going to be up at the top, so mid one's going to be able to grab that.
Take that. They have to be careful how far they want to go for the play now, though. They don't really want to dive on towers at all on the side of MOUZ early now that the coil plus the egg is online. They do have the arena, so if they can find it in a proper position, perhaps, but fighting under these towers under coil and egg could be pretty brutal as, uh-oh.
This is going to go for the TP out, but the glimpse is there. Riddies. He's always where they need him to be here. This disruptor up and down the map, and just being that extra little bit every single time that's allowing Na'Vi to get these kills.
Riddies is just his macro movements. The other day when he was playing the Clockwork, remember how many stop TPs too? I swear, this guy is just
he knows where to be
in the right place at the right time. That was really nice. The whole tower. PMA is going to be pretty out of control, it does feel like. This game could snowball pretty fast. You know, MOUZ, this is not the way they like to play. They don't like playing from behind. They like being a team that's ahead.
Look at the setup in Na'Vi. And look at this, you've got 4 heroes playing up towards the tier 2. They will drop the Dream Coil a little unnecessarily there. They wanted to be surefire with the kill. Was not necessarily the end of it, but big kill's killed. They get the kill. They can keep the pressure now onto the mid-tier 1. And Na'Vi playing very fast. You know, it's not a lot of teams here that you'll see in this sort of position 9 minutes into a game going for these sort of plays.
No, not versus MOUZ either. Like, MOUZ tends to be the team that's dictating pace, right? Yep. Especially first 10 minutes, especially with this type of draft that they wanted to get these matchups. But Niku, of course, with that matchup in mid, how he's done, how well he did, and then bottom, really making that big difference. PMA is going to have Vessel at a pretty damn good time. And I mean, any game is a good Vessel game as Phoenix.
Completely destroys the Monkey King, at least until he has that BKB or Manta online. As, indeed, that's going to be the rush here for mid one. He's going to look to go straight for the Manta as soon as he can.
And that usually takes like 10 minutes to even get, especially if you're playing versus that fast-paced Vessel. It can take quite some time. Yeah, he'll have it done. But let's see how MOUZ wants to look to mount going for any of these tower pushes.
See in the mid. Go for the snowball onto Riddies. Boundless Truck and Wukong's command laid down onto Warden. They'll take Riddies out. Can Midone get out of this one? He's caught by the Dream Coil. Dive 4 from PMA. The Supernova's at the ready. There's no chance of touching the egg here. As Midone will try and run, but he will not get out of this. Boom will use the arena. They'll drop the Macropie as well. Everything onto Zayas. They need to kill this Hooping. They'll get him, but they had to get up to the tower for this one. So Yamich, he's going to end up going down in return. So you can't help but feel, you know, with these sort of spells being used by MOUZ, they're very much desperate to try and stop Na'Vi from winning these skirmishes. They get a little bit of something in return, but it's definitely looking a bit more messy from MOUZ in this early game as opposed to what Na'Vi's achieving.
Yeah, Na'Vi just very good. Honestly, their spellcasting, that's something that I've been always so impressed with this team. Even when they were a younger team and they had only been together for a short while, their spellcasting in team fights and prioritizing the targets is so nice. Like right there, they pinged the monkey instantly. There was no hesitation. Nico's like, I'm coiling this guy and you're egging him. That is our priority. We don't care about these other two on the left side. We kill the Monkey King and we're happy, and it's exactly what happened. Keeping themselves at this 2 to 3K advantage at the moment. Celery is level 7, so he does have very good levels in terms of being able to constantly pressure these towers on the Jakiro. The Tusk is suffering because damage is
and they might have got the juice. He's going to end up walking into this. He's got the Wim Run to try and get away. Snowball into the shard to try and stand his ground. In fact, he's got the backup coming in with the Dream Coat down onto the two of them. Got the juice. He's going to be able to get out of this. And now it's Mid-One in trouble. Mid-One will fall. Yamich is going to try and run. The Shackle, it will connect. Niku's got the burst. And at the same time,
oh my goodness.
You've got PMA killing off Celery.
Radiant's middle tower.
And Juice lives at just the, like, barely, and perhaps some of these level things, right? Yamich, he's only level 4, so the damage that he can provide is pretty lackluster. I thought Juice's Shackle was going to connect. It didn't even connect, but he ends up living anyway because the backup of the team, and I think a Lotus from Riddies gets thrown onto him. Na'Vi.
This is just, it's going to be such a tough game for Mid-One to play right at this point. He's falling behind on the Monkey King. You know, he's got, as I said, you know, going for this Manta Rush. You know, he's not going to have sort of any item on the horizon that's going to boost his sort of farming or aggressive potential. He's having to go for this safe build, but a safe build that it's going to take a long time to come online.
And it's not like Manta will just protect you in everything, right? Like, no, you're still gonna get caught inside of a coil. You're not even too sure you can do some type of like a little plays with something, but it won't really protect you versus this insane magic damage. Like, everybody does insane magic damage on Na'Vi. They are a very early game based draft as well in terms of, and they scale too. Bottom.
And on the mid, Niku. The haste rune. Doesn't want to quite drop the Dream Coil yet. They'll get the glimpse back now. He'll drop the Dream Coil. But Mid-One is watching from the tree line. We'll get in with that final bit of burst. Take Celery down. Was going to try and step forward on towards Niku, but knows he cannot slow him down whilst his haste rune persists. Na'Vi get themselves another kill, another tower. Now up to a 5K lead, just 13 minutes in against MOUZ.
It's absurdly early. And you're playing versus a Viper Monkey King draft.
And look at it, they put Static Storm.
Another go.
So they got the Bushwhack. They might not even need the Static Storm. They don't. Glimpse alone on top of it's enough. They're getting these kills without having to use the ults on the supports, Fog.
That's, I mean, super impressive. I have to give, like, Riddies and Niku are just out of control right now. Xayat's too sure his movement comes in, but these two are dictating pace completely. Something about some of these mid players today.
And now in this bottom lane, they found Yamich. He's going to try and run, but the burn of the Sunray and the Vessel is going to bring him down and make a kill streak from PMA. MOUZ, they're getting crushed in this early game.
And PMA is going to have a Shivas before the Monkey King has Manta. Honestly, the PMA is top net worth as this off-lane Phoenix. He's got the Veil done. That Shivas is going to come very, very fast. This game could be decided pretty quickly, if not already. I think MOUZ is getting in some desperate territory.
And you got to think back as well to sort of the scenario that they were able to find that pick with the Phoenix and find that setup for him to have a good time, because, Arena,
man.
That's not going to catch anyone. Orb was out and Niku's away, and that's going to be a tip. He can't help himself. He's going to have to tip that one.
It's 100 seconds that they now can't do anything on MOUZ, pretty much. And I see a Monkey King again.
Oh, and so does Riddies and PMA. They've got their eyes on Mid-One. He'll get the Wukong's command out. It doesn't matter. Static Storm's down. Burns underneath his own tier 2 tower.
These guys,
oh my goodness.
They're on fire. Absolutely on fire in this tournament here, and looking to solidify that spot for themselves, right? I think they've only had one loss, and that was the first game of the tournament, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, wait, they lost earlier versus Liquid, just kidding. So, I mean, they're still looking pretty damn solid. This game is, the pace that they're setting is super impressive.
And just the fact we're in the draft, right, they sort of forced MOUZ to make this switch up, you know, dodge the Monkey King away from the Phoenix. But it looks like just in terms of the way that MOUZ can play, it's just not worked out, that switch up. They've got punished for it. MIP1 is just having no game whatsoever. I mean, he's a few bad fights away from being underneath the supports of Na'Vi in terms of farm. It's just 15 minutes in.
Can't even get involved. Like this Viper, a hero that you want to be rallied around and playing around like in his early game. He's died twice early, and there's no way for him to join in this. He's a super immobile hero, can't join his allies, and he's just being watched. There's vision. And Na'Vi, 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 steps ahead, at least in terms of what they've been able to do this game. And Juice is just chilling. He's playing a super strong carry hero currently in the patch too.
Neon is done.
That he's just getting to sit back with. So, wow.
Radiant are scanning.
Yamich
Let's
and
see where
MIP1,
MOUZ goes.
can they make a play happen here? So level 12 Wind Ranger.
He did use Windrun.
He did use Windrun. But the shower, tell that immediate shackle there on towards MIP1. I mean, got the Juice just turns.
Oh my
and with
God.
the pushback coming in, they're going to kill off the both of them.
It might be over.
Oh, this is the roughest one.
But
This is the roughest game me and you have seen over these 2 days.
Yeah.
This is
is
rough.
We did have a 15-minute game the other day, I believe, from one of the teams.
Wait, did we?
But
I don't,
Yeah, no, we
I
didn't
don't remember
cast
that. That happened that quick. Okay, we didn't cast it. I was going to say.
Yeah.
If we casted that happened so quickly, I don't even remember that one. Yeah, this
and now
is,
another.
this is
I mean,
getting
this is. Oh, and this is shellacking. We'll say. Where's Sun10?
There we go. That's a dead Crystallis Viper carry.
One of the biggest beatdowns. I mean, 2 more kills for Na'Vi, and I think MOUZ can call it then, get that nice 3-2-2 scoreboard, and we can get out of here.
That's coming up. I mean, this.
I mean, it's insane.
And just again, to go back to sort of what Na'Vi did in terms of being able to play like this offlane Phoenix in that bottom lane position, you know, that was against probably the dirtiest lane duo you could have. And it didn't matter, right? It was against a Viper Jakiro. So many heroes are going to get completely destroyed by that. Not this setup. You know, Na'Vi, they had something ready to play against that. And MOUZ, they just were not able to sort of assert that dominance that they want to when they get something like a Viper Jakiro. Get the jump on a Riddies, but Riddies is still going to get his spells off. He might even just live through this. He survives. The arena comes to an end. Riddies is fine. MIP1 is dead. Boom is dead as well.
I think they should call it. This is going to be demoralizing if they continue.
This is absolutely going to feel horrendous if you're MOUZ.
I guess it's a BO1, so you continue, but my God, look at the map coverage too. Look at the wards and sentries. You can't see anything. You can't get out on the map. You can't place wards. You can't... Yeah, they really can't do much of anything with the way that Na'Vi's playing and just dismantling them entirely. Anyone shows, and they're just dead. Riddies is already there.
And Niku's just able to try and go for these solo plays.
Yeah.
He's set up on a Crystallis. TPs will come in. So it's like this time round, Crystallis, I mean, he should live. He will. For now, I mean, Riddies is going to come looking for him. Riddies, he's going to find him with a kinetic field of the Thunder Strike. As Crystallis dead again, they couldn't save him, even by his own tier 2 tower.
Yeah, this is insane plays. I mean, Niku's styling, for sure.
That's the Roshan.
Wow. Yeah, little things that they did, though. I think there's some teams that are very good at, you know, you identify a lane's unplayable and you do pulls, right? This is normal. This is kind of standard. But I think there's some teams that are very good at doing that and then punishing anyway afterwards with the Riddies rotation that we saw. That third man that went bottom killed the Viper. PMA got off to an amazing start. It's all snowballed.
Sour gone, and pretty much the BKB on got the juice.
Shiva's done for PMA before the Manta's done. Can't hit the Ag even if you want to now. That attack speed slow is going to be tremendous. So I'm trying to think of how I can put something together for MOUZ, how they want to bail things out, even if they throw all their ultis together, but they're just way too far behind. Yeah. It really is just farm and hope.
Amplified damage room for Niku as well. He will kill anybody that he finds.
Don't go there, midone. I see you in this tree. Be careful. That's all I'm gonna do. While also
careful. Oh, they got it. Sharp for Riddies. Boom. He's dead. They're putting the Viper Strike in onto Niku as well as the Ice Path. They'll find it.
There we go.
A big kill, and boom, he's ready with the tip back. They finally are able to punish this puck. Can they get more, though? Probably not for now. We're going to have to sort of settle and farm.
Boom got the last hit with the spear burning damage, I guess. I was like, oh, Crystallis is going to be so happy he gets this big godlike, but it actually goes to the Mars. 11 damage.
Now, mid-one, he's got his Manta. So something to at least give him a chance of surviving if Na'Vi get a jump on him.
I just can't believe like how big PMA is. Like Shiva's when the Manta comes out, your attack speed is just so lackluster, even with duelist gloves. BKB and Mjolnir, as you said, on got the juice. Can look to connect with this team. They are smoking, so maybe are you looking to catch perhaps again? Maybe look for Niku. Look for another pick off, but.
Oh, can they get the jump? They need this on MOUZ. They'll get the opening onto PMA. They'll look to try and burst through him. They'll take him out.
Nice catch.
Perfect jump here. Can they turn this into more? They're going to continue with the chase. Shackles there on towards Boom. Got the juice, he's bringing in the damage, and of course with the BKB he's ready to pop it, not a lot that can touch him. Crystallis is trying to stand his ground against this Wind Ranger, but he's not winning this fight. Gets glimpsed back, they get the punch up. Snowball actually giving Crystallis a little bit of safety. Maybe they can kill Got the Juice, they'll bring him down, but of course he's got the Aegis, he's ready for round 2. Niku jumps in with a burst, takes out Crystallis, gets the silence in on towards Yamich. It's not a bad start there, they blow up the Phoenix, but they can't get away with anything else, and they end up giving up a triple kill to Niku.
They're trying at least to make these moves. Static Storm was actually up in 10 seconds, so it's kind of perfect that they made that move. If Static was up, they don't even kill the Phoenix there. So at least they get something, but as you said, 4 for 1. Niku will take that all day. Pharasma finished up. Continue to have a field day. And they're just growing faster and faster. The fight wins, the farm speed, puck. Somehow the puck is ahead of the win. It's all the kills, of course, too, but man.
Yeah, he's got so many kills.
Yeah, you said earlier, it's Falcons competing for top spot. Now it's got the juice versus Niku.
We'll see now if MOUZ, with the ults, I mean, they probably go for it again, right? Just smoke up, try and go for an all-in play with the 5 of them.
I guess I don't really know how else they can play. Like there's just very limited options for them.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Smoke's actually coming out here from Na'Vi first. They do see the positioning of MOUZ as MOUZ go for the D ward.
Uh-oh. A 5v5 fight will be incredibly difficult for MOUZ. Celery is level 14, by the way. Mid-one is level 12. I just want to keep pointing that out, how much experience Celery's got.
Gonna go for the jump on Xayat. They'll blow him up, but can they get out? There's the Dream Call in onto the 3 of them. They'll try for the Wukong's command in mid-bomb.
Oh, God.
Still followed there onto the 3 as well as the Supernova. They're not getting out alive from this one, MOUZ. They'll lose 3 of them, 4 of them as Celery gets dragged back. Again, going all in for a play. They're even going to catch Crystallis. His TP was still on cooldown, so he had no way to get out of the tree line. They're going to get the team wipe Na'Vi. That one kill that MOUZ get, it cost them everything. They lose everybody.
At least they're, I mean, at least Na'Vi's getting the chance to show off a bit. Nice connection, 4-man coil, 3 or 4-man static storm, 3 or 4-man egg on top. Beautiful combination.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Here comes the push. Na'Vi bringing in all the waves. Ready to look towards taking that final tier 2 tower. Yeah, we'll see that play again there. Beautiful setup and easy connection for the rest of the team to come across. That's going to pretty much be the story right now, unfortunately, for MOUZ this far behind. They put everything into getting one support kill. If they don't immediately get out of there, they will all die.
Niku on the prowl.
Got backup. Coil out onto the 2 of them. They'll take Yamich out. They'll leave Crystallis for now. Xayat, he's been chased down by mid-one. With the scurry back up, Xayat is fine. In fact, you think about turning potentially. We'll get the pushback onto Boom. Trying to jump back in on towards mid-one. Manta's there. Mid-one will be fine. Say that though, Crystallis, he's going to be the one to get glimpsed back. This time round, the catch not fully there from Riddies, so Crystallis escapes.
Nice four-step. I was watching Riddies the whole time. I'm like, who's he going to pick? Who's he going to go for that glimpse? Does end up getting four-stepped away, so Crystallis does live to see another day, but this lead, 25k, continues to grow. They're not able to get out to even hit creeps. The way the Navi's
they're really not
suffocating them. They literally cannot hit creeps.
Navi's kind of one fight away from having all 5 heroes in the top 5 net worth.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
actually,
At least very
you're
close to that. It's so close on sort of how much the supports of Na'Vi have as opposed to the cores of MOUZ, of just how big of a lead Na'Vi have overall.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
MOUZ nearly got the BKB on Boom. Anything else that they're close towards? There's still a bit of a while away for Mid-1 to have his BKB. Crystal is still just trying to get his own Mantis style finished on top of the Hurricane Pike.
They're getting flanked. Here comes Niku. Here comes Zayat.
He's out with the blink. Niku's going to get him though. He's got the Dream Coil. And Mid-1, he's just got to stay hidden in the trees. As that's going to be a dead Boom. Supernova pops successfully. Gets the stun onto Yamich. Yamich is gone. And Mid-1's just got to keep hiding in the trees.
I love when the monkey can put the hand on like the forehead. He's just like, looking at my teammates die? Okay. It's rough. I mean, it's rough. Na'Vi just the first 10-15 minutes were just some of the better Dota I've seen from the MOUZ. Just it feels like they got hit by something like a truck, really.
Super tough.
And yeah, the recovery outlet just really isn't there. It just really is not. Not with their draft.
And nearly an Aghanim's done on Riddies. About 1,000 gold off. Just that one last piece to pick up.
Yep. Celery is. I think Celery might actually become the highest level on his team. He's level 15. He's about to surpass the Viper. I don't have a clue how this is happening for Celery at least, but I guess he was there for the few kills that they've gotten. Some of the big ones. Mid one.
Oh, he was hanging around. He'll get out. The other side of the map, Zayat's looking for the setup. Won't quite get it onto Yamich. Yamich quick with the quelling blade. They still get the glimpse back. Boom's going to come in with the arena. He's caught the two of them. Riddies tries for the TP out. They'll get put to a stop. They kill Riddies off. They get Zayat's as well. It's something, but do they get away with it? The coil down onto the bow for them. Got the juice, takes out Boom. It's the best trade they've had so far.
Yeah,
no, by no means a great trade, but you know, it is a trade of sorts.
They've killed the supports 6 times out of those 8 kills. So they'll take what they can get. Just waiting.
If he finds a shackle, he might go for this.
He was I think he was about to go, honestly, but he was being stalked. They did see him. Lead continues to grow. Niku about to have his big pickup also, of course. The Aghanims is very close to being finished for him, too.
I can take a row ship.
And MOUZ continues to be, honestly, there. It's like less, it's actually, like, sometimes I say like 10, 20%. It feels like it's like 5% of the map.
Yamich might go for the YOLO play. He's not going to get to do it in time. It's going down too quickly. This row ship's already gone.
Oh. Someone saw.
Zayat keeps looking, but yeah, won't quite get him before the TP's out.
Had an idea of where he was, though. A courier. It's flying out. And is that
has been killed.
Juice is expecting someone down here, and he might have anticipated properly.
And he's straight in.
Good read.
Boom gone. Ready, seeing if he can get a +1. He can. Gets the glimpse back onto Celery.
Dude, Riddies has an Aghanims too.
is under attack.
Blink Aghanims. It's 30 minutes in.
Yeah, Niku's got his Ags as well.
Well, they got BKB on Monkey King, but he might not get to use it if he gets Static Stormed.
Who can have predicted this?
Niku, he'll get the catch with the coil. Everyone watching from the trees, but does not want to try and go for this. Chrysalis is here. Sharpshooter actually connects onto Mid-1 to jump off the trees back to safety. Na'Vi bringing in all 3 lanes up to the high ground.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's
As MOUZ, can they push Na'Vi off the barracks?
has fallen.
What do they have? Doesn't feel like a whole lot. They're down 34k net worth. Look at the jump. They're not going to get the catch. Can't quite get the angle for the spear pushback.
Like it glimpsed. No, Riddies lost vision. To the mid lane. Remake coil.
But he's looking for the follow-up with the static storm and he's caught Boom. Supernova here, ready to go, but Mid-1's in with the bounce strike to the BKB. He's going to try and dodge the stun, but won't be able to do so as Mid-1's caught at the front, trying to hold them back. Chrysalis will come in with the buyback. Mid-1 is going to attempt to run away from them, but the damage comes in for Got the Juice. Triple kill for him. I'll take the Aegis out of Got the Juice's hands, but the damage is already done from Na'Vi in that team fight. This is just the 2 of them left here on MOUZ, trying to slow down the push. But Na'Vi, they're not going anywhere. They'll get the tier 3. They're ready to slide in for more. Got the Juice, commits him with the BKB. Tries to look for Chrysalis, but the glimmer's there from Celery. At least managed to keep Chrysalis alive. But the mid barracks are gone.
They just have to watch him die.
That's a 40,000 gold lead here, 32 minutes in. Getting some pretty ridiculous numbers.
Yeah, you really don't see that ever.
Crazy stuff here from Na'Vi.
I'm honestly, I'm a bit shocked that they haven't GG'd out. Even in a best of 1.
Yeah, it's not going to feel good, right?
But probably maybe discussing. Like that's usually where it's, you buy your time, right? Because it's limited time between games. So maybe just discussing what could have gone better, what went wrong.
Are scanning.
Maybe they do still feel hopeful, but yeah, I wouldn't imagine so.
They're ready with the smoke. They've got the blink BKB on Boom.
Satanic Daedalus on Windranger. He's 6 slotted at 30 minutes. That looks like a 50-minute inventory of this Windranger.
Yeah, he's got pretty ridiculous farming, Got the Juice. And the 5 Riddies! There you go.
Got him.
It's something. Not a whole lot.
Yeah,
but
I actually want to look at I think this might be the highest net worth Windranger I've ever seen at 34 minutes.
Yeah, he's got, what, 800 GPM right now and Got the Juice.
Uh-huh.
Pretty crazy stuff. Closely followed by that of Nico on the park.
Yeah. Craziness. It looks like they're just running it down mid. They're like, okay, we don't want to play that lane. We want to end this game. And they should be able to. Hex fully picked up here for the Phoenix also. Boom.
Looking pretty dead.
There's Hex.
That's him gone. Out without buyback. Sharpshooter actually still hits on and was Chrysalis. Gets shot down as well by the power shot. I'll have to go back and heal up.
On to that final set.
That's got buyback money, Boom. They want to put everything into one last attempt at a hold. There's the buyback. Yeah, Mid-1 just trying to find some sort of space out in the map to see if he can get that next item done before the fight gets brought to them.
Niku about to hit 25 also, so pierces that debuff immunity that I don't even know if they have. They do too, but there's nothing wrong. But yeah, we'll be even stronger. Of course, he also goes for the Mjolnir, so he might just kill everybody also himself.
There we go, Na'Vi. Ready to come in with the killing blow. We'll get the shackle onto Crystallis, but he's able to get his way back up to the high ground at least. Na'Vi.
There it is.
Woke up here.
5.
Seems to be coming to an end, but Riddies might find the chance for a catch. We'll get the vision down.
Can't hit the ward. Anyone who steps up, let's see, Celery. Does he wanna? They might just jump.
They're going to get the setup here. They get the shackle in on towards mid-one. The arena will get thrown down, though. It's not a bad arena at all. They have Shepard kill off Riddies. Can they kill off the cause, though? Supernova in position. It's going to be a successful one. They cannot kill the egg. 3 dead on MOUZ. Mid-one, he'll jump back to base. Niku hot in the chase, but Mid-one actually able to get out and survive. So 2 of them will live, but 3 of them are dead. They had to use a lot, really, there just to kill Riddies. And they're still going to end up losing this top set of barracks, having to deal with the mega creeps up against them.
Juice just tanked, I want to say 10,000 damage on the Wind Ranger. He just popped Satanic and stood there.
And they'll call it. There's the GG. Na'Vi absolutely destroying MOUZ in this game. Wasn't even close there, Fogged. That was not even close.
No. This game was decided at, I mean, like 10 minutes, truly. Like, those rotations, Riddies really heads up disruptor play, moving toward bottom, getting this glimpse play, gets the ball rolling, the pulling of the waves, and then just, Niku's individual performance in the mid lane. Absolutely crazy.
It really was, yes. Very much seeing why he'll go for the puck in these sort of situations every single time. 15-1 and 23. They crushed them. A rough one there for MOUZ as Na'Vi absolutely stomped them.
What an incredible game from Na'Vi. And I'm instantly going to go in with the stat that I have prepared, all right? So since 7.39 when MOUZ picked up this new roster, right? Mid-one has not had this many deaths at the 20-minute mark at all. 7 deaths at the 20-minute mark. This is the most amount of deaths he's had. Na'Vi identified a problem, shut him down, and kept shutting him down. Other teams, 6 deaths maybe at 20, maybe 5, maybe 4, but like to hit 7 deaths at 20, the first time since Mid-one has joined this MOUZ roster.
I mean, it's also like this doesn't usually happen to him because he's like their standout player who like he has good lanes, he does good stuff, but I feel like, you know, his early game was kind of quiet and then there were just a lot of like rotations, right? Like on him, the way that Na'Vi played their early game was just super, super good. Like I really loved what they did with their draft because we need to also say it, like for them, they have very volatile drafts very often, like frequently.
They do.
But this time around, you know, they have the good laning stuff. You heard also Falk and Owen talk about, you know, good early rotations through the gate towards the bottom lane to enable the last pick Phoenix, which I fully love. Absolute big fan of this hero. So Na'Vi, I mean, MOUZ had like they had no Dota to play after minute 5. It was cooked.
Yeah, like the way that Na'Vi have set up their draft, but with this Phoenix pick, if you play a static game, you're going to have problems, right? The Monkey will be happy against the Puck, the Phoenix will feel like he can never truly kill the Viper, everything just goes stagnant. But once you start making these moves, you start kind of making the map feel just messy, that's when everything comes crumbling down, because Monkey King never can step up into the game. Like, my expectation was, if MOUZ can be the aggressors early on, bring the Tusk Jakira Viper, and like force Na'Vi to never rotate, then maybe this is a game for MOUZ to play. But again, it didn't happen. Na'Vi were the ones who were TPing around the map, making these moves. So yeah, Na'Vi, they've got the creativity in the draft, but the mindset of don't allow MOUZ to set up the map, to never allow their support to feel like they were having a good time. But Yamit's running to mid, it was like, we're on mid, now die. You force your Monkey to a bad spot, he now dies as well. Like, it's forced errors.
Because it's MOUZ needed those type of moves, but what I liked at the same time from Na'Vi, I feel like they were one step ahead. Because if the enemy team has one move, it's kind of easy to read. Like it's Tusk Mars offlane, they're not gonna pressure there. Yamich is gonna, you know, screw off to some different lane, but they're already down bottom on Disruptor, like making the first move. And after you have a bad lane on mid one in this game, like where do you go? You're not gonna run into like some Phoenix area that he's taken over to like your Viper, like the super low movement speed. Your offlane was Mars Tusk, who got slammed in the lane as well. So yeah, his stat line is pretty garbage and disgusting. But I will say, like after the first 8-9 minutes, there aren't that many plays on the map other than them just trying to play.
Yeah, they're built on win lanes and snowball through Monkey doing things. Monkey does nothing, game's over. Like it's probably the easiest game that we're going to analyze today. It is just such a one-sided affair. But you spoke about it as well, and we, of course, we highlighted Mid1's deaths, the stat line that Na'Vi was able to create the most deaths that Mid1 have, and I think that's the main thing. Na'Vi's their draft, we'll probably touch on that in a little bit, but their drafting is volatile. They have these drafts where they can easily lose in 20 minutes, but also make these comebacks. And I feel like in this game, that if you don't make these small little plays that we're going to see here, identifying what we've already spoke about, this is a completely different game in play. So yeah, I think Na'Vi, they are showing the improvement from the qualifiers to playing in Blast, having to play these best of ones. They are making these little steps to being a potential top 8 team.
Like, for me, absolutely, for sure, because their drafting is like, also, I see like very, these are some of the deaths that I think Mid1 could have avoided, where he goes like back to this mid-tier 1 tower, like back to back, and he just kind of feeds it up. But I think at that point, he's going to his I'm done days. But yeah, for Na'Vi, I think to me, I really like this team because they are very free, they are very creative, but like you said too, it's both, I think, like their strength, but also their weakness, that sometimes they like overcook. Nico is like an insane hipster. He will play like mid-dazzle, mid-snapfire, and he won't just do it like one game. He will suck with it one game and then run it back. And that sometimes like makes me wonder, but I think right now, if they can find the sweet spot, they're cooking.
That's so hard though. Because like, if you have too many cooks in the kitchen, like obviously see why he's going to be a bit of an ideas guy. He wants to bring these ideas. Like in the qualifier, I remember like I was messaging him like, love the Grimstroke, bro, and then he sent me a list of heroes that like he also liked. I was like,
oh brother, after the second one, like,
I'll be honest, I left him on red on one of the messages. Like, I can't respond to this. I don't want to be anywhere near this suggestion.
You were like, this guy, I'm gonna leave the list to him.
But like, fair play. Like, there will be a point where these ideas will become meta-defining. Because like the thing with meta is like the meta is only there if a team's doing it. If tomorrow suddenly Bane offlane's getting played, everyone's going to cry about how it's the meta, right? It's like, it's always potentially meta-defining. You just need a team or a player or a coach strong enough to bring it in. So yeah, I like the little things that Na'Vi does. Again, Phoenix Monkey King, we've seen it before. It's not like crazy new tech, but to keep bringing it back patch after patch, that's the kind of the cool thing.
And I think it's cool, and also like to maybe explain it like a little more. It's not just good because, I mean, obviously you can follow him in the lane, right? But even if you don't, we saw it in one of the clips, like even if you don't lane into him, Monkey King wants to play aggressive and like dive towers. Phoenix is super good at like TPing in, you fire spirit the Monkey King, you can even dive on him if he runs out. If he presses Wukong, you can egg. Like you answer like basically everything, even if you don't directly match up into him. So that's just one of the reasons why I fully love this Phoenix.
And then, of course, we praising Na'Vi now, but later on today, I believe they still need to play up against Yandex and OG. Where are you thinking in regards to those series? Is it a potential like kind of 1-1 situation where they can claw out another win, or are we looking towards Na'Vi actually stamping their kind of authority and moving up the bracket?
I think they could, because what I like about them is that they don't just play free, they play quite quick. Like they have a good aggression. I think it's what you need if you play against like your OG. So I think while I see OG as the better team, I think Na'Vi have a really good chance. Against Yandex, I would actually see them as the favorites, at least from what I've seen so far. Yandex, to me, they've been a bit like giga shaky, actually.
And talking about shakiness, you mentioned OG. They're also looking pretty shaky today, as we are going to look at the standings. Yesterday, 4-0, the only undefeated team. Everyone going hysterical. Oh my God, OG. And then, yeah, they lost 2 games today. So it is looking a little spicy up top. Again, to see a best-of-1 slam group stage where there isn't a Tundra and Falcons holding onto that top spot. Again, Tundra 4-1, they still can enter that 4-2 and tie with the other teams, but Liquid, XG, OG, and Na'Vi all hugging the top 2. And in this format, you get top 2 automatically to the semi-finals. Again, it's a best-of-5 this time around, but still, all about getting top 2 in this format. Everyone else, it's a best-of-3, it's other shenanigans, but still, everything to play for.
Yeah, now the top 2 is like giga. You skip like so much, like you immediately like go through. It can maybe in some ways like hurt you if you don't play, but obviously the teams like they will scrim, they will watch. But the other thing that I saw is that my boys, Reconics, they got themselves a W. You know, yesterday they got a couple of L's and maybe some of them which they shouldn't have received. But obviously, you know, if you make some mistakes, you throw, you're going to end up losing, but got a W under the belt.
Okay.
That's all I want.
That's it. Do you think GamerLegion, the team that's playing now, well, not technically now, but in like 15 minutes, will they get a dub against Tundra?
I would say they're definitely outmatched. I mean, you have like high hopes for them, right? Yesterday they did quite well. I think they ended the day with like a 2-2 score, and they also beat like fairly good teams in those like opening games. But day one, sometimes you can't really take the results for like face value because, you know, some teams might not be fully ready. But what I want to show about them is that I think and we talked about this as well, they rely on their drafts quite heavily, I would say. Like, not just...
So my point, I was primed and ready.
Absolutely. You can add on to this
No, take it away.
I think they have a lot of combos that they like. Like, first of all, you can see it here, the Warlock Willow. They have it in both the games. And also with the Viper first pick. So, because in my opinion, they rely a lot on like having these like clear-cut combos that give them good lanes, solid stuff. You can maybe flex some heroes and then like last pick a Storm and run the Viper as a carry, because if they don't, I will say they are definitely outmatched when it comes to the skill, at least by a little bit. So in order for me to see them as like an even footing, I think they need a small edge when it comes to the heroes.
Yeah, I think the main thing with GamerLegion is I don't even know how to describe it. 'Cause I don't want to sound like I'm being rude to them, but it's like, as an up-and-comer team, maybe that's a better way of phrasing it.
Yeah.
When they have a strong draft, they can beat like any team in a best of one, I feel. Once you enter a best of 3 and like you lose to them, then there's adjustments. I don't see they have the adjustments and the depth to be able to always win out a full best of 3 against top teams. But in the best of 1 setting, if your prep is good, I can see them doing these little quirky plays, the Viper, whatever. And on top of that, then you have RCY, who is probably one of the like best up-and-coming
He's
mids.
a standout for
like,
sure.
Standout. Like every time I see them play, it's like I'm always like, damn, RCY is pretty good. Like I'm expecting him at some point in the future to be on potentially another team or even GamerLegion if they kind of click and make that progress together. But RCY for me is like the guy I'm always looking for in this team. Like, what can he play? What can he bring to the team? Because he always feels like he's got that extra little bit of flair.
Yeah.
Where other mid laners, other kind of players in his position don't always step up to what he needs to do.
He reminds me a lot of like Abed, if you go back like 9-10 years ago, you know, the SCA kid who like joins, you know, the other teams, everyone talks about him for the right reason. I also think that he's this team's like absolute best player. He has good performances. He plays cool heroes. He can farm. He can make moves. He can like kind of play fast. You can throw him in good matchups and also bad matchups. And I think overall it is a team that has improved, but I just want to see more, you know, before we jump on the train of like, oh, they've made it, they've done it. They're like, you know, the favorite in this matchup, because they're not. Because the counterpart Tundra, we know that they're insane. Sure, sometimes they struggle in like the early days, but when that team is on, they're one of the hardest teams to beat.
Yeah, like being realistic, we have to look at this matchup and go like, what, 80-20 towards Tundra, 75-25?
Yep.
Or am I being a little bit too extreme?
No, I think that's fair. Like maybe in like a BO1 you can skew it like a little more down, like you said, with like the prep, but I think when you reach like the 70-30 to 80-20 range, I think we're pretty on.
I mean, we said that GamerLegion is all about having the correct drafts, having the correct motions, and of course, let's see what they can do in this upcoming draft. So we were hyping up RCY, right? We're going like, this guy's the guy. Like, we look at this guy on the team. And I just kind of remembered why I hype him up. It's when I look at Storm Spirit, he's like 12-1-15, 6-2-19. Other heroes maybe not getting the same results. Of course, team can change that. But I think, yeah, Storm Spirit is a hero that I'm always looking for. Like, anytime he gets his hands on it, no matter what team he's against, his stat line is, yeah, just incredible. So, oh wait, Tundra's banned it out. So, well.
Well, throw that out the window.
That's gone. You moved like in front of the TV as I was
see
talking about, so I couldn't see the ban.
I was waiting for you to finish your point and then to be like, they've done their homework.
I kind of peeked around you and was like, ah, shit.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he'll need to be able to play other heroes, and I will have to say, so every time GamerLegion have been first pick, I mean, most teams have gone for this trend. You know, you pick the Viper if you can, you take it away if you're not the first pick team yourself. So I want to see how GamerLegion go on like, you know, about the draft later on, because I think the combos I showed as well with like, I think speed on Warlock is definitely just one of like the most comfortable heroes. I just think it's like very solid, right? Like there's not that many things that can go wrong. If you have a Warlock, you should have a good lane. You can play different types of lanes. If you have good lanes or early kills, you can like progress it into more. So it's stable. I think that's something that they do very well. They play stable drafts and look for stable drafts very often and then look to execute those.
The thing with stable drafts is they're somewhat predictable, right? Like when you have a MOUZ Willow in an off lane, a Warlock in the safe lane, you know the timings. The Warlock needs the Grimoire charges. He needs a kill or two in the early game to then get the early golem at minute 7 to push the tower. Like you kind of see what's happening there. So I think for Tundra, playing on a bit more of that kind of predictability, you can get these little quirky picks. Like for example, like the Shadow Fiend. I know we're not going to see it, it's banned out, but like the Yasha Kaya aggressive carry, like when you see stability, Chaos can break that very easily. And I think Tundra, so far in this tournament, with the Slark picks, the Shadow Fiend carry, itemization from Pure, like they are already moving in kind of a Chaos mode that to me should break apart kind of GamerLegion's successful strategies.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I like what they did here on the Tundra. I think Brewmaster he's been leveling up, at least for some teams, right? You need a Brew type of guy, like a Brew player, to really make it work. But I was talking about this yesterday. I think this is the best response. And if you want to be a good team, if you are playing at this tournament and you want to go far, I think you need to man up and pick the right hero at the right place. So going for the Weaver here is one of the, I would say, 2 best carries into this hero. You lane well into him. He doesn't really have kill threat. You can kill the pandas later. You're very annoying for him. So, you know, I like the confidence and the understanding here of GamerLegion.
Yeah, it is just a matter of putting 33 on a just an awkward position. Of course, Ari's 4 position can start fixing this. A hero that can either bring additional survivability to the Brewmaster or even just lockdown. So Weaver steps up to go aggressive, a stun, some hex, a root, anything like that to kind of prevent Sakuchi good positioning is a nice way to try and bring the balance back towards the Brewmaster.
Yeah, you definitely need to, because you need to offset this matchup, right? Like with exactly the stuff you're mentioning, whether it's like some Dark Willows or some Lions or Shadow Shamans, you know, that's a combo that Tundra have played already. And of course, like there's so many heroes in the game, but not every player will play all the heroes. So you need to like pay attention like Tundra. Okay, when they have Brew, they really like Shadow Shaman. So that's already, you know, a high chance that that hero could come out. Similarly, when I see Weaver, for me, always like Faceless Void will be one of the carries that really rises up in value. It's like one of the worst like carry-to-carry matchups. So if you're GamerLegion, you know, there's stuff like this that also rises up. You need to think about it because you don't have that many bans left. So need to think about it, or at least be ready to like cover the enemy potential picks with your picks in the next phase.
Yeah, the main thing for Tundra is make sure you have stuns to deal with the Weaver on other picks as well. And then yeah, GamerLegion with the Weaver, because it's such a strong safe laner, of course Tusk, the best 5 position to enable this type of aggression.
Yeah.
You kind of want the same thing, right? The same body to kind of throw into the lane to go aggressive. I'm trying to think what 5s that they might look for. I don't want to see Warlock here.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
It falls away very quickly.
Like you've got like some of the, I do feel like that the Tusk ban is just quite good because I think compared to all the other 5s, he's just way better. Like he poses like more threat and also gives you some catch.
The classic is like Clockwork, right? Yeah. Just because like Battery Assault. Then there's the default, which is like a Jakiro just for play the lane.
Yeah, there's like a Clock, there's like Marcy, some teams like Zombie. Not the big, it's okay against Brew. But yeah, like you said, I think the Jakiro is also fine. It doesn't have to necessarily be the melee dude. I think you make for a pretty good lane.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things, at least like when I've played the Brew into Jakiro on the lane, I think it's fine because when the guy hits you, you can like go on win stance. He doesn't deal the most damage. You can maybe evade more than 1 hit because he always hits you twice. So you don't care as much as maybe some other offlaners.
Again, to remind everyone, with Brewmaster, there's 2 builds, Vessel Ags or Midas Ags. 33 is currently sitting in the Midas territory of
he
Brewmaster.
owned yesterday.
Yeah.
Let's have some
fun. They do go for the Willow.
Okay. I mean, it's definitely like very high up in like their comfort. Right, we saw it. Absolutely. Like it's the Weaver Willow, they work well together. Bignum is very good on this hero as well. There's also a chance, you know, that Tundra were looking, you know, Ari potentially, he's played Dark Willow quite a bit before, so it's good for yourself, semi-potential to like take it away from Tundra.
It's really just, I mean, to be fair for Tundra here, they can just go like, pick a Tiny, flex it a little bit longer, pick their position 5, you kind of see the Willow in the 4, you can pick your 5, you can flex the Tiny a little bit longer between mid and 4, then you have like some random ground stun to deal with the Weaver, the Dark Willow. As they're running away, just throw it down. Like, I think Tundra isn't really getting punished in the draft as of yet. Like, when you pick the Brewmaster, you're obviously expecting the Weaver. Like, this is not like, oh wow, they picked Weaver. So I think when you get to like the top level of draft, you sometimes will let heroes through to bait them in, like thinking they got the counter, and now 4 picks later, Weaver doesn't feel too comfortable. They do go for the Shaman, so lockdown through Ari's comfort. We saw yesterday these pre-cast Hex utilizing the Tree and protect the vision on his shard. And they actually take the Clockwork themselves. A hero that was really strong for GamerLegion against Brewmaster, even against Shaman. Just Rocket Flare to find them, Battery Assault to stop them from casting Primal Split or Shackles. Again, 2 different heroes, 2 different spells. But Tundra takes it for themselves.
I kind of like it. You have like a lot of, like if you're Tundra and you go somewhere, you're posing like a big threat, whether the fight happens or like if the fight happens, you have Brew Split, you have a lot of stuff to throw in. If they're not coming, you have Rasa who will, you know, throw his ward. And if the enemy team doesn't come up, they don't show, your Clock can catch. So you have like a lot of, I would say, very nice combinations. Yeah. I will say that now with the Clock, I mean, Ari generally doesn't play it. I think even when the Clock goes like into the offlane, it's Whitemon playing it and then like pulling waves. So the options are still open, but with the Clock coming out, maybe there's a higher chance that Tundra actually looking for a range carry on 18 later down the road.
Yeah. But GamerLegion now, when you see the kind of the skirmish, the chaos, they need an offlane to hug, right? Like a Tide Hunter, a guy who just goes, this is where we're fighting. And even if they're fighting the backline, just come to me. Sure, Shaman, 15, Hex Break, there's ways to play into it, but I'm looking right now at Fade, at finding the offlane hero that's going to be able to just protect heroes. You've got 3 ranged heroes. Sure, they are 3 ranged heroes that are also elusive. You've got Shadow Realm on a Willow, Leap and Invisibility on a Mirana, Sakuchi and Timelapse on a Weaver. Like, they have tools to deal with what Tundra has, but one guy's going to walk up the high ground and actually go, hey, this is where we're fighting. Like, actually provide some information at the start.
I mean, especially also, like, they banned Ursa, so, like, a lot of the heroes that you're kind of looking for, they're, like, covered at least a little bit.
Okay, they go Centaur.
I think that's fine. I would have maybe liked some of the others a little more. Just, I think, like, Clock can be quite annoying for Centaur, but probably gonna be chill in the lane. And they could be looking at, okay, there's a high chance for, like, a potential range carry, but this is definitely one hero that is very scary in the Tundra hands. I kind of slipped through my mind here on all of the bans. The BZM Invoker with Giga setup. And you
too much setup. It's actually
like everyone, even like Panda later with the stun. You've got Rasa, Clockwork.
I mean, GamerLegion is back 1,000,000% here, right?
Yeah, you have to.
Like with dilation into the heroes, you already mentioned it earlier in the draft, but with the Invoker pick and how they're progressing, it would be kind of illegal to offer up pure this hero.
Yeah, like unless you have this idea of like, oh, we're gonna win in like 20 minutes because they have, Brew, Invoker, Void, like you just gotta ban it. Because you make like one mistake even if you're Giga ahead and your heroes are you're not scaling through this game.
I mean, to be fair, that is the thing. Like we spoke about how Tundra picks the Brood, don't care about the Weaver. There is an argument GamerLegion might do the same, but the Void, it's too much of a freebie for get to 25 minutes and play out pretty much any game.
Yeah, because they will just like probably just put like the Rasta into the safe lane, put the clock top, do some wave pulling, who cares? You just get everyone through the game and you're happy. I mean, GamerLegion should be seeing the same thing, because it's not like, it's not a very complicated ban.
It really isn't, no.
Because then it's just kind of for Tundra, they should already be thinking like ahead, like which carries are they like kind of looking at. There are some other carries, in my opinion, like Sven. I think heroes that use Alacrity well and have like over damage can be kind of nice. It would also give you even another setup, which can be cool, I think, for the Invoker. Against Weaver, I'm also sometimes eyeing other heroes like Drow and Muerta. Obviously, they do struggle into Centaur, but you'll always have to struggle against something.
It's a Tundra, of course, protecting their Invoker with the Puck and the Huskart. GamerLegion have last pick. So for RCY, he's going to be able to take his Queen of Pain, take whatever dude he wants to be able to play out the lane. I think for them, it's just have a bit more kind of damage and map play. Like you've got all these lockdowns and setup. I just want that explosive damage. Like if you actually find a guy, kill him. Kill him in that arrow, kill him in that terrorize or the stomp. So high damage would be pretty good. Of course, Tundra taking away some of the lane counters. Puck and Huskar just free farm into an Invoker.
I mean, let's see. I mean, they are taking a lot of time. Are they just going to let the Void through and then like try to play on tempo? I feel like it's not something I would want to do, especially because Tundra also, like they're a very good team at like being, like playing slow. Like they're super good at delaying the game and like getting it to the stage that they want.
You already mentioned the fact that it's like a potential Drow, but...
Yeah, I think it could. It's maybe like, it's safer in like the early to mid game, but then like more volatile when it, I think, comes to team fighting. Because Centaur is annoying for you, Blade Mail, Stampede, they can get on top of you, but it makes for like more solid laning, so you can like trade one for the other, depending on how you feel.
I feel like right now you just ask your carry what do you want. Like you've already got such a well-rounded lineup. It's like, do you want to play the Alk to shove a wave and have your item timings? Do you want to play a Drow because you've got the front line to protect you? Do you want to play the Void so that you can make BZM really happy and the MVP of the game, right? Like it's like whatever Pure wants. I feel like there will be a discussion after the pick. Like this pick will make us have to play more slow in the first 15, or this pick we have to win our lane. There will be, of course, a caveat to the pick, but most feel quite comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I would kind of just be vibing with the Void. Sure, you give like Centaur a pretty free lane, he'll do his stuff, but it's a good dilation game. It's a good chrono game. And it's Tundra. Like their style is, I feel like when this team has late game, they already love farming and they love gold. So give yourself like the scale at the same time, they're just gonna walk with it.
Nope. 3 seconds left on the reserve time. 2 seconds left, and they take a Muerta. Okay, Pure has played it before.
I think he even played it like just earlier today. I do feel like that this hero as a carry has been buffed like a lot. You have a very good facet. I think it's the quick shot. Like you get higher percentage to proc your gunslinger when you dead shot, and it lowers the cooldown of it as well. They buffed like the int gain. And I think overall just having like a mixed damage but also high damage carry in this meta looks super good. And with Alacrity, yeah, this hero is really, really scary.
We didn't talk about it. They have played it already in the group stage.
Yeah.
But like whenever you look at a core that's only physical damage, picking Muerta in the carry to carry, you're going to be happy, right? Like it's not many players want to play Muerta carry. I think Arme, there's obviously Pure, and then there's Parker are the main ones. RCY on his last pick though does just go back to the Ember, kind of a Spirit main from the mid lane. And yeah, it's kind of like it's Ember. You've got a Morana, you've got a Willow, like you've got heroes to utilize the root, heroes to utilize the setup. It's about pacing, right? And we praised RCY for being a player who plays on high pacing.
Yeah.
Into Invoker, it can be a little annoying, but is an Exalt Invoker. I mean, I'm looking at RCY to try and break them up in the early game.
For sure. I mean, I like the combo a lot of like Ember Weaver, right? You have like a lot of like chip and poke. You're elusive. You have bugs. You have sleight of fist chains. You have good setup from all of the stuff. I will say that I'm looking at GamerLegion to like play at a like quicker pace, right? Invoker is a slow hero. They all kind of need to protect each other. Brew is good when he has split, whereas GamerLegion, when they have any opening, Weaver can go gate, Ember can go around and like Remnant here, make stuff happen. Because Tundra, I definitely give them the scale. Like I think the Muerta in this game is giga. He's not really answered. You can get on top of him. But if some items come out like Force Staffs, you know, Pipe, and you've got the team fight going, I think GamerLegion, they need to up-tempo this game.
But I want to see GamerLegion, even if, let's say, the tempo doesn't hit and it's an even game, they have to then kite the fights, right? Like, once you initiate, you're kiting the Brew split, you're disengaging, you're kiting the Cataclysm and having a force to save yourself, making Pure use his Veil, and then once the Veil's down, then you look to fight. Like, a lot of GamerLegion in the mid-game will be like, poke, poke, poke. You wasted a spell, then we jump on you. It's going to be very like clean team fighting from them.
Yeah, but definitely also be looking for like Fade, because Blink isn't as prominent right now in center. You want to like go all your auras. I would say like maybe Blade Mail, Pipe, Blink would be like quite nice to like go over and like just keep up the game, you know, because Tundra, like we said already, they have high cooldowns and so on. You need to play around it, get on them, understand also how you want to fight and how you want to smoke. I would say if you get on Pure and you annoy like BZM in the fights, their damage is quite low. And I would also give GamerLegion like the advantage to get an Aegis. Abuse the cooldowns, go there, make it happen. So I do favor Tundra, but obviously there's always a game to be played.
I mean, there's so much fight available for GamerLegion. Like, if they do get online, like the Willow with the Terrorize throwing it on top, like Willow can make Shaman pretty miserable in the fights, like, if you have the positioning, if you have the vision to be able to do that. So it is going to be an exciting game in Game 1 between Tundra and GamerLegion.
Two teams coming into this with 3-game streaks. Tundra on a 3-win streak. GamerLegion on a 3-loss streak. GamerLegion started off pretty well. Had a nice little 2-0 to start things off, beating some decent opponents like Heroic in order to do so. But since then, I've kind of dropped off when it comes to this international competition. Meanwhile, Tundra just keep on rolling, which is unsurprising, I would say, Avery.
They are the blast masters at this point. It is inevitable, you know. They probably already assumed they've won this event. They probably already assumed they've won the next 6 blasts up to like blast 11, you know. They're just already shipping the trophies. In their mind, it's a done deal. So these are the defending champs that you're gonna have to take on here. A tough ask for anybody in this chaotic BO1 group stage, but I have some faith in our NA boys here. You know, I think people underrate the squad. I think they have some good team fight synergy. They have some creative ideas. They're willing to pick some bold heroes and bold spots, and that can win you some of these BO1s. You know, BO3 is a different story, but in a single game, anything can happen.
Okay, so do you think that GamerLegion has some of the formula that you were looking for? Do they have a bold hero? I don't really see one.
I think the Weaver pick was pretty bold. Like, just first pick that carry Weaver, try and punish this Brewmaster as much as you can. I think the Weaver pick did get counteracted in the draft. I think Clock Shaman's pretty hard support duo to play into, and then that last pick, Muerta, adding Calling on top of that is just such a nasty combination with like Cogs Calling, Shackle Calling, that kind of thing. So I'm a little worried for him, but I think the pick was pretty interesting. Ultimately, I think they just should not have given this Invoker in the second phase. I think that's where this draft went a little off the rails for me. Like, come on, boys, what are we doing? You know, this is too much.
Trading out damage, Pure is going to get pretty low. Of course, he has 2 Fairy Fires to work with. Not 1, 2. It's
though. He's going to survive, as will Big Num. First blood still on the table here. Nevermind gets taken away in bottom lane, where Yamson does end up going down. What happened there?
They just didn't control the sentries well enough. There's still a sentry on speed. He got double courier kill, which is pretty nice, but this deep sentry planted by Ahri, you get the shackle and the Sakuchi, that's just 100% dead Weaver. Gotta control the vision on this lane. So already, Tundra supports, putting in some work on these side lanes. We'll get the D-ward bottom. So that'll free up a lot more aggression here. Have to fly out more detection if you're Ahri. That is expensive on a hero like Shaman.
Have another go, shackle, but arrow this time will stop Ahri's aggression.
Let's see what 33 goes this game. I do not think he is going to go Midas like he did in our previous sighting of his Brewmaster. I know he likes that build, but I think when you're playing with Invoker Morta, that just sounds too greedy even for him. Maybe that's not a thing. Maybe there's no such thing as too greedy for 33, but I would be very surprised.
I mean, what else do you get on this here? Nice arrow that lands. Yamson will get some revenge against Ahri.
That's that North American bottom right there. The legacy lives on. Never underestimate NA Priestess of the Moon.
We do have shooters out here. Mid lane matchup going 9-5 compared to 8-4, so it seems pretty even. RCY maybe getting the slight edge over BZM here. And as you said, needs to be able to get that edge because you do not want to give Tundra the Invoker.
It is a very scary hero to play against with this team. They control the team fight so well. They know how to stall games too. So even when you fall behind on this hero, which is often the case, you just can't end the game against them, and then it just goes later and later, and at some point that hero takes over. So fast start here will do a lot for King.
Fighting for Lotuses.
Snowball.
Shadow Realm eventually runs out. Yeah, it's helping a lot here. Big Num doesn't take nearly as much damage, and Whitemon is eventually just going to have to give up on this.
Whitemon is pissed at that creep. Oh, he ruined his entire sequence there.
He kind of did.
The hero GamerLegion needed in that moment. Oh, lanes are kind of going fine for GamerLegion. I mean, you gave up that one bad Weaver kill bottom, but otherwise, you got some couriers, you got to kill. You're CSing pretty well here. Trading pretty well. I'd say their lanes are stronger on paper. Like, I fully expect the Centaur to free farm. I think Ember was your last pick. Should do complete fine. Anything's going to do fine against Invoker. And you had the counter pick versus the Brew. So in theory, you kind of got your triple lane victory on paper. Not by a huge margin, but maybe 60-40, 55-45. But again, I don't think Tundra care. I don't think this is a team that cares that much about stomping lanes. And I don't think they care about winning lanes when they have Invoker too much.
So the laning phase is just one step here in this problem for GamerLegion. Take a slight win in the laning phase and do what with it? What's the game plan here for this squad?
Snowball through Ember. Like, put your supports behind Ember and Centaur with the stuns and the chains and land some.
You're missing the dead shot there. That might get him killed, though. Oh, man, so much damage, that Shadow Realm. Got the full max 200 to burst down Pure. Yamson, meanwhile, cleans up. 33 gets low. Does actually have some stick charges, so he'll stay alive for now, but was kind of close.
He's just refusing to buy items on his lane. Like, they should be playing hyper aggressive and just trying to abuse the hell out of him because he's trying to rush a cornucopia. Does manage to get to it here, but I don't know if that's I don't know if that should work like that. I mean, he kind of gets away with it here, but I think he should have gotten abused more.
Whitemon challenging too. With the cogs and the calling, makes for an annoying mess of things. Big Num still has a Shadow Realm. He'll be okay. And looks like this fight is going to be whatever.
It's just so hard to fight this Centaur. He already has Helm. You do have some Sunstrike potential in all these side lane skirmishes, but BZM's already throwing a couple out. He basically has to manage his mana in terms of winning the lane versus Sunstriking side lanes, and if these Sunstrikes miss, it hurts his mid lane presence a lot.
RCY trying to get level 6 for this power rune. Gets it off the range creep. Now let's see if he can get the power rune. Doesn't look like it. Tundra very well set up for this. Meanwhile, GamerLegion brought 0 supports to the mid lane for the first power rune.
To me, they're not maximizing the freedom this Weaver is kind of giving them. Like, I think if you're speed, you either have to be hyper aggressive on the bottom lane, zoning 33, or you have to go gank mid.
Sunstrike burst down. Thought you could play aggressive, but yeah, that sucks.
But he's just doing it at the wrong time, right? Like, this Shaman takes a power rune, you have all that window to abuse Brew.
Yeah.
They don't use it, and then he tries to abuse it when the Shaman's back. Like, the timings are just off on all of that sequencing for this Mirana. And I do think there is a world where you could even gank this Invoker mid with the slight chains into Arrow if he got chipped enough. But that window is also kind of passed because this Invoker's pretty high level now. So I feel, again, this is kind of like a skill diff. I think Tundra are just getting away with a lot of little laning windows that they could have gotten punished on, but they didn't. And now their greed is paying off, and they're kind of cruising. Like, now it's very hard to make some moves on these heroes. And you're even going to have the Brewmaster ult in half a level here. Which, he's going Orchid. See, I told you he's not going to go Midas.
Yep. Well,
I don't know if I ever would have guessed Orchid. That's kind of a wild idea here. Very untraditional Brewmaster item.
Not having level 6 yet, Yamson puts himself almost a bit too far forward, got hexed. That was a close call.
This lane did not go how they wanted it to, and they're just gonna have to kind of leave the Weaver here, look for something through this Ember. They are trying to find that big invoke.
Fade might actually die here. Full creep wave on him. He tries to just do what damage he can, knowing he's not going to be able to escape from Whitemon. Counter rotation, RCY comes up here, TP's in, goes after Pure, but seems like he's too far away, so they go back to mid lane, but Speed's already controlled and killed this Ember Spirit. He's not finding any help whatsoever. He'll get the amp damage at least. Maybe he just has to do it himself without his allies in tow.
This early game has just been really disjointed, especially for Speed. I feel like he's been trying to like win 2 of these lanes, and neither has really been that successful. It could have made a huge difference here in the early game. So this will be a fast Orchid for this Brew, who is your net worth leader out of the lane phase. Against a double range lane counter pick, 33 just doesn't.
Twice back-to-back deaths for Fade before he can get his Stampede. Tundra punishing him heavily. Bramble goes out and they will get the return kill onto Whitemon, but damage is done. Fade, who is having the best game here of anybody on GamerLegion, felt like he was getting a lot of solo experience, farming up pretty well, but now back-to-back deaths, he has tumbled down the network chart.
Not what you want to see. I think anytime I see Centaur dying in laning phase, it's just it's a massive red flag. You know, this hero's just not supposed to go down. But is that Orchid done? I think it's done. It's flying out.
It still has recipe, right?
No, he put it on Whitemon, who's TPing to him. This is going to be incredible surprise.
Oh my god, Yams is just going to die from this. The Orchid pickup will kill him. Damn, that was a nasty move.
That is a 9.5 minute Orchid instant delivery off the clockwork chicken here. Such a nice play call. Just maximum value. I mean, I don't know what Yamson's supposed to do to expect that. Like,
and also, how is Pure still alive through this, right? It's supposed to be the other way around. It's supposed to be the Weaver is able to play solo, and Tundra are supposed to have to protect their Muerta, but instead the Muerta's been able to play a solo lane while they make this Orchid move. And despite Ember Spirit even being up here, they can't hunt him down and kill him.
And that's Ember with an amp damager.
Yeah.
Pick up 2 bounties here. That's kind of nice. But RCY getting nothing done in this early game. 0-0-0. Yeah, nothing bad has happened to him, but this was your last pick, Ember. Something that can bring the supports into the game, be massive kill threat in this early game. Instead, it's just Invoker with a Meteor Hammer. About to drop it on your head.
Got him. Does catch him inside the brambles here. They're going to go after that kill. Oh, the Forge Spirit tanks the arrow. BZM surely would have died otherwise. Terrorize, not needed here. RCY not really taking that much damage. Should be fine to get out, but still failing to find a kill. GamerLegion just struggling that account. Oh, the Orchid from behind combined with the hook shot. RCY, they give him a stampede, but the damage, it is racked up, and he will die to that Orchid take now, trying to get the extra catch on his speed. Here comes Big Num in with his ult, does what damage he can. Arrow slips on by, lands on the clockwork, but 33 is untouchable. He is getting a number of kills in this game as a Brewmaster without using Primal Split.
He's just owning. I mean, Whitemon is also on this game. His clock has been an absolute menace with the max cogs, just decimating people in their mana pools. This Orc is just such a massive threat. Like, look at how aggressive. He just dusted for the tree line. Like, you show on this wave, you're dead. I don't care if I'm losing some dust gold. He will have to carry a lot of dust this game versus the Weaver and Mirana. It's really important on this brew, but I feel like this Orchid is just already paid off in this game.
100%.
I also kind of like this hammer on the Invoker because it means basically it's a nice spell amp and regen item on him, but it means if this Ember wants to run around the map and gang side lanes, he's just going to take your tower, and he will take it very quickly.
Ember doesn't even have a stun to stop him when it comes to this siege. So
yeah, exactly. I mean, like RCY is not happy about this. Makes this Invoker very tanky, ups his damage on all his spells, and is going to take your tower if you try and help, which... That's another Weaver. This is out of control.
And it almost feels like we've gotten to the point where GamerLegion just needs to start putting like 3 or 4 heroes in one spot, because they are just getting picked apart across the map.
Yeah, you just got to smoke and stampede on top of this Invoker or something. Still is susceptible to being ganked, but it's about your best option, because I mean the itemization here was just really nice from Tundra. It created a lot of pressure points like the instant they got him. A lot of pressure around mid on this tower, a lot of pressure bottom with this Orchid. Even 33 swinging into mid. The Orchid's nice against the Ember. Speed went for the big plays.
Terrorize lands before the Primal Split can go out, and inside the Bedlam, 33 will finally go down. That is a killing spree worth of gold given to Big Num, 424 for him. So nice recovery for GamerLegion, and that actually brings the net worth almost back to even.
Even get the D-Ward down here that Ari was kind of cheekily playing around, so that's a big sequence for them. Like 1,000 gold swing, some more map control, time for this Weaver to farm where he's not getting slain by this Orchid, so big play coming out. Finally getting some connection here. Big tower doesn't just go down.
Yeah, at least he gets the deny on it.
Well, that's, again, pretty nice. Salvaging some little things here. He's close to that vessel. That ups your kill threat a lot here.
God, look how aggressive Ari is. What is going on?
How you missed that?
I'm not sure, but Ari clearly thinking he's going to be able to get some sort of solo grab where he shackles into Sunstrike and maybe he can kill somebody, but there are far too many heroes here. Shrines will get traded out. Pure yet to be kicked out of this top lane, still holding on to a safe lane tower and is about to complete a Maelstrom. So this is about where Muerta's farm is going to start kicking up.
This hero's slow to get going, but once you get going, it's an absolute monster. So the fact he's had this much freedom, it's not as if he's just exploding in net worth, but this kind of position for this hero is great.
The smoke is going to run right into him. Potentially, if they go up here, Fade spots him with the creep, and they're going to catch both of them. Slight chains, Bedlam. You take out the carry. Whitemon with his hook shot almost gets away, but the final arrow from Speed will connect for the double.
Beautiful move. I mean, this is kind of what I expected more of this lineup earlier. I think these kind of connections could have happened because the slight chain's just such a good setup. It's a guaranteed Bramble, guaranteed arrow. You have so much magic damage from the supports. Like that Realm is not going to save you. Sorry, the Pierce the Veil is not going to save you. These cogs are not going to save you. It's kind of hard to get out of this combo.
Got him in the Orchid. Blink Orchid. And while he doesn't get hit by the Sunstrike, he will still die all the same.
Lost his Courier too. And they're going to lose the Willow. Well, maybe he can...
He's got
Shadow Realm TP?
Shadow Realm. He's going to be silenced though. Yeah. Not much you can do about that.
This brew build is destroying it. Orchid Rush into Blink. Wait, what? This is some hyper aggressive.
And he's still got the Midas queued up.
I mean,
I don't think he's actually going to go for it, but he's going to get an Aghanim Scepter, and then he also has this Midas.
This build has absolutely decimated this game. He's so farmed. He's going to get a tower last hit here, too. It's 8,400 net worth.
Massive. Catching BZM's Invoker, though, would be really good. Running out of damage, though. I'm never a big fan of maxed out Hoof Stomp Centaur. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like you either max Retaliate because you're farming, or like you max Double Edge, or you just go like Hoof Stomp Double Edge build because you're killing people in lane or something.
Yeah.
But I guess the extra stun duration in this game is kind of nice for your other setups. You just lost so much map control. Like these towers going down, 3 tier 1s down at 17 minutes, and they have the Invokers. That feels bad. It's just so hard to get your deep vision here.
GamerLegion has got to find a way to crush this top lane. They'll get the tower off of the Home Dom creep. Fade chips away at that.
Still very strong in any sort of open skirmish, especially if the brew goes down without getting ult or orchids off. Opens up the fight for these mobility cores a lot. So
high ground ward. We've got vision on Pure. Missed the bramble. Got the chain. Pure dispels that. Terrorize on the two of them. Puts them together with the Bedlam. Can he finish off this carry? It's a close call, but he will end up dying in the end with the bugs on him. Meanwhile, the Ember Spirit caught by the Orchid. Bignum, he's stuck behind the tier 2, so they get the kill on Pure. But it is rather costly. We're gonna lose 2 heroes for it eventually. Arrow goes out, lands on Ahri. And 33 comes in with the Orchid. Not enough to save Ahri, not enough to get a kill in return. So it still kind of ends up 2-2, I guess.
Well, not the worst exchange for how deep they were on that map. How easy Tundra can spawn. Again, it's some time for Gamson to at least farm some waves and catch up without being pressured. And they get to utilize that deep vision. So this is not that bad of a sequence for GamerLegion. It kind of sucks for RCY here, because I think he was supposed to have a free game and he was the most farmed hero, and now he's to the bottom.
Yeah.
Just because he's had to sacrifice his body on some of these plays, but it's just it's kind of a product of the situation they were in off the lanes. So what can you do? You just gotta keep playing. I think if they can keep splitting up the map and finding some pickoffs, abuse the fact that Mirana Willow give you so much follow-up damage that you don't have to play in like some big 3 or 4 group. You can just play 2 heroes together, 2 heroes somewhere else, let the Weaver farm. That setup could catch Tundra off guard if they're not willing to group more. At the same time, I guess that's why you go Midas on Brew, because they're happy to split the map. I mean, I think 33 is always happy in these games where people are just farming.
Sure.
I don't think he cares.
Once again, GamerLegion trying to secure a foothold in this corner of the map. Cannot do so. Tundra continue to play here with Pure. Stacking up, and as of right now, looks like they've secured Tormentor.
They might contest this. The Dom creep is killing the top wave. They're in a smoke. They will get there in time. It's going to be very close.
Yeah, you better get the lead out.
But even if you can take a fight afterwards, that's also fine. I don't think Tundra want to force this and get caught in the middle.
And Tundra probably feel confident that they have the better team fight with this Brewmaster being level 13. He gets off Primal Split. It's hard for GamerLegion to fight into all this. But if GamerLegion can start off with a pickoff between the smoke and the Moonlight Shadow, they have the positioning to do it potentially here. They go left, they run into the initiators. It's going to be Whitemon. Whitemon, the first contact. gets brambled up. 33, meanwhile, he managed to get the Orchid out onto Yamsen. Yamsen got off the Shukuchi, though. He's away, hit by the Tornado, dodges the Sunstrike as a result. Still caught in the shackles, though. Yamsen, he's not going to get caught out. He's going to get stunned. Oh, no. Meanwhile, they go after BZM. They will kill this Invoker, but they've lost their carry in the meanwhile. Running out of damage and running out of team fight. Being run down by the Brewlings on either side. Nice dead shot, pushing RCY even deeper into the field. TP coming in, Pure from behind. Slight chains, it'll bring him a little bit low here with a Vessel. RCY, can he actually get one more slight to finish off Pure? Sadly, no, gets hexed up by Ari. Got him! The chain stun wasn't there.
Oh my God.
And he manages to get his mark still, though. It's a 2-for-4 exchange. 2-for-5, rather. A complete team wipe on GamerLegion.
Man, Ari did work in that fight. Like, you catch the Weaver early, he goes down, just getting shackled into the Brewmaster damage. So massive, because he's so much of the damage that's missing there. Look, he does nothing in this fight. It's all the Ember. And, I mean, that was your big Mjolnir timing. He doesn't get a time lapse off. Didn't really get a great Swarm off. Running into the Clockwork first is the worst case scenario for GamerLegion. This is not the hero you want to have to initiate on. And meanwhile, this Brew, he is level 16 3/4 here at 21 minutes. That is absolutely disgusting. Like, what in God's name?
Arrow slips out and hits BZM. And it's just the two of them up here. Tundra, they're trying to make their way down the river to get here in time to help out RCY. He gets Orchided, and he makes a run for it out of the Cataclysm just in time. Unfortunately, Fade couldn't get the initiation they're looking for. BZM, he gets away. They're going to chase after some support heroes. Looks like Whitemon. Oh, a miss chance. No way. Whitemon lives because of a miss there from Yamsen. They'll get Ari at least. There's no way Ari gets out.
Man, I mean, you need some little wins in this game, and even the uphill miss is toying with you at this point. Well, you did not get the big core punish we were looking for, and that means these cores continue to farm up on the side of Tundra. The Ags are coming in now. That Brew is... He's about to have level 4 ult and one more level here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that is going to ruin someone's day, like, for sure. This Weaver still has no survivability. He's just sitting on pure damage with Mjolnir, so this is my big concern. Like, I think you can actually keep taking these fights if you're GamerLegion, but how does Yamsen stay in the fight and actually deal damage? I think the second he shows you're afraid of Orchid, you're afraid of Hex, you're afraid of hookshot cogs into any of that, you're afraid of this Cataclysm off of any stun, the calling, dead shot, like... I don't know. Does he need BKB this game or something? Like, you do not want to go BKB on this hero, but might have to.
Whatever it is, it feels like he needs a solid 10-15 minutes of farming here. He needs to get to that like 3 or 4 item, approaching level 25. I don't think he's a threat until then.
It feels like he needs like Hurricane Pike Lincolns, and then he can actually go in.
Fade, he'll take a bit of damage here from this Orchid, even more from the Brewlings. Can his team bail him out at all? The Rock is going to follow him here, and the Sunstrike hits off of the Rock stun. That's nice. Dirty.
This Brew is just so freaking farmed, so high level, man.
Yeah.
It must be nice to play with 33, you know? It's like, this guy just first picks his hero. That's what you gotta remember. This is first pick Brewmaster right here. They had 5 heroes to make this guy's life hard. They had counter carry pick, a Morana ult to disjoint Stampede to disjoint it, you know, some follow-up chain stuns. He's just 9-1 and 5 highest net worth in the game, highest level in the game, level 18 with level 4 ult online at 25 minutes. Like, don't worry, I'll just solo kill everybody around the map with the aggressive Blink Orchid build that nobody expected. Man.
I think I would love it mostly for his itemization, you know? Like the fact that he always gets the right item for you, which I think is probably one of the harder things for off lane because usually there's so many options, right?
Very difficult for a lot of offlaners unless you are like a very one-dimensional offlaner where you're just a fixed feature. And
yeah.
you know, if you're just like aura bot buyer and you buy auras every game, it's not that difficult. But the way he plays is his role changes a lot. Sometimes he's the DPS leader, sometimes he's a pseudo farming carry, sometimes he's an aura bot. That's what always impresses me the most. So he continues to shine here, though Invoker is top in the chart as BZM's starting to clean up more of the map. So GamerLegion are gonna have their work cut out for him here. I mean, these are hard scaling heroes with a lot of net worth behind them, and I think you do have some BKB or like defensive item timings at some point in this game where you can kind of abuse the fact Tundra don't have the best BKB control. You just don't want to give up too many objectives before you get there. And like, man, just go Roche with Shaman wards. They can start ghost pushing waves with Forge Spirits. And
yeah, look how fast that was, right? They still have their mid tower up. As soon as the Centaur shows on that Watcher bottom, immediate, like, Pure makes the call. TP's mid, let's do Roche. He's out of position to be able to do it. Stop us. Now, they might still be able to get there in time as Roshan dies here. Aegis is going to be picked up. And yeah, no initiation from GamerLegion. In fact, they're the ones who are going to be jumped. Big Num, he's the first one down. 2 quick swipes. A blind hook shot from Whitemon does not land.
Almost got him there. Brewmaster's still looking.
Yeah, he's going to find Fade.
This ult lasts a long time.
Long enough for Whitemon to get in here with the cogs. Nope, couldn't get him inside the cogs. It's Stampede. Man, they're stunned for so long. The Cataclysm goes out. They got the catch on RCY. RCY shackled and orchided and killed. They're going to cut some waves here. GamerLegion bleeding out some heroes. I mean, initially just losing a support and losing the Roshan was fine, but now it's going to be even more. Speed does manage to get through the gate despite the Gleipnir. Yamson, he's got to be careful. No TP. His TP got canceled, so they know he's around here somewhere. They're just trying to spread out, spot him somewhere, but nobody sees him.
He's going that BKB. I think you kind of have to, given the game state. Like, you have to just rush the BKBs here and hope it can win you a fight. They have a Centaur BKB. That's nice, but I don't know if it's changing too much here. The Weaver's the big one. Eyeing up the Brew bottom, no ult. But Whitemon always running interference on the map.
Speed was getting some information earlier. Still sitting on a spot. They spot both supports. Oh, blink for blink though. Ari, too quick for him.
Almost get both supports there. Would have been a blessing on this really nice ward. You do not want to give up some of these wards. There's a gem on the Brew right now, which is not, I mean, it's big for the map control, but this is also a huge item for him in the fight because you are playing against Mirana ult.
Sure, yeah.
You're playing against Weaver. Like, this gem goes a really long way for this hyper farmed Brew to just kill people on his own. Still have Aegis here too. 2.5 minutes. If Pure just wants to push, you can always drop Shaman wards, Forge Spirits on the high ground, force GamerLegion back.
Yeah, there'll be multiple tier 2s following here at least. Ari knows that GamerLegion wants to rat the game out as much as possible. Cataclysm, but to blink up for blink again. Got the shackles on Big Num without the Shadow Realm. He'll die. And Fade, did he use his BK? Okay. He did not pop the TP right away, so the hookshot did not stop that. The rest of the BKB will ensure he gets out successfully.
Brutal.
Does he actually kill him? Tornado, if he gets the Sunstrike out here. Oh, okay, never mind. It's a Hexing from the other side from Ari.
That's why that gem is so valuable. Like, your kill threat is just insane.
Now trying to catch even more. 5 more seconds for the Primal Split to find another hero. RCY has got to be super careful here. Cannot afford to be orchided. He's good for now.
This map just got completely taken over by Tundra here in the last 2 minutes. You do get the Weaver BKB, but he's dead, and you've lost all your vision on the map, except that ward top, which is not too useful here. You've lost basically all your tier 2s.
Maybe gonna lose Big Num here, who thought he could just Shadow Realm, kill the wave.
Yeah, that's an amp damage more at the... Still has Aegis for a minute, by the way.
Yeah.
This was just an outclass in this game. Like, I think we just saw a lot of the little things that separate these two teams right now. Which is, I mean, I'm not trying to like slight GamerLegion. I think they're a great team, but Tundra and Blast is perhaps the best team in the world, you know, so.
Yeah.
These guys are multi-TI champs and stuff. And a lot of these little things just add up, and it makes these games look a lot more one-sided than they are. But like, how many blinks did Ari get off first? You know, how many of those little kills on lane went the Brewmaster's way? The little Orchid pickup timing, all these things slow down your item timings. This Weaver BKB gets delayed. He maybe dies in extra time, can't join the fight. It snowballs so much. Oh dear.
What an arrow that could have been. Still has the Aegis for 5 seconds though, and that will expire, bringing Pure back up to full HP. They're gonna smoke off of that. Oh yeah, this has been quite the suffocating game for GamerLegion. Feels like they have not had any ground to work with almost the entirety of the game. Like, just, you're talking about all the little things. I'm thinking back about these core heroes and like their timings on level 6, right? Fade, back-to-back deaths. They punish him for trying to get his Stampede off the creep wave, get a kill on him there. The fact that we had that fast Orchid. As a result, GamerLegion are just left with a singular prayer, which is that Tundra will somehow throw the game when they go high ground. The only way that's really possible is if they can all in Pure when he's hitting buildings. And that would take a stomp into arrow, which automatically you're hoping that Pure doesn't hit BKB before he gets stomped, which is unlikely.
The Alacrity just makes this hero terrifying to fight into. Even if you get him low, if he just BKB Pierce the Veils and gets Alacrity, he's gonna insta-shred anybody around him. So either 100 to 0 Pure or you're in massive trouble. Trying to finish up this Ember BKB to complete the trifecta. They will have it here. So this is that BKB timing across all the cores. I mean, this is pretty much your last item timing to try and group and win a team fight going into this next Roche period. You have Moonlight Shadow to try and give you some cheeky angle. You can start on one of the big DPS cores, which I guess is all 3 of the cores at this point. That is your big ticket into the fight. And BZM shows mid for a second.
Man. Again, just a second or two off.
Yep.
BZM is just way too quick with it. He's way too aware. He just throws out his spells, immediately backs out, isn't sticking around for nothing.
Very well read by him. He's basically already
tier 1
assuming
tower is still alive.
Yep. And that is... I don't know what the win rate is for Invoker if his tier 1 tower never dies, but I have to imagine it is like 90% or something.
I mean, that's easy to say no matter what the hero is, to be fair.
Sure,
Can you think, have you ever seen a game where a team won, but they never took the mid-tier 1 tower?
Okay, I'll rephrase it. Like, if his tower's, you know, alive at like 20 or 25 or whatever.
Sure, yeah.
Obviously, if mid tower never dies, you probably won't win anything. But Invoker is not supposed to have his tower alive.
Arrow, ooh, okay, pushed Ari over to the side here, dodges the arrow that was coming out. And 33 will start things off. Tornado goes out, setting him up. The Primal Split, where does he want to go with it? They're just going to take the easy target. The Centaur, as tanky as he is not very tanky in front of the full power of the Tundra squad. They don't go for the back line. They just kill the things that are set in front of them one by one. Long range hook shot catching even more speed. He'll leap out of it. RCY using his BKB to stay alive for now. Speed not having that same kind of luxury. Caught him on the shackles. RCY, even with the BKB, may not survive. Slight goes out, getting some heroes low, and it is going to be the Shadow Shaman who does die. Yamsen able to finish him off. Pure BKB teleport out. And GamerLegion have expended their last bit of resources for winning a fight. Using some of their buybacks, there is really just nothing left in the tank for them anymore.
Just getting manhandled. Damage is insane from this Tricor. Again, if you can't start the fight on your terms by just blink, stun, chaining one of these cores, it's going to be a rough time. Can't really kite this lineup either. Too many tornadoes and toss-ups and hook shots and chase potential. And every time you get tossed in the air, you come down, you're going to get hexed if you don't insta BKB. So you're just have to commit. There's an MKB for Yamsen. Some damage.
Fast Roach spawn. Unfortunately, GamerLegion with their buybacks do not have a numbers advantage to immediately do it. They need a pickoff. And Pure, who doesn't have BKB right now. Oh, what a Manta dodge. Dodges the stomp, and is that going to be enough to keep him alive? It's looking good. Fade, BKB, TP out, he'll make it away. Meanwhile, a Hex on speed. RCY has his BKB up. He's okay. They're both okay.
Yeah, this game is, it's just an outclass for sure.
You have a chance. One slim opportunity. You find the enemy carry with no BKB. And yet, he's just Manta dodges your stun anyway.
To be fair, that is probably the slowest stun he can be, like, attempted stunned with from Fog.
Oh yeah, for sure.
One of the slowest in the game. I mean, is there even a slower stun? Most stuns I feel have been either made instant or like they have a travel time because it's a projectile, but
sure.
Yeah, it just feels bad, man. Is Pure back in form? I feel like he's starting to find some of that old prime Pure we're used to seeing, you know, as opposed to TI Pure that was not pretty.
Yeah, it wasn't
that way.
It wasn't his highest form.
Yeah, I swear there was like 3 months where every game this guy was just 0-5 on lane. Another man, dude. This is,
you can't touch him. Hook shot, a dead centaur likely, as the force staff is not going to be enough to save him. Pure almost drops the Aegis Terrorize, trying to push these heroes away, but they are just running from 33. As this primal split can't really be touched. So they're going to have a solid 15 seconds. GamerLegion just going to have to reset and see if they can convince Tundra to take a fight with the primal split on cooldown. Though I guess 33 does have a refresher. And if anything, it's going to be Megas before they even get back into it here. One final building left. GamerLegion, okay, they just give it up. Prepared to play against Megas. 33 jumping in. Orchid forcing out the BKB from Yamsen. Chases after some supports where he can, but the hookshot turnaround, he just dies almost instantly. There's not enough damage and certainly not enough HP. GamerLegion have 0 chances in these fights against Tundra.
just outplayed, straight outplayed on so many little levels. I think the draft's okay. Like, I like Tundra's drafts better. I don't think you should give this team a really late pick Invoker with so much setup like that. But ultimately, like, you're not going to come in the series and expect to outdraft Tundra. You're going to have to outplay them to get these wins. And man, you just got out-manted, out-blinked, out-laned, out-skirmished. That was just a beatdown. And I mean, that guy right there, 33. I feel like I can't praise this guy enough. It's like pointless at this point to praise him, but that was just a sick game from him. The Orchid delivery, the itemization, the super aggressive plays. What a monster, dude. What a monster.
Yeah. Surprising absolutely nobody here. Tundra do take out GamerLegion in this best of one.
Coming into the tournament, Tundra's game 1 was a 72-minute back and forth for Reconics. Then they lost to Na'Vi, so things look, on paper, you got to say, it looked shaky.
Yep.
Since then, whew, Tundra is returning to their blast slam.
They're definitely on like a roll, I think, right? Like not just with like, because the drafts, okay, fine. I would say they haven't really changed so much, but it's more like, you know, the form that they're showing us from like yesterday to today. Because I mean, Dota at the highest level is obviously a beauty of like team play and coordination, but also individual excellence. And you can see like when this team is in form, as the, like that's what they showed us in this game. You know, they're like, there's so many small things that they do with like blinking here, dodging this, good smoke moves, then breaking it, and then smoking yourself to go around. Because the early game for GamerLegion, honestly, it looked kind of good. But then we'll get into it later. There's so many things that other teams, they just wouldn't pull out of their hat. But this team and these players, they find a way.
Yeah, I think their ability to just kite as a team, like you're mentioning, is so exceptional. I feel like in multiple different tournaments now, I've talked about replays where, you know, Ari's entering from a certain angle, or Whiteman's in a certain position, or like they're doing these things where they're always playing on the fringe of the fight and then collapsing when they're told to, right? Like other teams, like you said, like they will see an engagement and they just go in. And maybe that's what we saw from GamerLegion. They see hero, they go kill hero, but there's not this like nuance. There's no class behind it. It's just we want the kill. But Tundra, they're always kind of like dancing around the fight and the communication. And like the replays we saw yesterday and like how they're baiting people into the pit to then fight them. Here, they're just offering up a hero to then for another hero to get a kill. Like, again, Tundra, their team fighting, it is really, really scary once they get online.
Because what you're saying also with the dancing, I think it shows quite nicely, because at some point, I feel like you can see it in GamerLegion's gameplay. Some of their moves and like their jumps, they're not like the most natural. It's just because Tundra, like they're making it hard for you to like get this engagement, so eventually you overreach like 100 range, 200 range, or it's like a second too late, whereas against other teams, you know, the timing would still hit. But this time around, you know, Tundra, they have barely, like they have 1 death each on BZM and 33. Like the way they played around the map, sure, Pure dies like 4 times, but the other people, you know, you have BZM and Voka, you know he's going to carry it through. 33 with some of his performances, like, it's fine if they take some of the space away. They'll make up for it. Ain't no problem.
I mean, stat lines for BZM Invoker, right? 10-6-19, 13-2-12, and 7-1-15. 3 games of Invoker, 3 wins at Slam. Of course, everyone knows the hero to player combination is exceptional, but for some reason, it keeps getting through. Again, just to be clear, banning Invoker can feel awkward in certain drafts, so some teams just let it through, and then this happens.
I mean, like when they have the setup, I mean, I don't know what teams are thinking or what the idea is. If you let it through, have a better plan. Like Ember Invoker, it's fine. It's good for Ember. He gets his game, but do you like really shut him down? I don't think so. The way Centaur is played too, he doesn't like rush a blink. You know, we're not in the meta where offlaners like get their first 2k gold, they go blink and then gank you. They're buying an aura. Invoker doesn't care about auras. He has pure damage. He's farming. He's chilling. Who cares?
Yeah, and fair play. All right, we spoke about in the draft the 2 builds of Brewmaster, Dota 2. It's like when you watch a pro, it's like this is build A, this is build B.
Yep.
But you can build any item in the game. You have creative freedom, and of course, in the cast they were hyping it up. 33 in this game. Of course, this is way later in the game. We're showing his items, but it all started with that 9-minute Orchid Kezu.
Yeah, like honestly, it's just so beautiful, and I think this is what makes the highest level of Dota. Not just that he's queuing it. Look at his positioning here. He actually walks back to meet the courier to now use the Orchid, and this is the first
The courier was Whiteman, by the way. The clock was the delivery mechanism.
Oh my, like even like another layer, you know, and then like later, it's not the only play, because you've seen other games where Weaver plays into Brew and the Weaver destroys because it's seen as like, you know, this big play and you can like play so easily into the Brew. But look at like all of these clips. You have like the Orchid from 33 that's not just owning the Weaver, like back to back. It also owned the Ember. It's great against the supports, and it's what makes this player. Like he's not just incredibly skilled, I would say he has the best itemization out of any offlaner in the entirety of Dota, maybe even in like the entirety, like history-wise too. Because he will swap his build, he will swap his gameplay and just make it happen, because I think no other offlaner would have built Orchid in this game, and we might be talking about a completely different game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, you need to be able to identify when it is good to do it, because if you buy the item and then you don't get the kills, you feel lost, right? Like, you need to identify that you have the setup. And of course, with Clockwork and Shaman and Invoker, with Sunstrikes and whatnot, like, you have all the tools to do it, so it's going to feel good.
Yeah.
But just having the mentality to be able to go for the itemization, it's really clear. And I think that's just testament to Tundra, right? You've got Pure doing the Shadow Fiend build, you've got 33 buying what he wants. Like, they clearly understand their heroes to the top level to be able to do this. So other teams, they won't do it. Tundra, they will. I just hope that other players look at it and go, you know what? I can do it. But of course, you need trust. You need layering and understanding. But
it can be quite hard because it's like not just like, I mean, it mainly comes from you, right? Like your confidence and like your understanding of like the heroes, because not only did he first pick his hero, it went into one of the matchups that many people would say is like really hard to play. But if you can just be creative and like find this way to work around it, which obviously they did, anything can be possible if you just understand how to work around the weaknesses. And I think that fully sums up this entire game.
Yeah, and you good to move on?
I'm very happy.
All right, great, because you're talking about overcoming things, moving to new chapters, and trying to find new things. OG and Falcons.
We need some overcoming here?
Yeah, there's a lot of overcoming required for this one. All right, because sure, OG, they're having a pretty good time, right, in their span, right, getting 5th, 6th multiple times. They're looking pretty healthy. Unfortunately, when they go up against Falcons, we have a graphic for it, it doesn't look that good at all for them. This seems to be like the team that just breaks OG for some reason throughout the last competitive year.
I mean, OG want to play really quickly. Maybe Falcons just have like an idea of, I mean, first of all, they're excellent laners. Like a lot of the time, teams that play fast, they want to like do well in their lanes and like connect with each other and make moves happen. So maybe it's something with like, you know, the overall laning strength that Falcons have. Because I do feel like for OG to like have good games and their whole identity is do well in lanes, collapse together, keep going, keep going. You know, it doesn't matter which team plays under the OG banner. It's kind of like the energy that is brought into the games.
Yeah, and I think the trajectory right now of both teams, I feel like if there ever was a time for OG to overcome this kind of Falcons curse, it feels like maybe in this group stage. Sure, yesterday they were 4-0, today they're now, what, 0-2, so a 4-2 scoreline. OG isn't really carrying that momentum, but I'd like to think that Falcons not doing too well, OG having slightly better moments in this group stage. Yeah, I feel like it shouldn't be as one-sided as, you know.
I definitely think it's not. Like, OG overall, they have good players, they're a good team. You see it in a lot of the gameplay, like what they're doing. And also, I think just, again, like when you play against the top dogs, you need to be able to be free. Because what we saw in the last series, you know, if, you know, there's one small decision that you don't do because maybe you're lacking the confidence or you feel like one of your teammates is like, you know, not believing in you, the entire game can be so different. But Falcons themselves, I feel like they're showing cracks. You know, they're not looking like, oh, they're like the 10 out of 10 gameplay, like they're making stuff happen. No, they're vulnerable. They haven't played that much. It's absolutely, you know, up in the air.
Yeah, I mean, Amar in the series earlier, right, and his Slaughter, there's multiple times where they disengaged, they just run away on Sven. Now Amar's like blinking in, like, hey! And then he looks around, like his team's not there. Like, these are like moments that I think historically for Falcons just haven't really been a thing. So there is something within the, like, it's one of those things where like I don't think no one will be able to pinpoint it.
Yeah.
It's just some type of communication or vibe within the roster that's making these plays. Like there's weird support plus core pickoffs where they both die. There's Amar jumping in, and this was the graphic that we were mentioning earlier. So in all of these games, by the way, they've always been group stages. OG have never played up against Falcons. Again, don't forget, in that first slam that you see, that's when they weren't signed up as OG, as Aureus. But in all 3 times, it's only been group stage games that OG's played against Falcons. So the whole narrative of OG being this top 6 team, doing really well, what happens if any of these series was a playoffs game? Maybe OG wouldn't have made it as far as they have because, again, based on the stats, not a single game has ever been won with this roster versus this Falcons.
That's kind of interesting because I feel like when you just look at like the matchup, it shouldn't be that bad for OG. Like the only thing I can think is like maybe the laning stuff, but overall Falcons, they're not the fastest team. Sure, you know, they're gonna like take some tower in the early game and then like defend their own. But if you're OG, I feel like they're gonna get what they want. So I don't know if there's like some counterpart that I'm missing.
I maybe attribute it to draft. I know it's the simplest kind of avenue to ever go in this type of analysis, but like when you look at the OG losses today, right? They picked a Naga Siren into a Razor, into an Ember, right? Like historical matchups where Razor can go Mjolnir, can stand his ground to kill the illusions. You've got the Ember with the flame just running through as well. You can kill the illusions. Like they kind of counterpicked their own carry and then played a very macro intense game where they couldn't ever do anything, right? So I feel like maybe these small little drafting blunders against Aoi, against Falcons, they're gonna capitalize on that. And I think like the average win duration for all those games you saw, it was around like 38 minutes, 37 minutes. Like it wasn't as if it was epically long games the entire time. I think only one game was like a 50-odd minute game. There was even like a 19-minute win for Falcons. So yeah, I think potentially the small blunders of OG draft, trying to push the limits, getting Axe and Naga and Beastmaster carry, they can sometimes handicap themselves against the tournament winning teams.
I mean, what I would like from OG, because it's something we saw yesterday, they actually had Mars and they were like flexing it quite a lot. And to me, like Yopaj and Natsumi have been like standing out quite a bit. Like what Yopaj did on this Mars yesterday was pretty magical. You know, like his performance, you go mid, you play into a hard lane, you make all this stuff happen, a lot of the early moves. I just want to see the same thing in this upcoming series.
But do you want to see Mars mid again? You want specifically that
in the
hero?
right game. It depends. Like, you know, you can have it, you can flex it, because both Yopaj and Nico, they play it quite nicely. And it fits well into like this, you want to play aggressive, you want to make moves, it connects nicely. They also pick Snapfire, like a hero we don't see very often. So, you know, I just want to see it's day 2 of the BO1s. Keep playing your stuff, keep tweaking it slowly after the games, and just show us what you got.
Yeah, no, I fully agree with you. I mean, like, just Yopaj, like, I think just seeing a mid lane TP to the safe lane and go for a random kill,
I like that.
Those little moments, they can break a game. And of course, to have a game, we need a draft. An OG Falcons draft is going to be underway. Already, OG are respecting Falcons to the highest of levels. The Husker, the Razor, the Viper, all gone.
Same for Falcons, like, towards OG. I don't remember the last time. Well, of course, there have been metas, but the first phase Darkseer ban is anything but normal. Like, this does not happen. I will say that OG had some interesting drafts yesterday. I think they had some last pick like Darkseer, you know. They flex some other stuff around to then make what the POS 4 Faces Void work, which is not something we see too often, kind of like a SCA specialty. But, you know, I get it. And this is why the first phase bans, again, it's usually this mixture of like meta OP and respecting the opponents.
Yeah, I mean, so far in Blast Slam, OG have played the Darkseer 3 times. They beat MOUZ, they beat Yandex, they beat GamerLegion. Then it got ignored in the Heroic series to then be banned by XG as well in the series they played earlier today. So it has been a hero that they've been utilizing, of course, later in the draft, second phase, third phase. And Falcons here, it's like, you know what? We don't want to even think about it. Of course, in the first phase, when you have those 4 bans, you often are looking towards 2 kind of respect to first pick and then a couple investment bans. Think about the future. And the MOUZ that we spoke about, of course, has been picked up, a hero that they like to play in the mid and the off lane. But it really just always, it makes any draft feel like it's coherent, because that's where you take the team fight. Now pick the damage, the skirmish, and all the heroes to follow.
Yeah, I want to see what Falcons' idea is. Obviously, they're one of the best like Mars teams themselves. You know, they have Mr. Amario, who is, I would say, the best Mars in the entire world. So I want to see like some of his answers. Like, to me, you want to answer this hero in like a way where you can match his team fighting. It's the strength of this hero. I think you kind of need to try to match it, whether you're offline it's like some Tide who, you know, buys an early pipe, you get some auras to like fight into it, but also supports that gives you like the overall area of control.
Okay, they go for DK. I was pretty much going to lean towards, I like against Mars having combo breaking cores where you get into the middle of the fight and you can brush off something. Like the Ursas, the Abaddons. You know, DK, you could argue to some degree, gets quite tanky quite quickly, likes to buy BKB. Skidder always goes for Blink on it, unlike other carry players. So you could argue it is the same thing, maybe not as resilient as other options before items come into play, but yeah.
I mean, I guess it is nice for them also because they do have the option of flexing it, especially from second pick. Like, they can keep it open. I will say for OG, I think a lot of the heroes that they like to pair with Mars are pretty good against DK. Like, whether it's a Snapfire with very high magic damage and bonus teamfight, or a Phoenix as well. A hero that, in my opinion, is on the rise, and also for the right reason. It's an overall great hero. Can be flexed in some scenarios and gives you great team fighting. So wouldn't be too surprised if OG are looking at some of these.
Do you think Falcons are jealous so far in Blast Slam?
Jealous?
Yeah. They're seeing all these teams pick Mirana.
That's true.
They're
they have the king.
This Mirana. They have, you know,
the literal Mirana king.
One of the best Mirana players in the world, and he just keeps looking at these other teams enjoying it. Tofu just leaping around, Whitemon invising his team to success, and he's like, guys, can I play it, please?
I wouldn't be too surprised. Guy is literally the best bottom in the world. Like, he won like TI with it at least once. So it's kind of a good combo, you know, with the DK. I guess maybe you don't like, you know, touch the Mars too much like early on. But I think Falcons are also like very strong in like whatever current ideas they have for like their couple heroes. I think they're gonna stick to it, especially on the supports, because they're like, you need to make us work on the cores.
Yeah. And already OG are taking away some of that explosive damage that can also hurt a Mars, right? The Sand King, the Sven. When you get into the fight, you are just going to delete heroes, especially with DK setting up the engagement already. I like that. Again, it's respecting the cause, because for Falcons, we mentioned Mirana, there's still like the Hoodwinks and the really classic heroes that you would see paired with the Dragon Knight. Plenty of options. Snapfire, both teams don't mind playing. So that is a hero that could be, you know, contested in that next phase. They take away the Shadow Demon. They pick up the, you know, the casual Chikira again. That's just probably the most generic 5 in the game. Can't really ever argue with that. Sets up.
He's a good laner. He gives you follow-up. And especially when you see Falcons, like the heroes we already mentioned, you just talked about the Hoodwink as well. Like, it's just what they're looking for, right? You want the blink stun, insta-kill, back off, play the map, keep farming. It's like the Falcons' MO, especially when it comes to the mid-game. So if you're OG, the easiest thing for your draft here will just be to lock in your double support. You're pretty happy. Give yourself the team fight into the Mars.
But when you lock in your double support, though, you have to make sure that they are good laners. When you pick a weak double lane support against Falcons, now Amar goes, okay, I want this hero story, just give it to me. You know, like, he will comfortably pick his hero there. And you are trying to hide the Mars a bit within the draft, right? The mid, the off lane.
At least the nice thing for Mars, whether you flex in mid or off lane, he kind of wants the same heroes on like the other roles, right? Like, he just wants like the follow-up raining damage into the team fight. I mean, let's see here. I think yesterday it was Skem who played the snap, so they played it as a +5, which I think is fine to me. You know, wherever you want to lane, you just need the levels, you'll be fine whether you're the 4 or the 5. So it's up to Tim's, because last time, you know, they played it with like they were a little more creative, you know, having some like faceless void here.
It was very creative.
Yeah, like, I don't know if that's something you want to run here. I mean, of course, you know, DK Jakiro, if that is the lane, it is quite strong. But if you want to look for, like, maybe there's other melee heroes that you could be eyeing to give you a little more gameplay.
I always lean towards Tiny in this position, the Tusk, right? We always talk about Tusk. It's one of the strongest fours for that kind of generic vibe, but okay, they go for Undying. So they are, to be fair, they are continuing the flex slightly, right? Snaps to 4, the 5, the Mars is the mid to off lane, Undying, off lane to 5 as well. So you could technically make a case that all 3 heroes are playing different roles right now. Again, for Falcons, you ignore that flexibility and you go, okay, how do we beat these heroes no matter where they go to? Like, what spells can they provide to the game? That's when you start drafting. Of course, Undying offlane is something to maybe think about, but you've already got the Jakiro.
That's true.
The Jakiro already kind of secures that lane in some way where it's not going to be an absolute disaster, but...
Yeah, it can be played. I feel like, I guess I wouldn't really love it. I guess the idea more so is just, I mean, it's just solid, right? It gives you even more team fight with the Mars, but I would assume that what Amar is looking for is like this offlane guy that can like match the team fight. Generally, those heroes are the strength melee guys that you want to have.
Okay.
They will go for the Froggy Man as he is available.
And they put Froggy Man in the 4 role last time on crit, so maybe we are to assume that it's going to be the same.
I think so. I heard Amar like 10 days ago swear on his life that he would never play the Frog because he's ugly.
That's his
literally said those words. Yeah, he looks ugly. I don't want to play him.
That's basically him hiding the fact that he can't press 2 buttons in rhythm consistently.
That makes
but as
sense.
a Bristle player, you'd expect him to be good at it because he's, you know, smashing the W key.
He was probably happy when they added the you can auto cast it and just perma quills
for Bristle. Ah,
exactly.
Yeah, sure. Maybe that stopped him from playing it. And a Timbersaw has entered the mix. So with the 3 heroes that have been presented, Timbersaw, he's looking pretty good. He's, you know, he's not really going to make any arguments.
No, he's quite happy. Like, as long as he does, like, at least for now, he has to get like full blown up, right? You need to get arena'd, all of the snap spells, whatever other spells are coming out. But if there's like a glimmer, a pipe, whatever that like helps you out for later, then you don't really care too much.
And then that's Humi Clinks.
He owned yesterday, so I will say it's just very high damage from OG. Timber, if he does get items, he's very annoying for Clinks. Like, the one thing Clinks hates is like high armor heroes that can actually stand your ground or kill you. Timber with items later, he can do that. I will say early on, this hero will struggle. I think the Undying Clinks lane is like very, very nasty. But Falcons, and especially Amar Timber with items, he can take over this game.
I mean, Amar already looks to be somewhat unkillable with items. And then you throw Croak of Genius on him, it's spell damage amp, right? It's not magic amp. You know, so any of the Timber spells are just going to go crazy with the Croak. That is something to note and be potentially wary of. I have not seen the Largo plus Timbersaw combination yet.
Me neither. I feel like that's something that Falcons are like on the ball on. Like at TI, they kept playing like the Sand King Hoodwink. Earlier, they had the Largo Sand King, looked super strong.
Yeah.
Now they have the Largo Timber. I mean, obviously this team, they love a lot of like the intricacies of like heroes and like buffing you, and then this makes me stronger, it makes me happier. So I think they're on a new trend here.
I mean, it also helps, right? Because when you have like Largo Ringmaster, Largo Jakiro, like when you have another support that also has like a cheap little bit of damage, it is going to feel nice. Like Largo, wherever he goes, he's going to be able to amp someone in the map. And OG, they do ban out the Ursa. So still thinking the DK will be going towards the mid lane.
Okay, I see. So if you're OG, I mean, obviously you have the choice of where the Mars goes. You don't really know yet where, of course, the DK is for Falcons. I don't know if they can find a hero where they feel like, oh, we can like flex it into the DK and then just follow him. But I think it would be nice if they have another hero that they can play around. Like, not just the Mars, because he needs his arena. He's going to need at least like a blink or at least phase boost if he's played from mid. So I think finding a generic mid that you can play through would be kind of nice.
I mean, OG just needs a hero that can just, go find a hero, get a kill, right?
Yeah.
And they got so much clunk and mass to throw down at an objective. If they have another clunky hero, then it's going to be very scripted gameplay. You need that chaos factor. Of course, Storm Spirit zipping in, that is a fair shout. The lockdown on Falcons, it's a little awkward, right? Dragon Tail, Ice Path.
Yeah, I feel like having a hero that goes Vessel Shiva would be quite nice. I understand you have Largo, he can like dispel, but you know, maybe on Mars you can take the vision facet and like make it hard, or like get some chain stun going on. But Shiva's is quite damn good against both DK Timber, so if you can find a hero that you feel like is good for the game and they can naturally buy those items, maybe you're pretty happy. So a hero like Ember to me would go up in value at least a little bit. I mean, you're not gonna do incredible in the lane against DK, but it gives you good gameplay.
Can't you just go for then like the Leshrac in that sense? And then you have like Clinks with the physical damage, and then you have Leshrac going crazy with the magic and the pure damage. Like
I definitely think you could do that too, because I like Mars Lesh a lot. Like you want like this explosive damage, and then you have a secondary guy that does it for you. Then the idea is just, did you need, maybe you would have had to cover the Lesh with something different? I'm not sure. Because I like the Lesh now, I'm then just thinking, what do Falcons go? Maybe some co-op? I don't know, maybe you don't care. But I like the Lesh idea a lot. Where's Falcons? I mean, we saw this match. I saw this matchup a few times now, like the Naga into Clinks, and I have seen Naga lose like at least once or twice to it, but I still feel like
they do have
pretty
some problems.
good.
Yeah, they have
and
some Naga problems.
Falcons are like the best Naga team in the world, at least to me. Like Skeeter, you know, he's won TI on this hero. They have AUI. Like they've done a lot of like practicing and mentoring when it comes to like how to play this hero. So there's something that OG should keep in mind. Maybe another reason for the, you know, the Lesh to go up in priority.
I mean, are we just assuming that DK is always going mid here?
Probably not always. Maybe it depends also a little bit on like what OG shows.
Sure,
right? Like
yeah, exactly.
What do you exactly want to counterpick? And like what opening do they end up giving you?
Okay, they do go for the Leshrac, so having that mixed damage between your carry and your mid is always going to feel nice. You're pretty much reliant on Lesh getting a good blink timing and then playing through every arena connecting, every tombstone feeling like it's hurting Falcon's positioning, right? It's not the craziest of gameplay, but it's really scary if they can cleanly execute on it. But it's predictable gameplay.
Yeah. I mean, I could see different heroes now, like whether it's... I mean, Malrine Corp isn't really like, you know, the best, I would say. I could see... I mean, there's one hero that annoys Sniper, which is Mars, quite heavily, but it's a hero that Malrine likes a lot. I mean, you can play the DK mid, but I think you're also kind of happy if you play the DK carry now, and you pick like a new guy that slows down the Lesh a little bit in the mid lane.
I have no idea the matchup, but Hannah's just like throwing a primal to the mid lane.
I mean, Blade Mail heroes are kind of cool. I mean,
that's why I was leaning with the primal, right? You can buy if you want. You have BKB, Shiva's just armor down the line as well to deal with the Clinks. You can just get into the middle of the fight and then open up.
I think it's overall nice gameplay, and it kind of fits like the Falcons MO. I think if that's just what they're looking for, like a tanky dude that goes in later, I think primal fits. He doesn't stop Lesh, but I think he's annoying later.
They do go for the sniper. Okay.
Yeah, so I don't mind it. I think it's good. Like, it at least gives you the idea that you lane well against Lesh and you can slow him down. I think the one guy that you need to be really careful about is the Mars. Like, if you get Arena, you are getting cooked on Sniper. Like, there's no way.
But is that not then the argument of if Malrine's getting hit by the Mars, then there has been a fundamental error somewhere in Falcon's gameplay? Because you've got a Timber going up front, you've got a DK initiating, you're going to have vision from your supports, of course. Like, there's something gone wrong if OG's like constantly getting this sniper pick off.
Now, for sure, there's like a lot of layers also. Like on OG, you could like, maybe the Lesh goes in first, or you start with the kisses to show him, or like you try to smoke around. Where for Falcons, they're playing the opposite game. We need to break the smoke. Malrine needs to stay safe. You can show yourself first. Like, both teams are gonna like play on this like initial jump without really like showing their full position. I will say that both teams, this is very like pretty much if you go before the game and you're like, they might have this type of draft, you could put the logo on both the teams. Like, they got exactly what they want. This is their type of style. For both drafts, so I think OG are quite happy.
Yeah, I mean, the problems that Falcons might create in this game will be fixed by items on OG, right? There'll be eventual nullifiers to be thrown into the mix. There's going to be Yopach with Shivas and BKB to get tankier, so if he is getting peeped by a sniper, he's not going to have it anymore. And then Mars, like you said, will cover it. Like, if OG is to hit this awkward window of how do we ever catch him, farm another item, get a good smoke, you will eventually find him one time. And if that one smoke connect is a kill into a Roshan or a kill into a big objective, you can fix those problems, right? So yeah, I think OG's gonna be very happy. I am just hesitant on what if things consistently go wrong? What if they don't ever find that correct move? Game can get weird.
I like the pace that OG have, but I will say that I believe in Falcons draft a little bit more. I think this Timber is quite damn good against Klings. I mean, we'll see it later, of course. If the early game isn't good, an early Deso can like destroy you. But both Sniper, Timber together, I think have a lot of like capability to take over the game. And Sniper with the facet of Scattershot, I think it's really hard for Lesh to play into. I've seen this matchup a few times, and I've seen Lesh just like fully explode, especially to just one support rotation.
Sure, but always the case with a Falcons lineup. When you have these type of cores, if their lanes don't go well, damage can be a problem, right? Like a DK with a blink, that's not really damage. Sniper with like only a Maelstrom to his name, not too good. So of course we'll have to see if Falcons can get the items to break the aggression of OG in this best of one.
Our analyst painted quite the grim picture between these two teams. OG seemingly have a bad history against Falcons, but I'm a little disappointed. They should have started off giving a shout out to OG for being the only team to go undefeated in day one of the group stage, Avery.
What's their score now?
Well, we ignore that part, all right? Going undefeated in the group stage is perhaps one of the most impressive things that any team can do. And I feel like we should probably set a trophy aside just for that, for maybe future blasts. Also, a big shout out to the OG fans who continue to keep us updated on every single OG milestone. I do really appreciate that. But of course, things have not gone so well for them in day two. They're now 4-2, unfortunately.
Could be 5-3 after this game, though.
That's
taking
true.
Down some big dogs. Don't underestimate it. And Falcons going back to the Largo, but this time it's on crit. Can he make this hero work for them? I still think this hero should fundamentally be good for their playstyle. So I'm all for them continuing to play it and figure out how it works for them, who's on it, etc. But this is a Falcons lineup that has 3 carries. You know, it's 3 damage dealing cores that all want a lot of farm, that all want to deal a lot of DPS. And I think sometimes those lineups get them in a little bit of trouble. Like, you don't have enough utility. It puts Skeeter in a position where you just got to go blink DK and go in. And it's not the easiest game for him to do that against this Undying pick, against some of the overwhelming magic damage early. Klings can be hard to find. So I kind of like what OG got going. Like, I would rather play their lineup, but I do think Falcons are incredibly skilled at playing the type of lineup they have, which evens us out by a large margin.
Yeah, I think what you're saying just makes the Largo pick even more of a question mark for this one, because if you have that kind of greediness across your cores, and then you also have a support that isn't really a playmaking support, it's a pretty passive and reactionary hero, is this going to leave Falcons with no playmaking potential across their entire team, right?
That's what I think. I don't think their lineup does. I don't think it has playmaking, but what it does have is very oppressive cores who can take a lane win and translate it into just running people down. Like Sniper, if he wins mid, he's just threatening people with shrapnels. You can rotate to him, and you're just shrapnel ulting people with one more nuke, they're dead. Timber's pretty similar. Like, we've seen ATF just run away with this hero for years now. You know, he doesn't need stuns. He doesn't need playmaking. He's just going to kill you if he gets a good lead. So I do think a lot of this game comes down to those two on the lane. How much do they get and how much can they translate it into oppressive playmaking just through net worth? But I don't think their lineup has it naturally, and I do think that is
the spear back. Beautiful. Tims gives the cookie over to Nico. The spear doesn't latch onto the tower, but it puts him in range of the tower, and that is good enough.
Wow, he ticked out. To what? Like blood grenade? Yeah.
Yeah, blood grenade.
Pretty sad. And they'll get crit trying to pull these waves, but very tough to pull against this Undying. Just beating you up. Skem did go the boots first, kind of identified this was going to be the game plan with a double melee lane. Tough lane for this double melee off lane. Clinks Undying. I mean, it's pretty disgusting. This is a reportable lane right here.
Very strong side lanes, and then if Yopaj can manage to come through in the mid lane, it's going to be difficult. The matchup against the Sniper, it's a counter pick for sure, but Yopaj has shown that he can deal with some rough matchups at times. They both go for the deny on the water rune. But yeah, as long as the Yopaj comes through decently in the mid lane, it looks like OG are going to walk away from the laning phase with an all-around win.
Maybe this is too bold of a statement, but I think OG has been better in the laning phase than Falcons have in this tournament. And maybe I think Falcons are very rusty right now. And I think OG have overperformed on lanes relative to what I thought was going to happen draft-wise. Like, they've just been outplaying people, particularly Yopaj. This is a very tough lane mid, and he's just owning it. Absolutely even, keeping his regen high. Like, this is going to do so much for OG in this game that this Lesha is having the start he's having right now.
Trying to cut down Scam, not quite good enough, and now Amar's going to take a lot of damage with the Tombstone out, slowing him down. Amar knows he's dead. He just gives up on life. Crit, he's going to go for a pull while his offlaner is gone, but Skem's not going to let him do that. Chases him away.
He's faster here. One of the downsides, like playing a melee hero into Undying when you're 10 or 15 move speed slower is just miserable.
Yeah, seems like it.
So Crit is not having the best time down here with the Largo, and this does raise the question, is this the spot you want a support Largo in? I'm going to say hard no on that one.
Yeah, no. To be honest, I kind of thought this was going to be Snake King's hero, not Crits.
That's what I fully expected. So I think they did this just for the lane matchups.
Sure.
But I do agree. Fundamentally, it should be a Snake King hero. There's not a lot of playmaking you can make with Largo, you know? I don't know if that fits Crit's archetype.
Yeah. Alreen beginning to get a lead on the mid lane matchup as expected, 26-8 compared to 21-4. Still though, the fact that Yopaj hasn't died yet and has decent CS, kind of feel like that's a win.
It's been very annoying for Yopaj to try and get the runes. Malreen's done a really nice job controlling where the wave is and then just denying these water runes, matching the Lesha's movement. That part's going really well for him, but I still think Yopaj is getting a lot of CS here. So it's a good enough start for what is a absolute last pick sniper. You just don't want to give this guy kills. You don't want to die to some cheeky rotations. It's another reason the side lane pressure counts for a lot here for OG. If they're threatening the DK and Timber, it keeps these supports on the wave, and then you can't do this like we're seeing now where both these supports start leaning towards mid, getting the wards up, trying to deward their obs, threatening this Lesh, because this is where sniper is scariest. Where these supports come in, you get hit by the shrapnel into some nukes and you're just dead, you get run down. That's
sitting
worst case
on a ward. Crit is going to lead off on him. He's got a blood grenade too. This is going to be heavy slowdown. Yopaj, no chance of living. Wait, assassination? Hello? All right, we're going to let it loose now, and finally it does get the kill. The support rotations from OG might be able to get a kill somewhere. Nah, Snake King's way too fast going down the river like that. But yeah, that was a little awkward.
That was kind of weird by OG. It's like Yopaj knew that move was coming, but they didn't TP anybody preemptively, and you can't react to this move. The sniper kills you too fast. So yeah, you either have to be there or just not be in the area at all and put the pressure on the side lanes. Neither of that was happening. OG gave up that big kill. I don't know why Malreen canceled his out like 4 times, but maybe that's why they paused. ATF's like, yo, you good, bro? What's going on there?
And he got an additional 150 gold off of the Tombstone. So, mega value. Gets a regen rune as well for the 6th minute. Yeah, I mean, Falcons just got so much off of that one play. And they're going to kill Tims as well. Okay, well, this is beginning to be really bad.
This is just not... This is exactly what the sniper's designed to do. You can't be giving these freebies to him. Again, that's why the side lane pressure is so important here. You don't want to let Falcons sit 3 heroes here while their 2 side laners are getting solo XP. This lead just completely exploded because of this sequence. And I don't think OG supports reacted almost in any way. Like, they went sat mid, gave up an extra kill, gave up a tombstone. And this is the worst case scenario because either don't go mid at all and don't let these side laners free farm, or you're mid, you know, going on sniper. So you don't let him go on your Lesh, but they basically did neither, and now Falcons are going to take a solid lead here. Very awkward sequence for them. Still have these deep wards around mid too if Falcons want to go back there. They do have the Timbersaw 6, and this is normally where either ATF just goes for the kill himself, or he wants to call supports down here to go for it. Because it's too easy for this man.
It is. The Undying is no longer a nuisance. The Clinks is not much of a threat. They're going to come right back in, though. Maybe with one stun. The cookie lands. Is that enough? Amar, no Timber Chain to get out. Will die here.
I was a little greedy by him. I mean, he has literally no mana for a single spell. Maybe he wanted the trip to base. I don't know. That was pretty brazen.
Middle tower is under attack.
But mid tower
is going to go down.
It's gone. Yeah, it's just gone.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Man, Sniper is such an annoying hero. It's insane, actually. I think Sniper is the... Oh, he's going to get another freebie here. I don't know why they're just walking around. I mean, he's trying to get the D ward. I respect that, but the range on this hero is bonkers.
Assassination point blank will get the job done before Nico can TP away.
My God. He's Oni, dude. This is just... Maureen's just taking this game over right now. Last pick Sniper, dirty. It's real dirty. Level 30 Sniper player, even dirtier.
Yeah, the worst part is they do not have heroes to really hunt him down. The best thing they had would have been Yopaj getting a decently timed Blink Dagger, right? So just blink on this Sniper with maxed out Diabolic Edict, 100 to 0 and pretty well, but Leshrek's having the worst game of everybody on OG here. Trying to pressure Amar and his tower, but it's so late into the game at this point. Amar with 2 levels of reactive armor, 2 bracers, a soul ring. He is a hard target to bring down.
This is the lane you want to be trying to get the kill on. I feel like, again, the rotation was to go top preemptively and just drop Tombstone on DK with Arena available. Very awkward game for OG in this early game in terms of where to apply pressure. I think the Sniper really messed up their idea of how they wanted to play the lanes. The pressure just came on too quickly. I mean, he gets you sometimes, you know, the whole haha. Not the first team to get got by this guy.
What do you think about Shadowblade? It's a build up for Sniper.
I was looking at it. It can be really strong if you can continue to rotate and still go around the map. And he can always go Silver Edge later. Pretty nice this game. He can maybe get you out of a Clinks gank or a Tombstone gank or something.
With the slow they added in to that item, I feel like we're going to see a lot more of these range carries pick up Shadowblade Silver Edge.
That's a fair point.
Trade-off of supports here. Coming back through the gate, OG. I imagine they want to be able to fight around Tombstone Arena. They got to be real careful of this Sniper.
Definitely do not want to give this tower Clinks of Dying. Should be a good fight for you if you can get all your spells out.
Mars TPing in almost right on top of them. Falcons is backed away, but it looks like Nico is going to be able to get Maureen inside of the arena. Perfect stuff. Now they drop the Tombstone. Maureen doesn't go down easy, but he will go down nonetheless. Natsumi, he gets chased down by Amar. Despite them finding the opening on the Sniper, Falcons are still able to fight back here. Snake King fighting for his life. The zombies, one more hit. 5 HP is what he lives on. Meanwhile, Amar going for the dives. Underneath the tower, quite low. He's got to be careful. Yopaj, no items to work with here, just levels. Diabolic Edict after Amar, and gets cut down by the Chakram instead of the Diabolic Edict doing the damage quick enough. Amar reads the situation better than Yopaj.
I think that positioning from Walring was pretty terrible, to be honest. Like, he was literally just sitting on the tree line as a sniper. The only reason you're able to get that arena. But even with an arena on a sniper, which is the best case scenario, you still just get decimated in this team fight. That's a very concerning sign for OG. you're not going to get that opportunity a lot of times in this game. So you have to capitalize on those moments. Blink Mars will definitely help you a little bit in this mid game, but man, ATF just cleaning house with the damage there. Skem was also mega strong in that fight with ult plus tombstone, decays. He's maxed it. He had so much HP to work with, but he just gets isolated on the back. Just melted by macro and like double core. So he's creating all this space, attracting all this attention, but nobody could really use it.
Amar maybe not ending up where he wanted to be with that timber chain. Should be fine. In fact, he's still going to go after Skem. Skem trying to dodge these chakrams. Not sure what Skem's idea here was exactly, because clearly Natsumi didn't want to keep going.
I think he was just trying to survive. These zombies chasing the frogs. Yeah.
I do want to note that Crit has started maxing out Crocogene. Now we've seen the core Largos, they go, you know, 4-4-0.
Nice kill.
The support ones, I feel like, are still going more levels of Lick and Frog Stomp. But Crit is opting for Croak of Genius pretty early on into his build.
Wants to throw it on this timber.
Yeah.
Start up in the buffs to the damage here. Can't blame him. That was a big kill top. Able to catch the sniper again. Maureen overextending, so does set him back. That is always the thing with sniper. He dominates these early games, but I think if you ask a lot of mid players, they'll still say this hero is garbage.
Sure.
He's a very strange hero. He is simultaneously incredibly oppressive and can make games feel like they're just over, and then also do absolutely nothing after that. Because the hero is fundamentally kind of trash. So you need these big early leads to make up for the fact that the hero's pretty underwhelming and his damage scales pretty terribly. Like, it takes a long time for him to ramp up compared to almost any other right-click core. So even though Falcons got off to this insane start, to me the lead is not as big as it looks like on paper, especially if they give up some big core kills here in some 5-on-5 team fights, which is OG specialty and their lineup specialty. You get some good arenas here with Tombstone down. These cores can die pretty quickly. They get hit by the rotten mitts and just that damage amp goes to work.
Radiant are scanning.
Also behind in objectives, which just hit the Falcons safe lane tower, but the mid tower is still there as well. So if they can actually win those fights and even out the objectives, that'll help bring that net worth back to 0.
And Natsumi's still farming really well. I mean, he's had a pretty solid game, all things considered. 3-1. Deso's up. He has some early charges. This Klings can get involved and speed the game up for OG.
Oh, Scan gonna die again.
Hit in the back with a banjo.
I do not think Undying is a Skem hero.
Well, that's your opinion, man.
It just doesn't farm. It just doesn't farm enough. I think what makes Skem better as a 5 position than most other 5s is the fact that he is able to find farm and scale up. And Undying really doesn't do that for you.
Well, maybe he'll get a Midas.
Amar. Stopped by a big smoke gank from OG. Can they turn that into a tower? Because they've got a Clinks. It should be pretty quick.
Falcons want to fight this? They're running around here like they do with the sniper. Maybe just trying to get a quick pick.
I mean, running into a Haster and Leshrac like this, who blinks straight onto Maureen.
Oh, yeah.
Maureen has no way out. Yeah, this seemed like a bad read from Falcons.
Maybe they didn't think the haste was going to last that long, or that Nico would be that quick to just jump sniper. But yeah, you really have to be careful about showing with sniper in this game. Make sure your team is with you and you're ready to take that fight, because OG, these guys, they're just gonna go in. This is a C team. You gotta remember that.
True.
I think, you know, some of these teams are like, oh, it's another Western European team because they're used to playing against European OG. No, this is a C team.
Nico teleports away successfully before Skeeter can get here with his Blink Dagger. We haven't really seen too much of Skeeter But he's got Armlet, Blink Dagger, Mask Madness, so expect him to start being active.
Really wants to get on top of the Clinks or Lesh. Just stun them into all the follow-up damage. It's kind of an ideal team fight for him. It's a two-man smoke gang. Trying to find the Clinks. He's not alone, though. OG, maybe they're going to try and bait this out a bit, even. Oh, no counterplay. Okay. I mean, they have an early mech on this snap. Their 5-on-5 is really strong. They have a lot of HP to work with here. A lot of damage with the Clinks follow-up.
They could just get the right initiation with Nico. The smoke is going to break. He's going to jump down. Arena only going to catch Jakiro here. He's going to die. Tombstone is out, and Falcons start backing away. Throw some damage at crit, but Natsumi did not reckon with this very well. He does manage to get some heals out, back up to half HP. Malrine trying to lick him away, but Yopaj sticks to him. Jump forward from Skeeter, but the Mask of Madness was still up, didn't have the stuns, can't finish off Natsumi. Natsumi is going to live. He starts off that fight almost instantly going down to half HP, but between some death packs and some soul ribs, he stays alive through it all.
I mean, that's the exact type of fight OG are looking for. Start off with Arena. Skeeter tried to blink onto like their backline at the same time, and his form runs out. So he's just kind of useless that entire fight. Just got outmaneuvered, and his cooldown killed him. And then this Tombstone just decimates that entire exchange over the long run. Like, there's 5 or 6 zombies on everybody. These melee cores cannot play into this A9 if he's just running around with Flesh Golem, slowing them, putting zombies on, getting the amp. I mean, look at Skeeter on this bottom left. He gets a shield rune, tries to blink on the Lesh, but Yopaj, he's too fast. He just outplays you. Now you're out of the fight completely. You're done. If you had DK on this Clinks, could look very different for Falcons, but instead, you have to take this fight without your carry effectively. And the whole time you're trying to bail out the sniper, but the Tombstone's running, the soldiers are running, and Yopaj is just running you down. That's an easy fight for OG, honestly. They really make this Clinks work, man. I don't see any other team perform as well with this hero as OG, as a team. Natsumi plays it really well, but they know how to like back this hero up and draft around it and go in aggressively with him. That I think a lot of other teams don't execute nearly as well.
They've got the team fight strength, and they take the objectives. They're going to be scattered on this one. They're going to try and catch some heroes as they go through. They go straight for the Clinks. Bad time for Natsumi. What a trap laid out by Falcons. It'll get them 2 kills.
That was super well played with this deep ward.
They're going through the gate though, and Nico's here on the other side, but it's an Aghanim Scepter done for Amar, so he goes through the gate first, but they can't do anything to him.
You have to give up that Tormentor. Just very nice warding and objective play from Falcons to get this objective out of OG's hands. That's a favorite team fight for OG, but they're able to sneak it away. But can they escape with everybody? It's gonna be close.
Still gonna smoke back to it. They got the spear onto Malrine. So both sides had the corner wards that will find the pickoff. Better for Falcons.
Wait. What? What was that?
I don't know. I don't know why Snake King came back.
What?
And I can't believe he made it back through again, but...
Did he actually go back through completely?
I think so. Which is
I need to replay that at some point. Like, that was the most psychopathic thing I think I've ever seen from this guy. And I've seen a lot.
Skeeter is dead. OG continuing to hunt down Falcons members.
They're just outplaying them on the map. All these little pickoffs. There's a full BKB on this Mars now. Locket on the Undying. They're just ramping the HP up. Trying to support this Lesh. And Clinks just keep them alive. Again, I think OG's itemization is just so damn good. I think that is what makes this team really good right now. They always have such a clear idea with itemization across the board, and here we're seeing it again. I like this mech Locket from the supports. Tim's even holding onto that Lotus. This is what these, you know, frontline damage dealers need, because the Lesh and Clinks have to go into the middle of the fight. Like, this is how the heroes function, but they are up against a lot of damage. If you can just keep them alive, you'll win that fight. So that's what this itemization is about. And Silver Edge rushed and done for Maureen.
I can't believe he finished Silver Edge. So
yeah, I don't know about that.
I mean, you needed Shard in this game. Like the last track, as soon as he has Blink Dagger, I feel like you should be trying to get a Shard ASAP.
Also, Hurricane Pike is a very big item in this matchup.
For sure,
I mean, maybe he's worried about like trying to dodge out Arena. The slow can be nice, but you're gonna have it up at the point where they're starting to build BKBs. Your DPS is kind of low. Basically, if this ends up keeping him out of Arena, it'll be worth it. If he gets caught in Arena anyway, then he's just gonna instantly die. It's not gonna look great here.
OG looking pretty unstoppable for fights right now with the Aegis still for another 45 seconds. Just blink in. Yopaj goes after crit. Nico follows through with the spear. It's a guarantee.
Very fast, very decisive. No opportunity to even turn that. You just got to keep farming to your BKB here if you're Falcons and hope that Skeeter can sit in the fight. Aegis will expire here, but they also picked up a gem. So this is a big deal. All these little kills that OG get right now. They're running around with a gem. They're going to de-ward all of your obs.
At what point do you think Falcons... Oh, Nico just goes straight to it. The Aghanim Scepter does go off there from Amar, so that is the one thing. OG really got to be careful messing with this Timber Saw. I feel like it's the one hero that could cause them some troubles, but outside of that, when do you feel like Falcons lineup is able to fight back? Is it now the Aegis expired? Do you think they can take team fights, or is there a later timing that they need to focus on?
I think Skeeter's BKB, you can take a fight. But that fight comes down to the initiation a lot. He has to jump a correct target.
Which
I think
is
your options...
who?
I think it's Undying, honestly. If you can jump and kill him without him getting anything off, that is acceptable. Or it's the Clinks.
Okay.
You might be able to win a fight by, again, all-inning Nico, but I do not know how realistic that is.
Yeah, dude has BKB 2200 HP. If you try and all-in him and you don't do enough, you're going to be in a world of hurt.
But basically, going with his BKB DK, he shouldn't worry too much about the magic damage, and you're looking to take either the big Undying out or really find this Clinks, who can still be bursted down with a lot of the long-range damage in this Falcons lineup, but you have to have the disable on top of Natsumi to make that happen. And they've been bailing him out too. I mean, you can get like an Undying Shard in this game that is going to cause that single stun initiation a lot of issues. Arena can block sniper hits. I'm not convinced by Falcon's position at all right now.
First of the tier 2s down. Outpost can be taken. OG, they just gonna keep sweeping across. They take mid next.
There's instant double BKB, so they lined it up perfectly here. They're gonna have one on the Timber, one on the DK. Both their frontliners are gonna ignore a lot of this Lush damage, a lot of this Snapfire damage. So now it really is about finding the Clinks at some point in this fight, who just found an amp damage rune in the river. You have to find Natus.
Scary.
I mean, it's all in on this Clinks. He's gonna absolutely wreck your face.
Oh, Amar missed the Timber chain there, but he was thinking about going in.
I think that was
about trying to get a reaction out of them. OG, they respond. Nico misses the spear. They go after him. Dragon Tail goes out. Good force down, trying to get Nico away. And he got off the BKB. They're turning around now with the arena. And look at Skater just get shredded by the burning army. The skeletons aren't able to do quite enough. A BKB TP away from this Clinks. Meanwhile, Yopaj, he went in and he went after Maureen. He'll die for it though, as will the Undying. Skem tried to back him up. Despite the damage being out there with the amp damage, it was just not quite enough to kill the Dragon Knight, and then the Clinks had to TP out because the pressure from Amar.
That was an incredibly chaotic fight after, again, jumping the Mars. That's such a tough jump because they have abilities to bail him out. He's not going to die that fast, and you kind of sacrifice your positioning. I'm kind of surprised Natsumi TP'd out there. I think he was a lot stronger than him TP'd out kind of showed. Dealt a lot of damage, but was unable to slay this high armor DK. That was a very scary fight for Falcons. I think they got out of there with more than they should have, but shows you the strength of their two tanky boys on the front line, man. These guys can absorb some hits.
You combine that with the... We talked about this, the tanky trio cores that Falcons like to run, combined with a Largo.
Oh, yeah.
The effective HP kind of goes off the charts if you can't burst somebody down.
It's pretty nasty. All of a sudden, this Timber, he's top net worth in the game, 9-3. Gonna steal your wisdom trying to push himself to level 20 here.
Natsumi will take it on the other side. She gets level 19 off of that, and he's working towards his Daedalus. You get that.
Big for him.
Yeah, combined with level 20, big upgrade in damage.
OG, they want to fight. They have BKB on Yopaj, so it's the big ticket here. He's going to try and jump this sniper, and there is not a lot Maureen's going to be able to do about it. Probably just trying to ignore ATF. And ATF, he knows this, so he's just going in, man. It's like, I dare you to jump me.
Crit. He almost went a little bit too far forward, though. That would have been a great target for OG to start on.
Oh, they see snaking. He'll take that.
Yeah. Not quite the Largo. Well, actually, they don't throw out the arena for the kill. They could have, but opted against it. Felt like the Jakiro wasn't worth.
It's a tough call, because it is worth, but you don't know if he has buyback going into this Roche fight. It's not worth it if he has buyback. Instead, Falcons, they get an insanely good high ground position.
Try and make the initiation.
So fast. I mean, this is Roche if you die.
Yeah, failing to find it. I mean, this team fight kind of sets the game in motion one direction or the other. Whoever wins this takes Roshan. Whoever gets Roshan kind of starts taking over the game. Both teams know how important this initiation is. Dragon form is gonna go down at some point. Something that OG can maybe play for here. But Skater's just gonna jump in. They spot Tim's, and they go for him. The arena goes out, a spear back onto Amar. Skater still trying to finish off the Snapfire with the arena causing him some issues. The assassination, Tim's lives through it all. And Amar is now at half HP. Activates the Aghanim Scepter, though, as the Clinch tries to go in after him. Yopaj, once again, going after Maureen. That's his one and only target in these fights. He blinks after Maureen, and he kills them every single time. Falcons on the retreat with a mass of zombies chasing after the Yopaj. Going after Amar. BKB activated. Jump back in from Skeeter. Going after the Clinks. A spear back, though. That's going to help Natsumi big time. He has to turn and fight where he can, and it's not good enough. Maybe the damage will rack up on Skeeter eventually, and they do manage to get that kill, but losing the Clinks is going to hurt for OG. Still, though, chasing down more heroes. They're going to get crit. Now going after the final member, which is Snake King. Speared back, stopping that one. It's going to be a team wipe.
Sick team fight from them. So many small saves and kiting techniques to draw Falcons in, waste their BKB durations, and then the biggest thing is, like you called, Lesh on top of the sniper. If that happens, the fight's going to be hard for Falcons, because he just jumps in BKBs and there is no disengage there for Maureen. So look at that sniper damage. It's nothing, man. 700. Yeah. Like, that is the difference. He cannot play the fight, even with the frontliners going in. Yopaj played that perfectly. 7,000 damage coming out from that Lesh. He's the damage leader. Everything you want from this like later pick Lesh mid that is just delivering in the team fight.
And I got a question, like, where's the Hurricane Pike? Where's the Shard?
Yep.
You know, this build, this Silver Edge straight into Aghanim Scepter. No mobility whatsoever for Maureen is really screwing him in these fights.
I'm not a fan of this. I also just don't really like Ags on this hero unless you rush it. I think it's a timing-based item in terms of like taking your early game lane advantage and snowballing it more. Sure. I don't think it's that powerful an item for 4,000 gold later on. Who cares? So I'm not feeling this sniper build right now, but OG, they are feeling this game, man. They just have all the saves online. Like the Tombstone Shard did so much work there, because again, you have to jump in with a single target stun. It goes on Tim's, he gets thrown in the Tombstone, he just sits in there for like 10 seconds. Nobody wants to kill it. And it's just racking up zombies, it's saving your team. I mean, It's a problem for this Falcons lineup. They're
And
over-reliant on the DK playmaking, and you can't do it all alone.
Nice little trap set up there from Amar. Does some damage to Clinks. Not enough to take away the Aegis, though. Not enough to get a real response out of him. Spear back. He got off the Aghanim Scepter, though. Good poke from OG. Nico not getting hit with the stun. The Aghanim Scepter still not done for Malrine.
I bet OG wishes they could get a nullifier in here somewhere, but they just don't really have a hero that can build it. They do have a Yules.
Yeah,
maybe Tim's can Yules him or something, but it's kind of hard for him to run in Yules this Ags at the right time. I think they're just going to try and ignore it, honestly.
So big upgrade. Natsumi finally hits both his Daedalus and his level 20. So more attack speed, more damage. And the only way that Falcons can really win a team fight against OG is all-inning Natsumi, which is now out the window with this Aegis. So feels like Falcons are just going to have to dodge fights and wait for a high ground push.
Starting to look aggressively with this Klings. It's always dangerous running in these spots. Like, they have some sentry ward trap, you're just gonna die, but Aegis giving them some confidence right now.
I would almost rather them just go hit high ground because their high ground is so dangerous. Because they got Burning Army, right? It's like, I think Falcons' high ground defense is okay, but I also think OG's high ground attack is quite good.
It's pretty good if you're willing to drop some like tombstone spells early. If the problem is going high ground casually against snipers, pretty tough. It's also just not OG style. I feel like all the games I've watched them, they rather just take the fight. They rather hunt you on the map.
Sure.
Especially with Klinks. He's such a scary hero that you don't see a lot of the time. He makes you clump a bit more. He's going to naturally build that net worth lead. You can make the 2 or 3 man move and leave him off map, and it seems as if you're making a 4 or 5 man move. You're getting a lot of D wards right now. And they do have a refresher completed on Nico, so double arena available. It's a pretty big deal, assuming you can get the mana for it. And anything else? I mean, Shiva's for Yopaj was also pretty big. So these big late game team fight items are there for OG. They're not really missing much.
Snaking gonna be hunted here. Got off the Tumbler toy. Turn around Ice Path. Now let's see if he can slip away into the night. Yopaj spots him with the Shivas, gets him with a stun. Well played by Yopaj. There's an initial pickoff. Probably gonna need more to confidently hit high ground, but they do start heading to where Amar is.
Might have to
know where he's going. Here. Following the Chakrams, got him on the spear. See if they can burst him down. Refresh, but the BKB goes off with the Aghanim Scepter protecting Amar. He's staying alive. Another Timber Chain up. A little bit of distance. Nico can blink after him. Felt like it wasn't the play. Yopaj still tries to catch him, but not good enough. Amar, he barely survives.
Nico just botched that.
Yeah.
I mean, if he spear chains in there, he's dead 100%. He just didn't have the mana. He popped the refresher, and this item's so expensive now. You don't have mana. It's 400 mana. And he just didn't soul ring fast enough. It was like one of those things, he's trying to refresher into second spear, and then he doesn't have mana, so he miscasts it. And then by the time he's like supposed to soul ring, he popped Ags, so. Time to buy a soul booster, you know. Octarine build up.
OG grouping up. Daedalus done for Skeeter, so there's a pretty big damage upgrade. If you could actually get those hits in. The problem being the arena is such a nuisance for Dragon Knight in his dragon form.
It's very difficult for Falcons to aggressively start a fight. Very difficult into Tombstone save, Cookie, 4 staffs, arena. You almost have to let OG go into you, which that's scary in its own way, because if they're going into you and they're just on top of your sniper, you're kind of sad. So you almost have to try and bait them in. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Falcons hope that OG go high ground or like force some aggressive play into them on a ward, and they can kind of let the fight develop into them. And especially if it's some bait onto Timber. Like if they go, I think the ideal play for Falcons is that Timber gets gone on and Amar survives.
Yeah, 100%.
Because then the fight becomes a lot easier for the sniper DK. I think this idea of smoking into OG and just Skeeter jumping somebody is not going to work out. Unless you completely feint them. Like he can jump stun some dude and instant run away. I try and bait out spells. I guess that is, in theory, like, I mean, it's kind of laughable, but this is a real discussion that like these teams have, you know. It's like we're gonna jump initially, but it's not a real go. Like we need to jump to fake the go to get them to commit to a fight and use stuff, and then we take the fight. Maybe that's an option here. It's very tricky.
Bottle drop. So we've got an amp damage for this period of time. OG unlikely to do anything with it though. I imagine they're gonna wait for another Aegis before they go high ground.
Oh yeah, no way you go high ground without Aegis this game. There's way too much damage on the side of Falcons. Again, that's the fight they're hoping you take into them. It's like, I think Wind Wakers for OG would also go big here. They could manage to get up, maybe even just one on somebody. Being able to bail out whoever gets jumped or stunned in these fights is a massive deal for dodging all the damage on the side of Falcons, as they're going in. I mean, this DK Timber hurt if they can get onto you. Do not underestimate the burst damage here.
This was their best opportunity to get a pick off. Oh, the Dragon Tail went out. It's going to go across the map to catch up to Tim's.
Yeah, it still hits him here, right? Or does it get...
Yeah. I don't think...
Oh, there it goes. Bonk, bonk. Got him. That's a DK for him. Big spell on him. Oh my, that is some damage.
Careful there, Skin.
The zombie cookie.
Assassination, not quite good enough. Amar didn't get off the BKB. Now he gets it off. The amp damage almost came into play there. Natsumi was actually going to threaten Amar's life.
Yeah, dude, if he had died because Tim's got a cookie to
Look at
a
the ward
zombie.
sentry. Look at the ward sentry. They've got it. Maury went outside the base.
Oh no, why are you there, son?
I don't even know, because the rest of the team backed up. What was he looking for exactly?
He's looking for a prayer in this game. This sniper pick. He started 4-0 and he's 4-8.
They're going to drop the banner. I mean, no sniper for the high ground defense. Why not? They don't need the Aegis if there's no sniper.
Also, no DK for him for 20 still.
Yeah.
It's the bigger ticket. Oh, the lick.
Pulls him back in. Nico taking a healthy amount of damage, but there goes all the heals. And there goes tier 3. So the question is, how much is OG going to take with this? It's just a lane of barracks back up. They jump in. Nico, spear back. Kills Crit. A beautiful kill to get at the start. Cookie, now the jump in for the Dragon Knight. Going straight for Natsumi. There's the arena. They're trying to hold this hero into place. Force staff, pushing Natsumi out of the way. He drops a burning army, and Skeeter's gonna be stunned up underneath all those skeletons. The rest of the team could not follow him to finish off the Clinks. Amar running in after Skem will manage to get that kill. The Kiss is raining in into the back line where Yopaj is trying to chase down these heroes. Maureen with no BKB is going to die to Yopaj yet again. He has been food for this Leshrac the entire game, and OG just close it out. They wipe Falcons inside of their own base. No real buybacks to work with here. It's just Amar and Snake King. Certainly not enough to stop OG from ending this game unless Yopaj, he overextends a little bit. Nice tombstone save.
I think he's dead though.
Blink Dagger still on cooldown though. He won't be able to blink out.
Well, it throws a little bit Falcon's way. I'll clean up something, but just a very disjointed fight from them overall. Like, they lose Maureen in weird ways. The DK does get the jump on the Clinks and gets to lay into him for a full stun, but there was no other big core damage follow-up. That's what was missing there. Otherwise,
This is a little dangerous. Okay, they go out to crit instead. I was gonna say, if they want to initiate on Amar, that's a little spooky. They're giving Amar the opportunity to get some more kills off of this one. Nico, he's gonna die. Now he's got the grab onto Natsumi. Natsumi has to BKB and he just has to TP out. This has become weird now. But with the buyback being used by Crit, now it means Falcons have the numbers advantage for Roshan.
OG really just threw that sequence. They should have just reset. Played for Roche. Skem sneaks in to steal the gem. I guess that's something that... How did they lose Roche? They wiped Falcons, forced buybacks, and then lost Roche? That was a massive throw for them. This game was effectively over. Yeah. And Amar just doing Amar Timbersaw thing. He is the best player on this hero in the world for a reason.
Okay, well, OG is still quite favored, but they've given Falcons a second chance at this one. The game, now with the Aegis in hand, kind of implies the game's going to go on at least another 5 minutes, which means Malrine may actually have a chance to get BKB in this game. Maybe that changes the interaction between him and the Leshrac, which has been completely one-sided since like 10 minutes.
I will say this Silver Edge is the worst defensive item against the Lesh.
Yeah.
Because all his spells just hit you even if you go invis anyway. So it is really not worked out for him. This has been a pretty miserable game. He's about to fall behind this Tim Snapfire. You're on the hunt. Look at this solo play. But his form ran out. What? He's just dead twice.
He is going to die
twice.
on
cooldown. Oh,
BKB, 2-1, split earth, cookie stun, and no BKB chance.
What the fuck was that?
Oh boy. I mean, at least Amar got a kill in the meanwhile. He kills the Undying.
I mean, look, I understand going for some like YOLO pickoff plays if you feel like this game is kind of screwed anyway.
Yeah.
But that was just so poorly timed. Like he's killing him as his form runs out, and then he has to slot in BKB on the Aegis depth, and it's a second off cooldown because he has to slot it in. Sometimes it's just not a highlight reel, it's a low light reel, you know?
Yeah.
One of those games for Falcons where not a lot has worked out for them outside of that very early sniper laning presence.
Now all of a sudden OG is back in the driver's seat immediately. Tim's a second go on him. Nico comes in, and is the arena gonna bail him out and spears back to Jakiro. Jakiro's dead. Amar's still working on this kill, and the Sapphire does manage to get it. Stun goes out. Another arena. Beautiful spear, knocking down the two of them. Dragonite and Timbersaw both stunned into the split earth. Just beautiful stuff from Nico.
He is a monster on this hero. I mean, they first picked this hero for a reason.
Look at Malrine. It's just pathetic, man. They get the kill on Yopaj, but
he got him.
I think it's easy to say here that this was not the best sniper game in the world.
No. I mean, that's why I'm saying this hero's garbage. Like, you really have to play perfect with this hero off of the early lane win to make this hero work. Otherwise, he's just so underwhelming. And OG take advantage of it. I mean, that Mars gameplay was beautiful. The tombstones were beautiful. And Natsumi clinks. You gotta ban this shit, man. He's too good at it.
He is. He is indeed. And that now puts OG at a score of 5-3. 5-2.
Straight away, I have one very important question to ask you, Kezu. Does that count as a rapier purchase? As the Ancient was exploding, I just saw rapier bought. The stats will say he bought it.
Yeah, but you need it for like the fight. Like otherwise, it's like I can do that too. You know, it's like you make it look cool, but it's not cool.
So would you -1 on rapier purchases from him? Does that like? It's gonna skew.
This is not like a real, like a career divine purchase. You know, if like people in like a few years are like, this guy bought rapier 88 times. He did not.
Yeah, 87.
-1.
-1. How dare you ruin the stats like that, Natsumi? But great gameplay from OG. They had the aggression. They had the heroes to go into Falcons. Of course, there was the point in which sniper laning versus Leshrac is something to be scared about. You know, you are going to see the early CS advantage Malrine had, but OG identified that, created those little team synergy moments to just outfight Falcons in some really critical moments.
Like they definitely cooked them in like the very early game, right? Like the lane and like the first early moves. Malrine had a really good advantage, but I will say, so I don't think this hero is bad. I think he has a right place, right time. I think in this game it absolutely can work, and especially with him going like first item Shadowblade, then still finding himself like getting caught this many times. I just think that's not normal. He's usually very good. Like both him and Amar, if they're in like prime form, they're really hard to kill or to pick them off on the map. But in this game, not at all. And whenever I watch OG, if I feel like they have this opportunity to take over like the early to mid game, even if I feel like it may not be easy, they always make it happen. So I feel like when you play against this team, you need to fight back into them, because look what happens otherwise. Like Natsumi on his Klinks and Nico on the Mars. You need to be able to fight them. They're just going to pick you off left, right, and center.
Yeah, they are making Natsumi feel so comfortable in this game. Like every highlight we see here, if you just look at the net worth the entire time, Natsumi, top of the net worth, doing great, leading the charge, and then you have all these little layering, right? You've got cookies on zombies and arenas, and then you've got Leshrac to body the front line to open up for Klinks to find his engagement. You've got tombstones and just all the nuisance. And throughout all of that, Natsumi's like, all right, you're now dead, let me reposition, you're now dead. And for Falcons, to start a fight, it's DK jumping in, or Timber just existing in the front line, right? Like, it's very, you know how a hero's gonna die. One of those two heroes will step up, and if you see them, Klinks will never be scared, right? Because the vision is key. And Natsumi, again, 10, 3, 15 on his Klinks, but again, I think it's the supporting cast. If the team doesn't play as well as they do in the fights, you're not gonna see Natsumi step up like this. He is gonna have to have other problems and itemization changes, but his team always enables him to feel like he can just pump out, what was it in the end? 52,700 damage.
I mean, those are some good numbers. And especially like, if you just look, it's not just how they like play individually, but like their team fighting together, right? With what you're saying, also their positioning, like understanding, like you have the Holy Locket on like their Undying, and you just have like some of these fights here. Look how it starts. You just have Nico going in first, but I want to point people's eyes onto Natsumi, because he doesn't tunnel vision on the sniper. He drops Giga low HP, but there's like, I think there's a mech, there's a magic wand. He uses the Death Pact, he gets loaded by like everyone, because you have Falcons that like turn around and try to kill him, but actually that's the reason why Skem and Yopaj on the sidelines actually get to like clean up. Like this is a Deso Kling, so just like baiting everything and like killing the entire game, because Falcons, I think usually they're very good at like choosing like their first 1 or 2 fights, but in this game it didn't seem like it at all. Like Amar, he was kind of owning really hard, especially in this fight. He's like taking out 2 heroes on his own. But it kind of doesn't matter, because you lost the fight prior, and now it's just kind of hard for them to play.
I mean, the first fight Falcons lose, Sniper already had a Shadowblade. He's playing to hide from the initiation, but he gets found, right? Like, that is a Sniper that you don't want to be in that position. And then on the side of that, it's like, even if Amar's doing well, there was damage problems. We said that. That is one thing with Falcons. If they don't have the items at the right time, damage will be a big thing. Like, it's a great Timber game, but DK Sniper, they can sometimes feel like they're watching the game progress
they're
rather
very
than
slow.
Yeah, exactly. And like when we talk about Sniper, we have the screenshots as well of like his net worth, right? Like when you look at this minute mark, right? We spoke about his laning phase. He had a 1,700 net worth lead at the 10-minute mark. You fast forward to now. He's now bottom of the course. Fast forward again, another 13 minutes later, he still hasn't really progressed. He gained like 6,000 gold in the 13 minutes. He never overtook another court at that stage of the game. So the highlights that you showed, if Malrine didn't get caught by the arena, if he positioned in a different place, and maybe they took the fight, if they didn't fight in the river outside Roshan and also die, maybe Malrine would have continued climbing on that net worth, but the Shadowblade purchase led to him dying. I say led to him, but like it kind of didn't help.
I mean, it was supposed to help him, but it kind of like, it didn't.
Yeah, so it's like, I think everything is built on, Sniper's meant to crush Leshrac. It didn't. Everything falls apart. I think that's the easiest summary of the game.
Yeah, and then like his itemization, I feel like he found himself in like this weird, like depressive item build in a way where you're going the Shadowblade, then you're dying a bit too much. You don't really get to like this Shard plus BKB timing, or like Shard Pike BKB where you can then get out. Because then Nico, he just had his number all game. They jump him, and it was just really hard for him to play. And usually, I will say I'm a bit disappointed in his performance, because I expect more. He's a 24 pick. He recently got like level 30 on the hero on Dota Plus. Like he's got the games to back it up, but not this time.
How many level 30s are you sporting right now?
I'm on like 4 maybe.
Okay.
I got Darkseer, Bad Rider, Faceless Void. I'm missing one. Nature's Prophet.
Okay, all right, fair. My issue is my level 30s, it's Ogre Spirit Breaker. So I kind of look stupid as fuck. I'll be real. Like
you're like the brain dead guy.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, look at me, I'm playing Dota. But luckily, I've got like Grimstroke Warlock, all those Crystal Men, like Witch Doctor, they're coming up. They're like 29, 28.
They're soon to be on the list.
Soon I'll have some heroes that do more than just me body. But
yeah, I'm the chargy guy.
Yeah, I like to go. I like to start the fight for my lads. I like to go in. But outside of that, you were talking about creativity, flair, personality.
I miss the golden days, you know, of Dota 2. Because I like, just look at this clip, you know, I'm missing more players who have like personality, who clown on their opponents. You know, they're going on you, you TP out, you drop the spray. First of all, S-tier spray. Second of all, Nico, you know, he does this a lot. I'm missing, you know, the days of voice lines, of guild sprays, of putting it into your, you know, into your opponent's face and just making it happen. What if, I feel like Dota could be so much more fun. What if there was a small prize pool, you know, the best team at voice lining, the best team at spraying. I want more like interaction in the game instead of just like, oh yeah, and you know, you play your game, you do your stuff, nothing, and then you have an interview, yeah, it was good, I feel good we won. Like, I want to see some more from the players.
It's worse. You win the game, and then it's like, take the webcam, bam, throw it into the bin. It's like, congrats, man. You just won a game, show some thing. But yeah, I agree. I feel like there should be players
more. Give me more, you know?
Just something. But again, not too far. Like, you can't be like cocky, arrogant, and it becomes cringe. Find the line. Become tasteful in how you want to express yourself, but don't.
You can become like nowadays Amar, not like first year Amar, where every game you all chat and you're like calling your opponents like noobs and like idiots.
You know what I'm upset with? I want to see the banners more. I feel like changing an image on a banner and throwing it down in the game.
See, that's what I want.
That's cool shit, but we just don't see it.
Exactly. I want like the OG days, you know, the OG EG, you have some banners, you block people off, you spray them on the ground, it's like loser, whatever. I want that.
Yeah, I want that. Well, luckily, we probably aren't going to get that. I say instantly, because Spirit
we might get it one of the next tournaments, maybe.
But these are very official teams. You know, Spirit.CET, they're respectful. They show maturity and all this jazz. So, what are we leaning towards? Are we thinking either team truly? Again, whenever you say these names in the same game, I feel like it's meant to be a banger. Like, it always has that energy of the long game, the beautiful. Like, it has every element to it.
Yeah, like to me, I'm a bit not disappointed, but like Spirit aren't looking as good as I feel like they should, like coming into the series, whereas XG, to me, they were a little more cold before, but they're actually looking better the more and more I see them play. Because Spirit themselves, like I always see them as like, even when they're playing with a stand-in now, like, you know, I expect them to be in like the top 3, do well in the groups, keep learning from like every game and like take it there, but they're not showing that to me.
Yeah, and I think my concern for Spirit is, whenever you listen to any broadcast, it's always, Spirit's the comeback team, they're the team that can do it, they're always doing it. Well, it's just not really a thing, right? Ever since the Poshka era, I'm sure we had an old graphic for that as well in previous slams, where it just wasn't the case anymore. Same thing, again, at this slam right now. They are yet to make a comeback. I think XG and Na'Vi are the only 2 teams to actually even make 10K, 15K gold comebacks. Every other team is yet to do it. So it's like, XG, they're the comeback team. Na'Vi, they're the comeback teams so far in the best of ones at this slam. But Spirit are yet to show that tenacity that we've often seen, where the 34, 50 minutes, it's like, Yatoro is going to do it. Collapse is going to do it. There's going to be something. They feel like a normal team. Like, good draft, win the game cleanly, but that comeback mechanic isn't in their favor, at least in this slam.
No, for sure. And there's also something I want to show, because I did some digging, because they lost a game in 15 minutes to MOUZ.CET yesterday. And first of all, like, you talk about,
by the way.
Yeah, like you talk about like comebacks, right? And it's like, if you somehow find a where the game exploded this hard, obviously there's no comeback to be had. And I checked, this hasn't happened to like Yatoro collapse while they played under Team Spirit. The last time Yatoro GG'd out of a game before minute 18 is in like 2019. That's like 6 or 7 years ago. So like seeing this, it was kind of strange, because they got bodied so hard, and usually their strength is to like, sure, you sometimes lose the lanes, right? They play for like the later stages, whatever.
There's one fight they'll try to play for.
Exactly, and there's like a difference between losing and getting bodied. Like, they got thrashed in that game against MOUZ.
But do you think that's a product maybe of how this group stage, it's like you're rewarded for getting the top 2, and then knowing that like there's going to be the last chance, there's that kind of safety net. Do you think their mentality, they get a little bit too relaxed, and it creates these moments rather than playing for the extra time, playing for the, again, I didn't perfectly cover that series, so I didn't see the conclusion of it, but like, is there a world where they're kind of being too relaxed due to the lack of elimination? And in reality, they need to be on their A game every single minute to be able to progress deeper into playoffs.
It could be maybe this with like the fact that you're playing with a stand-in, so like maybe it feels a little less official than like normal when you're with your main roster. But even then, like, players of that caliber, a team of that caliber, you don't really expect them to like get phased by like, you know, random things that don't really like directly correlate with the game. So I'm just expecting more and like them to step it up, because even when they have a stand-in or when they change something in their team, they always show up into like the later stages of the tournament. But if they show more gameplay like they did yesterday, then they're in trouble.
Well, let's see what they're able to create for themselves in this upcoming draft. Now, the real question I have to ask you, Kezu. Have you been impressed with Morelli, however you want to pronounce him?
I'll stick to Morelli.
Morelli.
Sounds the funniest.
It sounds the funniest.
I mean, let's see. He had some of... I haven't made up my mind yet. I mean, obviously, it's hard when you have to slot into, like, you know, a team like this and players like this because he's young. He doesn't have the most experience. I feel like it's important that he gets to play the heroes that, like, he wants to play instead of being, like, shoved into this position of what they feel like he needs. I saw a Coddle game from him earlier today that looked very good. But I will say, he seems very, very volatile. So he still has to... I think he's got some proving to do.
Yeah, I can see kind of like the pub flair from him, right? Like when you are part of Yellow Submarine, the academy team of Team Spirit, you're kind of constantly playing these like tier 3 events online, maybe trying to play qualifiers. Like you're not making it, but you're upsetting other teams. Like, I can see kind of that within his gameplay. There'll be moments where it's like, wow, if he had 6 months under a roster, like he probably could shine. But yeah, rough around the edges, and I don't want to say it might be hurting them at the moment, but again, they just did pretty well in the previous tournament.
They did, and I think he also played he played 2 grand finals with them. They did lose both. I think 1-0-3 and the last one then 3-2 to Aurora. So obviously there's like, you know, you need some time, and this is a really good starting point for a player like him to like look to improve. But I will say it again, at least for them, you know, if you end up losing, you will still continue through the group stage. But
yeah, I guess the main thing we're talking about, like in isolation of this event right now and in these best of ones, if we are to like somewhat disregard the online stuff, because when you get to this event, like, you know, you're playing a tier 1 LAN, knowing that you're qualifying. I think there's a lot more pressure on a newer player like that compared to just playing, you know, the random online tournament that at the end of the day, you know, you finish it, congrats, you go to the kitchen, you with your family. You know, it's not the same as like winning here, going to a LAN, playing in front of people.
No, it's definitely very, very different. Okay, let's see. Okay, so this is another hero that he's been rising quite a bit. I mean, of course, you have a lot of teams, a lot of players who love to play Mars, but most commonly, he's like kind of a second phase hero, but now I've seen it multiple times today, just being straight up first picked. I don't mind it. I think if you know how to play it and you know how to make it work, then it's just about how you like build the rest around him, and he will usually have a game.
Yeah, again, with Mars, it's such a simple pick. Like, no disregard to it. Yeah, it's so easy. It's kind of like when, do you remember Centaur's first pick? Like, Mars is becoming like the new Centaur. Put it in first pick, everything else will progress.
I will say that this is something I like a lot, not just for the reasons that Razor is overall a good hero, and we have already talked about him, that he can flex. I think against Mars, you ideally want like mid-game type heroes that love BKB. It's even better if they, at some point, it's a big bonus, but if you build into like Refresher, so like a second, like having 2 BKBs in like the later late game against this Refresher, it's amazing. So I think this answer is one of my favorite ones when like the pick scenario goes like this.
I mean, the common build though for Mars is like you buy Blink, maybe Yule's BKB, and after that it's a Hex or a Refresher. You might change a Lotus in the mix there, but it's like, you know the items he's going for, and it's always more setup, more control, more things to exist. And with Razor, you're talking about BKB Refresher.
Yeah.
I also like the casual aura. What happens against Mars when you have all auras in play? If Razor buys one, we've seen the Crimson Guard Razors from Nisha and Crystallis, even from the offlane as well, I think from FBZ. Then you put in like a Chen, of course it's banned out, but a Chen type hero that can buy 1 aura from the Pos 5 roll. Now that 20-minute mark, you might not have BKB, but you have all the sustainability that arena is not really a problem.
No, for sure. I feel like Yatoro wouldn't be the one. I think he will try as hard as possible to like not go the aura.
Sure, yeah. If Yatoro's playing on carry, I'm expecting him to be, like you mentioned, the BKB, the satanic kind of like, I am, you know, the king of the fight with the right click.
Yeah, like if they want auras, they probably just put it mid, I guess, and maybe look for like a new carry. But you're absolutely right. Like when you have this Mars, he's gonna want, you know, the follow-up damage from like all the other games that we have seen. For Spirit, let me see. I mean, most likely they could just open with like one of their supports out of the phase. I think it can be nice to have like one of the melee guys, because you would kind of expect Razor to, you know, want one of those heroes. I know we haven't seen too much Ogre overall. I'm not gonna say the hero's amazing, but I think Razor definitely benefits from like some small little buffs, whether it's a hero that buys Solar Crest, drums. I think Bloodlust is also great. But it could just be something more casual.
I mean, look at the bans from XG, right? The Bat Rider, the Jakiro, Clock Tusk, all of these heroes could be discussed as this pick position here, like slotting it right here, enabling a Razor, all of them would do that. So I think XG have identified a clear, you know, way in which Spirit wants to set up their lineups, opting for more support bans versus core, and even Spirit, you know, the Chen, the Shadow Demon, and the Treant. a lot of respect going into that role compared to other drafts we've seen where, it's majority core pick, ban, sorry.
No, it definitely makes a lot of sense. I mean, we've seen a bit more zombie today, right? Like with the Undying, it's also pretty good with the Razor. Like having some burst heal, you're fine against the Mars. You don't really threaten too much. Like I think Razor wants a little more of like, some slow, some stun in the lane to like, chase people down a bit. So you lose a little bit of pressure, but overall it would be a fine pick.
And they're using a lot of their reserve time right now. Already getting down to a minute on Team Spirit to think about this pick. And again, it is difficult what we spoke about, all these supports getting banned out. Historically before, this is where you would go for like the casual Warlock back in the day, progress the drafts, get some more information, then you would get your jump and your utility from other heroes. That has now progressed to being a Largo instead. Collapse has played it in the offlane for Spirit.
I mean, he's played and he's looked pretty good. I know that he does like the hero. I want to touch, because you said they did use a lot of time in the reserve time, and I don't usually see this from them this early on. Like I will say again, it can feel a bit weird sometimes when you start discussing heroes and people like keep shutting them down until you like go into circles and you end up picking a hero that no one really feels that great about. I'm not saying that happened, but there's definitely a chance that this feeling can build like subconsciously.
I mean, it's the repercussions of, losing a coach, right? So
absolutely.
Gone, now you've got, manager stepping in to kind of take over the role. I'm assuming temporarily until they find someone else. Like, I would argue in this stage of a draft, that much reserve time, I mean, even XG, to be fair, are eating for a lot of their reserve time as well, and they aren't in the same kind of structural position as Spirit in regards to their kind of organization setup. I mean, so maybe they're just surprised by they got Razor Largo in the opening. That's
could be. So they will go for the zombie instead. I would assume that for them, the Mars is just pretty much straight up in the offlane. Of course, nothing to say he can play it. He's like a playmaker type mid. He plays a lot of the strength guys from there as well. But XXS Mars, it's chill. Even if you lane into Razor, it's not like the lane is that horrible. You can always bonk him away. You can spear him away. So pair it up with most likely some, range 4 for FY. He's played Lions. He's played Razors. He's played Hoodwings. Yeah, insert any follow-up damage. You're going to be pretty happy.
I was going to say, Willow would be my go-to there because you already want the team fight control for Undying and Mars. We just saw how OG utilized it. I want a little bit more of that cheap control to throw into the mix. So yeah, Willow is exactly that.
Yeah, it's also great for the lane. I also fully agree. It's better than the others, especially for the laner.
There is the Warlock from Spirit, so they do go for it, but after the Largo, and then they take the DK.
Yeah, they've definitely got a lot of sustain and like a lot of team fighting to boot. Like you've got the DK Razor going in, which is great for both Largo Warlock. Like that's what they want. I wouldn't be surprised if XG like bust out some Morphling on the spot.
I mean, they are setting up Arme right now to go take your carry, try and become, the 1v9 guy of the game, right?
Yeah, like whatever he feels like, is good against this, it could be Weaver. You buy Lincolns against the DK, you're good against the Razor. Like high physical damage that can like stand its ground. Because you're laning with a zombie 5. Like your lane is gonna be okay.
The carry Muerta again? When
Why
Razor
not?
DK
I love it. Why not? I think Muerta's also rising. Like I think we'll see this hero like a lot more.
Kind of thing. Yeah, fair enough.
Fits. It's good. It's a range carry. Does well. Has minus armor. Giga right click. Super good with the arena.
We kind of forgot about the hero to some degree. We spoke about the supports getting banned out. Often Shadow Fiend is in that kind of first phase bans for a lot of drafts. But yeah, for XG, it's another layer to that fight. Now Requiem with the arena. You're terrorized from the arena. Zombies getting spawned in. I would argue, I think Spirit might have the same problem as what Falcons had in that previous game. On paper, their heroes look good, but they're locked into cores that need items to be able to survive, to do their damage. It's a static link damage over time from Razor, a DK, click, 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 damage over time, physical damage on both cores. There's no that, like, quick burst in play. They need that, like, do something hero. Like
maybe like a Primal or something for Spirit? Because I'm guessing you want, like, I would like an offlaner that does something, if that's where they're gonna go. I mean, actually trying to like cover, their bases because they don't fully know where these heroes are going. They're actually also like taking out an Ember. But I could just see like another core that goes in. Maybe like some BKB lockdown could be cool to like not get kited too hard in the fight. But of course for Spirit, XG need to show first, what their last pick is.
But with XG, Shadow Fiend both into Razor and DK in the mid lane, I'd argue is just fine. So, do you think the Shadow Fiend is just mid, or would you rather something different there and Arme takes it to carry?
I would probably prefer him to be carry, because I think, let's say SF goes mid, and then you pick like some, insert range carry that goes with Undying, whether it's like Morph, Drow, Muerta, then the lineup is fine, but it's a little more clunky, whereas I will prefer like just put the SF safe lane, take another playmaker mid that the Willow can play with, so it's not just the Mars with the boys, but like another dude.
That's fair. I mean, that then becomes a lot simpler in nature for them. I mean, there's also a world where XG take like a Kunkka or something in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Like you absorb the lack of damage Spirit have, you do it, but they do go for the primal, and it is another way to just be chaotic. I am just concerned for Spirit in the damage. I'm seeing like a Falcons 2.0 right now. You need to really just pop off in the lane to kind of catapult yourself to the first item to feel like you're making the moves. But when the game is on XG's terms, when they're making the smokes and whatnot, then it could be a concern.
This is a bit annoying, because like, sure, so your DK can go mid against the Primal, you'll be super fine if that's the lane that you do want to play, but I feel like this is the hero that Spirit wanted for themselves in the off lane. I'm currently struggling to like find a good replacement that I like, you know, that like wows me. Because this is the last pick, it's kind of supposed to do that. I feel like this might just be something more generic. Oh, hello.
Okay. So it's the mid DK, off lane Razor with a carry Ursa. So we mentioned how damage could be a problem for Spirit. They have kind of like tripled down on, we're going to farm, get our items, and then we're going to be ready. Because Largo isn't the biggest playmaker on the map. He's amping someone else up. Warlock, you kind of need to get kills early on from some cheap aggression.
Yeah, so you've got like a lot of the team fight, but I kind of like what XG have. I mean, the pivot is kind of interesting from Spirit. I assume that Razor, like Colas, will look for some more of like the aura type build and then look to fight with that. But I can see a world where XG, if they get Ame like into like this early to mid game, like whenever this DK jumps in, there's like a random Bramble, a Tombstone, or like an Arena into a few Razors or a Requiem. I feel like they're pretty happy. I do like both drafts, but I feel like XG got slightly the better of it.
I mean, Spirit, it feels like they're playing for the mistake from XG. You know, XG is going to put Ame in a position of playing onto an objective, and then the DK with a Blink Dagger or your Toro finally getting to the Battle Fury Blink and then playing through Collapse. Like, there is a world where Team Spirit is able to get the initiation and blow up Ame, and then everything comes crumbling down, right? Like, it feels like it is for protect Ame in this game for XG. Like, once they're online, it's like, get him in that position, do the damage.
Because he definitely needs to be able to, like, he cannot get jump first, like Ame. They need these fights where they do stuff with the others. But I think overall it's also like, it's a good Ursa game, but it's not the one where he like destroys the off lane. Like, it's Mars Willow. It's a pretty formidable lane. Like, sure, Ursa will do fine, but so will Mars. So I feel like XG didn't really get stopped from their gameplay, and I think they're slightly happier than Spirit.
I mean, my concern for Spirit is simply, can they get the items to deal with XG? And let's see if XG can just break Spirit before that even happens.
Always a good time casting Spirit versus Xtreme, and I feel like this game is not going to leave us hanging. We've got an Ame Shadow Fiend Avery versus a triple stack of cores for Team Spirit.
It's a nice Shadow Fiend set too. Styling on kids out here, man. Swagger, not that swagger. Quick smoke gang from Spirit though. Looking for the first blood. Want to get off to a fast start. There is a defensive obs up here.
Yeah, wards are already laid in place. Smoko's got a break. Vision given on both sides. Nova doesn't have the full information, though. He doesn't know how many heroes are here. A raise to keep them at bay. They did not want to all in on X-Nova, which is understandable. They would have been giving up an easy 4-man decay.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that, oh, they missed the obs by a millimeter.
Oh, man.
That's unlucky.
The battle begins.
Might get 3 runes here, though. And they do. The frog prevails. So what I want to say is, I think, draft-wise, I actually favor XG here quite considerably. I don't know if I like this Spirit draft fundamentally. I think Warlock, Largo are just like 2 healing, low damage supports. Bonds is a damage activator, but you have to activate it to deal the damage. And I think Largo's kind of similar. Largo buffs your damage dealers, but you need damage to make Largo shine. And then you have these 3 cores, and to me, 2 of them, Razor and DK, are kind of low damage until the ultra late. So I don't know how you really fight in this game. Or like how you just casually kill people. I don't think you can casually kill people. I don't think you can really fight. Maybe this Ursa just chunks everybody's face. But outside of that, I really favor what XG have going on. I think they have a lot more casual playmaking. I think this Primal looks like he's in a very solid position to just trample the game. And I think their lane setup is good enough to not get punished by a, you know, some blast pick Ursa with some Razor lane cheese or something.
Yeah, the Largo has not been having a good time at Blast Slam. They may have come off of Fisher with those 2 wins in the grand finals for Aurora. And maybe that's where a lot of teams got this idea that this hero was just going to be broken. And maybe it is, but it seems like the teams are not... I feel like they haven't figured out the drafting process for this hero. Because we keep ending up with, as you said, the Largo Warlock, the do-nothing support duo. What was it? Did we have Largo Coddle, I think, is a support duo from one team, right? I feel like the drafts that end up with the support Largos end up having no playmaking.
It's been an issue. I also think a lot of the Largo success was people playing at core. And to me, the core is looking better. Even if you're afraid to run it in some of these games because the lanes are kind of scary or whatever, like, that loses a little value too. I think this hero likes a lot of net worth, and I think we are seeing more counters come out, which is why it's been pushed towards support, because less people want to play Largo into things like Undying, right? I think Undying has really owned this hero. Sure. It's a pretty rough matchup for him. He doesn't kill Tombstone. The Flesh Golem like rips through your high HP total. The zombies just build up on you. You want to stay in the fight, but it's hard to just stay in a fight in a local area against Undying. He's the king of that. So I think this pick coming out is really clutch. I think we saw the high physical chunkers dissuade the core Largo. Shadow Fiend, we saw that really be really successful. Sven, we've seen be really successful. So as more of these direct answers come out and people have faith in them, it also means teams are going to push Largo down that priority chain. And they're like, I don't want to play core Largo into Undying SF, and I think that's fair. But then you get stuck with support Largo, and is support Largo that scary? I don't know. It hasn't really been winning a lot of games we've seen.
Dire's courier has been killed.
It's hunting couriers right now. I guess frogs do like chicken.
You found the one thing that frogs definitely do not like. But you tell me that they do like that.
Let me tell you something about frogs. They love chicken.
No, chickens definitely will eat frogs.
Well, that's definitely not true. I don't think a chicken could eat like a bullfrog or something.
100% it can do. Chickens will eat anything, man. Those chickens are fucking scary.
There's no way. Like a giant African bullfrog would probably be able to eat a chicken.
Giant African, the largest frog known to man. Could a chicken eat that? Okay, all right.
Well, I'm just saying Largo is a large frog, so that's the one we're working in. Don't fight the lore, Austin. Just let the lore into your life and accept it. We saw the kill bottom on Panther. That's first blood.
Xnova might decide here. In fact, he does. Gets pulled back into the zap there. The plasma field. Level 2 plasma field does some damage.
I don't know if that's a kill that should have happened, but I'm pretty sure Collapse should die up here if you just Tombstone blood grenade him into raises. I guess he can get pulled out, but that's a big kill to get up there for Spirit. They need a couple more of these cheeky little plays in the laning phase.
Nothing to say is not having the most fun with this mid matchup with Dragon Knight. If he's not careful, he's going to be pulled back into his death here as he gets stunned up underneath the tower, trying to cut the wave, and it goes horribly, horribly wrong.
That just looked like it was off timing-wise anyway. Oh, that was a bizarre death from him. Yeah, I think he was doing okay in this laning phase. I mean, you don't expect to really dominate lanes with the Primal and his counter picks, but he was kind of chilling. So Spirit definitely getting the better of XG in this laning phase.
And with Yatoro being top CS 35 and 5 up against the Dark Willow Mars lane. It's a kill lane against a hero that's kind of hard to challenge sometimes and has a Warlock behind him, constantly keeping him at max HP. So unlikely that they're ever going to find a kill on Ursa.
Nah, Warlock stabilizes this lane way too much, and it's a solid Ursa game. Yatoro with this start can definitely do some damage here. I think he's the one piece I have some faith in. Just very good answer to SF. You just jump on you ult. SF can do nothing to you. Can't sit there and Requiem. You get Abyssal Blade later. Miserable matchup for the Shadow Fiend. You can beat him to all the Aegises. And you also chunk these other 2 cores. He's like the big piece of damage that Spirit need in this game. So it is very important this Ursa gets off to the races here. And Yatoro doing just that, on track for some very nice timings in this game. Might just 1v5.
Xnova continuing to have some struggles when it comes to finding openings. Collapse, zombies on him. Zom may finish him off with this last long-range raise. It's, no, not even close.
Range Collapse strong.
Collapse also with the range drop. Big help there. Rue, he is going to die to Ame. Panto coming through the gate to try and help out with his engagement, but Ame turns and fights. FY gets the double kill off of this, and perhaps the triple. No, Xnova will take the final kill in this whole equation. Ame is probably less than happy with that situation. It wasn't bad for Xtreme, but unfortunately he walked away with none of the kills.
He got very little out of that. FY, the real victor here, almost level 5 now, but 4 Wisdom Shrine. But she will not get because Mars takes it, so it's good he got all that XP because he didn't get any from that little Wisdom. Not the worst outcome for XG though, considering this laning phase wasn't really going their way. I think they'd rather have some chaotic skirmishes that the Primal can join later, that the supports can get involved in. I mean, Undying Willow is a very strong support duo in these early fights. So that's the kind of action they're looking for, even if that didn't go exactly their way.
Xnova, no tombstone this time around. So when he gets caught, there is no chance of a rebuttal from the rest of Xtreme.
He's really been abused up here, man.
Yeah, he has.
I think Xnova's usually a very solid laner, and I don't think he should have been killed 3 times here. Some slight mispositions from him. Largo punished him with the catchy lick, and that's all she wrote. It's a lane that has to be abandoned now for XG, as Collapse is pretty dang high level up here. Almost level 7. The raindrop wand bracer paid off. We haven't seen Yatoro rotate either.
We've got the arena tombstone. Toro's going to be stuck in here with a lot of zombies building up on him. Tries to make it back to the tower, but it's too much. Damage is already done.
A big kill.
And that will help Xtreme equalize the pressure on these side lanes, because the Dragon Knight, okay, the Golem's going to be dropped for it, but the Dragon form also pressuring that tower.
I don't know if I agree with that Golem. I mean, not just because, like, yeah, you can drop at the farm and hit towers, but I think they could have taken this fight bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they will still hold the tower, so they'll at least get that little bit of a tower advantage. XXS pulled back in with the Golem on him, and the spear got tanked by the Warlock, so Yatoro's going to stick on to XXS alongside the Golem to get the kill.
Well, now it's a great Golem. It did work. Defend your tower, get top tower, kill the enemy offlaner. What more can you ask for? Very quiet game from this Primal Beast. Like, usually we see NTS rotate a bit with this. The runes really haven't gone his way, and he's been doing stacks in the jungle. So he's very farmed, but he hasn't really joined the game.
He's also matched up against Dragon Knight, right? He leaves the lane too much, he's going to lose his tower really quickly. Rule a little freebie here for Xtreme.
Yeah, let me tell you something about frogs. All right, I'm done with the bit. Frogs, I will say, frogs do not like spears.
Who does?
I don't know, somebody probably does.
Name an animal that likes spears.
I'm not a biologist, man, okay?
I don't know. I feel like you're cosplaying one in this cast.
All right, here's some biology. Primal Beast. About to do primal things. Oh, he missed him.
They brought way too much to this fight to miss out on the kill on Collapse. Collapse definitely does.
All right, so NTS getting involved. That'll finish his Blink Dagger. He's jacked. He farmed really well. And this hero can always farm super well because it just pulls waves into neutrals. It's pretty stupid, but he's at a very good pace. Level 9. He has all his damage up, plus initiation. It's pretty scary for Spirit.
Offlane tower to fall. And they have some vision of not a terribly large, just a little double ancient stack, but it is possible that Team Spirit can start taking over this triangle area.
Need to get this mid tower down. They have a lot of river vision right now, not a lot of vision past it, but if they get this tier 1 mid, it'll open up this triangle a lot. And Yatoro is probably never going to get ganked again in this game on this Ursa. So you're just going to trade out farm between the Ursa and the SF. Again, good matchup for Ursa, so I don't think Spirit care about that too much. They care a lot more about what's happening with the 4-on-4. Can you get to your ore item on the Razor? Can you take this last tier 1 mid? And does this Primal continue to find some power runes into kills? Because if NTS can snowball a little bit more, the teamfight will be online as they go on another arena. No golem.
Xtreme might keep this going. They now have the Primal Beast is going to join them with his Blink Dagger.
Wants the bear.
No.
Can't have the bear.
And Primal Beast is going to be a problem for this bear. Can't rely on Enrage all the time. You Enrage and just get grabbed by the Pulverize. Kind of wastes out that entire duration.
Do you think there's a lore reason why Pulverize can't be status resisted?
Well, it's because he's grabbed you. like you dispel, but he still has his hands on you. You know?
Maybe you're like slippery, you know? Like can't grip you as well.
Well, then
they're off.
Slippery, not dispel.
Every Dota player's been there, Austin. That's all I'm saying. Another golem drop mid, by the way. Pano's someone's got to take this tower. If it's not going to be the Dragon Knight, it's going to be me.
Yeah, where is that Dragon Knight? Morel's busy farming it up, and the tower will get taken by the golem. So nothing to say who had been defending against this Dragon Knight this entire time, just lit his tower, had 60% HP, get taken by a golem.
Now he has to try and kill the golem for revenge.
Ame, you want a golem kill? Ame, hello? Turn around. Kill the golem. Okay.
You might get it. Oh, plus 100.
Congrats.
This is a very farm heavy game. Both team. I do think it's kind of both team style though.
Yeah. Xtreme versus Spirit, you know you're going late game. You know, neither one of these teams is going to be trying to end it by 25.
Look at this though. Ame showing up. Forgot about me, he says as he starts laying into your mid tier 1. He did not like that golem.
Oh, the damage in the bottle for nothing to say. I don't think Spirit is going to be trying to fight right now. After all, they've got the triple farming core setup. Dragon Knight, Ursa, Razor. There's really no reason to go out and fight Xtreme.
Pipe on Collapse says they do want to use this network early.
You're gonna mass TP in. There goes the Enrage into the Pulverize combination, so completely waste that ultimate. And the TPs are gonna come in just a bit too late to help out the Ursa. Maybe they can still take a fight though. Khan inside the arena, they finish off the SF. The Tombstone is out though. Team Spirit really isn't addressing this Tombstone. They're trying to attack it now. The zombies are building up. The heals are seemingly too much for Xtreme Gaming. The Brambles is out, nothing to say. He's gonna have to charge away.
That was such a nasty amount of heal between 4 points Shadow Word, Largo ulti, and then you have this minted pipe on Collapse, which is just buffing up everybody's resistance, so it makes all this heal better. And Razor owned that fight. Perfect timing for Spirit to take an engagement. Yeah, you lose the Ursa, but Ame is just caught in no man's land, just gets chunked down. doesn't get anything off. Weird engagement for Xtreme and how they positioned that. That was hyper aggressive by them, as if there's no way to lose that fight. And then they lost that fight, so miscalculated for sure.
To be honest, I'm kind of with them on that. I didn't think they could lose that fight either. Level 4 Tombstone in a 5 versus 4.
They landed a great terrorize too. They had amp damage in the primal. I kind of agree. They just missed position. I think it was
Ame. Death for Ame. It's gonna be pulled back in by the lick. Uh-oh.
Bad news bears. And good news for that bear.
Thank you, Avery. Very good. Now Collapse is going to go back for a Crimson Guard. I mean, they actually get the double aura items. The Spirit Greed, it pays off. If you're not losing this part of the game, then the Greed is only going to get better for you.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, I think BKB timings for XG are okay, but they're not amazing here. You have Ursa plus, you know, like Golem, DK can punch through it. If you get an Aegis on this bear, you're kind of cruising, I think, in that mid game. Need more items on this SF, man. Just, he was having a perfect game, and then he joined 2 fights and died and got picked off. And now look at him, man. Almost last. Net worth.
Yeah, this is not a Shadow Fiend that is putting out damage that really threatens anybody just yet. Especially considering how tanky the Team Spirit lineup is. All right, so first BKB is done. Nice little pick off on Panto.
Still great timings here for the Primal. If XG can get a fight going before this Ursa does the first Roshan, kind of slow that pace down, it'll be amazing for them. If they can find the DK before his Orchid's done, which he's on a ward right now. Yules by FY, perfect setup.
Yeah, something happened there with the Pulverize, but thanks to the Terrorize, I think they might have the kill anyway. The pipe is making these awkward. Mirella's actually going to be able to get out of here, and now Nothing to Say is having all of his damage drained away. Mass TP's out. TP's seemingly all successful here, so they do only lose their Dark Willow, but what should have been a kill on the Dragon Knight, 100%.
Jumped the gun maybe a little, but yeah, that Pulverize getting canceled just screwed him there.
But what happened? Was it like the Mars arena walls like bounced it out of Pulverize or what?
It had to be one of the Mars interactions, because there was nothing else going into him at that point. Unless there's some like weird bug with Bramble. That was the only other thing that could have caused it, but I have never seen Bramble mess with anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, some like, maybe we'll get a replay of it, but that's a huge loss for XG. Is this was the fight into Roche. Yeah, I think it was just the arena like disjoining the hero slightly, which pulls him out. Wow, mega awkward, dude. Even if he dies, I don't think the rest of this fight is any different. And then Spirit are still gonna get Roche. So it's very concerning for XG. They had not been able to put these team fights together in a cohesive way.
Nothing to Say is going to start working on a third item, Aghanim Scepter, which is for the best. Frankly, he has to keep his farm up because this Ame Shadow Fiend is not carrying the game for them.
No, he's getting outpaced by this bear right now, especially with Tormentor going down.
That is Aegis for the bear and a Shard for the Warlock.
Feels like one of those games where both teams, they don't have a lot of damage, but Spirit have just upped their HP total faster, so they're just winning fights by default. Like the early pipe, the high HP totals on their heroes, then you have Largo Warlock with extra heals, just slightly outpacing what this Undying can do on his own. And it's made the difference here. Still a very close game. In fact, XG still with the gold. Just kind of interesting. Feels like they've lost every fight, but and they've lost Roche and they lost Tormentor, but they hold the gold lead. This is one of those games where I'm sure Zhao8's very confused. Should I tell them to wash their face or not? You know, I don't even know.
I think Ame definitely needs to wash his face.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe it's a partial wash.
He's gonna go Silver Edge, third item.
I think break DK, I guess. Try not get jumped by Ursa. But here's the smoke from Spirit, just faster this game on average. They have full pipe Crimson Greaves. Pretty nasty aura trifecta going on right now. Plus that Aegis on the Ursa.
Before, if you thought Xtreme couldn't lose a team fight, now it feels like Spirit are in the position where it's impossible for them to lose a 5-man. Too many auras combined with the extra life of the Aegis. And Spirit will confidently start marching down some towers. FY just trying to be a nuisance. Just trying to stall as much as they can. XXS is trying to buy out his shard, and Ame is about to get the Shadow Blade. So it looks like Xtreme are going to try and fight around this. I'm hesitant to call it a timing because they aren't the most impactful items. Get the grab onto the Dragonite. Link it with the spear. Chain stun on the Dragonite, and the first life of Ursa is already gone. Now pumping the Dragonite back into Ame. They execute the Dragonite, and Yatoro back up on a second life here.
Great arena.
But a DKB has to be used to run away with a beautiful Arena Requiem going out. Tons of damage. Yatoro jumps back in, finishes off the Mars. This Tombstone combined with the Upheaval, it's doing some work in these fights, man. Both supports have made this battlefield a muck and a half. It is a swamp that they're trying to crawl through right now. Yatoro and Collab back it away, but the blink back in from nothing to say, gets the grab onto Rue. Ame force-staffing forward, trying to finish off. Yatoro gets him, now turns his attention onto the Rue Frog. He'll die as well. Xtreme walk away the better for it, even as the Fatal Bonds finishes off X Nova.
That is a mosh pit of a fight. There's just so much gunk on the ground between Tombstone, Upheaval, the Frog Song going off, the multiple pulverizes. This Mars arena was perfect from XXS. I mean, ultimately, it's just Ame got to sit there and hit him the entire fight, and nothing happened to him. And he dealt the most damage, so incredibly successful fight for XG in the end. And a lot of that started with that initial poke by FY on the Ursa. He blinked in and used ult. So XG, they know there's no ult on this Ursa. That's a big deal in a fight like that. Gave him some confidence to take it with their double BKB time. This didn't look amazing at the start, but Spirit are able to turn it even after the DK death with, I think, a full 5-man bonds here. Yeah, it got all 5 from Panto. And then the damage for the Razor, just hitting everybody with that wave. It gets split across all the bonds, but XG, they just tank it up, man. Able to sit through all of this damage. Kind of ridiculous how much healing is going off in these fights.
Yeah, seriously. The Upheaval and the Tombstone both making that area so that nobody can really walk around, but the SF doesn't need to walk around. Right? He's the only hero that could just stand there and blast. Even Razor at a range still kind of needs to get close to people with Eye of the Storm or keep the link going.
Way better for Ame than it was for Yatoro.
Yeah.
Like, he gets stuck in this gunk, he's kind of screwed. If Ame's stuck there, well, it's kind of how SF plays the fight anyway. He's just going to sit there like you said, so it does kind of work out in XG's favor. And now they have Ags done on Primal, who got another amp damage. Oh, man.
Panto, Glimmer Capes into the smoke. See if he can slip away into the night. No, they spot him.
Whew. Damage starting to pick up now. This is kind of what I thought was gonna happen in more like the map with this Primal running around and being a damage threat. It just didn't happen early on for XG, but maybe they're gonna pick it up now because I do feel like they're favored at the moment. Which is kind of scary for Spirit because you went Pipe Crimson on Razor. So if you can't fight with Pipe Crimson and an Aegis, is this game getting better for you? I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of the downsides of building auras, right? Like, you're pretty mid-game focused at that point. Not that the auras are bad late game, but in all likelihood, things like, say, the Aghanim Scepter and the Primal Beast, that's just going to scale a lot better. And I think in this game, it's going to be particularly effective because that break mechanic is super value. I mean, it hits all 3 of these cores. It does something all 3 of them. Dragon Tail, stun, onto the Primal Beast. The Primal Beast is not going to be able to make it out.
Well, that was incredibly random and successful for Spirit.
I mean, he didn't pop a damn thing.
Got stunned and bashed. Minted Skull Basher for Yatoro. Actually still looking to fight this? I don't know about fighting this without Primal. No arena? Like, what are you doing here?
Yeah, this is a full retreat. You do not want to be in this. Just give up the tier 2.
They're staying around, man. Maybe waiting for this DK form to go down or something. They wasted a lot of time lingering there. Could have been farming some camps or something, so not sure what they were eyeing up, but lose a little bit here. And Roche can spawn in 10 seconds. I think if it's up, Yatoro's going to do it. You can't really wait around this game with this kind of lineup. You just got to go for these Roches, force XG to fight you. Be confident with your BKBs. He's going straight into that Abyssal Blade, so this is the anti-SF technology. Man, this DK is poor as hell, but he has BKB now at least, so that boosts his effective net worth up a lot. Roche instant spawn, by the way.
Here comes Team Spirit for the contest. Xtreme are not trying to force Roche on. They want to take the fight first. They are also going to smoke.
They have the better vision right now. Like, this high ground ward on Spirit's triangle is really good. They have a mid ward as well.
Yeah, Team Spirit going the other direction, but they're potentially going to be fighting under a different observer ward. You get up into the dire triangle or the dire jungle area.
If XG are patient here, I think they will get the better vision and jump. They have to be very patient for that. Even plant another ward outside the pit. They had so much vision. How do they have so many wards at this? I don't understand. Spirit have none, and XG are just dropping them.
They have double smokes though. Another smoke. Little break there onto the Dark Willow. Both teams are well aware of what the other is up to here. And they're just going to start cutting waves against each other.
Sneak it.
There's no way they do this, though. The roar goes off.
Yeah, I can't sneak that. But
Roshan is going to swing over to the other side soon.
There's another minute.
It might be that Xtreme have dropped triple wards in this area for a Roshan fight that it isn't even going to be on this side of the map. Toro sneaking back into the pit again, but they know about it. Gets bashed up. Fighting, nothing saying. He jumps in. Gets a grab onto the Ursa. See if they can burst him down nice and quick. Gold gets dropped. It's not enough. Yatoro, he falls anyway. Collapse now getting a long zap onto the SF2, draining away all of his damage. He's going to be hitting pretty hard. They're going to try and focus him down here underneath the arena. Catchy Lick pulling him out, but no, nothing to say with that big Aghanim Scepter. Look at the damage he's doing with that one. Trying to address this tombstone inside of it. 200 gold. There goes to Morel. Morel right in the middle of all these heroes. Pulled back by the Catchy Lick, dodging the spear as a result. Trying to slowly work his way backwards here, but between the stuns and the regos here from Xtreme, did manage to get his blink out. The two supports left behind, though, to make sure that their Dragonite gets out successfully. They take a lot of damage from the Fatal Bonds. Looks like X-Nova may take out here. He's going to TP away before his allies get him killed.
What an insane fight. Like, there's so much damage coming out from Collapse. He gets taken down, and ultimately MVP might be this undying dude. He just survives the whole time, just punching people, amping them up, slowing them down. DK can't play the fight. Tombstone's up for so long. Just a monster. And yeah, that Primal Axe went absolutely ham because Ame, he bursts Yatoro and then he gets bursted. So basically both these carries didn't get to do a lot. It was a beautiful chain stun on Yatoro. He got pulverized into the Terrorize. Never got BKB or ult on. Great Terrorize coming out from FY. Yeah, these XG supports doing work.
Xtreme make it fast though. They go straight to the Roshan pit on revive and get the extra life for Ame.
Taking that away from Yatoro is massive in this game. And giving it to Ame, who's basically been dying every fight too, so it's big, but going both ways here for XG. Spirit need to find a way to address the Tombstone better and this Primal better. Like, these are the two biggest problems for them, and I think a lot of it is supposed to come from the Ursa, which is why XG taking Yatoro down first is just so massive. It's not just killing the carry, it's like killing Spirit's answers to your problems for them. So
but they're going through the gate. They're going through the gate. Yatoro, he just jumps right into them. And he starts going to work on Ame. Xtreme Gaming going through the gate has potentially just ruined them. They have the Aegis to work with, though, with the Terrorize chained into the stuns. It's going to be Yatoro dead again. But once again, Collapse. He goes for it. He gets on top of Ame, starts draining his damage where he can with the rest of the BKB. He has to walk away from the SF, go after Xnova. Xnova still alive through it all, and they'll chase after the Razor. No longer having the BKB. Big hits from the Primal Beast. Ame low. Spear stops Morel from being able to TP away, so now he has to just all in for Ame, get the kill on Ame, but they will lose this fight.
Again, what are the problems for Spirit in this fight? The Undying, he just never even goes down. 28 decay stacks, he's soul ripping everybody up. He got 4 full soul rips off on there. The DK has to sit there and kill the Tombstone, so they eliminate that problem, but then the Primal is just wrecking them. The SF had 2 lives, so yeah, you take Ame down, but he's coming straight back. It's just too hard for Spirit to sustain into a fight like that with 2 lives on the SF and all this HP. Man, this Undying has just ruined them. Like, it's insane, actually, how much value he is getting. Like, there's so many chase downs where Spirit are trying to kill him too, and he just comes back in the fight. Always has that ceaseless dirge, even if he does go down. Maybe he can even rejoin, but just so much attention is going on to Xnova here. Going to be a refresher for NTS was his choice. He was kind of debating Shiva's. Well, up for the refresher. Can't blame him. 2 pulverize here going into this Ursa. I don't know what Yatoro's supposed to do against that, man.
Yeah, Yatoro really isn't going to have much of a game at all. Like, the Aghanim Scepter will help him. It means he won't have to use Enrage early and then get grabbed by the Pulverize later. He can wait until he, you know, is really forced to use that Enrage, but double Pulverize is still the better form.
The thing is, there is a Hex on XXS, so you kind of have to be wary about that too. If he just jumps in and hexes you, you get nothing off. There's a lot of threats against this bear right now.
Pretty much one of these other cores from Team Spirit have to draw some attention on themselves. It can't, I feel like it can't be Yatoro going in first in a fight.
But that's the problem with their lineup, is these 2 other cores are too low damage.
Yeah.
Like, they do a lot of damage over a long period of time, but the burst is irrelevant. The Collapse is full aura build. This DK is just... DK just doesn't ramp as fast as these other cores.
Sight into the spear. Well, it doesn't really matter if it doesn't latch, because nothing to say. He is here. They're not killing Collapse the most efficient way possible, I must say. They lose XXS for no reason, really.
Again, I don't know why this Pulverize got canceled. Unless he's just, like, misclicking or something. Don't break the link. Yeah, I don't know if Collapse should get the kill there, but he'll get the tip, so he's got that going for him, you know?
He does. Bloodthorn complete for the Dragon Knight, so that will amp up his damage threat a bit more. The Aghanim Scepter is done for the Ursa. Any other fresh items? Looks like Ame has changed his build from Satanic to Butterfly. FY has a Lotus.
I'm just kind of looking at NTS. I don't even know if these other items matter too much for XG. If the Primal gets the Shivas plus that 25 talent, I don't see this Ursa doing anything in the fight. Like double pulverize with the extended durations, Bear is just gonna be getting body slammed for 10 seconds. Yeah, you can golem interrupt, but that's it. You only have one interrupt here. Just gonna be pile drivers for days out here, man. I don't know if you have the luxury to wait till next Roche here if you're Spirit either.
Why not?
Because again, I think the Primal's probably going to be 25. This SF's going to have another item. It's going to be a very big item with survivability baked in. Your auras are not getting stronger here. And I don't think you're going to have another real item for this Roche contest. Maybe the Abyssal and the Ursa. But the DK's not going to have another item. The Razor's not going to finish this Lincoln's. So like what you have now is what you're going to have. And if you let another 2 or 3 minutes go by, XG are going to have a lot more. So this period differential wise is not working out for you if you're Spirit. That's why it's kind of hard to feel this in the game though. Like I don't know what their sense of it is right now, but their odds of winning a fight are probably better right now than they're going to be at the Roche pit. That said, can you force a fight randomly right now? Probably not. It's not necessarily easy.
Yeah, how do you get that fight to happen? And then even if you do win the fight, if Roshan's not up, are you changing the game? I'm kind of looking at it as like Team Spirit is unlikely to win a fight, so I want them to take a fight that can maximize the reward, which is going to be Roshan, too, right?
Unfortunately, it's going to be real difficult now with Shiva's 25 on Primal, Butterfly on the SF.
Even worse if they get picked off right away, which is exactly what will happen to Rue.
Yeah, frogs do not like being pile driven into the ground, as we just saw there.
Yeah, they also are known to hate fairies. I guess that's what Dark Willow is.
Wait, is that even true? I thought frogs and fairies get along because they're both from grim subcultures.
Frogs are from grim subculture.
Yeah, mystical frog. Not a real animal. Frogs aren't real, Austin. It's just a video game trope.
It's another one for frog facts, everybody.
I mean, yeah, there's probably some fantasy author, 1850, some pre-token fantasy author that invented the frog. I've never seen one in real life, so.
Clearly.
You're laughing, but there probably is someone out there who genuinely doesn't think frogs are real animals. They grew up being gaslit by their family or something as some practical joke, and they just don't know a frog is real.
Yeah,
their
they
entire worldview is being shattered by this cast right now.
Their family did that prank where they took him on a snipe hunt. Instead, it's a frog hunt, and they just don't have frogs in the area.
So let that be the lesson of the day. Never trust your family. Spirit grouped up here on a ward. They will kill the ward, but the Roche can be up, so you got to go now if you're going to go. Like I said, this is as good as it gets. You have your Abyssal and the Ursa. Collapse did finish his Lincoln's pretty nice. You're going to have to find this Primal at some point in the fight and bring him down.
Trying to bait out a power rune. It doesn't spawn bottom. They go in. They go after the Mars here. Instant pulverize on the Dragon Knight. Oh my God. Where'd he go? He died fast, man. He died instantly. Where'd he go? Ame is doing way too much damage. Second round of pulverize on a collapse. Ame is getting free hits on everybody. I mean, this fight was over from the moment the Dragon Knight pulled a Houdini and disappeared in a second.
That looked like he DC'd or something, dude. I I don't even know what that was. He just, that was like GG, I'm out. Peace, boys. It just floated up to heaven because he was out of that fight. That fight was over the second he decides to stun Mars, to be honest.
Probably,
like,
yeah.
This is not the target you can ever go on in this game. It has to be Primal or SF all in, and then you're going to get Tombstone save. So I think this game was just completely screwed. I don't know. I was not a fan of the Spirit Trap. I think they actually overperformed early relative to what I expected, but you only have one damage dealer, and he's going up against a Primal. He's going up against the Tombstone save, a Terrorize. Like, it's way too hard for Yatoro to 1v5 this game. So I think they played okay early, but I think that's a tough strategic victory to grasp if you're Spirit there. Look at that Yatoro hair. That's wild.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
What the hell's going on with that?
I mean, his hair looks better than his drafts. I'll say that for sure.
That's badass right there, dude. It's like something out of a Marvel comic. Or, sorry, a unknown brand name comic.
Xtreme Gaming with the superior draft will close it out at 40 minutes, a victory over Spirit.
Oof, okay, all right. XG delivering once again, having a pretty good group stage.
True.
So far at this slam, vying still for potentially. What?
I'm nearly falling.
You're falling?
I'm like leaning back.
Watching China win, like, you know, it's maybe a slam or two late, but it's okay. Let's not ever forget Chengdu.
Yeah, let's not talk about that.
What up?
Please move on.
Sure, all right.
Poor
Please,
Chengdu.
take it away, Kenzie. What do you want to talk about this beautiful game of Chinese Dota?
I feel like it was a bit of a bizarre game in some way, because I thought that XG would have a little bit of a better start. Like, this top lane didn't go as well as I maybe thought it would, because like Collapse and Rue did really well up there. But like in this early to mid game, it became a little bit evident that I think Spirit had a lot of holes in like their draft and how they were fighting a little bit too. This play I did really like a lot. I feel like XG found a really cool way to like clutch out an insta-kill. And usually when you watch Spirit, their cores, they don't get bursted full to zero. They have a plan or they're ready, but this time around, they weren't ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to put a bit of a spotlight on Panther there, right? Like, you're holding the high ground on that Warlock. You know that in this game, all you need to do is combo break the Primal Beast. Be ready. Have your ultimate prepared. Maybe even spam cancel. I know we're talking about in the green room. Like, you have to be ready. And Panther just wasn't ready. Yatoro dies. And it's like these clutch moments, the Roshan fight, the Tormenta fight. Like, XG, you can feel they're kind of slowly taking over the game, how they're taking the fight. But there were clutch moments available for Spirit. They just did not take that moment and go, you know what? We can clutch it, we can create a comeback, and we can win this game. It felt like XG just was able to kind of overcome what Spirit had from the early game.
Yeah, especially at some point, like nothing to say. He was having a really, really good game on his Primal Beast. Like, not the easiest lane, he did die once, but he definitely made up for it when he came to like the team fighting, his itemization, what he got going. I was a little confused too, like the Tormentor fight we saw in the highlight earlier. I don't see Yatoro like beeline into a fight, like head on, unless he knows it's good. But he traded his entire Enrage and his BKB just to kill Ame's Aegis. Then he respawns, he dies for free. So like, quite uncharacteristic for like one of my favorite and also like the best teams when it comes to, you know, when you talk about individual skill, Spirit will always be one of your first choices.
No, for sure, but what we're seeing right now, there is clearly a disconnect somewhere, right? Like, obviously, the easiest answers are playing with a mid standing, the loss of a coach, now they don't have a coach. Like, it clearly is, there is something structurally where this type of draft, this type of play from Spirit, it feels illegal. Like, under the org, what they have as a legacy, like this is, in this, in the group stage, and what we're seeing, again, disregarding other tournaments they just played, this feels like something is really like not working out.
Yeah, because it looked like at least a few days ago it was still fine. I mean, it was an online tournament, it's a bit different. But even then, because I was saying it too, that I don't see them do like this big pivot in a draft. Like, to me, I see them always like, they have standard stuff, it's solid, they have good late game, and even if you have a faster style, they'll make up for it with execution, they understand how to do it. But this time, just very, not the Spirit I'm used to seeing, really.
Yeah, and Spirit, they had pretty good opportunities in this game, right? Against XG, a slower team, it felt like that kind of greediness in the draft they had, it wasn't really getting punished. We have a screenshot of like the map setup around kind of like the 14-minute mark, and at this stage in the game, when you have an Ursa, Razor, and a DK, you got the Razor farming up on the top camps, the tier 1 top and bottom has been taken by Spirit, so XG, the map is getting closed in. Like, this type of map setup is exactly what amplifies a physical tri-core that needs items, right? But then when you fast forward away from the screenshot into some of the earlier moves, it kind of creates a, but would the Spirit ever really utilize this timing? Did they ever really go, you know what, we've got this freedom of farming in a lineup which shouldn't be allowed to farm. can we really take over the game?
Like, they did get some stuff going. We have a clip too of like one of the fights, because I feel like this was the stage where XG, they're quite happy, right? They're actually up 2k gold. The map setup wasn't great, but if you look here the way the fight starts, so they get onto Yatoro first and they kill him, but look up top on the screen, you have Ame, who like he runs into this fight like very early on. Because this is one of the first times where it starts that Spirit kind of get like a nice comeback in the game, collabs with the map setup from earlier, he gets the pipe completed. Ame dies first without using any spell. Like, if you imagine this fight, like the arena drops, there's 1 or 2 raises, maybe a Requiem, you know, maybe Spirit would just lose this fight straight up, but with this, they actually got like a pretty nice entry into this game.
And like, when we look at this, like, we're seeing, we spoke about in the draft, like Spirit, they need items to feel good, they need to respect XG's team fight, they get given the freedom of the farm that we showed on that screenshot with the early towers, they have the kills that you mentioned, like everything felt like it was moving their direction, but then they move towards one single fight. And it's like where, how does that say, Crystallis, the Razor really gets hit, collapse, he's not here, like collapse on the Razor, right? He went for all this aura, right? All this stuff, you have the Aegis as well on the other side. This is the moment where Spirit, they want to break XG. They want to utilize that tankiness. They got like the 5-man fatal bonds, collapse up front, but because Yatoro loses his Aegis early, disengaging with the BKB to walk back, there isn't that kind of X factor. They need 1 drop of damage on anyone to get that kill. You're probably looking at a wipe. In a different game, in a different Spirit, in a different something, this is a wipe. Spirit's probably going to command the game, close out the map, get another Aegis, you're looking to contest for the end, right? But they don't clutch up in this moment. They don't use one key hero, and they pretty much give a free invitation to XG. Hey, please, do you want to walk back down this game, this lane, get some kills, and just feel comfortable again?
Because it's like, they have Aegis, they have all the auras. They even had like a 4 or 5-man fatal bonds, and they still like end up losing this team fight, which honestly is a bit strange, because it looked like they were like doing all the right things to like really come back into the game. But then from this point onward, and then you mentioned the blunder by Panto, which I fully agree with, and the later fight with Roche, it just became really evident that now like their weaknesses of the draft, it really kicked in.
Yeah, it really kicked in very quickly. So for XG, of course, they're now, I believe, 5-2, contesting with OG for 2nd place in the group stage. So a potential automatic semifinals for them. But the upcoming series that we have, it is Heroic versus, wait for it, as I load up my notes, Tundra. And whew, I know you've hyped up a single player. We hyped up one lad the entire time.
Yep.
And we're going to continue hyping him up. It is Tai Lung. Kezu.
It's for a good reason.
It's for a great reason.
No, like my boy, I just want to show some of his things, because, you know, their score maybe isn't fully, you know, showing what they're capable of. This guy is very young, new into the scene, so he's using like this timing of the game where he pushes out the mid wave. It's nighttime. TP's top, they don't see him. He just immediately goes here. He's patient, he waits, he sees Skeeter, he steps up just 1 or 2 steps too far, goes up, and what I also want to show here, he doesn't chase fully, you know, he gets enough burning spears, okay, leaves the Sven, leaves the CM, Amar does a little bit of a mistake, comes over, gets a couple of kills. Because what's important for this guy is that I see a lot of cool stuff, but also freedom. He did have a blunder in this game, but overall, like here, you see his score, 707, perfect itemization, good laning, does the things that the team needs, and you can see that he's quite patient. Because what happens, or what's very important to balance, is like, do you overplay? How long do you wait? Here he's like, in the later stages of the fight, gets a couple of kills, godlike, triple kill, and this is super, super important. So I hope that they don't get like discouraged, you know, by like some of the things that are happening, because this guy, he's playing well, he's new to the scene, he's incredibly young. He has so much room to grow, and I hope that in the next couple of games, the others can pile in with a little more help when it comes to the gameplay.
Yeah, he's the type of lad that, like, once he gets his access to the game, he will just create opportunities for you, right? Yuma or Whisper, even maybe Theodoric in the 4 position, they need to capitalize on like his playstyle, because when you see, as we transition through the heroes that he's playing, right, it is these like annoying space makers, the Embers, the Tinies, there was even a Pangolier on there, of course, so far in the tournament, we saw the Puck, and of course the Husker that we just looked at the highlights for. Like, he will create moments for you, but if your team doesn't use those moments, what's happening, right? And I think there have been, of course, some games where Heroic should have won the game against Falcons.
I mean, the one yesterday was insane.
I know, they should have won against XG, but they didn't. Again, like, we could have technically loaded that replay, and as much as we hype up Tai Lung, we could have also maybe even critiqued him a bit, right? Because in that moment, he was focusing on the team fight, the playmaker. He could have remnanted over, hit the Ancient with the creep wave, forced there to be a split, but the narrative of that engagement was just kill, kill, kill. So maybe there's also an argument where he's hyper-focused on trying to enable his team, where maybe a 10% better player, he just wins the game there, right? And there isn't this epic comeback, so there's always, limitations to it, but Heroic, based on how they're playing in the roster, it is a step in the right direction, where before you felt like there was always this like asterisk to them, but now it's like, it feels like the ceiling is a lot higher than the previous roster.
For sure.
when will they actually get to kind of harnessing it?
No, they're definitely stepping it up in here. I mean, this guy is such a clown. Every time you see these two guys together at like a LAN, BZM just goes around like, he just makes like random tidbits and noises. He's like getting like TikTok brain damage all the time. But honestly, this guy, he is so good. I think there was like a long time where when he still played with OG, he was on like a very big downwards trajectory. But ever since joining Tundra, being paired up again with Ari and like playing around, I would say, you know, the cores that take the space, but when you need the space, they also give it to you so that you get the BZM Invoker show like we've seen in so many games. I think this team with some of their like individual gameplay is so damn high. And honestly, like yesterday, they didn't look that great. Today and earlier, they looked really strong.
But they are the type of team that when they have a bad tournament, like, and again, the previous Dream League, they're not going to be talking about that, right? As soon as it happens, they go dormant. December, January, now they're here, February. It's like they take that to heart and they make sure the next time that they appear on the tier 1 stage, it's like, no, we're not meant to be doing that. I think they are a team that they dominate, they will then lose, they use that, it's fuel once again. So I do feel like we're entering the kind of the redemption arc for Tundra a little bit. Again, their last tournament, not the best, but again, high standards for the team. But with how they're playing, at least in the last 4 games, if you ignore that one Na'Vi game, which you could have argued is a bit of a draft one, right? A Slark into a Shadow Fiend, some shenanigans happen there. They are scary.
I mean, what I like about this team, and I think what's needed in like nearly every team, is you need core players that have like a strong identity. Not just how they play, but also like how they speak when like things go wrong. Like when I think of at least Pure and 33, when stuff happens that they don't like or that they feel like isn't what should be happening, I think they'll be very vocal. Maybe not quite like right away in the game, but like outside of the game. Guys, at Dream League this, let's fix this. This is what we have to do next time. They make sure that this is going to get changed.
Yeah, they will hyper-analyze it. And as we're hyper-analyzing ourselves, that's not because we like to